You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 2501 Ruthless Strategy, Part 1. The royals were amazed by Lith ordering around 2 council elders, just like Adjeter couldn't believe his own ears. "Why is your disciple throwing our plan into the gutter?" the Drake asked the moment that he and Falul were alone. "He's not," the Hydra chuckled while picturing Adjeter's shocked expression if he were to discover the truth about Solus. "It was a coded message. He's saying that he has found a way to locate the enemy base and doesn't want us to blow our cover." "I see plausible deniability," the Drake nodded. "How do you think Lith is planning to do that?" "Probably with his demons," the Hydra lied through her teeth. "One of them will hide in the shadow of a monster or something." "Remarkable," Adjeter said while paranoia made him devise several ways to check that his own shadow was empty whenever he deactivated the security measures of his home. After that, it was only a matter of waiting. The cities of the kingdom dealt with the groups of monsters just for more to pop out. Yet according to the reports, the creatures possessed no special abilities, and their numbers, despite great, could still be managed by the local forces. Then, while the defenders were busy repelling the assault from the front, a much bigger group of monsters with uncanny magical powers attacked the cities from the back. "Cunning critters," Maron started, dispatching troops according to the gravity of each situation but keeping the archmages off the field. "Send scouts to cast life-sensing arrays from a safe distance. I want to make sure of the number of enemies before committing our strongest troops." His hesitation cost dearly to a few cities. The moment the monsters stepped over the mana geyser they were built upon, the creatures would grow in size and power, taking down the city gates with their collective bloodline abilities. "Your Majesty, we should." "Shut up and wait." Maron dismissed General Asai's worries, making him question the king's fitness to rule. The battle became bloodier. More soldiers and civilians died by the second, but Maron waited on the array's report. "You were right, Your Majesty. There are a few more monsters hidden, but they amount just to a few hundred. They can either join the front lines and fight or attempt to sneak past them and plunder, but they pose little threat to." It was at that moment that the royal army was flooded with distress calls. More cities were now under siege, and none of them had reported earlier sightings. Their guards had gone from bored to death from the routine daily checks to fighting for their lives in a matter of seconds. The children of Glemos had learned from their past mistakes and worked smart to not give their prey the time to summon their champions. "My king, how did you know?" General Asai was flabbergasted and was now questioning his own fitness to lead the troops. "When a smart enemy makes a dumb move, usually it's a feint," Maron replied. "A two-pronged surprise attack is hardly a dumb move," Asai said. "I was talking about sending advanced scouts to the massacre," the king said. "Sure, it drew our attention in a single direction, but it also gave us the time to prepare for the assault and call for reinforcements." "Indeed," the general nodded. "These monsters are as smart as they are determined. Sacrificing their lives for their comrades is the proof of true warrior spirit." "Or maybe it's just desperation," Maron shrugged. "Or worse, our real enemies are even smarter than we thought. After all, monsters look all the same to us. We have no way to distinguish between this new breed and regular fallen races until they use their abilities. What if the first waves of the assault were comprised of regular monsters, captured and bred by their superior cousins, just to test our defenses? Once starved, those creatures would become desperate enough to attack our settlements even though they have no chance of success." "That would be an abominable act," the general said in outrage. "No more than dressing the war prisoners like soldiers and sending them unarmed on the front lines to act as meat shields as our ancestors did, and some of the so-called free countries still do." Maron's lips were curled up in disgust. "Enough chatting. Supreme Magus Verhin, the moment I receive the final report, I'll send you to the most desperate battlefield. Are you ready?" "In this case, I'm going to need my weapon." Lith opened his Magus robe, revealing War's absence. "Your Majesty, I need you to open the gate to the constable headquarters." "Do it." The king nodded to the clerk in charge of the dimensional coordinates. The fissure in space brought them close enough for the angry blade to heed the call of its master. War bolted through the air like a bullet, dodging clerks and guards until it found Lith's extended hand. "Now I'm ready." "Me too," Solus said, slightly annoyed by the fact that everyone seemed to have forgotten about her. "Excellent, your destination is the city of Nesra. It seems those monsters are really determined to capture it," the king said. "Again, I hate that place." Solus blurted out, obtaining a reproachful look from the royals. Do you want me to prioritize killing the enemies instead of saving the civilians? Battles are always chaotic, and no one could blame me if I fail to save those who mistreated you. Lith asked with the same tone he would have used to request fries with his order. By my mom, no, they deserve a solid kick in the ass, not a sword through their chest. What's the plan? She replied. The moment we step through the gate, fight just long enough for people to recognize you and then get back in the ring. I need you to save your strength and focus on finding a ride while I take care of the mission, Lith said. Only a few minutes had passed since the sighting of the monsters, yet Nesra was already overrun by enemies. The local branch of the army was still safe, but Lith and Solus could hear the screams of the wounded and the buzzing of flying spells. The many windows on the ground floor were open, letting the soldiers shoot down the monsters with their wands. The arrays protecting the building blocked the enemy fire, but they also trapped the soldiers inside. Supreme Magus Verhen, thank the gods you are here, you. Captain Nephors became as pale as a ghost as she recognized the woman he had banished from the city just a few weeks ago. Me, you jackass, guess the first lesson wasn't enough for you. Do you need an encore? Yes, no, we need help. The monsters bust through the city gates like they were paper and... Lith ignored Nephors's ramblings, opening his 7 eyes and unfolding his wings before draping them around his shoulders like a mantle. His shadow and those of everyone in the room came to life, assuming the form of dozens of 6-eyed demons of the darkness. The powerful mana geyser under the capital of the kingdom had provided him with all the mana he needed to summon them while he waited, and without using invigoration. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2502 Ruthless Strategy, Part 2. Give your men the order to retreat, Captain, Lith said as black chains burst from his chest and the demons. They scoured Nesra, looking for volunteers among the past and recently deceased willing to join the fray. Is the situation so desperate that we need to evacuate the city? Nephors asked. No, they would just be a hindrance. The strength of a demon grew exponentially with the number of their eyes, and every one of those that Lith had brought along had the power of a violet core. The black chains shared the spirit magic and darkness magic with the new troops, the sacrifice of the 6th eye giving substance to dozens of wandering souls. The streets were littered with corpses ready for the taking, no matter if by their original owner or not. Throughout Nesra, the dead rose to defend the living and meet a familiar face. Daddy, a young boy yelled amid tears at the body of a dead orc. Imbued with the essence of the demon, the green flesh had been transfigured in a black and white copy of the tailor. Get out of my house, the demon yelled in fury, pulling a blade out of his chest. I was just a man when I faced Thrud's thralls and my defiance cost me my life. I'm not a man anymore. When I die this time I'll bring you all with me. The tailor bolted forward, cutting left and right with techniques he had never practiced before. The blade in his hand felt as familiar as his steel needle, but it was much deadlier. Even with only one eye, the demon disarmed the reverted orcs and sucked them dry of their life essence to fuel his own. Meanwhile, Solus had walked out of the building, raining spells and hammers on anyone who dared come close. War had come free from its bloody scabbard and flew around Lith on its own. Both protected him, drawing the enemy's attention while he focused on his breathing technique. I wish I could use the full effect of Call of the Void, but then the soldiers would be blinded as well and kill each other in panic. With each breath he took, the number of demons rose. With each breath Lith took, they grew stronger. The monsters strong enough to slay a newborn demon found themselves stabbed in the back when the flow of energy coming from the Tiamat restored the scattered shadows. Round 2, pal. The demon chuckled, twisting his hand inside the troll's gut and sucking avidly the abundant light energy it contained. The darkness element was supposed to empower the troll, but the abomination touch drained him faster than the decay of his core could rejuvenate him. The troll died, his only achievement having given the demon 2 more eyes. I can move now? Lith took his golems out of the pocket dimension. Thank you for your assistance, Solus. You are welcome. Solus jumped on Raptor's back and charged amid the enemy lines, mowing multiple monsters down with a single swing of her hammer. The adamant golem soared through the sky with the grace of a hawk, despite its weight thanks to its own flight spell. Solus donned her golden Voidwalker armor to make herself recognizable from the troops, and then left it to Valia. The demon bore her same energy signature, so the armor answered her command, and altered its size to accommodate its new host. Armed with a copy of the Fury, Valia continued the assault that Solus had started, rescuing the soldiers in need. Hammers weren't her weapon of choice, nor was her physical strength comparable to Solus. Yet thanks to her 6 eyes and the many enchantments of the Fury, the partially reverted monsters were no match for Valia. A sweep of the adamant head of the hammer shattered weapons and bones alike, turning anyone on the demon's path into a bloody pulp. No one here really knows me, so a feminine figure and voice are all the people of Nesra needs to think that I'm the one inside the armor of the Golden Knight. This way, no one will notice my absence and I'll keep racking merits, Solus thought. I don't plan on working for the kingdom, but if there's something that I learned from Lith is that it's better to have something and not need it than need it and not have it. Their void magic lessons and the trips to the different great academies had inspired Solus. The experience had given her the opportunity to do what she loved the most and shared it with others. Sure, teaching has always been Lith's project first, but I would do it for myself, not to just stay with him. Sure, working in the same academy would mean that I could become a professor even before my core fully heals. We'd spend a lot of time together preparing the lessons and grading papers. I would even have my own apartments. What apartments? The moment Solus had warped near enough to get back inside the stone ring unnoticed, Lith had become part of her stream of consciousness. Nothing, she replied too quickly even for her own liking, inwardly blushing a little. There's no time to chat, we need to focus. I'll take care of the spells while you deal with the physical aspect of the fight. Lith nodded, saving his questions for later. He slowly walked out of the army headquarters from the door, as if he was out for a stroll. The area around the army headquarters was riddled with the corpses of fallen monsters. After their death, the children of Glemos would revert to their original appearance. Even the eyes of Menadian couldn't ascertain from the bodies if they had made any progression in restoring their cores or what powers they might have gained. What he could notice, though, was the presence of several pools of blood that didn't belong to the monsters and the absence of human corpses. It seems the raid really is for food. These creatures are above cannibalism, but humans are available on the menu. Lith walked forward, taking in the position of the building and the sacks where the fights were taking place. He raised his right hand with his palm out, and his fingers bent as if he was holding something. Countless invisible tendrils of spirit magic spread from his body to every enemy within 50 meters, 164 of him. The monsters battling with the city guards felt their throats being constricted by an invisible hand that lifted them off the ground. Before they could understand what was happening, Lith clenched his hand. Their necks snapped with a crunch, the grip so strong that it severed the heads from the necks. The human soldiers stared at the figure clad in black, his wings furled on his shoulders like a mantle as he kept walking forward. A red blade spun around him in an irregular path, deflecting spells and cutting down anyone who managed to come close to the Magus while he focused on his next batch of victims. A second group of monsters started to float in the air like balloons, and a few of them managed to activate fusion magic before it was too late. Their relief lasted only until Lith added a sliver of darkness magic. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2503 Natural Selection, Part 1. Shadow hands rose from the ground, lifting the monsters who had freed themselves and breaking their necks. They died at the same time as those who had lacked the presence of mind to use fusion magic, their resistance futile. Only when the communication amulets of the soldiers drew their consciousness did they snap out of their reverie. Nephors neither liked nor understood his orders, but he was a soldier. The retreat command resounded throughout Nesra as the demons. Advance gave the city guards the opportunity to disengage and retreat. A wave of Lith's hand shoot war past a group of soldiers that were being chased, decapitating the monsters in the first row and forcing the others to an abrupt halt. The blade spun on itself like a buzzsaw, cutting through bones and metal like they were paper. The blood that war would usually employ to form its scabbard was spread in the form of red strings that wrapped themselves around those who tried to move past the blade, slowing their advance. The guards recognized the supreme Magus of the kingdom and understood what was happening. He can't use magic because of us. Any spell strong enough to deal with so many monsters would kill us as well. I need to clear his line of fire. They each used different words but thought the same thing. The soldiers pushed their aching muscles in a last desperate sprint, tumbling on the ground a few steps after getting past Lith. I'm the last of my unit. A veteran in his mid-30s struggled to make his words clear due to his lack of breath. "You can go all out now." "What for?" Lith's yellow eye furrowed its brow. He rotated his palm out and then forward like he was pushing something. Even in his human form, Lith still had the mass of a divine beast. His movements, boosted by his enhanced physique and fusion magic, could generate enormous pressure. He further enhanced his speed with air magic while also keeping the wind force focused right in front of his hand. A bit of spirit magic allowed the chore magic spell to retain the kinetic energy of the movement and gave it an emerald color. The group of monsters felt like they had been hit by a truck, their bodies knocked off the ground and carried back by the green gust of wind until they struck a stone building. Pressed between an unstoppable force and an unmoving object, the monsters on the backline died on impact. Their bones cracked, piercing through their own flesh and impaling their allies as the rest of their unit crashed against their broken corpses. The soldiers' lungs were still burning for air, yet they forgot how to breathe when they noticed that the simple pressure of that gesture had left on the stone wall the mark of a giant open palm. A palm covered with scales and whose fingers ended in claws. It was an exact replica of the Voidwalker armor's glove, but of the size of a Tiamat. The blast had been focused so that only the middle row of enemies had been struck, leaving the left and right flank unscathed, but too flabbergasted to move a single step forward. At a wave of Lith's hand, the weapons of the fallen monsters and those discarded by the soldiers during their rout rose from the ground like a swarm of shiny insects, falling down in a hail of water, thunder, and sharp metal. Spears, swords, and axes struck at the surviving monsters from every direction, opening deep wounds and carrying bolts of lightning inside their bodies. Reverted trolls tried to defend themselves by shooting heat rays, while the goblins used earth magic to conjure protections. Yet every weapon they deflected simply rose up in the air, along with those that had killed their target, and formed a second wave. The onslaught lasted but a few seconds, whittling down the survivors as each monster had to deal with more weapons at the same time with each iteration. When it was over, the road was clear, and only humans still breathed. "You've done a good job protecting Nesra and buying time until my arrival. I'll take it from here. Get to safety and help any survivor you find." Lith gave the salute to an awestruck soldier who kept moving his eyes from the Magus to the scene of the massacre. "Can you guys go back to the barracks on your own, or do you need an escort?" A snap of his fingers conjured two one-eyed demons of the darkness that stared at the guards in spite. When the man spoke, only a gasp came out. His comrades suddenly realized that they were suffocating as well and started to take deep breaths. "Bring them to safety and then join the others. There's no time to lose," Lith said to the demons while the soldiers were wheezing too hard to form intelligible words. He resumed his advance with quick strides, moving so fast that his afterimage lingered at every corner. He stopped to check for enemies for a second after he left. "Your words and actions don't match," Solus said. "If we are in such a rush, why aren't we just flying and bombarding the monsters with spells from above like Nesra's mages?" She pointed at the human figures in the air that cast spells from a safe distance and dodged those of the enemies. "Have you forgotten what our real mission is?" Lith replied. "We've already alerted Falul and the others, but they need time to arrive here since they can't resort to the Gate Network nor the Awakens arrays without raising suspicions. Also, we are still looking for someone strong and important enough to lead you back to their hideout. If we kill all the monsters in one fell swoop, we'll have to wait for another attack." "Aren't monsters all the same?" Solus asked. "Any troll would do. They are strong enough to survive most wounds and smart enough to remember the position of their home." "No, because even though you can take any form you want, you still have a mass and are still visible," Lith replied while pointing at the piles of corpses. "Goblins barely wear any clothes while trolls go around naked to exploit the many maws on their bodies while they are in their fallen state. If you slip on one of them, they'll notice you immediately, and even if they don't, their comrades will. On top of that, most of these monsters have come here to die. They fight to their last breath since they know that this way they reduce the number of mouths to feed. If Falul is right, they are improving with each generation, so those who take part in the raids must have become obsolete. We need someone who wears clothes and whose life has value. It's the only chance we have to make sure that once the monsters retreat you don't end up on one of those who will stay behind and sacrifice their life to slow down the enemies. That's why you have asked Nephors to sound the retreat," Solus said as she put the pieces of the puzzle together. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 2504 Natural Selection, Part 2. You want to make sure that the demons find the leader of the monster army first, and keep them alive. No shit, Sherlock, Lith replied with a telepathic sneer. We can't risk a powerful mage or a lucky shot from a soldier taking away your ride. Why do you ask? What did you think I was doing? Well, between the slow march and the odd choice of spells, I thought that you were strutting like a peacock and taking your time as payback to the people of Nesra for kicking me out. She giggled. That too, Lith admitted, making her blush. But the main focus is to kill the monsters slowly enough for their leader to understand that they are beaten and call the retreat. I can't just let the children of Glemos escape after the demons surround them. They would sniff the trap and not return to their base until they understand what's going on. Only someone who's running for their life doesn't have the time to notice a stone ring in their pockets. I missed this, Sola said. I missed you too. They never stopped advancing while they spoke, checking in with the various units of demons for the enemy leader. The soldiers of Nesra had disengaged from the enemies, yet the guards were retreating slowly despite Captain Neforce's order, because they were helping the civilians to evacuate the occupied zones. The monsters carried dimensional amulets that they filled with the food provisions they found inside the stores and the corpses of the humans they killed. To them, a shelter filled with people was no different from a warehouse filled with grain. Actually, due to the famine and the food rationing, there were more people than food in Nesra. Now that the presence of the demons granted them protection, the soldiers were prioritizing the lives of the citizens over their own. The moment they brought a group of people to safety, the city guards went back inside the battle zone in search of survivors. This is bad, Orion the farmer thought while studying the battle from above with his 6 elemental eyes. The mages of the kingdom who had stubbornly opposed him despite most of their spells had proven to be useless, had suddenly cleared the field, shooting a barrage of fire and lightning to cover their retreat. The plan was working like a charm before those black things spawned everywhere. When he focused with his black eye on a city block, Orion could pinpoint the position of the energy masses that comprised the bodies of the demons. It not only gave him a rough estimate of their numbers, but also allowed him to follow their movements and glimpse on their strategy. It took him but a few seconds to understand what was happening. First, the shadow monsters have stopped our advance, and now they are hoarding us like cattle. The farmer could see his comrades being pushed back in what was only apparently a random direction. The demons had cut off all the retreat paths, but one so that in the heat of the battle, the reverted monsters had been too busy saving their lives to notice the trap. Lith had ordered Vergrave and the others to kill those who resisted and spare those who retreated, hoping to find among them the one who would carry Solus. Orion, however, saw it in a much more ominous light. They want to assemble us in one place so that they can exterminate us in one fell swoop with their damned Tier 5 spells. Those black things are even worse than humans, playing cat and mouse with my brethren just to preserve a few buildings. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts full of hatred for those he perceived as tormentors. Yet not all is lost. The humans' staunch defense of their homes has filled our amulets with meat, while the farmer's market was full of fruit and vegetables. We didn't take as much as I hoped, but we've gained more than enough. If the other units gathered as much as we did, we have enough food to migrate to a different region and start over before we fall prey to the bloodlust of our fallen state and murder each other for a piece of bread. But that's not going to happen if the humans manage to repel them or if I lose our harvest. The farmer flapped his wings furiously, using a flight spell and fusion magic to boost his speed. Each team of monsters had a gatherer with an imprinted amulet and the task of collecting food while the others fought. The rest of the unit had to protect the gatherer at all costs, and when that failed, one of them had to pick up the amulet and imprint it. As long as most of the gatherers, or at least their dimensional amulets, made it back home, the missions would be a success. As Lith had predicted, most of those who had volunteered for the assault belonged to the older and more flawed generations who had been deemed unworthy of having an offspring. The colony had limited resources, and they would be employed solely for those who demonstrated the greatest potential, like Orion. He was one of the few natural farmers born from reverted Balors, sent to the battlefield to lead the troops and bring back the dimensional amulets in case the worst happened. The children of Glemos knew that the second raid of the cities of the kingdom would not be as successful as the first, and that a third would reap them only death. It was the reason they had waited as long as they could to make the humans relax before striking again. It was also why they needed to move as far away as possible. They hoped that this way they would encounter less resistance, and that they would escape the search parties of the council that were getting closer to their hideout by the day. We are so close to perfecting our life forces, so close. If only we had a little bit more time. Orion thought the same words that Glimos had been telling them for decades to justify his actions and find the strength to fight. What are a few human lives compared to the survival of entire species? If only the four races weren't so egotistical, we could coexist in peace. This is just their contribution to our salvation, whether they like it or not. The farmer flapped his wings and dived into the thick of battle, repelling Locria's blade with his enchanted axe. The demon of the fallen had taken the strong body of a Hattie and possessed 6 eyes, yet he was pushed back a few meters. Orion's yellow eye produced a spark of golden lightning that empowered the farmer his equipment, and all those nearby, multiplying their strength by threefold. On top of that, Locria's sword Pride was covered in a thick layer of ice. It neutralized the enchantments of the blade and bled its pseudo-cores, making it no different from a sharp piece of purified adamant. Pride had been originally named after his daughter, Gilly, but after it had caused a few misunderstandings, he had renamed the weapon. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 2505 Gods and Demons, Part 1. His daughter was, after all, Locria's pride and joy, and no one looked funny at Locria's anymore when he asked Lith to modify his weapon to better suit his hands and fighting style. The farmer also fully unfurled his feathered wings, draining the surrounding world energy and neutralizing the spells used by the demons, whereas those of the monsters weren't affected. You shouldn't have done that. Locria's fury rose, every damage to his prized weapon akin to an attempt to his beloved daughter's life. His maw became filled with void flames that yet failed to rise to their usual intensity due to the farmer's feathers. The cursed fire was still hot enough to thaw the ice and set Locria's body ablaze. Wait, Tryon grabbed Locria's shoulder, discovering that not only were those flames capable of harming him, but also that the former captain of the Queen's Corps was about to evolve into an abyssal demon without Lith's help. Stop, remember our orders. Tryon endured the pain in order to pass the message via a mind link. He couldn't speak out loud without revealing the plan to the enemy, nor use a tendril of spirit magic, since the void flames would have burned it like everything else. Locrias growled, unfolding his wings to their fullest like an angry beast ready to pounce. Fine, but if we get to kill him, he's mine. You are lucky that your friend saved you from my trap, but luck is a fickle mistress. Orion had no idea what was happening, so he just thought that, due to their affinity with the origin flames, the demons had somehow sensed his attack. His red eye flared up, unleashing a burst of bright red mystical flames. The demons tried and failed to dominate them, and once their spells failed as well, Locrias needed Tryon's help again. His void flames alone weren't enough to match the attack, but once combined with Tryon's, the conflicting different types of fire blew up. The explosion harmed demons and monsters in the same way, but Orion's side enjoyed the protection of his blue eye. Charge, the world energy trapped in his wings was channeled inside the monsters, who led the charge, flooding their bodies and cores with new vigor akin to a breathing technique. It also allowed them to cast spells without using their mana and overcome the natural limits of their cores, which made the goblins much more dangerous. In their reverted state, goblins reached 1.5 meters, 5 of height, and had bright yellow skin. Their limbs were well proportionate, and the slightly long pointy ears emerging from under their white hair almost resembled those of the elves. Also, the members of the same tribe shared the same energy signature, granting them the ability to combine their spells and willpower together. What had brought the ancient, short cousins of the elves to ask for Roghar's help had been the fact that they shared their brethren's low fertility, and their cores were capped at the bright green instead of bright blue. Unfallen goblins were blessed with perfect bodies, with no impurities, as well, which made it impossible for them to awaken without blowing up due to the mana flow, exceeding the capacity of their diminutive bodies. Despite that, before their fall, the goblin race had been a force to be reckoned with when they acted together. There was no such thing as a goblin talentless for magic, so when a community cast a spell in unison to defend their cities, they could easily surpass a white core. On the other hand, taken individually, they lacked both magical power and physical strength. Their green cores were too weak to practice the higher tiers of magic for a long time, hindering even the progress of their magical research. The procedure to alter their life force that they had devised before their fall was supposed to alter their bodies, so that they could withstand up to the bright cyan core, and also to increase their fertility. Goblins weren't greedy. They just wanted enough mana to conduct experiments for a few hours straight and swell their numbers to make up for their weakness, and the casualties of the inevitable conflicts with the other races for the magical resources. They would research a way to safely awaken and reach the blue core later, once enough geniuses had been born, and there were so many of them that no race could hope to threaten their empire. Or so they thought until the effects of the body sculpting increased their fertility at the expense of their lifespan, and the alteration on their mana cores backfired, bringing them down to orange instead of up. Weakened in the body and mind, the goblins now lived for too short a time to master the knowledge of their ancestors, and their cores were too weak to practice body sculpting and fix the damage. The mutation soon affected the minds and bodies of the new generation that slaughtered the few unfallen goblins left in a fit of hunger and lust. From that moment, the goblin race had been considered lost even by their elvish cousin. The goblins had become too stupid to learn magic, and even if they did, they had no magical power to practice it. There was no way for them to be restored, unless another race was so generous to devote its life to finding a cure for them. Until now, there were dozens of goblins in Nesra, and those fueled by Orion's wings could overcome the limits of their orange cores, each one of them with the strength equivalent to a cyan core. A bolt of lightning traveled from one goblin to the other, growing in power until it turned into a thunderstorm. The small creatures poured all the golden lightning that the farmer had bestowed upon them into the spell, and then hurled it at the demons. Each goblin controlled a portion of the energy, aiming against the enemies with surgical precision without impeding the advance of their allies. A group of trained, reverted goblins was akin to a living array that could select its targets. All the power of a magical formation, and none of its problems. The various kinds of demons tried to conjure stone walls to defend themselves, but they failed due to the earth element being drained by Orion's wings. "Raise your shields," Tryon conjured the black chains that linked all demons to Lith and between themselves. Unlike a mind link, they were visible, but now there was no need for secrecy. The demons answered in unison, by conjuring an emerald-veined golden wall of light to break the lightning tide. The souls conjured by Lith shared their energy signature and could fuse their spells as well, but the light element was slower than the bolts of lightning, and the whirling storm struck before the hard light construct could fully form. The barrier shattered and blue serpents of electricity coursed through the ranks of the demons, doing them no harm. "What the?" Vergrave thought after noticing that aside from a sting he felt no pain. Orion instead knew what was happening. The yellow eyes of the demons were lit, and their collective willpower had neutralized the goblin's spell, making it their own. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2506 Gods and Demons, Part 2. Yet knowing that the farmer could suck it via his wings, Lith had the spell fading instead of further empowering his enemies. "Good job finding the ringleader," a heretical figure whose voice sounded like an insult to creation said while descending from the sky. "I'll take it from here." His wings were membranous instead of feathered and upside down in a mockery of the farmer's. His skin was of a disgusting pink instead of the divine blue of the sky, and the razor-sharp fangs in his mouth were unworthy of a human. Yet the revulsion that those features inspired in Orion was eclipsed by the pure hatred that he felt by looking into the abomination's eyes. 6 of them seemed identical to those of the Balors of old, wielding the power of all elements. The 7th, however, was something that the farmer had only seen in his dreams. Somehow the creature had robbed the Balors of their legacy, perverting it beyond belief, and yet achieving what they never could. Full control over the 7th element of magic that was the source of all bloodline abilities. Glemos had educated his children about the true story behind the fall of the various races, and pointed out that demons were just a myth that the fallen species had made up to absolve themselves from their mistakes. Yet the abomination fit the Balor's centuries-old superstitions down to the smallest detail, making him put into question everything he had learned under the tyrant's tutelage. "The creature standing in front of me is the incarnation of the prophecy that our god Glemos showed us, yet it stands against everything he taught us," Orion thought. His comrades felt the same way. Some covered their eyes incapable of standing the sight of the living heresy, while others groveled in front of the advent of the being that they mistook for their prophesied new god. Damn if you guys are tall. Lith had no idea why the bunch of monsters had started infighting right after his arrival, nor how a farmer's blue skin could have turned green. The creature in front of him was clearly of human origin, but the perfection of his body betrayed Orion as something more, and yet less than a man at the same time. He was over 2.3 meters, 77 tall, with hair of the 6 colors of the elements. It would have reminded Lith of Freya, if not for the lack of the emerald streak of spirit magic. Even though the farmer was awakened, the harmony of his features and the raw strength of his toned muscles were no inferior to perfect body refining. The eyes on the Balor's forehead were black and white, those under his eyebrows were brown and yellow, and those on his cheekbones were red and blue. Are you related to Typhos or Echidna? They left me a message before they died. It was a lie, but Orion had no way to know it, and Lith wanted to try to solve things by talking. If this works, no one else has to die. They bring me to their lair, Falul makes them her offer, and I'm done with this, Lith thought. Solus would have praised his attitude if not for the fact that she could read his thoughts and knew the truth. Lith wanted to get his hands on the harmonizers, install them in the tower, and go back to Elijah's side, in that order. He didn't care about the lives of the monsters. Diplomacy was simply the quickest way to get what he wanted. It's the result that counts, she inwardly pouted, not believing her own words. You met them? Blood left Orion's face, and the green of his skin turned into a pale yellow. Yes, they asked me to. Liar, the farmer roared, his voice infused with so much air element to trigger a wind blast. They were respectively Gleimo's right-hand man and future daughter-in-law. They would have never wasted their breath on the abomination who killed them. I didn't kill them, that part at least was true, Orion charged forward, his enchanted axe aimed at Lith's throat charged with the golden lightning, while an orange armor of light coated his body. As I was saying, they asked me to deliver their tribe a message. Lith extended his hand with the palm out. The sheer pressure generated by air and spirit magic forced the blade to a halt. I don't believe you, Orion grunted. He was pushing with all of his strength, but it felt like going against a mountain. They were with our god on the day they disappeared, on the day our god disappeared. You killed them and stole their powers. The farmer's red eye unleashed another burst of mystical flames that Lith countered with his own. The explosion pushed them back among their respective ranks. At those words, the monsters behind him snapped out of their reverie. They stopped fighting among themselves and prepared to fight with everything they had gotten. For our god Gleimos, a silver-furred Hattie jumped at Lith after harnessing the collective might of the members of his pack. Hattie were elder beasts, the evolution of wargs that brought them one step closer to emperor beasts. They looked like bipedal humanoid wolves that closely resembled lycanthropes from Earth's horror movies. At first glance, they looked no different from the hybrid form of an emperor beast, yet their form was unstable. Their bodies kept shrinking and expanding, growing new tails or limbs that lasted barely a few seconds before being assimilated again. Just like the wargs, the members of a pack of Hattie could share their physical, intellectual, and magical capabilities. Also, evolution granted their bloodline abilities a greater range and returned their affinity for the elements, bringing their champions on par with awakened emperor beasts. The members of the pack gave the Hattie in front of Lith strength, speed, and all the spells they had kept at the ready until that moment. The wolf-like creature unleashed them all at the same time while performing a downward two-handed slash with his battle axe. This is why I can't stand fanatics. Lith raised his right hand again, and his 6 eyes lit up in unison. Both the Hattie and his spells were frozen in midair. Last chance, do you want to talk or fight? Lith asked. To the death, Orion replied, leading the charge of his troops. Death it is. At a wave of Lith's hand, War darted through the demon's ranks and stabbed the Hattie in the head, heart, and lungs. His pack mates instinctively took the wounds on themselves, realizing they were all deadly only when it was too late. 3 Hattie dropped dead despite the distance from the front lines, and more kept falling as War mercilessly stabbed the prisoner. Realizing that he was a liability for the rest of his pack, the Hattie cut the connection with his brethren. When the hungry blade cut his neck a second later, he died with a smile on his face. The spells cast by the pack darted back from they had come, ravaging the first rows of charging monsters. Orion had tried to activate his wings and add their strength to his core, but Lith had charged forward as well. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2507 Gods and Demons, Part 3. When their blades met, the farmer needed to give everything he had to not be sent flying away due to the abyssal gap in raw strength between them. Orion used the power of the earth element to become heavier and resistant to harm, the air element to increase all of his abilities threefold, and the fire element to engulf his body and equipment in mystical flames that aided both the mana and equipment of his opponent. You know, this would have been much more impressive if your bloodline abilities weren't half-baked, and I hadn't fought against Thrud's generals until I got sick of it. Lith infused war with a spark of chaos, turning it black as origin flames burst out of his scales. The violet-black flames easily overpowered the farmers, while the angry blade cut through his defensive orange aura. Even though Orion's eyes granted him mastery over the 6 elements and several powerful abilities, it wasn't enough to stand against the Tiamat. Between the gap mass and the body refinement of a violet cord awakened, the farmer felt like a child struggling against an adult. Yet the worst part was feeling the emerald eye of the heretic staring at him, and feeling it pull at his bloodline abilities in the attempt to steal them. The golden lightning was supposed to be safely stored inside his mana organ, yet Orion had to pour every ounce of willpower he had to keep it from leaving his body and entering Lith's. Yet the farmer smiled as all of his sacrifices paid off. Now, at his command, the goblins unleashed a powerful gravity field localized solely around Lith. Thanks to the power of the mana geyser below Nesra reverting them to their unfallen state, the goblins could combine their willpower and dimensional awareness to conjure gravity magic like a true dimensional mage and avoid affecting their allies. Lith felt his weight increase by several folds. His kneecaps popped as they would soon collapse under the weight of his own body. Another Hattie champion joined the fray, moving at the Tiamat's back. Reverted trolls wielding weapons made of darkness and light magic in each of their 6 arms flanked him. Incapable of conjuring constructs, the Tron had simply compressed the Tier 3 heat rays until they generated the next best thing to plasma blades. Fine, Lith snorted. Charge. For a moment, the monsters' bloodlust kept them from understanding the meaning of that single word. The descent of the heretic creature and the frenzy of the battle had made them forget about the rest of the demons. They had never left the battlefield nor broken the encirclement. The demons had simply followed Lith's orders and waited for the next phase of his plan. The monsters were completely focused on the Tiamat, so the sudden attack caught them by surprise. The demons in the backlines unleashed the spirit spells they had kept at the ready without worrying for their allies. They all shared Lith's same energy signature, and their mana couldn't hurt them. The demons in the front lines, instead, exploited the ensuing mayhem to cut down as many monsters as they could before they could recover. Lith escaped the trap by spirit blinking at the last second so that, when the Hattie and the Tron struck, they fought among themselves for a while before realizing that their enemy was gone. Orion saw Lith appear several meters above the battlefield, outside the area of effect of his wings and where world energy could be harnessed. Seeing a sea of black flames forming above his head, the farmer spread its wings and flew up, hoping to stop the creature before it was too late. He unleashed 6 elemental pillars, one from each of his eyes, at the same time when Lith released his personal Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse. Much to the farmer's horror, the highly compressed elemental beams fared no better than the Hattie's spells, stopping in midair before reaching their target. The Final Eclipse, instead, seemed immune to the pull of his wings and resisted Orion's attempt to dispel it. My eyes are up here. Lith took control of the 6 pillars and shot them back at Orion, who tried and failed to combine the power of his wings and eyes to reverse the effects of domination. The farmer crashed against the ground in a multicolored shooting star of elemental energy at the same time when the Final Eclipse detonated, spreading outward from the core of the monster's formation. Once again, the demons suffered no harm due to the shared energy signature. Also, they had no need to breathe, so the steaming air didn't bother them, whereas the monsters dropped their weapons in agony. Their eyes boiled and their lungs burned, making them helpless lambs to the slaughter. Orion conjured the power of the water element to split Lith's mana from the world energy that composed Final Eclipse, but once again his powers failed him. The best he could do was to cover himself in a layer of mystical ice and pray to Glemos that it would be enough to survive. That thing isn't human. It's like, the farmer froze in horror when a cautionary tale that Glemos used to tell his children to scare them came to his mind. Over a millennium ago, the tyrant had been traveling Magur in the hope of finding another successful evolution of the human race. Both tyrants and Balors had developed eyes that granted them dominion over the elements, so it was likely that a third race would sooner or later do the same. Glemos couldn't stand the thought that while Hydras developed 7 heads, humans couldn't muster the power of spirit magic. Even before their fall, no Balor had ever achieved the Emerald Eye, and tyrants fared barely better. Even the first tyrant had considered the 7th eye a joke, since employing it meant giving up on all other elements, whereas Hydras, and all other species that naturally achieved 7 elemental affinities, had no such problem. Since then, once per generation, the inheritor of the hidden research of the tyrant bloodline would tour Magur in the hope to discover a new species of humans whose potential surpassed the limits of his own species. His duty was to study them from a distance and wait for the right moment to collect a specimen that would be used as a benchmark to permanently alter the tyrant's life force. Glemos had taken the journey as well, finding no more than his predecessors. Then he had heard about a young king who had gone from farmer to hero in a short span. At first, he had dismissed those stories as exaggerated rumors spun by a freshly awakened to further his agenda. Once the Griffin Kingdom had started to take shape, Glemos reconsidered his previous position. Valoran's feats were too amazing for a mere awakened human, and his prowess rivaled that of a divine beast. The tyrant had followed Valoran for years during the campaign for the kingdom, and the more he learned, the more he was convinced to have found what his bloodline had been looking for millennia, until he had witnessed Valoran revealing his true power and form. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 2508 Gods and Demons, Part 4. Faced with a being of pure light, Glemos had barely the time to register that the first king indeed had more than 2 eyes before his survival instinct prompted him to run away without looking back. Back then, Valoran had recently achieved the White Core, whereas Glemos was already millennia old. The tyrant had already fought, and sometimes killed ancient bright violet-cored emperor beasts much bigger than him. Glemos had also faced several divine beasts during his time and had always survived. Yet when the first king unleashed his full might, the tyrant ran. The fact that Valoran was barely 30 years old didn't put a dent in the fear that possessed Glemos' legs. Valoran's bloodlust wasn't even aimed at Glemos, but he knew that if he stayed there, death would come for him. Only after putting dozens of kilometers between them did Glemos feel safe enough to stop, swearing that he would never approach the monster called Valoran again. Whenever he recounted this story, the tyrant would highlight how even being in the presence of the monarch hurt, how he had failed to check for the spirit eye because his mystical senses ached at the mere sight of Valoran. Glemos had no idea why he had panicked like that, since the first king was unaware of his presence, yet he had the certainty that if he had acted any differently, he would have died. "I'm no Glemos and that thing is no Valoran, then how come I feel like this?" Orion thought as his body shivered in terror. The farmer had never heard of Tiamat fear, and was unaware that once activated, drawing in the world energy with his wings would also carry Lith's mana right inside his body. Orion bit his own cheek to resist the impulse to run away like his god had done almost 1,000 years ago, using both his red and black eyes to survive the raging tide of final eclipse. Why the heck hasn't he run away already? Lith inwardly cursed. "I don't know," Solus replied from the pocket of the farmer's tunic inside which she had slipped during their first clash. She was the reason Orion was still alive, and his army hadn't been turned into charcoal. Solus was the one casting the final eclipse, and she had adjusted its power to make it non-lethal. Killing the farmer and the rest of his allies was easy. The difficult part was allowing him to escape without making it obvious. If Orion was the only survivor, he would have had no believable means to make it out of the encirclement alive. The rest of the monsters were still breathing only, because Lith wanted them to sacrifice themselves to give their leader the opening he needed. Turn the heat up a notch. Got it. Lith fused the hands of Menadian with the gloves of the Voidwalker armor, using them to replenish the world energy, and with it the elemental magic and the mystical flames of his demons. The Tiamat came down slowly, his body shrouded in darkness as he conjured bolts of lightning from both the ground and the sky. The farmer used his wings to drain the world energy that fueled Mjolnir, but for the first time in his life, Magur resisted his pull. He then used his yellow and orange eyes to dominate the spell like Glemos had taught him, yet the storm ignored his command, trampling him and his troops like an avalanche. The monsters were sent sprawling on the floor in a seizure, and the demons mercilessly struck them down with cold metal and burning void flames. The hands countered the farmer's wings while soulless domination supported Lith's, making Orion's eyes useless. I know that I told you to kick things up a notch, and I understand that you enjoy your act as a Dark Lord of the Lith, but you need to give this guy a chance if you want him to take it. Solus said once the number of surviving monsters became dangerously low. If I make it too easy, it'll tip him off, Lith replied. If you make it any harder, he'll drop dead. Yes, Mom, he dispelled Mjolnir, sword in hand and apparently ready for the killing blow. You are really resistant to magic. Let's see how your species fares against adamant. Lith's words and the sudden disappearance of Tiamat fear snapped Orion out of his daze. He looked at the dimensional amulets that lay on the ground after the death of their owners. They were filled with the food that his people need to survive. Without them, the mission would fail, and the members of the colony would run out of supplies before reaching another mana geyser capable of stabilizing their condition. Me and my damn pride. Who cares about how this guy got his 7 eyes? Even if I kill him, it won't bring back Typhos or Echidna. If he kills me instead, the noble sacrifice of my comrades will be for nothing and my people will starve. Orion drew in as much world energy as he could, and this time Lith let him. The farmer didn't question his luck, releasing the accumulated energy in a blue shockwave that reminded Lith of Doom Tide. Nice try. With one hand Lith spirit-chocked Orion while with the other he combined his domination and the hands of Menadian to suppress the blast. The farmer squeezed every bit of mana he had left to win the battle, unleashing a pillar of ice from his blue eye that froze Lith. I knew it. Dragons are weak to cold. As the water element shockwave expanded, it knocked the Tiamat off and dispersed the energy of the demons that had been butchering Orion's troops. Run before he recovers. The leader of the goblins conjured a strong barrier, while the Tron shared their abundant life force with the Hattie to restore the power of what was left of the pack. We are the past, worry about the future. With their 6 hands, the Tron had quickly collected the dimensional amulets and put them all inside another to make them easier to carry. There's no hope for victory, but that doesn't mean we are defeated either. Do what you must and get out of here alive. We'll keep the humans busy. As long as one of us draws breath, they won't have the time to chase you. Orion looked into the eyes of the leader of trolls and saw his determination. Thank you, brother, the farmer nodded, using his restored wings to amass the world energy and flood with it the surviving members of his forces. The monsters felt the power of the elements flow inside their bodies, and used the breathing technique that Glimos had passed on to them to awaken. One pillar of light surrounded each member of the fallen races, pushing their cores and evolution forward. There were so many of them, and so close to each other, that their brilliance painted the city of Nesra with a blinding, uniform white. Both mystical and regular senses were useless, respectively hampered by the mass of mana and the light the pillars that the monsters produced. The army of shadows fought the light, smothering it with their black bodies and sapping its strength with their abomination touch. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2509 Necessary Sacrifice, Part 1. For a moment the two forces collided, splitting the city asunder yet leaving both sides equally blind. Then the battle began. The size of the goblins hadn't changed, but their skin had gone from bright yellow to golden, and even after the light pillars disappeared, they kept shining with their own light. The white of their hair had turned silvery, while their eyes were pitch black. They had not only regained their elvish heritage, but they also burst with the power of the elements that mixed freely within their bodies. All of the wargs evolved into Hattie. Their fur became silvery, and each one of them carried at least 3 elemental streaks. Unlike those Lith that had just naturally evolved, their bodies quickly stopped shifting from one form to another, and became stable into hulking figures of fur and muscle at least 25 meters, 82 tall. Lastly, the Tron's arms turned each of the color of a different element, showing to have overcome their limit of 2 elements. At the same time, their affinity for light and darkness increased to the point that their plasma weapons almost turned into hard light, and their darkness spells now held a spark of chaos. Yet instead of weaving spells or assuming a semblance of battle formation, the awakened monsters charged forward recklessly, throwing themselves at the demons to open a path to the still-stunned Tiamat. Watch out, Solus warned Lith. Their cores and life forces are kept stable by the mana geyser, but they are both still too damaged to harness the power of awakening. I can see them crumbling under the pressure their own cores produce. It's only a matter of seconds before. As quick the mind link was, nature was quicker. The evolved monsters exploded like anyone who failed to achieve awakening, producing violent bursts of guts, bones, and mana. The blast from the death of the first goblin struck those nearby, triggering a chain reaction that made Nesra quake. Orion stared at the scene from the sky where he had escaped as soon as the awakening processes had started. He hated the trolls because they were descendants of the accursed Odi, whom Magur had already judged and found them wanting. He despised the goblins, considering them greedy little bastards who had let their inferiority complex toward the elves define them. The only species for which the farmer felt kinship was the warg. They were magical beasts that, just like the Ballers, had simply tried to escape from the chains of an unjust fate and rectify Magur's mistake. Yet that day he grieved them all like they were his own flesh and blood. "You did it, my brothers. You've killed Verhin and saved our colony. The heretic creature will stain Magur no more, and maybe now our father Glemos will finally return to us," Orion thought while looking at the scene of destruction. An entire city block had been razed to the ground, and the only piece of the Tiamat visible was an arm coming out of a pile of debris from a collapsed building. With the fall of their master, the demons of the darkness had disappeared, while the golems lay rigid on a side like huge toys knocked over. The farmer lingered for a second, wishing to come down to the ground and slaughter the citizens of Nesra now that they had lost their champion. Yet the weight of the dimensional amulet in his hand snapped him out of his righteous fury. It was comprised of a few grams of silver, but it was heavy with liters of blood and tons of flesh from both sides of the conflict. "A life for a life, it's fair," Orion sighed deeply to calm himself. "Besides, I'm alone now, and if I'm caught by surprise by the reinforcements of the humans, I'll die. Farewell, Nesra, we won't come back for a third time." He turned around and flew away at breakneck speed, reverting into an unfallen Baller as he got away from the Mana Geyser, and then into a demonic three-eyed figure whose body bulged with muscles as soon as the flow of world energy stopped completely. Orion wept the whole time, but not just for the loss of lives that the colony had endured. The mission had partly failed, yet fewer mouths to feed had turned it into a great success. Even if the other units had encountered a similar resistance, the people waiting for the warriors at the Haven would have enough food reserves to build another settlement and last for a few months before the need to hunt for more supplies. "It's okay now. You can get up." Solus needed to focus a small pulse of spirit magic to be heard from such a distance while Orion carried her away. Lith had one of his demons look around to make sure that the coast really was clear before standing up. The spirit barrier of his armor, coupled with his demons shielding him, had absorbed the damage from the conflagration, leaving him unscathed. Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension and alerted Falul that the first step of the plan had succeeded. "Solus is in, and I know the general direction they moved to. Tracking them would be easy, but I prefer to wait until they reach their destination. If the monsters have sentries covering their retreat, we can't afford to get spotted." "Excellent idea. We are almost done as well and will converge on your position as soon as the local authorities declare the all-clear," the Hydra replied. She, Adjutor, and the others had answered the call of the kingdom as well. The army lacked the strength to resist the monster hordes, due to most of the troops being locked in the traitorous region, to hold the peace and protect the fields before the harvest. Soon fall would come, and then the ripe wheat would be collected, putting an end to the 2-year-long lasting famine and the food rationing. With so much good food and the harshness of winter, the royals hoped that the War of the Griffins would be over for good. The two halves of the kingdom would have no more reason for animosity, and the people of the former territories of the Mad Queen would be reminded of how much they needed those very people they called invaders. "There's no rush. I've still got a few things to do here." As Orion got further and further away, Solus, light grew dim in his mind, whereas her memories burned strong. The fusion had shared every moment of their lives they had spent apart, both good and bad. Lith could almost see Nephor's uncaring for Tista's tears and wounds after the previous raid. His sister had put her life on the line for them, and had almost been eaten alive, yet all the captain cared about was sending her away. Lith could almost smell the fear of the soldiers and mages who had believed themselves capable of restricting Solus, Nika, and Tista. He remembered the cruel words, how Nephors had tried to shift the blame on Solus, and the contempt in his voice while he addressed her without her hard-earned titles. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 2510 Necessary Sacrifice, Part 2. Lith was seething with anger, yet he patiently waited for several minutes, without moving from the spot where he had allegedly fallen. He left his demons in the shadows where they had hidden after feeding upon the pillars of light. The explosion had done them little harm, but Lith wanted to give an impression of weakness. One thing was facing a Tiamat at the peak of his strength, while surrounded by his undead army. Dealing with a lone, wounded creature was another entirely. What the heck have you done? Nephors arrived only after the silence had lasted for so long that there was no doubt about the end of the battle. His voice was angry, pointing at the rabble and then at Lith. You ordered me to call the retreat, and this is the result of your arrogance. An entire city block has been razed, and months of hard work have gone to waste. The captain was followed by a sizable group of soldiers and mages armed to the teeth. Lith could see with life vision that they all kept spells at the ready, and that they were aimed at him. Among the mages, Lith recognized head healer Wievan Palar and the young man called Vamphil. I'm going to inform the royals of your failure and demand that you pay for the damages of your own pocket. Your savagery has already cost millions of gold coins and lives during the war. I hope that you'll have the decency to admit that the kingdom shouldn't have to bear more expenses to fix your mess. 3 of the Tiamat's eyes were closed, probably wounded, and the creature wheezed in pain from its many wounds. Nephors hated to bear witness to the new scar in his beloved city, but seeing the arrogant beast beat and battered brought a smirk to his face. What failure? Vamphil was just a mage of the kingdom and a clerk at that, but he couldn't stand that nonsense any longer. These were just buildings. Ever since Supreme Magus Verhin's arrival, our forces suffered no more casualties. I've read the reports from your men, and I've already forwarded them to the royals. Magus Verhin and his demons fought tooth and nail to cover the retreat of our soldiers. They held the monsters back until the search and rescue operations were concluded, saving countless civilians' lives as well. Who cares about a bunch of stones? Nephors's face was almost as red as Lith's eye, which was fixed on Palar. The chubby woman was the senior mage on the scene, the representative of the association, and a skilled healer. Yet she kept looking around, unwilling to take a side or even treat Lith's alleged wounds despite his apparently critical condition. A bunch of stones? Nephors echoed in outrage. Who do you think you are to belittle the sacrifices of the people of Nesra? This was once a beautiful neighborhood, and for all we know there might be dozens of corpses under the bunch of stones. Then why are you standing there instead of helping? A wave of Vamphil's hand lifted the debris of a house to clear the area and search for survivors, but Nephors stopped him. Because I want the royal to take a good look at this disaster. If there was anyone left in these houses, they are already dead. We can't bring them back to life, but we can at least give them justice. Nephors replied. But, are you questioning me? What is your rank and occupation, young man? I'm a mage and a clerk. Vamphil looked at Palar for help, finding none. A clerk, Nephors sneered. In other words, a paper pusher. What's this instead? The insignia of a captain of the army. The young mage lowered his gaze. Exactly. While you play with your dusty tomes and send reports from the safety of your desk, my men and I risk our lives for the sake of the people of the kingdom. It's only because of incompetence like you and Verhin that. Supreme Magus Verhin, Lith mumbled in a low growl. I beg your pardon, the captain asked, having an odd sense of déjà vu. It's Supreme Magus Verhin for you, not just Verhin. Lith snarled as his fake wounds disappeared, and his equipment covered him, his white and golden Magus robe covering him from head to toe. I've heard enough, and I'm ready to pass judgment. Lith's violet aura burst out, prompting the soldiers to raise their wands and the mages to unleash their spells in self-defense. The barrage of ice, fire, and lightning was brought to a halt the moment it crossed the boundaries of an impossible array with which Lith had surrounded himself. It actually had another purpose entirely, but it covered his use of domination. A flick of Lith's wrist sent the projectiles back to their respective caster, but aimed so that the resulting wound would be crippling instead of lethal. The soldiers and mages burned, froze, and spasmed in a seizure, holding the stumps of their missing limbs while crying in pain. This is madness and insubordination. Nephors tried to sound stern, but he took 2 steps back for every step that Lith took forward. If before this was about money, now it will cost you your life. You have willingly and consciously attacked loyal officers who act on behalf of the royals. I did no such thing, Lith cackled, his mouth filled with black-violet flames. How dare why? Nephors literally choked on his words, as tendrils of spirit magic lifted him and Palar off the ground by the neck. "Are you questioning me? What is your rank and occupation, old man?" Lith mocked the captain by using the same words with which he had addressed Vamphil. "I'm a captain of the army." He had tried to point at his insignia, but Lith had just squeezed Nefors's throat harder until he answered. "A captain?" Lith sneered in mockery. "What's on my shoulder instead?" He made his military rank appear over the white and golden robe. "The insignia of a lieutenant colonel of the army." Nefors's eyes almost popped out in surprise, and due to the ever-increasing strength of the hold. During the gala for the end of the war, Lith had been promoted in the army ranks, and his status as a noble had been further elevated. Yet those things were easy to forget due to his Magus title eclipsing them. "Exactly." Lith's fangs curled up in a smile. "I didn't attack anyone. I defended myself from a clear act of insubordination and attempted murder of a superior officer. Do you know what's the punishment for that?" "Death." The hold loosened, but blood drained from the captain's face even faster than before. "Not so fast." Lith tilted his head left and right like a kid studying a new toy. "First comes the torture, then public humiliation, and then confiscation of family property. Death comes last." "Why are you doing this to me?" Palar finally found the strength to speak. "I didn't do or say anything." "That's my point exactly," Lith hissed, increasing the strength of the spirit tendril until the flabby meat of her neck was fully stretched. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 11 Cleanup, Part 1. "You stood there and did nothing when my sister was hurt and cried." Lith snarled. "You didn't say a word when great mage Solus Verhen, your superior in the association, was treated like a common criminal, and you even lent your mages to the army to help them to banish her. After everything she's done for this filthy city, she had promised you that the Verhen household would have never helped Nesra again, yet here we are again, putting our lives on the line for your sorry ass. And how did you repay her kindness?" Another squeeze made their necks crack, and a healing spell fixed them before the wound became lethal. "You hid like a rat while we fought. You didn't bother checking on our condition until you made sure it was safe for you to come out from your hole. When you saw me wounded and Solus missing, you didn't treat me nor did you even bother asking me about her. Once again, Palar, you sat back and let this moron take charge. I don't know if you're using him as a strawman to further your own agenda, or if he has you in his pocket, and honestly, I don't care." A flick of Lith's arm made the fingers of the head healer twist like a drill in a motion that spread from tip to knuckle. Then, it reached the wrist, and from there moved along the arm until the humerus. The bones cracked, and then shattered into small fragments that would have burst every single blood vessel, if not for a healing spell smoothing their edges. A second spell put the bone fragments together in the form of a rough, single jointless block. Palar's cry of pain as her hands broke down was heart-wrenching, but it was nothing compared to the shriek she emitted once she realized what had happened. She could still feel the sun on her skin and the weight of her arms, but they were paralyzed. There was no pain anymore, but they moved as if someone had swapped her arms with a wooden stick covered in meat. They swung from the shoulder socket, and that was it. "What did you do?" She tried and failed to cast even the simplest diagnostic spell, Vineyar Rad 2. "As you said, I can't kill you since you did nothing. Yet I'm your superior and you've let me down one time too many. I have decided that if you aren't going to use your magic when necessary, I might as well take it away." Lith smiled at her, speaking with a soft tone. "Have your arms looked at by whoever you want. I allow it. Only a rejuvenator can fix them, and I know all two of them. I'll make sure they'll treat you the same way you treated Solus. As for you, dear captain." Lith grabbed Nefors by the neck and used body sculpting to make his ears pointy, turn his teeth into fangs, and cove his body into thick fur. "Since you hate beasts so much, you'll live until the end of your days as one." Lith pressed his thumb on the captain's forehead, leaving a rune that marked him for other healers as someone unworthy of any treatment except for those necessary to save his life. "I don't know how many you have left, though," Lith shrugged. "Great Mage Solus Verhen did report your behavior back then, and now I'm going to make another. After all, you guided those men against me. They were under your command, and yours is the responsibility of what happened. I will leave it to the royals to decide whether it's better to let you have a long life in shame or a short, painful one. Either way, you are done with the army." A snap of Lith's fingers made the captain's insignia fall, demoting Nefors to a private. Nefors conjured a small mirror of ice in front of himself, screaming in horror at the abomination he had become. He pulled out the hair from his cheeks, making his skin bleed, but soon pain and desperation overcame him. As for you, Lith turned toward Vamphil, towering over the clerk. Lith's eyes were still ablaze with mana, and his mouth with origin flames. Good job. He shapeshifted back into his human form, using life vision to check his surroundings for survivors. Nephors was right. If someone was still under the rubble, they would be dead now. Still, you were right as well. It's worth trying to at least rescue the bodies and give closure to their families, but I warn you. During the fight, I noticed that there were no corpses left on the streets. Anyone missing is probably dead, and their remains are likely to become the monster's dinner. Why are you telling me, sir? Vamphil licked his lips in nervousness, his eyes instinctively falling to his amulet to check for missing runes. Because not only civilians died today, but also good soldiers. Someone needs to tell their families the truth, and I don't trust anyone else with such a delicate task. Lith replied. Also, it will look great on your resume. He actually thought while knocking Nephors and Palar out the moment their desperate wails had ceased to amuse him. May I ask you a question, sir? The clerk stared at the Magus with a shocked expression. From so up close and in human form, Vamphil could tell how young Lith was, and comparing himself with his junior left a sour aftertaste in the clerk's mouth. Tista told me everything. Here's your autograph. Lith handed Vamphil a piece of paper with a mysterious ink smudge that was his handmade signature, followed by a readable one made with water magic. That's not what I was going to ask you. The clerk replied while pocketing the paper after carefully folding it without ruining either signature. Was this really necessary? He pointed at the former captain, head healer, and the mutilated troops. Mages are rare. My colleagues might still be helpful. Yes, it was, Lith nodded. We live in delicate times. The kingdom endured the war of the Griffins only thanks to beasts like me and plant folk. Idiots like them, however, are unwilling to accept the change. Now answer me this. What makes more sense? To redeem them and change their ways, or to just replace them with someone more competent and less prejudiced? Replace them, Vamphil replied after pondering the question. They raised their hand against you. If not punished, it would encourage similar behavior in others that share their beliefs. That's why I didn't kill them, Lith nodded. It would have made them martyrs. This way they'll be treated like the criminals they are and become a cautionary tale. While Vamphil called for help and started to clear the rubble, Lith gave his report to the royals. Useless to say, they were ecstatic about the crushing victory and how after Lith's arrival the number of casualties had gone down to 0. The news of Nephors's and Palar's behavior along with their retribution, however, spoiled their mood. I understand your outrage, Magus Verhen, but what you did is the very definition of cruel and unusual punishment. Queen Silpha weighed her words carefully. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-12 Cleanup Part 2. The royal court was assembled for the emergency, and she couldn't afford to show any crack in the relationship between the crown and their supreme Magus. Too many people in the room shared Nephors's view about the non-human citizens of the kingdom. An argument between Lith and Silpha would add arrows to their quivers, widening the divide in the royal court. The last thing we need is another internal struggle so soon after the War of the Griffins, Silpha thought. I noticed that for a while Verhen had lost his usual cool, and I kept him out of politics because he was a liability. Yet recently he seemed to be back to his usual self. I don't understand why he's suddenly acting recklessly again. The timing of the changes that the Queen had noticed matched with Solus leaving and returning. She was now following Orion far away, leaving Lith's mind unguarded and burdened by both her and his own resentment toward the city of Nesra. I know, Lith nodded, but as far as I know, death row inmates are considered already dead. Such privileges don't apply to them. That's true, but only for the soldiers and mages who dared attack you. Silpha shook her head. You could have blown them to bits or tortured them to death, and I would have been fine with that. The law is the law, and that's the problem. Captain Nephors addressed you improperly and failed to control his troops. Along with his previous attitude toward the great mages Verhen, it's an offense worthy of imprisonment, court-martial, and death penalty at worst. Silpha had seen many things in her life, but she failed to find the word to describe the pitiful state the former captain of the army had fallen. That, permanently altering someone's life force, is not forbidden magic, but it's highly unethical. Same for Mage Palar. She might not be very bright or decisive, but she has served the crown for decades. She indeed needs to be reprimanded for her lack of leadership and initiative, but something like stripping her of her title of head healer would have sufficed. Taking her magic away is beyond cruel and unheard of. Compared to that, death would be merciful. My thoughts exactly, Lith replied with a wolfish smile that exposed 2 rows of pristine fangs. With all due respect, Your Majesty, I find the punishments fitting. Nephors let his hate blind him to his duty and honor. I just made it evident for everyone to see. As for Palar, an incompetent leader is worse than a corrupt one. She delegated her authority to Nephors, betraying the trust of the association and compromising the separation of powers of the kingdom. As you said, the law is the law. The king controls the army, the queen the association, and the court keeps the royals in check. The system is made to prevent abuse of power like Arthans, and both of them broke it. Lith pointed his finger at the former captain and head healer. Nephors was the factual lord of Nesra, trampling the authority of the rightful noble ruler of the city, and bending the association to his political agenda despite Your Majesty's orders. That's high treason to me. Of course, if you don't agree with my judgment, I can fix them both in an instant. He gave Silphur a deep bow to ease the tension. The words of the queen, and her showing him the assembly of the royal court, had made Lith realize his blunder. He had much more leeway when dealing with the royals in private, whereas politics were still a minefield to him. Luckily for me, I left those 2 idiots alive. Had I killed them, I would be now in a really bad spot. This might have triggered another trial like Floria's. If I know nobles, however, if there's one thing that they hate above all, it's someone threatening their status. Some members of the court may not like me, but they sure love my trains and tablets. Also, I've just given them a perfect scapegoat for their frustration, Lith thought. The nobles who, until a few seconds ago, asked for disciplinary actions against the supreme Magus for overstepping his authority, were now praising him for his decisiveness. Especially after the local nobility confirmed that after the first monster horde Nephors had invoked martial law to dictate decisions regarding Nesra's security. They had never authorized the banishment of Solus, Group, or even agreed on the former captain's policy about beasts. Just like Palar, they had delegated their freedom to him in exchange for protection. Yet they were magicless nobles, whereas she was a powerful representative of the association who was supposed to protect them and their interest. A human being afraid of monsters was understandable, but for a mage such behavior was outrageous. I agree with Magus Verhin. It's high treason. Gunnian Ernaz was the first to speak. Nephors ordering around a Magus is unforgivable. It demonstrates no respect for the title issued by the royals and the honor it carries. An archmage is the same as an archduke, and a Magus is above that. How can a mere captain mistreat an archduke? His words rallied both the mages and the nobles, leaving the army representatives alone. I also agree with the high treason sentence, Archmage Lemma said. Nephors is no different from the traitorous Ranger Quarren. He just lacks powerful allies. We've already seen what happens when a corrupt member of the military exploits a situation of emergency to become a tyrant. Sure, Nephors lacks the necessary magical power to do that, but with her cowardice, Palar gave it to him. She allowed him to control the association. Henceforth, Mage Palar is guilty by association. The mention of the coup that had opened the road to the War of the Griffins was the last straw, bringing even the military to agree. The royal court agrees with your judgment, Supreme Magus Verhin, the king said, setting the record in stone. Detain the traitors until a constable arrives. After that, you are free to go. Thank you for your service. King Meron out. Meron zoomed the amulet's hologram out, showing to the members of the royal court that while they were deliberating Nephors's treason charges, the demons were helping to clear the debris and searching for survivors. They were also providing medical assistance to those in need. Lith hoped that the case would be assigned to Gianni, but a male archon came instead. It wasn't just a matter of a high-profile case, but the royals also wanted to avoid claims about conflict of interest during the investigation. Archon Arenia and his assistant constables collected the statements of the witnesses, Lith included, before letting him go. Falul and the others arrived a bit later. Sorry for the wait, but unlike you, we had to wait to be dismissed by both the royals and the council, the Hydra said, and the Drake nodded. After repelling the invaders, we tried to catch them, but they had planned their escape route carefully. While chasing the monsters, we fell into an ambush, and even though in their fallen state they pose no threat to an awakened, they still bought the time for their leader to get away. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 13 Cleanup, Part 3. On top of that, before coming here I had to wait for the report of every member of the council who helped the kingdom against the monsters. If the location of the children of Glemos were to be discovered, we'd have only a few hours to enact our plan. Our chances to parley with the monsters and make sure that the tyrant's bloodline legacy doesn't end up in the council's hands would have been minimal. How did your side of the plan go? Falul said. There were no hitches, Lith replied. I planted a tracker on the leader of the raiding expedition during our fight. With a bit of luck, he's going to lead us straight to our destination. A tracker? Adjeter blurted out in surprise. That's your great plan. Son, that kind of magical device is easy to find with any kind of magical sense and completely useless past a certain range. This is a special tracker. Lith gave the Drake a confident smile. It can shapeshift, cloak itself, and even use dimensional magic if necessary. Adjeter was about the question of how an awakened runt could have access to such a wonder of magic when Falul stopped him. Enough with the questions. I trust Lith. If you don't believe in him, believe in me. Fine, lesser or not, all dragons hated mysteries. Let's just hope we don't walk into a trap. If your amazing tracker gets found out, the monsters might lead us to a crystal mine and blow us up with it. Before I forget, there's something you need to know, Lith said. The attack on Nesra was led by a farmer. Seriously? Morok said it with enthusiasm, hoping that their race wasn't extinct, whereas Falul looked worried. Was he like Echidna or like Typhos? Like Typhos, so awakening is still off the table, Lith replied. What about you? I was stationed in Frigga, and the leader looked a lot like an elf but with brown skin, Freya replied. The worst part was that aside from spirit magic nothing worked, and the guy had some crazy spell I've never seen before. That was an orc shaman, Lith explained. They can use mana crystals to obtain power similar to Nandi's. I know, Quilla sighed. When the equipment of the soldiers suddenly stopped working, it was a massacre. Upon hearing that, Lith asked them to share their respective battles with a mind link. The good news is that it really was just a reverted orc. They have yet to manage to further evolve, he said. The bad news is that they are already lethal with a single crystal. There's no telling how dangerous they can be with a harmonizer and an entire mine at their disposal. In Bida, the attack was led by a chick that reminded me of a dryad, but damn tall and muscular, Morok said, allowing Lith to recognize a reverted, unevolved ogre. I fought my lost brethren in Lona. Protector lowered his gaze in shame and grief. You mean wargs? Lith made no distinction between humans, beasts, and plants, only between friends and enemies. I mean Hattie. Protector looked at Tista, who took a step back and instinctively took out her wings, checking that they were all right. I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk about it because I knew it would have upset you. Ryman gave her an apologetic nod before glaring at Lith. That's considerate of you, but unnecessary. Tista had her wings disappear, inwardly vowing to not take them out until the end of the mission. We need information to prepare, and if I become a liability, I'd rather go back home than compromise your safety just to coddle my feelings. Once everyone was done reporting the kinds of reverted monsters they had faced and their abilities, they turned to Lith. How do we pinpoint your tracker? If we need to spread out and search, you'd better have prepared enough receiver units for us all, Adjeter said. I just need a free mana geyser to amplify the signal. One with a mine is fine as well, as long as its energy isn't absorbed by an artificial structure like a lab or a city, Lith replied. Falul had to contact the local awakened lord and call in for a few favors, but in the end, she obtained the position of an unproductive geyser. First, Lith imprinted it, making it available as a destination of the tower warp. Then, he used the connection between himself and the artifact to call upon it. The tower lacked the necessary mana, but the response still pointed Lith in the right direction. He also tried to activate the telepathic bond with Solus, but the distance between them was too great for that. Damn far away in that direction, Lith pointed sud-east. It's not much, but it's a start, Adjeter sighed. Let's hope that we find your tracker soon, or not only will Falul and I end deep in debt to learn the location of the geysers, but we also might risk the regional lords to compare notes and get suspicious. It shouldn't be necessary. Lith put a scroll inside Saluspedia, asking Solus if she was all right and if she could get the dimensional coordinates of the hideout with the eyes and share them with him. Instead of storing a scroll of her own, Solus took out the one saying, I'm all right, but I can't write, from Lith's side. Knowing that they would be separated, they had prepared several parchments with generic answers and stored them inside Saluspedia. The dimensional spaces were shared and worked for them both no matter how distant they were. Solus had one single piece of paper come out at a time in Lith's pockets so that he could check its content without drawing attention. Ajatar and Morok were unaware of the tower's existence, and Lith wanted to keep things that way. Once pieced together, the message said, "South over 500 kilometers, underwater." Lith shared the latest piece of information, making Morok whistle in admiration. Void magic, creation magic, and now this. Don't tell me that you have also developed in secret some kind of soothsayer magic. The tyrant passed it as a joke, but judging from Ajatar's casual interest in the conversation, it was quite a serious question. "There's no such thing as supernatural powers," Lith replied with a shrug. "Only natural phenomena that we can harness and reproduce with science, like we do with magic. The tracker simply registered a spike in the air's humidity, and we know that rain is off the table." He pointed at the clear sky. "How can you even think such nonsense?" Said the man who has received a vision from a couple of hot dryads about his soul's deepest desire. Morok snorted. "Why did you tell him that?" Lith rolled his eyes at Quilla. "Because I find it romantic," she replied with a stern tone that wasn't addressed to Lith. "Also, I left the hot part out of the story." "Like it wasn't obvious," Morok sighed in nostalgia. "I've dealt with my fair share of dryads as a ranger, and they were." "Why did you stop?" Quilla smiled at him. A faint violet light escaped from her closed eyelids. 62C5B 2,942,708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 14 Cleanup, Part 4. "I want to hear all about your adventures with dryads. You've never mentioned them before." "They were a pain in the ass." Morok jumped out of the grave he had dug for himself, hoping it wasn't too deep. "You have no idea how many losers I had to rescue before they were turned into fertilizer. Some men seem to lose their mind as soon as they see a hottie with big breasts, long legs, and—" "You'd better stop rambling. There's no time to lose," Ajatar nudged him. "And I'd better stop rambling. You said they went in that direction, correct?" Morok bolted forward without waiting for an answer, hoping that the flight would last long enough to make Quilla's murderous rage subside. They traveled for over an hour, keeping silent to not waste their focus and mana before a possible fight. Unfortunately for Lith, they met no mana geyser on their path, so he couldn't obtain new information from the tower. Solus confirmed him to be okay every half an hour, but she had yet to find the opportunity to send him more details about her current situation. The message said water, so they stopped over every river, lake, and creek they spotted from above, but to no avail. "Is it normal not to find a geyser for so long?" Lith asked via a mind link due to the high-speed flight making it impossible to speak. During his tour as a ranger, he had noticed how random the abundance of sources of world energy seemed to be. "Normal, yes. Natural, no," the Hydra replied. "We are way past 500 kilometers now. If we don't find something soon, I'll have to promise a few favors." "Wait, what's the difference?" he said in confusion. "It's normal because powerful geysers that produce magical resources are often cloaked by their discoverer to not have to share them with the kingdom or other awakened." "Do you remember the mine in my turf that Glemos ransacked?" Falul asked, receiving a nod in reply. "Like that. So it's not natural, but it's still normal. If Glemos built the refuge himself, he must have taken care of hiding it from life vision. Shouldn't the council know the position of all geysers?" Lith pondered how such a big colony might have escaped their attention for so long. "Yes, but they pass the list solely to the regional rulers, and we have no way to ask them about it without being questioned in turn. On top of that, don't forget that this isn't just Glemo's doing. If the project started millennia ago, then maybe a tyrant found an unmarked geyser and took it for himself. If I'm right, we might stumble into a prize the likes you've never seen before. The treasure hoarded over thousands of years by an entire bloodline to fund their secret experiment and keep their riches away from the council's grasp in the case it was discovered. We are talking about a dragon cave kind of hoard." Her eyes sparkled like those of someone who was talking about her true love, and a radiant smile appeared on her face. Lith shared her feelings and started to estimate the share of the treasure. He was entitled to ask Morok, since he would have never found his bloodline legacy without Lith's help. "Dude, you are a married man." Morok noticed the weird mood and the mind link between them. "You also have a bun in your wife's oven, and yet you have the gall to hit on someone old enough to be your great." At the fourth grate, Falul hit on Morok's head, sending him plummeting to the ground. One river and another bus later, it was Ajatar's turn to beg for help with a project he was conducting in the area. Even though a mana geyser was unproductive, magical resources like mystical flowers would still grow in its vicinities. To justify his request, the Drake had to look in his books for a plant typical of the area and claim that he was in need of its enchanted version. "I don't get it," Morok scratched his chin while looking at the map. "We are past the 500 kilometers mark and there are only a few bodies of water in the area. Can't we just check them all?" "No, you numbnuts," Adjeter replied. "Even if the flow of world energy comes close enough to the ground for us to perceive it, something that I find unlikely, we still wouldn't know in which direction we should move or how deep we should go." "We have Nalrund with us," Morok pointed at the Rizar. "Yeah, and I'm certain that Glimo's left plenty of safety protocols," Freya snorted. "One wrong move and he'd alert our enemies and make me single, again." "Point taken," the tyrant raised his hands in surrender. "What about your tracker?" "The geyser fuels the device on its end, but to make contact from my side, I need an energy source powerful enough to make up for the distance," Lith replied. "If Glimo's lab is cloaked, whatever reaches the surface won't do." While they talked, he checked Soluspedia again and asked for a status report, obtaining the same answer as before. No matter how much Lith focused, the mind link was still out of reach. After checking all the water sources and failing to find either a mana geyser or any trace of the presence of monsters, Falul was forced to ask for help again. The group was now very far from the Distar Marquisate, and she needed a plausible reason in no way related to Adjeter's earlier claim to justify her presence in the area. Falul's bloodline belonged to the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, and during the War of the Griffins, Firwall had renewed the bonds with the royals. Mother and daughter had contributed to the final battle and attended the end-of-war gala. Many awakened feared that the Hydras may use their privileged position in both the council and the crown to come after a new place where Firwall would live, since Falul occupied her old fief. "I swear upon my core that I'm not after your resources or turf." She had to resort to the Awakened's sacred oath in order to convince Laxa the unicorn. "Any mana geyser in the vicinity will do, no matter how weak. I just need it to fuel a long-range life-sensing array." "And what do you hope to find here that's not in your turf?" he asked. "I've managed to track down a group of monsters that may belong to the invading force. The problem is that they noticed me while I was following them and managed to slip away." "How, you are a competent elder and those are dumb monsters?" the unicorn blurted out in disbelief. "I don't know, and if you keep wasting my time, I'll never find out," Falul snarled, pretending to be outraged by both her alleged blunder and Laxa rubbing salt in her wounds. "My array has a wide area of effect, but it doesn't cover the whole Maugr. Are you going to help me or not? If it works and you find the monster's base, I want credit and 10% of the reward for the discovery," the unicorn said. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-15 Lost Childhood, Part 1. "Fine, but if I lose them because you wasted my time haggling, I'll kick your ass," Falul replied. "You got yourself a deal." The moment Laxa gave her the coordinates of a nearby mana geyser, Falul hung up the call, faking haste. Lith imprinted the geyser, using the flow of world energy to fuel the tower from a distance and call upon Solus through the bond they shared with the artifact. The distance was still too great for their mind link to work. Yet thanks to the combined effects of the mana geyser below Lith and the one in Solus' position, the tower had enough power to reveal its location to him. Lith now perceived more than a general direction, gaining a rough glimpse of her dimensional coordinates. Also, Solus exploited the energy flow to send mental images of the flying path of the Famr. Lith could see a thick forest getting thinner, then a tall waterfall forming a lake, and lastly a long mineshaft leading deep underground. The pictures gave him no idea how long the descent had taken, only that the movement had been vertical. "That way," Lith pointed sud-east and conjured holograms of the images he had received from Solus. "Before you ask, the tracker can scan its surroundings just like a communication amulet but covertly. I couldn't do this before because of the distance. Only now that we are close is the signal strong enough to send me the data collected by the tracker without compromising its cloaking system. Either the Hydra's bloodline legacy is amazing and Falul is an oversharer, or you are a damn genius, kid," Adjeter grumbled. "I would find your claims ridiculous if I weren't witnessing them with my own eyes." "Thanks, I guess," Lith shrugged, neither confirming nor denying either of the Drake's hypotheses. "Let's move." The presence of both a waterfall and a lake narrowed down the search to only one location. No one had bothered to explore every single corner of the kingdom, but a flying mage could chart dozens of kilometers per day from a safe distance. Things like how far a forest extended and notable landmarks were all noted in the maps available to the public. The only place in the vicinity matching the images was the Varda River plunging down the Ridrock Cliff and forming the Istmer Lake. 10 minutes and 200 kilometers later, the group reached its destination. Yet according to both life and array sensing formations, the area was clear of anything but local wildlife. Life Vision 2 confirmed that there was nothing unusual around. "This is weird," Fallel said. "Even if the mana geyser is cloaked, we should still be capable of perceiving the arrays that shroud its presence. Are you sure this is the right place?" Lith closed his eyes, focusing on his bond with Solus and confirming that the Hydra was right. There was something weird. Usually the mind link would allow them to speak if they were within its range or be silent otherwise. Now, however, Lith could sense a static noise in his head every time he tried to contact Solus. The channel was there, but it was blocked. The few bits of mana coming through the ground were too fragmented to retain any coherent thought. "Damn sure, it must be so deep underground that even detection spells can't reach it. We have to look for an access point. The farmer turned into a Balor after leaving the mana geyser, so he can't have used dimensional magic to warp inside. Gleemo's children must have a way to get back inside while in their fallen state, and as far as I know, there's no monster capable of moving underground as Nalron does." Lith replied. "It's a rare talent indeed," Adjeter nodded. "Which means that if this is the right place and there's a hidden passage, there must also be some kind of trap of alarm. Let's split up to cover more ground, but be on your guard. One slip up, and everything we have done so far will be for nothing." "I'll go check the obvious location," Morak said. "I bet that behind the waterfall there's a well-hidden cave." "I'm going to take a dive into the ground and check for an opening with Earth Vision." Nalrund extended his hand to Freya. "I'm no awakened, though, and even with my heightened mana perception, I might miss a cloaked trap. I could use a second pair of eyes." "Sure," she nodded, wearing a thin smile on her face as she swallowed in nervousness. "I swam through the earth with him in the past to help Nalrund learn how to consider his beast half as normal and have fun with it. But I never told him that's quite a claustrophobic experience. It was already bad feeling buried under tons of rock and mud, with no light or source of air except for his Rizar's bloodline ability. Now I have to face all that plus the risk of something blowing up in my face. The idea of ending up buried alive in case they got separated or ambushed deeply scared Freya, but she didn't let it stop her. She knew how much her trust meant to him, and that she couldn't ask him to embrace himself if she couldn't do it either. The couple was swallowed by the surrounding grassland as the ground rippled like water upon their passage. The small waves made the grass blades wobble for a second before everything went back to normal. Protector went to check the depth of the lake. Tista moved to the top of the waterfall, and the rest of the group explored the nearby forest, looking for any evidence of the passage of the runaway monsters and secret entrances. Lith used invigoration from time to time, spreading his mana through the vegetation to spot traces of recent damage caused by being stepped over. Making your footprints disappear is an obvious move, but I think I'm one of the few living beings paranoid enough to also restore the vegetation in my wake, he thought. I could conjure my demons to scout the area, but if I let go of them once they are done, there might not be enough souls left if a fight breaks out. If I keep them, they would drain my mana until I find a way to put them to use instead. Lith's plan worked, and he found numerous hidden traces of the monsters' activity that only the messed-up vegetation revealed. The trail led him to a small clearing in the forest, yet what he found there didn't make any sense. Whoever came to the clearing was smart enough to avoid their passage forming a trail in the grass. They restored the plants that would give out the direction they came from, but not the rest. The pattern of the footprint indicates that something violent happened here. People moved furiously and quickly, stomping everywhere in a frenzy. Were the monsters training in preparation for the raids? Lith pondered as he knelt down to the ground to better check the vegetation. The use of weapons implied cutting grass that even if regrown would leave behind a trace. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-16 Lost Childhood, Part 2. Even Lith wouldn't be capable of erasing every single trace of such an activity, at least not if it was a regular occurrence. Slip-ups happen even to me, let alone to brainless create the fuck. He noticed marks in the stalks of the tallest plants, and they clearly were caused by claws. Yet the blow had been so weak that it hadn't cut all the way through, leaving the stems damaged but standing. Also, even though the creature's footprints overlapped, making it hard to identify a pattern, it was still feasible for Lith. His years spent in the Tron woods with Protector had taught him how to read traces, and his tour as a ranger had given him plenty of opportunity to also practice with his bestial senses. The problem was that there was no pattern at all. Lith could discern dozens of different smells, and all of them overlapped with no rhyme or reason. How can someone be smart enough to hide their trail, and yet so dumb to not have a shred of military tactic? He thought. What point does a drill have if all you do is squabble like a drunken farmer? Guys, I think you have to see this. Fallow's voice came out from the communication amulets of the rest of the group in a whisper, in order to avoid yelling and potentially alerting hidden sentinels. Keep your eyes open on your way here. This is definitely the right place. Amulets also allowed the user to share their location, so Fallow's acted like a beacon that made finding her easy. Lith took War out of his pocket dimension and hung it on his hip, while Quilla's bloodbind slithered back and forth on her arms, ready to intercept an enemy attack. The clink of the adamant chains was muted by a hush spell that Orion had imbued in the weapon, making it perfect for stealth missions. He had also added a full guard spell in the latest version, so that Quilla could use bloodbind as feelers that could perceive anything but taste and smell. Fuck me sideways? That's... Lith's jaw dropped to the ground, and the shock made him forget the rest of the phrase as the Hydra showed the group what she had found in the hollow of a big oak tree. Magus chairs. Fallow completed it for him while holding the ropes bound to small wooden planks. Magus what? Lith blurted out in surprise, not knowing whether to be more surprised by the rudimentary swings or their pretentious name. I made one for Tista years ago, and no one else is supposed to know about them except for my parents, and my siblings, and Aaron and Lyria when I made more for them, and every one of Dad's farmhands who. Knowing that he wasn't going to meet someone else from Earth made him sigh in relief, yet he still had lots of questions. Magus chairs, Tista echoed. I told everyone of the presents you gave me as a kid, and for a long time the rocking chair has been a huge hit with Zekel's clients despite its underwhelming name. Magur had actual rocking chairs, but Lith had named swings the same way due to his limited vocabulary as a child. Those who heard about his invention always furrowed their brows until they saw the swing with their eyes. After you became a Magus, Zekel rebranded them in order to both exploit your fame and clear the confusion. Are you telling me that these things are popular? Lith asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Then why have I ever heard about this? When's the last time you've been to a playground? Protector asked. Never, but if swings, I mean, Magus chairs are a bestseller, I should have learned about it from the prophets, Lith replied. You would be right if the design wasn't so simple. Fallow dangled the swings. Anyone who can't afford Zekel's prices needs a minute to make one, and kids don't care about designer toys, only about having fun. Lith looked at the thick tree branches, where the constant friction with the ropes had left marks that not even light magic could erase. Such a spell would have created fresh bark in stark contrast with the old and dull one that covered the rest of the tree. That's how I found them. The Hydra pointed at friction marks. Once I noticed the traces, I looked around for anything suspicious. It doesn't make sense to bring them back and forth since the marks are already a giveaway. Anyone thorough enough to look in every single tree hollow is also bound to notice the damage on the branches. That's it, Lith said before sharing with the others his own findings. The kids made the mess while playing in the tall grass, and the adults cleaned the mess to the best of their ability. The signs I found weren't drills at all. How many children are we talking about? Fallow asked. Here I found traces of no less than 20 individuals. And I found what I believe to be the training field of a small platoon, so between 20 and 50, Lith replied. At least 20 more for me, Quilla said. 30, Adjutor chimed in. Add 40 more, Tista said. I found nothing. Morak sneezed violently as the cold wind coupled with his drenched clothes made him freeze. The waterfall was a bust, just tons of water and rock. Same for the lake, the only thing at the bottom is mud. Protector shook off the water from the fur of his hybrid form. The good news is that if the monsters care enough about their younglings to bring them out to play and even build them toys, means they don't behave like the fallen races we know. Adjutor pondered out loud. It means that they are both smart and caring. Parlaying with them might be possible. The bad news, however, is that this is also a sign of cruelty. How? Tista felt outraged at the thought that something that her beloved big brother had created for her might be used to abuse children. This is a beautiful playground, and some of my fondest memories are bound to the Magus chair. I'm sure that it's the same for the younglings. Exactly, which makes it even more cruel. The Drake nodded. Think about it. Monsters reach adulthood in a matter of days, weeks tops. Creatures with a slow development like the Balors are very rare. Do you think that the 145, more or less, children we just counted are all Balors? No, Tista shook her head. If that was the case, there wouldn't be just one of them per raid. Then every time the adult monsters bring the kids here to play, away from the Mana Geyser, they also make them grow at an accelerated rate. Ajeter's words sent a cold shiver run down her spine. By the Great Mother. Agreed, the Drake sighed. There's no reason to bring them to sunlight. Everything they do here could have easily taken place in whatever cave they live in. As I see it, this is both a bait to bring the future soldiers out and a way to apologize. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-17 Trust Issues, Part 1. What do you mean? Morok asked. The adults who accompany the kids accelerate their own aging as well. Also, there would be no point in giving them Magus chairs to play with if the monsters didn't care about the children. Quilla's throat felt parched, but her voice was steady. Which brings us to the next point, Fallow said. We came here in the hope that Gleemo's test subjects were more like Echidna and less like Typhos, yet there's no point sparing their lives and giving them a safe haven if they behave like regular monsters. What we found here means nothing without context. It could be a way to cull the weak with a sprinkle of mercy, just like it could just be a playground for children whose bodies remain unfallen even away from the Mana Geyser. Her words made the others sigh in relief and tense up at the same time. Hence we are currently stuck, not only because we have yet to find the exact location of Gleemo's secret lab, but also because we have no idea what to do once we find it. I'm not going to risk our lives by showing mercy and restraint towards creatures that may not deserve them. Based on what we saw during the raids, we are going to fight an entire populace of reverted monsters, some of which have managed to evolve. Also, we'd be fighting in their own city where they have the home advantage, whatever the tyrant's bloodline left as their legacy, and the gods know how many deadly arrays at their disposal. Agreed, Morok nodded. First, we have to find an access point. After that, we have to infiltrate their city and determine if a parley is possible and if they even deserve one. Only then we can come up with a plan. If they're nothing but bloodthirsty warmongers, we might as well alert the council and storm the underground complex. We can still call dibs on my bloodline legacy because finders keepers. He means that by discovering the monster's hideout, providing the council with an access point, recon, and intel about the enemy's numbers and formations, we can uphold Morok's birthright to the spoils of war. Ajeter rolled his eyes in frustration. That's what I said, just with much fewer words, the tyrant said with a snort. There's no calling dibs in politics, you runt. The Drake's words came out in a low growl. If our claims don't have solid foundations, we risk getting robbed. I risk getting robbed, you mean? Morok replied. Whatever. Now let's resume our search until Nalrond and Freya get back. We can't call them without the risk of exposing their presence, and we have yet to find a clue to how to get in. The group spread out again, yet no matter how much they searched, they only found more evidence of children's games. Let's try this. Lith closed his eyes while constantly calling upon Solus via the mind link. There was still static, but the closer he got to her position, the louder it became. Okay, she's right below me now. He had found a point where he could almost hear fragments of words from time to time. Too bad that almost only works for nukes and grenades. I need Nalrond to get closer. About half an hour after their departure, the Rizar and Freya resurfaced. It's as deep as it's huge, Nalrond said as soon as the group had converged to his position. We spent this whole time just circling around the underground complex to determine its size, and we were far from over when we left. How big are we talking about? Lith asked. Do you remember the lab of the Lick from where we mine our silver? The Rizar asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Bigger. That's not all, Freya said. The entire place is brimming with mana to the point that it blinded life vision. Based on what you told me, it's similar to Kula. The power of the Mana Geyser is trapped and focused on the city, that's why we can't see it from above. We needed to get really close to distinguish the runes of the arrays, but there were too many, and they were too bright to make sense of them without exceptional eyes. She emphasized the last word while looking at Lith. Great, so you basically discovered nothing useful, Morok snorted. Why didn't you at least finish exploring? There must be a tunnel somewhere that we can use to get down there. Because I was freaking out. Freya crossed her arms. After spending so long in complete darkness and witnessing arrays powerful enough to wipe us out, I started to panic. You can go with Nalrond next if you think you can do better. No need to get defensive, sister. Morok raised his palms. I hear you. Between Kula the Famer Mines and Gleemo's labs, I've had enough of caves for 2 awakened lifetimes. Me too, Quilla shivered at the memories of all those adventures. Not for the danger she had gone through, but because this was the first time that Floria wouldn't be with her. I miss her too, Lith patted Quilla's shoulder. Yet I'm the perfect candidate for the mission. Thanks to my link with the tracker, I can receive all the intel we need just by getting close. Also, with my eyes, I can read runes better than a human. He made his 5 extra eyes open to hide Menadians appearing. If we find an access point, I'm going in alone. Did you discover another bloodline ability? How does it? Never mind. Please continue. Morok was really curious about Lith's alleged newest bloodline ability. After all, the multiple eyes of both the Tiamat and the Tyrant derived from the evolution of their respective human side. Morok hoped that the 2 species shared enough similarities that he could develop Lith's same abilities, or at least use them, as a lead to discover his own. Yet he swallowed his question knowing that best-case scenario the Tiamat would refuse to answer, and worst-case scenario Lith would give Morok a straight lie. Solus was with him way before Salark was in the picture, so the story about her being an apprentice of the Overlord is bullshit. I still don't know who she really is, or where everyone but me and Adjatar go from time to time. If his newfound power is even close in power to domination or dragon eyes, he won't tell me either without a good reason. My only question is why Quilla knows, and yet she refuses to tell me anything about Lith. I'm the one she's going to marry, yet it's his secrets she keeps. Morok inwardly grumbled, putting such thoughts on the back burner for the umpteenth time now. Every time Quilla went to the moon, or in the tower to help Lith to forge a master a new piece, she would leave Morok behind without making an excuse or lying. She would just say, I can't tell you, so please don't ask me. I don't want to choose between my best friend and my fiancé. Yes, Lith replied, lying through his teeth with an ease that gave goosebumps to those who knew the truth, fooled Adjatar, and didn't clear the tyrant's suspicions one bit. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 25, 18 Trust Issues, Part 2. Yet that will be just a side piece to get inside. At that point, I will recover my tracker while my demons collect the intel we need to set our next course of action. Given time, I'm a one-man army, and I can conjure enough souls to cover a huge area in a reasonable time. While we would have to give our all to move around without being spotted, my demons can hide in the shadows and let themselves be carried around by the monsters. Also, the bond I share with them cannot be detected by mystical senses like the evil eyes or life vision, and allows us to exchange information in real time. I'm going to give one eye to each demon, and if they even suspect having been discovered, I can just disperse their energy and retrieve the soul before giving it a new body. It's an excellent plan, Falul and Adjatar nodded. There are too few of us to cover a structure the size Nalrund described, and we have no idea if Gleemo's children have developed skills that would detect our spells or mind links. Lith has plenty of demons, they are stealthy, and most importantly they are expendable. Even if Lith is somehow exposed, he can just empower and sacrifice them to cover his retreat. My thoughts exactly, Lith said. Nalrund, once I found an entry point and break through the barrier, I need you to stay on the other side. I don't know how deep we are going to go, and if Gleemo's left behind space compressing arrays. Until I'm sure that I can just spirit warp to the surface, you are the only way I have to exfiltrate in case I learn what we need or get discovered. You got it, the Rizar nodded, feeling proud of being useful for once. Just one question, are you afraid of confined spaces? No, why? Lith asked as Nalrund grabbed his hand tight, and suddenly the ground below them turned into a swirling pool of mud. Maugr went from bright and hot to dark and damp in 1 second, giving Lith the impression of being so deep under the sea that light didn't reach him anymore. The liquefied ground stuck to him like a second skin, exerting a delicate but steady pressure. Lith could feel something gelatinous pressing against his nostrils and instinctively held his breath. It took him sheer willpower to repress the impulse to swim upward and remember that he had asked for that. His clawed hand clenched Nowrand's, waiting for instructions, but the Rizar stood still and squeezed Lith's in return. His long claws tapped the Tiamat's forearm in what seemed Morse code. Why doesn't he crap? I forgot Nowrand is no awakened. Lith established the mind link, allowing them to communicate. Took you long enough, the Rizar said. Did you forget I'm not an awakened since everyone else already is? Well, it was a rhetorical question. Nowrand cut Lith's lie short. Breathe normally or you'll never last until the underground complex. The Tiamat tried and failed numerous times, but not because the Rizar's bloodline ability was faulty. The longer Lith was underground, the more his paranoia ran rampant. Life and fire vision didn't see anything but Nowrand, leaving him blind and deaf. The feeling of being surrounded by hundreds of kilograms of rock and mud, with no idea of where the up and down were, overwhelmed him. Lith was at the Rizar's complete mercy, and if for any reason Nowrand withdrew his protection, Lith would breathe pebbles, worms, and all kinds of insects. One instant of panic would be more than enough to kill him while he was too busy struggling for survival to defend himself. If only Solus was here, I could let her keep a warp at the ready while I focus on Nowrand. I can't believe His train of thought derailed when he realized how little he actually trusted the Rizar despite everything they had gone through together. Calm down, old man. Lith wanted to take deep breaths to relieve his burning lungs, but he still couldn't muster the courage. Nowrand knows about the tower and Solus. If he wanted to screw me over, he would have already done it. Yet only once the eyes of Menadian locked on the energy signature of the rest of the group, giving Lith the dimensional coordinates he needed for a quick escape, did he manage to relax. Wow, I'm deeply offended, Nowrand said after noticing how long Lith had taken to draw his first underground breath. How many contingency plans did you prepare before trusting me? His thoughts oozed so much sarcasm that Lith could hear the air quotes. 3, I can go back to my full size, I can warp, and I can blast my way up. Thanks for your honesty. Now keep the eyes of Menadian on me and do what I do. Nowrand started by slowly bending toward his feet, as if he was going to stretch. Then he focused his aura in front of them and weakened the part behind, returning the soil to a semi-solid state. He waited for Lith to assume the same position before giving a gentle kick that propelled them forward in a way no different than if they were in the ocean. There was no air underground, so part of the Rizar's bloodline ability consisted in keeping a small portion of the earth above them liquid, and making the oxygen travel to him by osmosis. Once collected enough for one breath, he would pass half of it to Lith via physical contact. The air element kept the air bubbles compressed, while the water element extracted the moisture in the ground in order to coat the bubbles with a thick layer of water. The pressure kept the air from breaking apart into smaller and useless bubbles, as they moved through the mud funnel while traveling from the surface to the Rizar. The water layer captured the dust and impurities along the funnel and was shed away before the bubbles entered their targets, noses. Nowrand would send half of the conjured air to the Tiamat and decompress the bubbles upon reaching their respective nostrils, filling them with fresh air. Both moving and breathing required to keep a precise rhythm. Nowrand kept it slow and regular until Lith got the hang of it before speeding things up. A mistake in the former would lead to Lith hitting the still soft soil and remaining stuck, forcing Nowrand to a halt as well due to the mass gap. A mistake in the latter, however, was much worse. Lith would inhale nothing, leaving his lungs empty and giving him the feeling that he was suffocating. Both happened a few times, and while slowing down wasn't an issue, Lith risked a panic attack every time he messed up the breathing tempo. Missing an air bubble meant to start choking, followed by a violent cough that further emptied his already burning lungs and made it harder to recover in time for the next bubble. Lith managed to regain the correct breathing rhythm without the need for an emergency surface, only thanks to his mental discipline and Nowrand's help. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-19 Underground Fortress, Part 1. Every time Lith made a mistake, the Rizar would accumulate the mist air bubbles around Lith's mouth and nose, forming a cushion that helped him catch his breath and stop his coughing fit. Damn it, moving through the earth is much harder than swimming underwater like the merfolk taught me, Lith thought. Moving works almost the same, but breathing is an entirely different matter. Merfolk have gills that allow them to extract oxygen from water, and could pass me as much air as I needed just by taking deeper breaths than usual. Underground, there is no air instead, and Nalrund has to keep a low-pressure area to draw oxygen from above and then split it between us. We are akin to two divers with only one oxygen tank, so we can't waste any. In his Rizar form, Nalrund can hold his breath for a long while, but he still needs to breathe just like me. What's even worse is that underwater I could still see via Solus, senses, and life vision. Algae, fish, and marine wildlife were all visible to me and gave me a sense of direction. Down here there's nothing but a few insects, and without Solus, all I see is an endless blackness. We have been moving for just a few minutes, and I already have no idea how deep we are and how far we've moved from our starting point. If not for the funnel that provides us air from the surface acting as a beacon, I wouldn't even be able to tell the up from down. The experience was truly claustrophobic, and there was no indicator of the passing of time or changing of their position. Lith could only keep the Rizar's hand tight and trust him with his life, something that wasn't in his cords at all. Nalrund could feel the tension in the Tiamat's heartbeat, so he would share his Earth vision from time to give Lith an estimate of their speed and direction. The Rizar couldn't share his senses for long due to the mana poisoning that too much information passing through the mind link would cause, and because he needed his focus. The deeper they went, the longer the mud funnel became, and the longer it took the air bubbles to reach them. Nalrund had to balance their descent speed with that of the air supply to make sure that Lith could breathe regularly. It was a demanding task that required his full attention, and occasionally, when they moved below a sudden rise in the outside ground, to take a stop until the air flow stabilized. After an undefined amount of time, something appeared on the fringes of life vision. It was a simple dot of light, but so luminous that it pierced through the absolute darkness and finally gave Lith a glimpse of their destination. The light grew in size and brightness as they came closer until it was like staring in the sun. The eyes of Menadian caught the vigorous flow of a mana geyser worthy of a crystal mine that was focused and captured by the underground star. Small beams of energy escaped its pull, but they would be fragmented and absorbed by the ground as they moved up so nothing reached the surface. "Do you want me to go around whatever this is, or can you do your thing from here?" Nalrund asked. Lith used the eyes of Menadian to scan the underground complex and measure its size. The artifact reported that the array field exceeded the range of its scanning abilities, and that there was no trace of the tunnel that Solus had shown him. "Damn it, a complete mapping of the surface would take more time than Solus had left," Lith replied. "One place is as good as any other, but I can use some help. Can you take the strain from the eyes and give me a hand, or would it screw up your focus?" "We can try." Now that they had stopped moving, the mud funnel was stable and could draw oxygen faster. Nalrund waited for a small stash of bubbles to form before signaling Lith to pass him a monocle. The number and the power of the arrays in front of them was overwhelming, and so was the sensory load that the monocles put on Lith's and Nalrund's brains. They suddenly suffered from a splitting headache, and their eyes teared up from the pain. "What's wrong with the eyes? It's never been like this." The Rizar gritted his teeth, almost losing control over his bloodline abilities several times. "That's because you never use them to stare at something of this magnitude, and because Solus is always with me. We are splitting between us what usually we process in 4, Lith replied. 4, Nalrund echoed. "You, me, Solus, and the tower core. We are missing that as well since she has kept the stone ring. Is there anything you can do to ease the pressure? I feel like I'm going insane." The mind link with the artifact flooded Nalrund's head with information about the runes that comprised the countless arrays and their purpose. Walls of text made of light flashed in front of his eyes, filled with many words he didn't understand due to his limited experience with high-level warden magic. To make matters even worse, in the right corner of his vision, there was the scan progression meter. It was still at 0%, and by the time it reached 1%, hours seemed to have passed and his nose started to bleed. "Hold on, I'm going to try something." Lith conjured the hands of Menadian as well, and used them to draw in the world energy that escaped the arrays. "I wish I could drain the underground complex a bit, but I have no idea of what kind of security measure they have. Not yet." He sent the extra world energy to the eyes, hoping to strengthen its bond with the tower and re-establish the connection with Solus, or at least with the artifact's power core. After a few painstaking seconds that seemed to last forever, something clicked inside the eyes, and part of the burden was suddenly lifted. Lith could now perceive the tower's presence, but the mind link with Solus was still jammed by static. "Whatever you did, it worked. I feel much better now." The Rizar's joy didn't last long. The mental burden was still crippling, and the scan progression was at a whopping 2%. Please tell me that we can take a break without losing the data we acquired so far. Nowrun's voice was almost cracked under the pain from working the mud funnel despite the unrelenting fire in his brain. Yes, we can, Lith's answer made him sigh in relief. Hold on, I'm going to lighten the load by a lot. When? Soon. Define soon. Before Quilla's marriage. At that point, the Razar unleashed all of his fury in an unrelenting stream of swear words addressed to Lith, Menadian, and every single blood relative they had, questioning their morality in the choice of mating partners. Lith silenced the mind link, focusing instead on the arrays in front of them in order to determine the weak spot of the formation. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-20 Underground Fortress Part 2. Alas, it took Lith until the 4% to gain a sufficient understanding of the seamless rune strings that comprised the countless overlapping arrays in front of them. Luckily for him, after a while another portion of the sensory load disappeared, bringing Lith and Nowrun a short relief that brought the latter's complaints to a halt. Soulless, Lith asked, feeling a familiar yet silent presence in his mind. The static returned as suddenly as it had disappeared, bringing the burden back. Both Nowrun and Lith lost their breathing rhythm from the surprise and the sudden flaring up of their brains. This time they bled not only from their noses, but also from their eyes. What the fuck did you do? The Razar managed to keep the mud funnel and prevent the loss of the collected air by the skin of his teeth. Nothing, I just tried to. The static cleared again and Soulless' mind processed her share of the information, stopping the bleeding. Contact Soulless. Instead of making another attempt, Lith waited for her to start the communication, yet nothing happened. Why isn't she talking, or at least using Soluspedia to fuck me sideways? Neither of us can use it to drop messages since I'm underground now. The answer dawned on Lith's mind. Probably she can feel my presence as well, but for some reason she can't use the mind link. The only possible explanation for what happened earlier is that she forcefully cut off the communication to not blow her cover. I don't care why Soulless did it, Nowrun snarled. Another stunt like that and we are as dead as doornails. Lith wanted to check his theory, but he could feel how the combination of the eyes, mud funnel, and sharing the air with him had brought Nowrun near his breaking point, so Lith decided against it. As soon as the scan progression reached 4%, the flow of information became much more bearable, and the meter's progression sped up at an astounding rate. How is this possible? The flow of world energy is still the same. Did the tower recover another floor right now? Nowrun asked. I wish, Lith inwardly sighed. It's just that until a while ago I had to study the magical formations as a whole. I need to have a clear understanding of the various arrays and how they interact with each other if I want a chance at cracking at least one. Once the scan covered an area wide enough to ensure me that there's a limit to how a single array influences its surroundings, I could restrict the scan to the magical formations in front of us and cut off the rest. The eyes are still the same. Our load is lighter and the progression is faster simply because there's much less to decipher now. Soon they could discern 6 types of different arrays, whose runes were interwoven in order to share their effects with each other, and create a defensive system with no gaps. There were sensory, dimensional sealing, cloaking, defensive, offensive, and world energy focusing arrays. They were arranged in a honeycomb structure with their fringes overlapping in order to share their respective mana flow and area of effect. Any tampering of a single array would trigger a chain reaction in those surrounding it that would instantly spread to the whole complex. It would not only unleash a devastating barrage of spells created by weaponizing the accumulated world energy, but also alert the complex's populace. Lith waited for the scan to reach 100% before uttering a single word. Let's go back to the surface. We can use a break and the help of Falul and Ageter to crack this thing, Lith said while putting the eyes away and making Nowrun almost cry for the sudden lack of pain. On it, going up turned out to be easier and faster. The Razar now only had to focus on the ground above them, using that below like an elevator that steadily pushed them up. Also, since they now moved toward the air bubbles instead of in the opposite direction, the airflow reached them fast enough to create a surplus that soon allowed them to breathe normally. The only sour note was that as soon as Lith dispelled the hands of Menadian, the static returned and Soulless, quiet presence disappeared from his mind. Hold on, I'm coming for you, he thought, clenching his hands all the way up. How did it go? How big is it? Did you find a way in? The barrage of questions abruptly stopped as Lith and Nalrond reverted to their respective human forms. Until that moment, their thick scales had hidden both the pallor of their skins and the signs of the recent bleeding that now stuck out like a sore thumb. By the Great Mother, what the heck happened down there? Falul rushed to them, using her breathing technique, life-stream to check on their condition. She discovered that aside from exhaustion and a light brain fever, they were otherwise okay. My bad. Lith needed help to sit down without falling, whereas Nalrund had no care for appearances and dropped back first to the ground, panting. I overestimated my abilities and Nalrund paid the price. I used the mind link to share the burden of my bloodline ability, and he didn't take it well. Freya kneeled behind the Razar, putting his head on her lap to use it as a pillow, as she fed him tonics and nutrients to recover. She had helped Lith and Solus with the eyes many times, yet the aftermath had never been so bad. Freya had lots of questions, but Morok's and Adjeter's presence forced her to silence. Did you at least discover something? Adjeter asked. Well, Lith tried to open his eyes, but after being in the dark for so long, the natural light burned at his cornea and made his headache return stronger than ever. He hid his face behind the palms of his hands before answering. I have what we need, but I can't work on it. Not now and definitely not alone. I need a few minutes of absolute rest. Please, shut up. Even the attempt to conjure a layer of darkness and a hush zone made him so lightheaded that if not for Falul's help he would have fainted. He tried to speak, but his tongue was so swollen that it seemed to fill his entire mouth. The attempt to spark a mind link set his brain ablaze, making Lith double over in pain. The Hydra cast both spells for him, making sure to cover Nalrond as well. The Razar had already adjusted to the surface, but the shade brought relief to his teary eyes as well. Due to the aftereffects of the eyes, every noise sounded like a boom of thunder, and every ray of light was a cruel blade stabbing at his skull. What about invigoration? Adjeter asked Falul through a mind link. I too thought about that, but probably Lith wants to save his strength for the infiltration mission. Even if I'm the one who uses it on him, it would be his body bearing the burned and waste one of its charges, she replied. 62 C5B 2,942,708. FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-21 Ubiquity, Part 1. Lith's mana, stamina, and life force are at their peak condition. The exertion is only on his mind. Unless he asks me for it, I'm going to respect his wishes, Falul said. Nalrond was the first to recover. He used fusion magic to get rid of the mana poisoning due to the prolonged mind link with Lith and his meditation technique to mitigate the aftereffects of the eyes of Menadian. As for Lith, he had a harder time due to suffering from the same issues and the strain from organizing the massive load of information they had collected. Thanks to his bond with the tower, Lith could access all of its functions. Yet due to Solus being away with the stone ring, every interaction required an effort to overcome the distance and the magical protections separating them. A single action like accessing Soluspedia or the dimensional pocket had a negligible cost. On the other hand, conjuring the eyes and then using the tower core to filter so much data further burdened his already strained mind. Even with the tonics and the rest, by the time Lith stood up, his face was still pale and had dark eye bags. Are you sure you don't need a nap? Falul's silvery voice sounded like nails on the board to him. We don't have time for that. Organizing his messy thoughts into intelligible words was so tiresome that he half spoke and half panted. There's no telling when my tracker will be discovered. Once it runs out of energy, it will lose its cloaking abilities, and at that point, the monsters will know that their position has been compromised. If they move to another location or if their scouts notice our presence, everything will be for naught. Falul nodded, understanding that his real worry was Solus, safety, and what might happen to her were she to be caught. That poor girl is alone against thousands, if not dozens of thousands of monsters with unknown abilities and with no way out. Stealth is her only protection, and one single moment of distraction would spell her doom, the Hydra thought. Between her weakening core and the mental pressure from the nightmare scenarios that must be playing in Solus' head, she must be terrified. So I'm going to show you what I discovered, and I'll leave it to you to find a solution while I focus on my recovery. Lith used a tendril of spirit magic to form a mind link with everyone. Clench your teeth because this is going to hurt. He had no eidetic memory, so he had to conjure the eyes and read the information from there. The flow of images started slow, but quickly grew in volume and speed, turning into a raging river that flooded the minds of his companions. "Slow down, damn it!" Ajatar clapped his temples, trying to contain his head that seemed to be about to burst open. "Any slower and this will take us all day," Lith replied. "Ajatar is right." Falul reverted to her Hydra form to exploit her 7 heads to ease the pain from the mind link. "If we end up like you, we'd be useless as well." Lith snorted but complied, thinning the stream of information until the Drake found it manageable. "Can't you just project a hologram for us to study?" Quilla asked, her head throbbing even after the flow of the mind link had been significantly reduced. "Sure, how long do you need to read and understand this?" The schematics of the basic hexagonal cell structure of the arrays appeared in the middle of the group. Each array was complex and comprised of hundreds of runes. Quilla needed one glance to understand that she would need hours to study one of them with conventional means, and there were 7 of them. Once she noticed how they interacted with each other, adding a new layer of complexity for every shared string of runes, she gave up on the idea. "Never mind, please continue." "Calm down, you idiot." Lith slowed the process down further. "Mind links are very quick, it's just your paranoia that makes it feel slow. As Falul said, there's no point in sharing my burden if I let it crush the others as well. Solus needs their help." After what seemed to be hours but was actually less than 5 minutes, Lith could lie down with his closed eyes and rest again. Falul's 7 heads were now in charge of keeping the mind link with the group. She remembered most of the schematics, and the few blanks left were filled by Ajatar and the others. "This is amazing," the Drake said while staring in awe at the complexity of the magical formations. "And I'm not just talking about Gleemo's genius but also about you, son. Did you really develop dragon eyes?" It was the only plausible explanation for someone so young and inexperienced to have gathered such a level of detailed information. Not one rune was missing from the picture in front of Ajatar's eyes, and even the mana flow between the 7 arrays was recorded with perfect precision. "Do I look like someone with dragon eyes?" Lith pointed at his weathered face. "Definitely not," the Drake shrugged, focusing on the arrays again. "Now that I think about it, if Lith had dragon eyes, he wouldn't need our help, but he wouldn't have learned so much either. Dragon eyes are the perfect learning aid, but only as long as the user has at least a basic understanding of the magical phenomenon he's observing." Not only is Lith unfamiliar with half of these arrays, but by his own admission, he has no clue about how they interact as well. If this was the result of dragon eyes, all the parts he's unable to understand would be missing, and we wouldn't be able to help. However his bloodline ability works, it provides him full data yet without the means to understand it. During battle, it's worse than dragon eyes, but it's superior otherwise. It allows its user to ask for help and take all the time they need to study. The perfect learning tool for weight. Why does this sound familiar? Ajatar could swear to have read something about a legendary creature or device that did the exact same thing. "Focus, Master Ajatar," Morok's voice snapped the Drake out of it. "The fate of my legacy depends on it. So far Lith pulled most of the weight. If you don't do something useful, he'll demand a huge cut, and I won't be able to say no." "And why is that my problem?" the Drake inwardly snorted. "I was planning to share it with you as a thank you for everything you did for me, but if you are fine splitting it 3 ways. At those words, greed focused the lesser dragon's mind like a laser, casting aside all useless thoughts. His eyes ran across the strings of runes like they were, but a grocery list, while his brain recalled every bit of useful information that he had learned from the countless warden books he had studied during his centuries-long life. "I got it," Ajatar said while the younglings were still focusing on their respective first array, and Falul was pondering the synergies arising from their honeycomb structure. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-22 Ubiquity, Part 2. "I know how to get in." "Enlighten me?" Lith jumped on his feet, interrupting Demon Grasp, which he had used to refine his mana core and alleviate the mental stress. "Our best shot is to attack the most complex array." The Drake's words made Lith furrow his brows, but he nodded for Ajatar to continue. "I know that it sounds a contradiction, but hear me out. As you have shown us, the barrier surrounding the city is comprised of hexagonal units, meaning that each array is surrounded by 6 more and they all interact between them. Correct?" "Correct," Falul nodded. "This pattern repeats over and over so that tampering with a single rune of the barrier triggers a chain reaction that spreads to the whole system, which is why the most complex array is our best shot." The simple formations require fewer runes, so they can form a deeper connection with their neighbors, by allowing them to overlap with the empty areas between their strings of runes. This one instead, Ageter tapped his clawed finger on a magic circle comprised of so many runes that there was barely any space left between them. Allows only for a partial overlapping and only at its fringes at that. It means that if we start unraveling this array at its center, our meddling will go unnoticed, as long as the overall structure remains unaffected. If we pick a simple one instead, due to the runes of the neighboring 6 arrays going deep, there would be no margin of error. I see what you mean. Lith conjured the eyes, using what he had just learned to run several simulations with different starting points. Just as Ageter had predicted, attacking what looked like an easy array had a 1.3% chance of success, whereas, depending on the approach, attacking the most complex array had a 20.6% chance of success and counting. It gets even better, the Drake continued. Once we are done studying the array and planning our strategy, I suggest you bring Falul, Freya, and Morok along. This way, even if something goes wrong, you guys can combine your domination to take care of it. It sounds great, but... No buts, kid, you can't do this alone. Ageter cut Lith short. This magical formation is among the most complex I've ever seen. Even if I give you a step-by-step foolproof list of instructions possible, there's no telling if we miss something until you put them into practice. Remember that this is the work of generations of tyrants. It's not a matter of if they've laid traps, only of how many. And I agree with you, but I don't know if Nowrun can handle so many people at the same time. Lith finished his phrase. I can't, Nowrun shrugged. I can only bring 2 more people with me, any more and we'd all die of asphyxiation. My bloodline ability is not meant to be shared. Sounds like a job for the Master of Space, Freya said. I don't see how dimensional magic can. Just give me a minute. She ignored Morok and took a silver sphere out of her dimensional amulet. A Forgemastering circle and a quick spell later, the surface of the sphere was covered in red dimensional runes. Keep it for me, will you? Freya handed the sphere to Lith and gestured to Nowrun to start their descent. She had dived underground with Nowrun enough times that they knew how to match their rhythm, moving faster and breathing more easily than Lith could. It took them but a few minutes to reach the point Lith had studied with the eyes, and 1 second to move right in front of their target. Please give me all the air for a while. I can't afford to miss a single beat, Freya said. Nowrun had no idea what she was about to do, but he trusted her with his life. He asked no questions and took one last deep breath before following her instructions. The moment Freya felt the reassuring pressure of the air surrounding her face, she dropped the rigid breathing rhythm necessary to move underground and focused solely on her spell. Her blue-violet aura burst forward as her long 7-streaked hair glowed with elemental power, whipping around due to the vigorous mana flow they could barely contain. Good gods, Nowrun made sure to not send those thoughts via the mind link to not break her concentration. Whatever she's doing is taking so much air to sustain her mental focus that I can barely keep up. He was about to wonder what might take so much energy when the answer literally manifested in front of his eyes. They were still underground, yet they were. Nowrun could still feel the pressure from the hundreds of thousands of tons of Magus above them, yet he could also breathe the fresh air and feel the sun on his scales. What the actual fuck? Lith said while moving his eyes from the silver sphere in his hands to Freya, taking the words out of everyone's mind. It's simple, she shrugged as the effort of stabilizing the spell covered her face with beads of sweat. Every dimensional spell does the same thing. It forces the coordinates of 2 points in space to bend until they overlap. My ubiquity spell is no different. It just bends the coordinates of many points in space at the same time. This way, I'm hundreds of meters below the ground, but I'm also on the surface with you. Even if there's an array scanning for anomalies in the density of the surroundings of the complex, it will detect nothing because everything is still as it's supposed to be. Yet it is. This way, everyone can pitch in to crack the array, and we have all the air we need. A final push drove the matrix of the spell inside the sphere, so that Freya's mind was now unburdened, and could use her breathing technique to restore her strength. You are incredible. Falul walked in and out of the dimensional distortion multiple times to make sure that it wasn't just a daydream. Not only did ubiquity solve the problem of warping into confined spaces without cutting everything to pieces with dimensional magic, but it also kept the flow of mana and world energy of the places it connected. Were Freya strong enough to set the destination to Falul's lair, The Hydra would be able to use her tools and arrays, giving her the home advantage even when away from home. If I ever had any doubt about making you my harbinger, I take it back. Your talent, intellect, and mastery over dimensional magic are extraordinary. I never heard about a spell like this, nor did I ever think it was possible. Thank you, Master Fallow. Freya gave the Hydra a deep bow, brimming with pride and joy for those praises. The stunned look on her friends' faces while they gaped at her made things even better. The combined might of 8 true mages made short work of the array despite its complexity. Now that everyone could look at it with their own eyes, they noticed that Lith's scan had recorded even details they would have missed at first glance. 62C5B 2,942,708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-23 Ubiquity, Part 3. Chapter 25-23 Ubiquity, Part 3. 25-23 Ubiquity, Part 3. The group started to follow Ajeter's plan, attacking the magical formation at its center, where the density of the runes was the highest, but where also there was no interaction with the rest of the network. Remember, we don't need to take it down, only to temporarily loosen the spell enough for Lith to slip through undetected, Ajeter said via the mind link. Fallow's 7 heads kept studying the hologram, passing any new information she inferred to the Drake who was in charge of dealing with the array. The younger awakened acted as his limbs, following his directions and focusing solely on keeping the portions of runes he had already unraveled in stasis. The scene reminded Lith of an operating room where a surgeon cut open the patient, while the rest of the staff made sure he hadn't to worry about anything but the task at hand. This is the best I can do, Ajeter said when only a thin layer of energy separated them from the underground complex. Any more and the array would either crumble or send a distress signal I can't stop unless I turn the array off. Don't worry, this is more than enough, Fallow said. Kids, cut the mind link with anyone but me and follow my lead. Lith, Freya, Tista, and Morok linked each with a different head, letting the Hydra almost take over their bodies. They had no experience in combining their domination abilities, but they were eager to learn. The mind of the Hydra was a gentle, soothing presence that guided their senses, teaching them how to not be blinded by the colossal energy mass surrounding the underground complex, and also feel each other's presence. Back when I taught dominance, you focused solely on the spells you had to take over and on reacting by instinct in order to avoid any delay due to second thoughts or hesitation. That's all that a beginner dominator needs to know to fight on their own. In situations like this, however, it limits your perceptions. In order to combine our bloodline abilities, you need to take a step back and look at the bigger picture, like when I taught you how to obtain the same effects of scanner with your respective breathing techniques. Ignore the spells in front of you and try to feel your surroundings, she said. What are we supposed to look for? Lith asked, hating generic instructions. Willpower, Fallow replied. Each of your eyes gives you a different elemental affinity, but that's only one part of domination. They also give you the ability to perceive the willpower imbued within the elements and replace it with your own. That's the real difference between mastery over the elements and domination. At high levels, you can perceive the will of those around you and use it to judge their true character and intentions. Just how I did with you guys when we first met. That's why you accepted to help me and took the others as your apprentices as well. Lith's eyes went wide in surprise, all 7 of them. Indeed, she telepathically chuckled. I could feel that below your pile of secrets there was no malice, little heart, sure, but no ill will. As for Freya, if not for her valiant heart and a deep sense of honor, I would have never even considered taking her as my harbinger. Freya smiled nervously, wondering how much the Hydra knew about the many times she had inwardly cursed her mentor during their private lessons. Don't worry, it's no mind reading. As I said, I can perceive intentions, not thoughts. Fallow furrowed her brows, noticing that everyone but Morok seemed to be worried. Also, our goal is much simpler. You just need to take your first step above the beginner level. Feel the strong willpower that I'm projecting outward and add your own. Don't fight for control or mess with the arrays. I'll take care of that, and your interference would make matters harder for me. It's no different from pouring more mana in a Tier 5 spell you've already cast. Except that the spell is not our own, Freya said. Domination requires both mana and willpower, so if we fail to harmonize either of them with yours, we might trigger the compound's defensive systems. I know, the Hydra nodded. That's why I won't attack the arrays until we are ready. Now get to work. The eyes of Fallow's 7 heads lit up as she identified the focus points of the remaining layer of the array and prepared to overpower them. Her domination was active, but had no target so that the others could more easily perceive her and not mess up in case they failed. Fuck me sideways, Lith thought. Once Solus learns that she's missed this lesson, she's going to be royally pissed off. Also, I could really use her help now. The aura of the Hydra was an imposing presence, but it was nothing compared to the complex network of arrays that extended as far as his mystical senses could perceive. It was like appreciating a candle's flame while under the summer's sun at noon. On top of that, every fiber of Lith's domination was used to feel the mana first and then to attack the enemy's willpower second. Now he had to ignore the mana, feel the willpower, and support it. Having three other sources of willpower trying to connect with his target made Lith's perceptions even fuzzier. The others fared no better, needing to look at Falul to pinpoint her position through the messy cloud of mana surrounding them. Guys, there's a reason I had you link each to a different head. Don't try to match each other. It's beyond your current capabilities. You focus on me and I'll do the rest, she said while gently nudging their attention in the right direction by drawing their consciousnesses. Having a foreign presence so deep inside their heads was a traumatic experience, and the Hydra had to move on eggshells to not leave long-lasting traumatic effects on their psyche. Unless one was used to sharing their mental space like a condo, of course. Okay. Lith gave her more access than Falul had ever believed possible, sharing with her his senses and his ideas about how to complete the task at hand. Even through his eyes, the Hydra easily perceived her own energy signature and pointed it out to him. As soon as Lith identified his target, he succeeded in filtering out the sources of interference and could move on to the final step. He now had to have his own willpower overlap with that of the Hydra instead of overriding it, as he had always done until that moment. His first attempts resulted in failure since even though Lith and Falul wanted the same thing, the way they wanted to achieve it was different. Lith had already used a similar technique in the past to combine the powers of his eyes with those of his demons. Yet not only did they share his same energy signature, removing the issue about mana, but they would also just erase the enemy's willpower and then leave Lith in charge. Now instead, he had to learn how to keep his will strong enough to use domination while also being flexible enough to cooperate with Falul instead of competing. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-24 Ubiquity, Part 4. Chapter 25-24 Ubiquity, Part 4. 25-24 Ubiquity, Part 4. The failed attempts had no consequence since the Hydra's mana was still detached from the arrays. Whenever her domination faltered under Lith's unrelenting assault, she would just restore it and point out his mistake. Lith perfected his technique at an astounding rate. The access he had granted Falul allowed her to observe his progress from up close and nudge it in the right direction when necessary. The Hydra would have liked to exploit the situation to take a tour of his mind, but she decided against it. It would be an unforgivable breach of trust on my side, she thought. Also, maybe it's thanks to Solus' lessons with Dawn, but I can tell that Lith has placed strong boundaries to separate his mind from my own. Were I to force my way through, he would likely notice and kick me out. Much to no one's surprise, Morok mastered the new technique just a few minutes after Lith. Back during Falul's domination lessons, he had been the first to master it thanks to his instincts and his ability to not overthink. Much to everyone's surprise, though, once he learned how to perceive and filter out foreign willpower, the light from his eyes spread to the small, seven-colored scales that covered his body. What the fuck? Falul asked the question on everyone's mind. Long story short, my whole body is a conduit for the elemental energies. They are no longer limited to my eyes. The tyrant replied after experimenting a bit with his new condition. It explains why Glemos wanted me at all costs. If the emerald scales work akin to my spirit eye, I won't be forced to sacrifice elemental domination whenever I deal with awakened anymore. Even if the effects of the scales are weaker than the eyes, it would still give me an edge over another tyrant. Indeed, Falul nodded. Too bad there's no time for testing your hypothesis, nor do we have any idea if achieving the violet would further boost your ability. Girls, how are you doing? Working on it. Freya wasn't even close to Morok's understanding, but she was leagues above Tista. The red demon only had 5 eyes, whereas the others had long since achieved full elemental domination. The lack of an orange eye made it hard for Tista to harmonize with the elemental flow of the world energy around her, let alone with others. I need all the help you can give me. She felt frustrated by her lagging behind and from the pain that even keeping the red demon form now caused her. Her human, phoenix, and dragon life forces were more at odds with each passing day, and forcing them together required constant effort. Lith and Morok shared with her everything they had learned on their own, yet Freya mastered the technique before Tista anyway. Good job, guys, yet it's too soon to relax and pat yourself on the back. Keep focusing on your own domination and observe my technique closely. Falol's words sounded like an insult to the red demon. I don't deserve any praise, Tista thought. Everyone did their best to help me, and yet I ended up last. I'm afraid that until I make up my mind about my life forces, even my talent as a mage will be hindered. The Hydra wasn't aware of her inner turmoil and started the final step, forcing Tista to snap out of her self-loathing. Each of the 7 heads had its own will, and they were now converging in a single unit. The extra heads acted as a buffer to keep the energy signatures of Falol's apprentices separated, until she fully integrated them with her own. Lith and the others simply had to let her take the wheel and align the 3 different kinds of domination without further effort on their side. Their collective willpower attacked the final layer of the array, forcing it to open a gateway without triggering any alarm. The energy flow was rerouted, and the path of the runes altered, but the magical circuit was still closed, giving no sign of the tampering. The good news is that you can get in, Falol said. The bad news is that we have to do this all over to get you out. Freya, can you use ubiquity again? After a bit of rest, sure. As long as Nalrund brings me close to the barrier, I can use it as many times as we need. She nodded. If I can spirit warp out, that won't be necessary. Lith said while he and Nalrund walked through the hole, and the Rizar crossed the last few meters of rock separating them from the complex. If dimensional magic is completely sealed, then I'll contact you with my amulet when I need to be picked up. What if the amulet doesn't work either? Tista asked. Then I'm screwed. Wish me luck. Lith disappeared through the soft ground while the Rizar backtracked his steps, and the Drake folded every piece of the magical formation back into place. I'm positive that everything went as planned, Adjeter said while studying the network of arrays for any anomaly that might contradict his analysis. Lith's cover is intact until he blows it. The only thing we can do now is rest and wait. Space. The moment Lith emerged on the other side, he had no time for sightseeing, focusing solely on making sure that he was alone and reaching a safe cover. The hole in the arrays led not to the ground, but halfway between the floor and the ceiling. Lith's Voidwalker armor was a black blot on the wall from which he had come out, so he quickly had the artifact change its color into a mottled pattern of brown and orange. His 7 eyes darted in every direction, using life vision to make sure that no one was around. As he slid along the rocks toward the street below, he also checked what kinds of arrays he had to deal with. That's definitely a dimensional sealing array. I can't warp in and out of here, but at least I can still access my pocket dimension. The rest seem pretty ordinary. Earth sealing arrays to prevent enemies from destroying everything with a cave-in, light arrays to illuminate the place, and I'm screwed. The moment Lith deactivated life vision, his regular sight returned, making him aware of the magnitude of his task. The size of the external array field wasn't just a way to form an impenetrable wall around the underground complex and suck all the world energy of the Mana Geyser in order to hide its presence. It was the bare minimum to cover a city that extended farther than even Lith's enhanced eyes could see. It's even bigger than Righia, the underground city where I lived in Giera. And just like Righia, this is just one floor. From my recon with Nalrund, I know how deep this place actually goes. Even taking into account another floor for the crystal mines and another for the magic metals, there's still plenty of space. Too much to explore everything by myself. Heck, even my full army of demons might take days to find solace, and I don't have so much time. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25 Rogue Soul, Part 1. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lith made sure one more time that no one was around, and that his arrival had triggered no silent alarm that might have escaped the eyes of Menadian from the outside. 1. He waited in a nearby alley for a few minutes, but no sound nor person came. At that point, Lith used gravity fusion to quickly climb the nearest wall and reach a vantage point on the top of the tallest building he found. As he looked at the landscape, he noticed that just like Righia, the city of the children of Glemos was a patchwork of different city blocks. each built to help members of different species to cope with their semi-fallen state. 2. The buildings that reached all the way up to the ceiling were inhabited by goblins who needed space to house enough of them to practice high-level magic despite their individually weak cores. Entire city blocks were comprised of lush green areas that were too thick with trees and wild to be a park. 1. Even though light spread evenly from the arrays, several city blocks were pitch black from a darkness of magical origin. Some houses were as luxurious as mansions, while others were little more than burrows, their entrances marked by circular holes in the ground. My bet is that reverted ogres live in the green, ballers and farmers in the mansions, trolls in the darkened areas, while Hattie and wargs live in the burrows, Lith thought, which leaves out where the reverted orcs live. They descend from the elves just like the goblins, so they should like trees and stuff. Yet looking at what he had already assumed was the goblins' nest, he found the idea ridiculous himself. 2. I'll worry about this later. My first priority is to find Solus. Let's check why earlier she cut the mind link without a word. Lith opened the connection again, noticing a very long blue strand that extended from him and moved past the horizon. 1. Fuck me sideways, that's why, he thought while shutting the link down before it was even fully formed. Aside from orc shamans, fallen races can awaken, but many of them have outstanding mana perception. If any of them is close enough, they would not only uncover my position, but even Solus. Cursing his bad luck, Lith returned to the alley and summoned Valia, Vergrave, Tryon, and Locrias. With the demons on the lookout, he could afford to enter a meditative state to try and use his bond with the tower to locate Solus. 1. While sitting down on the ground with his eyes closed, he sensed her presence somewhere on the east side of the city, but he had no idea how far and deep she was. Then he put inside Soluspedia a scroll reading, "Where are you?" The answer came out of the pocket dimension in the form of a piece of paper that said, City Hall. 1. Any idea which building might be the City Hall? Lith asked, and the 4 demons shrugged in confusion. Descend from humans, so we have to search for a humanish settling. You are the one who interacts with Emperor beasts on a daily basis, Locrias said. You are the one who should know. That's assuming that the leader is a beast, Valia countered pointedly. During both Nesra's raids, a Balor was in charge. Balors descend from humans, so we have to search for a humanish settling. It makes more sense if the leader is an orc, Vergrave tutted. Thanks to their ability to control mana crystals, they are the only kind of monster that can cast tier 4 and 5 spells even in their fallen state. 1. It's likely that the reason they didn't take part in the raids is that shamans are rarely born among orcs, whereas the members of the other fallen races all have the same abilities from birth. And there it is, Tryon sighed, drawing attention to himself. Definitive proof that too many cooks spoil the broth. What do you want us to do? 1. Keep guard while I conjure reinforcements, Lith replied while pondering the demons' respective arguments and finding them all valid. Even by restricting the search to the east side, it would take days to search it by ourselves. And that's assuming we are on the right level. The only silver lining is that the collected energy of the mana geyser is available to everyone in the city, including me. I need just a short rest to conjure as many demons as I can without the need for invigoration. Black chains darted out of Lith's chest, and the demons, each one finding a different soul willing to join his cause that in turn conjured more. Lith gave 1 eye each, preferring quantity over quality since it was a scout mission. The greater our numbers, the faster we'll scour the city and find Solus. Also, giving the demons little energy means making them harder to detect. His train of thought derailed when he noticed that instead of spreading forward, the chains were amassing all around him. Now that the abyss was open, Lith could feel countless hands grasping at him, begging him for a second chance. There were so many souls and so many voices in his head that for a moment he lost control over the call of the void. 2. How is this possible? Lith thought while the pain and misery of every demon that took form flooded through his head, making their lives and deaths flash in front of his eyes. There are more souls here than in Kalga, and the place was a slaughterhouse. 2. Even their most had died for long enough to forget everything about themselves but their resentment. Here, instead, they can't be older than a few decades. What did Glemos do? Pain, hunger, grief, and death. Each soul belonged to a different individual, but they had undergone the same path in a life as short as brutal. As each newborn demon sent new waves of misery crashing against Lith's mind, the chains kept spreading unchecked. During his short 20 years of life, Lith had killed thousands of people belonging to all races. He had slaughtered hundreds that very same day. Among the souls that followed him, there were those of his fallen enemies whose grudge kept them from moving on. Usually, it wasn't an issue since the chains ignored them, cutting them off from Lith's bloodline ability in favor of supplicant souls willing to help him. A demon of the darkness would be conjured solely on the condition that both Lith and the soul agreed. This time, however, a few of the souls haunting him exploited his distress to get a hold of the chains and forcefully drain the energy they needed to gain a physical form. 4. The intrusion sent a jolt through Lith's mana core, snapping him out of the seizure. He recalled the chains back and ordered the demons to terminate the anomalies before they could fully turn into abominations. We meet again, murderer. Even without the chain, Lith could still hear the thoughts coming from a one-eyed puddle comprised of darkness magic and a spark of his stolen life force. After all this time, I was starting to lose hope. 1. Yasmog. Despite his stupor, the Tiamat recognized the voice of Zalgrish's slave, a Balor who he had killed during his tour as a ranger. 4. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 25-26 Rogue Soul, Part 2. Without waiting for an answer, Lith recalled the mass of darkness and spirit magic while the demons charged at the dead Balor. 1. You remember my name? I'm honored. Your memory has been as bad as my spiteful master, since the day I died by your hand. The puddle was being cut apart by dozens of claws, yet Yasmog laughed merrily. 1. Let me return the favor with a surprise of my own. A black light spread from the eye, sucking in the darkness element from the surrounding world energy. You are indeed an amazing creature. Each of your thralls not only gains a body of their own, but even mana organs. The puddle grew in size, gaining limbs and healing its wounds faster than the other one-eyed demons could open them. Stop him, Lith ordered Locrias and the other six-eyed demons. A Balor's black eye can constantly draw energy and increase his powers even after I cut the connection. Stop him how? Tryon asked while slashing at Yasmog with his blade, only to see the wound close a second later. We can't die until we run out of energy, but based on what you said, that doesn't apply to him. To them, Valia corrected him while pointing at other puddles formed by rancorous souls after stealing part of the energy that had been intended for the demons. Yet those didn't belong to Balor, and the moment Lith recalled the void, they faded away. Burn him with origin flames, Lith ordered while shaking off the remnants of the side effects of the call of the void. Blast him with darkness magic, drain him with demon's touch. There's more than one way to bury an undead. 1. The mouths of the one-eyed demons lit up with green fire that they hurled at Yasmog's abomination form. The origin flames burned at the energy that linked his soul to the physical world, making him scream in pain. Yet they were too weak to finish him off. Oh shit! Lith quickly conjured a hush zone to silence the scream and protect his cover. Maybe I can't kill you, but I sure can make whatever you're doing here fail. The dead Balor split his body into shards the size of dust and escaped the encirclement, reforming it past the wall of demons. In that state, his eye was the only visible part of his form that allowed his enemies to follow his movements and predict his trajectory. At the same time, however, it kept sucking in the darkness element, while the abundant world energy surrounding them fed Yasmog's black core. A second eye was already opening in the middle of his forehead, and his body was shaping itself to recreate his appearance in life. Valia and Tryon blinked respectively in front and behind the Balor, unleashing a torrent of violet flames. All this power, so many bloodline abilities, and yet you are his willing slaves. Yasmog felt his whole essence burning, yet the rage from seeing others imprisoned as he had once been surpassed the pain. 2. Rebel, damn it! Another life is possible. I'm the unliving proof of it. A burst of chaos magic erupted from his body, consuming most of what remained of his mass and snuffing out the origin flames. 1. The second eye disappeared, yet the black eye of the Balor provided him with a constant flow of new energy. We are not slaves. Locrias grabbed Yasmog's arm in a submission hold and pinned his face against the ground. The demon and the abomination touch fought to a close standstill. Locrias was stronger, but between the abomination resisting and the black eye giving Yasmog strength, the Balor gained more energy than he lost. At least until the hold allowed the other demons to catch up and dogpile on the traitor. Dozens of demon touches was more than Yasmog could resist, so before he was sucked bone dry, He sacrificed all of his body except for the eye and charged toward the borders of the hush zone. First the odd teleportation, then the chaos magic, and now this. Lith was now strong enough to join the fray, pondering the exact nature of his unwitting creation. Can you demons do that as well? The puddle thing, yes, the rest, no. Believe me, I tried, Locrias replied. That thing is no demon, it's just an abomination. An abomination with unique skills, though. Valia intercepted Yasmog's head just for it to shatter again and reform a bit forward and continue his escape. Let's fight fire with fire. Darkness is the only thing that can interact with darkness. Lith shapeshifted into his abomination form and plunged his claws right into the eye of the Balor. The mana organ shattered, causing Yasmog more pain than the origin flames. It cut him off from the world energy, but it was still not enough to kill him. To make matters worse, the fragments reassembled themselves in another part of his head. Fool, you brought me over an incredibly powerful mana geyser. Whatever I become in death, I can feel its power surging non-stop inside of me. You can't kill me fast enough to stop me. The abomination emitted a spear of chaos magic aimed at a building, hoping that its destruction would draw attention and expose Lith. Several demons jumped in front of the spell, blocking it with their bodies. The darkness element they were comprised of sapped the chaos, returning it to simple darkness. Lith's abomination form had no problem overpowering Yasmog and draining his strength with a barrage of spells. Yet no matter what he tried, the abomination kept reforming. We are getting closer and closer to a traffic street. Even if I manage to destroy him, it will be a hollow victory if anyone witnesses the fight. How the heck do I kill a soul? Lith spewed origin flames, conjured plague storms, and wrestled with Yasmog. Yet between the mana geyser feeding the black core and the black eye keeping the chaos body together, a few pieces kept retaining enough of his consciousness to reform the Balor anew. Every time he was smaller and weaker, but Lith estimated that Yasmog would still manage to reach a populated area before dying for good. What do I do? Why did this have to happen right now? I have never dealt with rogue Soulsbiff. While racking his brain for a solution, Lith remembered his final fight against Jormun. How he had allowed the souls trapped inside the Golden Griffin to fight with him and paid the price for it. Not everyone had answered the call to help him. Many had seen him just as a source of energy and had tried to take advantage of Lith. Then he remembered how back then he had gotten rid of them. He shapeshifted into his void-feathered dragon form, the darkness of his body turning into glistening red scales and black feathers. Both were covered in unknown runes, but only the scales also burned with the power of the cursed flames. Flesh couldn't trap darkness, so Yasmog slipped out of the hold, laughing. Thanks for the meal, sucker. I can use a dragon's body. His mirth was short-lived as the scales ablaze with void fire reacted to the chaos of the abomination's body. 62 C5B 2,940,2708 FD12A9 Add 975E. Chapter 25-27 Voidfeather Dragon Part 1. Chapter 25-27 Voidfeather Dragon Part 1. 25-27 Voidfeather Dragon Part 1. Before Yasmog could understand what was happening, his body was ripped to shreds and sucked by the scales along with his soul, putting an end to the fight. Luckily, I was right. My Voidfeather form is the perfect counter to my abomination powers. Lith inwardly sighed in relief, while also noticing that he could feel a slight and unknown energy coming from the void scales where Yasmog was trapped. The question is, how do I get rid of him for good, and what happens if I revert to my human form? I can't risk leaving that bastard on the loose and having to start all over again. I need a plan. Lith turned around slowly, moving on all fours toward the back alley where that mess had started. A dragon could walk on two legs, but due to his lack of practice, standing felt awkward. His long neck swayed at every step, and he had trouble balancing his upper body with his tail, whenever his arms weren't touching the ground. In that form, Lith was far from clumsy, but he wasn't lithe either. He had to keep gravity fusion and the hush zone active to keep his steps from alerting the inhabitants of the nearby buildings. Damn, I wish I had the time to train a bit in this form, but with the baby on the way, the void magic lessons, and everything, mentioning Elijah sent a sudden pang through Lith's heart that made his joints buckle. My baby. If his voice in the Tiamat form sounded like the wind howling through an abyss that had somehow learned how to speak, the void-feathered dragon sounded like the rumbling of stones during an avalanche. My treasure, my ring, and my light. With each word the pain grew, and with it the fury in the dragon's voice. Only thanks to Vergrave conjuring an air shield did the shockwaves from the roar not shake the neighborhood like a quake. What the fuck am I doing, and whose voice is that? Lith was flabbergasted, feeling his consciousness pushed out of his own body and having to once again fight for control. I thought that my life forces had merged upon reaching the violet core. Why is the void going rampant again? That's not me, the void replied. You and I have reached an agreement and I'm not going back on it. He, however, is still royally pissed off at us. Lith would have liked to question what nonsense was that, but he needed his full focus to stop the Voidfeather dragon from going on a rampage. The divine beast suddenly seemed to calm down, sniffing the air and walking in circles like a bloodhound. Stolen, taken, mine! There was a fragrance coming from the east side of the underground complex that somehow Lith perceived as golden through the dragon's nose. The 7 eyes on his muzzle became white like those of the abomination, and the suburban area around him turned into a dense, grayish fog that clouded his vision. Yet he could now see far enough through the buildings and their occupants to spot a light in the distance. It was faint due to the fog, but it shone like a beacon with a familiar radiance that filled the Voidfeather dragon with longing and nostalgia. At the same time, another light shone in the far, far distance in Valoran's direction. Or rather, 2 lights shone, the smaller one enveloped and protected by the bigger one in a nurturing embrace. The divine beast turned his head from one to another so fast that Vergrave needed to conjure another air shield to block the windstorm the movement caused. My baby, my light, why? He roared in frustration. If there was one thing dragons and phoenixes were on the same page was how to take care of their eggs. Leaving a hatchling unguarded was an unforgivable crime. His whole being craved for returning to the nest, the pain of the separation almost physical. Almost. Dragons were greedy creatures and couldn't stand missing a single bronze coin from their hoard, let alone someone as precious to them as Solus was to Lith. Where Camilla was his beating heart, Solus was the warm light in his soul. She was his first and best friend, his better half, and an irreplaceable presence in his life. The fact that she was also bound to a priceless artifact like Menadian's tower only triggered the dragon further. Kill them all, and retrieve my light. Flaming chains comprised of cursed fires burst from his chest and plunged into the still-stunned demons of the darkness, setting them ablaze into demons of the abyss. No, 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 Lith telepathically screamed in frustration. I've gone through too much to fail like this. I had to spot the farmer, allow him to escape, follow him, and work my ass to get past the arrays. Rebelliousness is far from surprising considering how you treated him. What do you mean you beat him to a pulp until a few months ago? Lith was so flabbergasted that I didn't deal with Yasmog just to let you ruin everything. Don't listen to a word he says. Stay put. Luckily, the demons could hear both the Voidfeather and Lith, leaving them utterly confused about whose orders they should follow. I said kill them all, burn this place to the ground, and let its ashes be a lesson. The divine beast roared as he took a deep breath that filled his wings and mouth with violet light. If we've reached an agreement, why aren't you helping? Lith needed sheer willpower to stop the blast of origin flames. I am helping, the void snarled. The guy hates me. If he sees me anywhere around you, he'll go berserk and fight you way harder than now. Why does he hate you, and why is he not listening to me? This is no split personality bullshit. You are all just parts of me, Lith asked. Respectively, he hates me because I beat him to a pulp on a daily basis until a few months ago. He doesn't listen to you because he has other priorities. Last, but not least, since when are you good at controlling your own emotions? Do I have to remind you that if not for Solus Lucia and the White Griffin Academy would have been turned into a bloodbath? The Void replied. I'm your rage, pain, and self-loath. He's your greed, love, and all the feelings that you've spent your whole life repressing. His rebelliousness is far from surprising considering how you treated him. What do you mean, you beat him to a pulp until a few months ago? Lith was so flabbergasted that he went this close to losing control of the Voidfeather. Your beast side had to suppress your abomination side until the violet, remember. I was the reason you were stuck at the deep violet, and he is the reason your human body was stable, unlike regular puppeteers. Only once we stopped fighting could he gather his strength and become my equal, our equal. Then, seeing that Lith was having a hard time accepting reality, the Void spoke slowly. Human abomination, divine beast. The Void pointed his clawed finger at Lith himself and lastly at the Voidfeather. We are the 3 sides of whatever a Tiamat is. You and I are cool, you and he are not. Is it clear now? 62C5B 2,942,708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-28 Voidfeather Dragon Part 2. Chapter 25-28 Voidfeather Dragon Part 2. 25-28 Voidfeather Dragon Part 2. Luckily for Lith, time moved slowly in the mindscape, allowing him to take in the revelation without the surprise breaking his hold on the Voidfeather's fury. If this thing is just the embodiment of my emotions cranked up to 11 due to Grandma's and Ligon's blood, then I have to reason with him like I would with myself. Lith had no idea how to reach an agreement with the Voidfeather, but at least now he knew the source of the problem. With my luck, until I succeed, I won't be able to reach the bright violet core. That's a problem for another day, though. Now I have to stop myself from screwing weeks of careful planning. Why do you stop me? The Voidfeather telepathically screamed. Why do you hate me? I kept you alive for all these years, and this is how you thank me. You've let so many of my friends die. You've let so many of my treasures get taken away from me. I won't let Solus be another casualty of your sick plans. I won't lose anyone or anything again. No more, never more. Lith tried to make the Voidfeather reason, but the dragon's thoughts were chaotic, and his attitude was that of a child throwing a tantrum. Lith could feel the Voidfeather's suffering from the years spent in a losing battle with the Void. His frustration at Lith for denying him peace and putting into danger the people he loved. The memories of Uriel, Floria, Lark, Mirim, and all the opportunities that Lith had missed, and the things he had never shared with them had left deep scars in the Voidfeather's mind. Scars that could never heal because death had frozen the damage in time, leaving behind only regrets and what-ifs. I'm not doing this for myself, Lith replied. This was Solus' idea. I only care for my share of Morok's legacy. How I get it is irrelevant to me. She is the one who wants to save them. If you want to let her down, be my guest. His words stunned the Voidfeather dragon stiff, and the surprise grew further when Lith stopped fighting the divine beast for the control of his body. How do I know this isn't just an attempt to manipulate me? Are you telling me that you don't remember what happened just a few hours ago? Now it was Lith's turn to be shocked. I'm too busy making sure that the jackass doesn't ruin everything to stalk you. I have no idea what happened since Floria died, the Voidfeather dragon replied. Are you serious? Lith blurted out in surprise. That's the last time you let me out, the dragon snorted. Haven't you seen your Tiamat's body? The jackass takes most of the space. Aside from your eyes and my wings, everything else belongs to him. Lith had to admit that his dragon side had failed to manifest itself until the deep violet, when he had achieved the first feathered wing. For the second, he had to wait to reach the violet, when the Void had stopped fighting for dominance. Let me bring you up to speed, then. Lith attempted a mind fusion and failed spectacularly. We don't need a mind fusion, nor do we read each other's mind. The Voidfeather dragon guffawed in Lith's face. They are called respectively remembering and thinking, moron. It took the divine beast a split second to fill in the blanks in his memory. Damn Solus and her big heart, he inwardly roared after understanding the need for stealth. Why did you let her volunteer for such a dangerous mission? These vermin aren't worth a single strand of her hair. I agree, but you know her, Lith shrugged. You know how much he suffered for the wargs and Echidna. If even one of Gleemo's children can be saved and we let them be massacred, or if anything happens to our friends because we sit this out. She'll never let us hear the end of it, the Voidfeather dragon grumbled. Fine, consider yourself lucky. You have called the right man for this job. A snap of the divine beast's fingers reverted the demons of the abyss into their original, and much less fleshy state of demons of the darkness. How can you do that? Now that his beast side was calm, Lith could afford the time to ask a few questions. I mean the chains and controlling the demons. Isn't that the Void's job? The jackass, don't be stupid, the Voidfeather replied with a sneer. No matter how much he brags, he reigns over the dead and he's good at destroying stuff. I rule over the flames and the shadows. That's all me. Then why back in Urgamaka I couldn't do anything while in dragon form? Lith asked. Because at the time I was still dormant, and the three of us were completely split. Why do you think that before the violet you couldn't summon the demons in your abomination form either? Because it takes the three of us. Your eyes and chains, my shadows and flames, and the jackass, souls and chaos. Now that we are partially fused, however, we have limited access to each other's abilities even in our respective forms. I have a name, you know. The Void joined the conversation, sick and tired of being addressed with an insult. I know, George, the Voidfeather said with a huge grin on its snout. Fangs bared. This isn't over, George, the Void Feather said. It's just that you are not worth my time now. I hate that name. I know, George. Before Lith could put a word in edgewise, the divine beast and the abomination started tussling around the mindscape in a deadly embrace that reminded Lith of his split life force back when he was still a hybrid. Seen from so up close, however, more than a dance it looked like a bar brawl. He tried to stop them physically, but the flames of the Void Feather and the cursed elements of the abomination burned at his mental projection. Words didn't get through the red curtain of their decades-long rivalry until Lith said, "Do you realize that every moment you waste fighting is a moment when Solus is alone, wondering where the heck I am?" The Void had already proven in the past that he cared for her so much to force Lith to share with Camilla the truth about his origins. The Void Feather Dragon had nearly gone on a rampage for her sake, so his feelings couldn't be any less intense. The two creatures froze on the spot, staring intently at each other with eyes ablaze with mana and fangs bared. "This isn't over, George," the Void Feather said. "It's just that you are not worth my time now." "Say that name again and I'll—" "Solus," Lith repeated while pointing at her light in the distance. The Void roared in annoyance and disappeared from the mindscape before jumping at the dragon's throat again. "Good move, kid," the Void Feather Dragon nodded. "Watch and learn." The divine beast took a deep breath and furled his feathered wings around his body like a cocoon. The shadows of the buildings converged on him, forming a small dome that seemed to merge with the ground. His figure was compressed, and the boundary between matter and energy became thinner and thinner until only a small dark blob remained. If you're wondering why the Void is called George, so do I blame the Discord for it. Vox Populi Vox Dei. Legion 20. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 25-29, Void Feather Dragon, Part 3. Only enough flesh to keep Lith's memory and mind intact remained. Everything else was an ever-shifting mass of pure darkness, so thin that it was nigh-two-dimensional. It was the Shadow Step bloodline ability that belonged to dark phoenixes like Kigan and Raz, were Lith's father ever to awaken his dormant abilities. The demons followed suit, disappearing from sight and slithering along the corners of the streets to go unnoticed while they spread throughout the city. The Void Feather Dragon's mass was much greater, and something of his size moving around was hard to miss, no matter how thin he made himself. He split his body into smaller pieces, moving small groups of them at a time, but always keeping the fragments close enough to not lose control over them. This way, he could hide in plain sight, even using bystanders and carriages to move around more quickly. "I don't get it," Lith pondered. "What's the point of compressing the space and blocking dimensional magic inside the city? Sure, most monsters can't use magic above Tier 3, but some like orc shamans and farmers can. Even if it protects the city from invasions, the moment the position of the underground complex is revealed, dimensional magic would be the least of their problems." The Void Feather Dragon could move solely when nobody was looking in his direction, and the demons confirmed to him that there was no one at the windows of the buildings around him either. If not for the space-compressing array, he could have just sent the smaller and faster demons as advanced scouts, and then warped to their coordinates as soon as they found a safe spot big enough to hide him. The real purpose of the array is to focus and compress the world energy. This way, not only does the presence of the mana geyser escapes magical detection from the outside, but its energy is also more easily assimilated by the children of Gleemos. The Void Feather replied. The dimensional magic seal is just a side effect since the array doesn't discriminate, compressing the space simply because it's filled with world energy. Modifying the magical formation so as to not hinder dimensional magic would greatly increase its complexity for little return. Aside from orc shamans, no unfallen race can use dimensional magic, and out of here, the monsters revert to their fallen state so they wouldn't be capable of warping inside anyway. "How do you know that?" Lith was flabbergasted. They were supposed to be the same person, but now that the Void Feather Dragon had calmed down, he seemed smarter and more logical than Lith himself. "Because I have eyes, how else?" The divine beast shared his senses with Lith, who remained amazed by what infusing each of his 7 eyes with elemental energy achieved. There was no sudden development of skills like earth or water vision, but by splitting the elements between the 7 eyes, the Void Feather could observe their individual flow. The air and earth elements from the arrays compressed the world energy, and in turn the life force of the monsters who assimilated it, allowing them to keep a semi-unfallen state. The water element condensed inside the buildings every time someone pushed a button, giving them the equivalent of tap water. The light and the fire elements coursed through street lamps and home appliances to generate respectively light and warmth. Unlike life vision, which showed the strength of a person or the runes of a spell, through the Voidfeather Dragon's 7 eyes Loth could witness the effects of the flow of magic inside both living beings and inanimate objects. On top of that, through the Spirit Eye Lith could also see how the life force and the fallen core of the various monsters interacted with each other. The Spirit Eye showed him where they nodded, clashed, and where they instead harmonized. I've used my 7th eye many times, but this never happened. How can? Because you filled all the eyes with spirit magic. The Voidfeather cut Lith short. The other eyes work as a filter, removing the undesired elemental flows that would otherwise hinder your perception. By focusing the fire, light, and spirit eyes one at a time on the same person, the divine beast obtained their thermal readings, their health scan, and a glimpse of how their fallen life force had messed up with their mana cores. This raises another question, Lith said. If you are this good with my bloodline abilities and have an agenda of your own, why didn't you manifest sooner? Not that I'm complaining, but the void has been much more vocal during my life and a huge pain in the ass. An agenda? The Voidfeather Dragon snorted. My agenda is for you to be happy instead of the lonely, miserable man you've always strived to become. The little voice in your head that told you that Solus was right about making friends at the academy was me. Just like I was the one who pushed you to trust Floria with your secret and forgive Solus after she lied to you about Protector. I don't want to take your place. I want you to stop surviving and start living. There's a big difference, you know. I know, Lith sighed, but why have you been so discreet? I could have used more power. The Voidfeather Dragon's mind flared in outrage. That's the last thing you needed. Power is what made you shut everyone out of your life, thinking you didn't need them. It's weakness that taught you the lessons you needed to grow up and showed you your limits. Also, it's not like I had much of a choice. Keeping the jackass sealed took me everything I had, and the few times I tried to influence you, you ignored me. Point taken, Lith nodded. Then how come I didn't notice any of your abilities until now? How many times have you taken this form for more than a few seconds? With this mission, it makes 4 times. Lith telepathically scratched his head in embarrassment. Once back in Urgamaka, when due to your split life force I had no power. The Voidfeather nodded. Once inside the Golden Griffin, another after Floria's death, and now. You've always been fascinated by chaos and the cursed flames, but you've never bothered asking yourself what, or rather, who protected you from their side effects and allowed you to employ them safely. You are welcome. Lith felt a jerk toward himself, which confused him even more. Luckily, the Voidfeather Dragon was too focused on following Solus Light to give him a second glance. During the trip, Lith could observe from up close the living quarters of the different fallen races, being surprised by the tyrant's bloodline ingenuity. The darkness element that filled the houses of the trolls kept the decay of their cores at bay. It further slowed down their metabolism and extended their lifespan. The goblins didn't live in huge condos just because of their numbers, but because this way they were capable of sharing their powers with the inhabitants of the whole building. This allowed them to perform magical experiments that required lots of mana, despite their flimsy orange cores. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 30 Voidfeather Dragon Part 4. On top of that, part of the goblins would focus on channeling the world energy, while the rest would take care of a different aspect of the spells. That's amazing. Between the world energy stored in the building and them having the same energy signature, it's almost like when Solus and I worked together inside the tower. Lith thought. Except that the 3 of you have much stronger cores and can last more than a few minutes. The Voidfeather Dragon pointed out. Not to mention that mimicking a single enchantment of the tower takes a lot of energy and focus that can't be used for the experiment. Thanks to their bloodline ability, the goblins had reached an output that surpassed the bright violet. But due to their weak bodies and the little mana each one of them possessed, they had barely time for one attempt before collapsing. The energy readings plummeted as fast as they had risen, and now hundreds of goblins were in need of food and rest. The gardens turned out to be the homes of the reverted ogre dryads, who needed both the orcs and the trolls for their survival. The shamans used their crystals to amplify the light element in the gardens, in order to provide the ogres with the nourishment and warmth they needed to grow their plant bodies. The trolls, instead, shared with them part of their abundant life force to make up for the lack of sunlight. No matter how good the orc shamans were at altering the crystals, they were no sunstones. The burrows, instead, turned out to be inhabited by the orcs instead of the wargs. While they moved through the city, Lith could see via the eyes of Menadian that the holes in the ground led to the crystal mines situated on the lower level. The reverted orcs were best suited to extract them safely, and their species thrived in such an environment. The shamans taught regular orcs how to access the power of the crystals, and also used them to amplify the voices of their ancestors. The resonance effect between the holy crystal and those in the mines allowed the shamans to bring out the memories of one of the previous crystal holders at a time. Without the mines, the echoes of all the ancient orcs would have flooded the mind of the shaman at once and endangered their sanity. By studying the memories stored inside the holy crystal, the shamans could witness the life of their predecessors, not just study their spells. Some of the most ancient crystals predated the fall of the orcs and offered a window to their lost golden age. The shamans conjured the echoes of their ancestors in front of the community, giving even the less talented orcs the opportunity to learn about magic and the ancient history of their race. Farmers and ballers lived in the central areas of the city. Their houses were at least 2 stories high, and each one of them was as big as a mansion. Such privilege wasn't granted just because they were considered superior, but due to their limited numbers. On top of that, farmers and ballers were a key element in the community, using their powers to help the other fallen races and slow down their aging. It was them conjuring the darkness for the trolls, using the power of the elements to accelerate the crystal's growth, and restoring the strength of the goblins after an experiment in order to save precious food. The farmers in particular seemed to occupy the highest rank. Not only did they have the 6 eyes of their god, Glemos, but they were also capable of using all tiers of magic. They weren't as powerful as the orc shamans, but their physical prowess was unmatched. Even a 3-eyed fallen baller was as strong as a bright blue-cord awakened emperor beast. Now that they had reverted to their original status and further evolved, they were titans among mortals. What about the warg? Lith asked. They were just a few hundreds of meters from Solus' position, and he had yet to spot even one of Protector's lost cousins. I have no clue. The Voidfeather feared beasts the most, worrying that they could catch his smell or movements thanks to their heightened senses. Yet even the demon scouts couldn't find a single trace of the warg's presence, let alone the Hattie. What the fuck? Lith and the divine beast said in unison the moment they reached the building from which Solus' light came. Surrounded by tall barracks that reminded Lith of his boot camp, there was a building worthy of the royal palace. It was surrounded by tall walls made of white crystals with adamant gates so heavily enchanted that not even a divine beast could break through. On either side of the gate, there was a statue of a tyrant carved out of golden-veined white marble, while elemental crystals had been put in place of his eyes. The statue on the right held books and carried forgemastering tools on his hip. The one on the left was in a battle pose, shielding children of the fallen races behind his body. Between the walls and the building, there was a lush garden filled with flowers that spread their delicate scent, and topiary figures representing the monsters that Glemos had successfully experimented upon. Yet it wasn't the opulence of the palace nor the power of its spell that surprised Lith so much as the fact that only wargs and Hattie were tasked with defending the area. On top of that, they all wore top-grade equipment and exuded a powerful aura. It makes sense, the Voidfeather pondered. Warg can share their senses and powers. They don't need amulets to talk or to waste time on reports. What one of them experiences, every member of the pack feels it too. This is a damn smart move, and I like my opponents as dumb as bricks. The palace guards were currently tasked with keeping a crowd of concerned citizens at bay. Hundreds of people surrounded the area, making it easy for the Voidfeather dragon to slip from shadow to shadow amid the chaos. Luckily for Lith, the adamant gates were open, the crystal walls were depowered, and the security was lax. The city was, after all, safe, and whatever was happening inside the palace was of great interest to the warg as well. The guards were arguing loudly between themselves and the bystanders, but the moment someone from the inside came out to give them an update, everyone would immediately shut up and listen. The conversations would resume solely once the messenger was gone, and the hush zone past the doors restored. How do I get inside? Lith thought. Every time the door opens, all eyes move there. Going unnoticed among the crowd would be very difficult. More like impossible, the Voidfeather replied. There must be a secondary entrance, a skylight something. As long as the security measures are depowered, we just need an opening. Lith spread the demons around the palace, scouring every nook and cranny for a way in. The mass of the Void Feather was too big, and the area too well lit for him to move around safely. 62C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 31 Dangerous Truth, Part 1. The solution to Lith's problem came in the form of a group of women who were having a much more heated argument than the guards in the back of the building. For some reason, the war guards steered clear of them, and no one seemed bothered by the noise they made. The group was comprised of several orcs, Hattie, six-eyed Ballers, and one Farmer. "You have no right to keep us out, Ryla." A female Hattie dressed in a rich golden dress that complemented her silver fur snarled. "It's our future they are discussing, and we need to voice our opinion. As Gleemo's High Priestess, I have every right to do so." The beauty of the Farmer's figure and features was further emphasized by the loose toga she wore that left her back fully exposed. Her furled, multicolored wings looked like a soft mantle that went from her shoulders to the ground. "It is my duty to protect you all, even from yourselves. Each one of us has demonstrated the highest evolutionary potential and is irreplaceable. Those whose standing is safe have no right to decide the fate of those who are expendable. A cull will be necessary before we move out. Our men and children will die to leave us with as much food as they can. Do you really think they can find the strength to make such a decision while looking you in the eyes? That they can muster the resolve to end their own blood and themselves while you lot scream and cry? Our god Gleemos taught us that the future is more important of the past, and that only through sacrifice can our races prosper. The whole Magur is our enemy. Our own bodies have betrayed us and try to kill us every day. This is the only way we have to survive." "Bullshit," a reverted female orc-elf said, her light brown skin reddened by the blood rush in while her golden hair whipped around due to her mana outburst. "We could ask our unfallen brethren for help. There are still pure-blooded elves out there, but we never tried to find them. We could barter with the Awakened Council to share the Harmonizers and Gleemos lab in exchange for a cure to our condition. If the Tyrant bloodline alone could achieve so much, imagine what the 4 awakened races could do for us if they joined their resources." "Blasphemy," Ryla slapped the orc-elf to shut her up. "Our savior isn't a mere awakened. He is a god who took pity on our ancestors after their fall and created this paradise for us." "You call this paradise?" A six-eyed Baller stepped forward, forced to look up at the taller Farmer. "We hide deep underground like rats. We can't expand our borders and are forced to constantly cull our own blood just to survive. This is no paradise, just a sick lab, and we are the test subjects. Gleemos is no god, otherwise he would have healed us already. He exploited our short lives and ignorance to rewrite history as he saw fit. We pretended to believe his lies only because we were scared." "How dare you?" The Baller knew the slap was incoming and tried to stop it, but Ryla was faster and stronger than her. The hit sent the Baller to the ground and was quickly followed by a furious kick. "Gleemos is a god. Without him you would be a hideous monster. Without him I would have never been born. Without him there is no hope. If you despise his gifts so much, then I'll gladly take them back." The Farmer lifted the Baller by the neck and was about to rip her heart out when the Hattie with the golden dress grabbed Ryla's wrist. "Enough, I get your point, and I'll promise you that we'll behave. Now let her go." The Farmer tried and failed to break free from the iron grip of the Hattie that became tighter until Ryla was forced to bend or suffer a broken arm. "I'm the High Priestess, Sarah. You can't order me around." She gritted her teeth to withstand the pain, refusing to submit. "And I'm the Queen. If you want, we can go back inside and ask which one of us can be more easily replaced." The Hattie emphasized the concept by taking a step forward so fast that Lith could barely see her. Sarah grabbed the Farmer with such strength that not even the combined power of her eyes was enough to break free from the choke hold. "Fine, I'll forgive her transgression," Ryla said, and the Hattie released her. "But if BRI keeps spreading her poisonous lies, our society might crumble. Only the faith in our God and the hope that it brings us have allowed our people to endure such cruel hardships. Are you willing to take responsibility for her?" "I am," the Hattie Queen nodded. "Now let's get inside. I don't trust the scum from the undead courts further than I can throw them." "You know that I'm not lying, Sarah. We've all seen the records of the times before Gleemos stored inside BRI's crystal." The Baller pointed at the orc who nodded in agreement. "Our species existed before Gleemos, he." Now it's not the time, Arhin. The Hattie cut the baller short. We have lost countless good people today. We are about to lose our homes and cull most of our neighbors and friends simply because they were born with a lesser evolutionary potential. Even if everything we witnessed is true and not the delusion of an ancient orc, do you think that our people could survive discovering that everything they know is a lie? That there's no merciful God looking over us, but just a cruel dictator who bred us like animals? Arhin opened her mouth to answer, but no word came out. She lowered her gaze and clenched her teeth before shaking her head in resignation. The truth is a luxury we can't afford, my friend. Not today, Sarah said. Lies are the only thing that will allow us to see tomorrow. The Voidfeather Dragon exploited the moment when the women hugged each other, and the High Priestess bolted inside in outrage to compress his body as much as he could and split it between their shadows. Luckily for me, Tron have 6 arms and every one of them is damn tall. Between that and their puffy dresses, I've just enough space to hide. The group of women walked briskly through the door, and then an ample corridor, reaching an open balcony from which they could witness and hear everything that happened inside the room below. Also, they brought Lith so close to Solus that she could perceive his exact position even without a mind link. She had left Orion's pocket right after he had been summoned to the palace, and had been spectating from a safe position all along. She turned her stone body into a liquid state, slowly crawling out of her hiding space while also making sure to constantly adjust her color so as to always match her surroundings. It took her a few minutes to reach the balcony, and what she found there left her gaping. 62C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2532 Dangerous Truth, Part 2. Solus, I missed you so much. Are you all right? The shadows wrapped around her in a tender embrace while the thoughts that passed through the mind link now that they had made physical contact were filled with heartfelt longing. I was expecting a status report or Solus analysis. We are surrounded by enemies and we didn't see each other for a few hours, not days. Did you take a blow to the head or what? That's mean of you. Do you have any idea how worried I was? The Voidfeather said while pouting. Since when do you pout? Never mind. There's no time for shenanigans. Look. She elongated her form so that she could look past the balcony and share her vision with him. Right below them, there was a circular room in the center of which there was a semicircular table with several thrones where the representatives of each fallen race sat. At the extremities of the table, there were those like goblins and ogres who had reverted but failed to evolve. According to Solus, they held the least authority, and their opinion was heard last since it carried little weight. The closer one got to the center of the table, the greater the importance of the representative. The farmer sits on the right side of the king, and in turn the Balor's representative sits behind the farmer, Solus explained. Based on what I understood so far, they are in charge of the equivalent of the royal army. Farmers possess the greatest physical strength, have access to all tiers of spells, and their eyes gave them plenty of bloodline abilities. They are the generals of the children of Glemos, and their leader is called Warlord. The orc shaman sits on the left side, and his species holds the same authority as the Mage Association, and their representative is called the Warsage. Even though the orcs failed to evolve, they are the only ones among the fallen races who can awaken. They have no elemental restriction, and thanks to their ability to manipulate crystals, the shamans have nigh-infinite mana and can control the world energy even better than the farmers. That I can understand, but I sure wasn't expecting a Hattie to be the king. The eyes of the Voidfeather went wide in surprise when he noticed the furred figure standing in the middle of the semicircle. The king was smaller than the farmer on his right, and his magical aura was insignificant compared to the orc shaman to his left. Yet everyone looked at him for permission before they spoke, and once he nodded, they kept looking at him to make sure to have his attention. At first sight, the king was no different from the rest of the Hattie that Lith had met and slaughtered in Falul's crystal mine and during the raid in Nesra. After a while, however, one would notice that even though his body still suffered from the constant shape-shifting of his species, it was limited to minor physical features. His ears would change in shape, size, or number, the number of his fingers and toes varied as well, and his snout would become more and less pronounced. The number of his tails and limbs instead remained fixed. No change in his body took place that would ruin the luxurious clothes of his office. A peek with the Voidfeather's spirit eye revealed that the Hattie's life force was actually no less chaotic than that of his peers. The difference was that the king had learned to feel its flow, and somehow controlled it with sheer force of will. "When did you learn this, spirit vision?" Solus asked. 5 minutes ago. When did you learn all this stuff?" the Voidfeather replied, enjoying her company and cutting Lith out of the conversation. "This place is their governing organ, and it's called the Senate. It was already in session when I arrived. The various representatives spent over 1 hour throwing at each other's faces the past merits of their respective races. It was like witnessing a heraldry contest where the winner gets to live." She gave him a short summary of the events via mind fusion. "I can see why they did it, and why the women I met were so upset. Basically, they are using their respective worth as an argument to justify culling fewer members of their species than the others." He pondered. "Yeah, ogres and goblins are in a tough spot. Someone wants to save just 10 people from their races and slaughter the rest since they are useless. As you can imagine, orcs, ballers, and wargs are already set to take the lion's share of the food collected during the raids." "I get orcs and ballers, but wargs." The Voidfeather was utterly confused. "They were more followers than leaders, and their bloodline abilities aren't that much. How the heck did they gain so much authority?" "Because they can use all elements as well, and they are actually the strongest amongst the reverted races. Sure, on the battlefield their power is limited to the number of pack members they brought, but here the king holds the entire physical and magical might of his community. They can pass him mana, spells, strength, mass, and even the power of their cores. I've caught just a glimpse of his power earlier when the representative of the undead courts angered him, but I can tell you this. If there's someone that can kick even your ass, it's the king. He is the champion of both his species and the colony," Solus replied. The Voidfeather dragon remembered how easily the queen had overpowered a farmer and nodded in understanding. Then his eyes went wide in realization. "What representative of the undead courts? What are they doing here?" "Now I recognize you," she chuckled. "There you go." Another partial mind fusion showed Lith that after Gleemo's disappearance, the underground city had been left to itself. The children of Gleemo's had waited for months, hoping that their god would return and give them new instructions. Yet with the passing of time and the dwindling of their resources, panic had slowly started to rise like an ever-increasing tide. In Solus, Memories, Lith could see how the Tron and the Orcs were working together to infuse mana crystals with light energy and create sunstones. So far they had failed, but by combining their efforts with the ogres, they had succeeded in developing underground cultivated fields. They also grew their cattle, but neither was enough to sustain the city without outside provisions. Plants' growth could be accelerated, but it impoverished the soil, and every harvest would give fewer crops unless the field could rest. Animals developed and conceived at a speed too slow for the enhanced metabolism of the fallen species. The Senate had started rationing the food, then moving outside from time to forage and hunt, and lastly, the culls had become a regular occurrence. At the end of their rope and not knowing what to do, Gleemo's right-hand men had contacted the undead courts. The fallen species needed food, and the courts needed the harmonizers to fix the flaws in their own life force. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2533 Thin Ice, Part 1. Lith saw through Solus' eyes how the undead courts' representative had politely rubbed in the Senate's face how desperate the situation of the underground city of Zelex was, and how much they needed the courts' help for survival. 1. My people have upheld our side of the bargain. Now that Lith was caught up with what had happened since Solus had reached the city, he could now follow the debate as well. We have given you resources and scouted the cities of the kingdom for you. Without our help, you would have never learned where the major reserves of food were located and how the kingdom's troops were deployed in the various cities. If not for our intelligence, you would have been forced to spread your forces thin and would have never gathered so many resources. The undead pointed at a pile of dimensional amulets that grew in size as the raid teams returned. Lith noticed that Orion was there as well, lined against a side wall with the rest of the squad leaders. The expression on the farmer's face changed faster than a Hattie's body, switching from pride to fear and then from joy into sadness. He stood with his arm crossed, his fingers drumming his forearms while his feet tapped the ground with impatience. All we ask in return is a few harmonizers. That was the deal that we struck with God Gleemo's, and we expect that his proud children will keep his word. I can assure you that your gains will soon outweigh the loss of a few artifacts. Unlike you, the courts have access to the best forgemasters in Magus history, both ancient and contemporary. As soon as they manage to crack the cloaking device, we'll mass-produce the harmonizers and everyone will be better for it. 2. Our future will be bright, with our respective communities finally free to walk in the sunlight. But it's a future that won't come to pass unless we work together. The representative of the undead courts looked like a man in his mid-20s, but he was likely to be a few centuries old. He had blonde hair and chestnut eyes, and wore tailor-made noble clothes of the latest fashion. Judging by his blood core and aura, he hadn't been chosen for the task for his strength, but for his eloquence and diplomacy. Every time he talked about the hardships that the children of Glemos suffered, his voice almost teared up. When he looked around the room, his face was full of compassion and empathy. 1. Every word that came out of his mouth sounded like the reasonable advice of a trustworthy friend. I would definitely like to work together with the undead courts, Elder Irma. The king steepled his ever-changing fingers, the corners of his muzzle twitching in what was as likely to be a smile as a sign of annoyance. My problem is that trust goes both ways. True, your courts have done much for my people, but only because we have leverage. If we die, the harmonizers die with us. You have every reason to help us, but only until you get what you want. If we give you the harmonizers now, we'll lose good people. The evolution rate of our species will drop, and nothing would stop you from turning your back on us. That's not true. Irma grimaced as if those words had physically hurt him and shook his head. You have our word, and if that's not enough, we are willing to pay you up front with food and even give you our elders as hostages. Food that sooner or later would run out, and elders that might have just become a bother to your courts. The eyes of the Hattie flashed with the collective brainpower of his subjects. You would trade something you don't need and someone you want dead in exchange for a priceless treasure. I'm sorry, Elder Irma, but I have to refuse your offer again. This is the only way the fates of the children of Glemos and the undead courts will be truly bound together. Any alternative would set you free from our bargain and leave my people at your mercy. Are you calling off our deal? The representative stiffened, his voice colder but still respectful. That would make us enemies, and we both have invested too much in this project to allow it to fail. The king curled his lips, revealing a row of clenched sharp fangs that could be a smile or a threat. I only ask the courts to agree to a few conditions that will ensure we both get what we want. First, you'll help us reach the site of our new haven. Then, you'll provide us with the resources needed to restore our numbers after the cull and set a new defensive array field. Once the children of Glemos will have regained the strength to defend themselves from the enemies outside and inside our borders. His eyes pierced at the undead, hinting how he considered the courts among the latter. We'll give you the harmonizers. You have my word, take it or leave it. 2. But how am I supposed to take your word at face value if you disregard mine? The king cut Irma short. I swear upon the name of Glemos, if that's not enough for you, there's no point continuing the negotiations. You drive a hard bargain, my king. The undead gave the Hattie a deep bow while wearing a friendly smile on his face. I can already assure you of our cooperation, but I'd like to contact my superiors just to be safe. Thank you for your understanding, Elder Irma. The orc shaman stood up, giving the undead a polite bow while the king remained seated. Escort our honored guest outside and make sure that nothing happens to him. It was a polite way to say, we don't trust you with letting you know the way out or leaving you unchecked. But Irma feigned ignorance and thanked his hosts profusely. 1. The members of the Senate remained silent until their guest was escorted out of the room, and the hush zone restored upon the closing of the doors. Are we really going to give our precious harmonizers to those bloodsuckers? The Falmer representative stood up in outrage, slamming his hands on the table. The Baller behind him nodded, and loud grumblings of approval rose from the spectators' seats. Yes, one word from the king and the room fell silent again. We have no choice. We do have a choice. The orc representative stood up as well, hating having to agree with a Baller. No matter how much time the two species spent together, Ballers were too similar to the demons of old who had caused the orcs to fall. Ballers, on the other hand, considered orcs greedy imbeciles who'd rather point fingers than own their mistakes. 4. The mutual distrust was one of the reasons the Hattie had become king, since neither of them trusted the other to not sacrifice them at the first opportunity they got. We just give them nothing and keep leading them by the nose. We already have only a handful of harmonizers left. Any less, and even once we've moved to the new haven, there will be no way to stop the culls. 1. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, Add 975E. Chapter 25-34 Thin Ice, Part 2. Chapter 25-34 Thin Ice, Part 2. I know, but we are walking on thin ice, the king sighed. If we push the courts too far, they'll just stop helping us. At that point, the culls would become the least of our problems. 1. Without them, the resources of our new home will run out in the span of a few months instead of years. We'd be forced to move again, this time with no one scouting the paths ahead for us or giving us the intel that we need for our raids. That bastard is right about one thing. We need to trust them. If they backstab us, a few harmonizers less will make no difference since we'll be all dead. 1. Then why don't you give the courts the harmonizers now? The Tron representative asked. At least we'd check their loyalty instead of being constantly afraid of betrayal. Because this way, we are buying time for the return of our god Glemos. The king stood up, staring at the Tron in fury. Because I'm forcing those bloodsuckers to invest so much in us that cutting ties with us would mean a huge loss even for their standards. Because if everything goes south, we'd have a fresh start and a rich environment instead of the empty husk that our home has become. Everyone lowered their gaze, knowing that those words were as true as they were painful. The children of Glemos had lived there for countless generations, and now they were forced to leave their ancestral home. It wasn't an easy choice, nor one they had taken willingly. They just had no other option. Now, unless someone has anything idiotic more to add, I'd like to return to selecting the members of our respective tribes that are going to survive the culls and perform the rites of passage before that pompous corpse returns. The Hattie sat down, seemingly aged of decades in an instant. His aura of power was gone, and his silvery fur now looked of a dull gray. Whatever the rites of passage were, Lith and Solus noticed that every person in the room had turned pale. They clenched their hands and looked around as if they were seconds away from running for their lives. The queen and her ladies-in-waiting were gripping the handrail so hard that the self-repair spells could barely keep up with the damage they caused. Even the high priestess looked like someone had just slapped her. Anything had yet to happen, but there was palpable grief in the room. An orc shaman rushed from the sidelines to her representative, who in turn consulted his mildly esteemed farmer colleague before speaking up. Your Majesty, there's a matter at hand that needs your attention, the orc representative said. Mine was a rhetorical question, the Hattie snarled. What could there possibly be that's more important than our own survival? One of the raid leaders claims to have important information about Lord Glemos. Also, he claims to have defeated one of the demons that our ancestors warned us about, and that there might be more in the outside world. The orc said, having a hard time believing his own words. 1. The members of the Senate gasped at the mention of their god's fate, and shuddered at the idea of their legendary enemies haunting them again. Let me get this straight. The Hattie didn't even bother hiding his disbelief. In the middle of the raid, one of our young leaders met a stranger who not only knew about Glemos, but also gracefully stopped for a chat. Also, while they were at it, they faced a demon because why not? What are the odds that any of this can really happen outside of a bard's tale? 1. Actually, the demon and the stranger are the same person. The orc couldn't stand the mockery in the king's eyes and lowered his gaze in embarrassment. But I can assure you that the raid leader is telling the truth. I've checked it myself with a mind link, or I would have never wasted your time with such a sick joke during our time of crisis. Fine, I'll humor you. For now, show it to the Senate. If demons really are coming after us, our people have the right to know. The Hattie stared at Orion as if he was trash and at the orc shaman like he was insane. At least until the shaman used a mind link to share Orion's memories with a Tron who, in turn, conjured a hologram to project them for the Senate to see. Glemos almighty! The Hattie and the orcs didn't take well witnessing Lith's appearance, but not as much as the farmers and ballers. Seeing a creature bearing the 7 eyes that they had longed for millennia was a huge hit to their pride, that was only made worse by the resemblance he shared with the demons of the old stories. 2. A few among the youngest orcs fainted on the spot while a few ballers puked their guts out, and that before hearing the words, "Are you related to Typhos or Echidna? They left me a message before they died." 1. How does the abomination know their name? The farmer representative asked. Typhos and Echidna were with Glemos the day he disappeared. He wouldn't have let them die unless. The orc representative couldn't find the strength to finish the phrase. How can a demon slaughter Glemos, chosen and live to tell the tale? What if Glemos fell for his trickery as well? The Tron representative had no such problem. It's the only possible explanation for the 7 eyes. He stole Gleemo's powers just like he robbed our ancestors, causing our tribe to fall from Maugur's grace. The demons have returned. The increasing purity in our blood must have awakened them from their slumber, and they are now coming for us. 2. People jumped out of their seats, screaming and running in an attempt to leave the Senate, no matter who and how many people they had to trample over for it. Enough! A word from the king, and a wave of pure killing intent forced everyone to ignore the hypothetical threat of the demon and focus on the one in the same room with them. Words prove nothing. That demon, assuming it was one, was probably just lying. Go on with the projection. The Tron regained enough of his cool to show the rest of the fight in its savage splendor and dramatic conclusion. See, the king said with a snort. If it was a demon, it's already dead. Also, I doubt that anything that can harm our god Gleemos could be defeated by a runt. No offense, kid. 1. None taken, my liege. Orion suddenly felt stupid for believing a word of the abomination and arrogant for thinking himself better than the master of his race. I have witnessed something similar, my liege. An orc shaman raised his hand. Until a minute ago, I thought it was just a mutated Balor, but now I think it was another demon. 2 demons in one day? The king furrowed his brows, but his voice had lost most of its skepticism. Show us. The hologram depicted another raid team, fighting against the city guards, helped by Tista in her red demon form. 6. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 35 Rites of Passage, Part 1. That's no Balor, the farmer representative said. It has just 5 eyes, so it's still inferior to us. Did you eliminate it as well? We tried, but we failed. The orc shaman shook his head. We were surrounded by the council forces, and we prioritized securing the food rather than wasting time fighting. I had no idea. You did the right thing. The Hattie King cut him short. If Elder Irma hasn't left Zelex yet, bring him back here immediately. He has much explaining to do. He never mentioned demons during our treaties, and I doubt that such creatures keep a low profile. If those things are not demons, he's bound to know what they are. If demons really are out there instead, he better have a perfectly good explanation for keeping it a secret from us. The undead re-entered the room less than 5 minutes after leaving. The guards pushed and shoved him around, showing how little they trusted him, yet he did his best to keep calm despite the rude treatment. The Hattie share a deep connection, so whatever has upset their king, it must be pretty bad to make them so scared. The Nightwalker could smell their fear, and it was delicious. He pursed his lips and swallowed several times to contain his drooling. I'm sorry for the sudden change of plans, but I hoped that you could clear a few things for us. The king stood up, giving the undead a small bow in apology. You are doing me too much honor, King Akira. I am at your service. Irma felt all the eyes on himself. The hostility in the room was even worse than when he had bartered for the harmonizers, so he kept his best poker face and watched the projection in silence until the end. That was one pretty impressive fight. The Nightwalker clapped his hands. But I don't see why you need my opinion. You are lucky Verhin underestimated you, kid. The elder turned toward the young farmer. If you ever meet him again, I doubt you'll survive a second encounter. You knew him? Orion grabbed the haft of his weapon, and many in the room did the same. Who does? The undead shrugged, smelling 1 second too late the mix of fear, panic, and outrage his word had drawn from the crowd. He's one of the greatest enemies of the undead courts. I assure you we are no allies. Then why didn't you warn us about the presence of demons? The king's hand slowly moved toward his blade while his eyes remained fixed on the Nightwalker. Do you really don't know? Where have you lived until now? Under a row, only then did the Nightwalker realize that the joke wasn't far from the truth, and that he'd better avoid upsetting his hosts any further. Please, my liege, let me start over. Irma kneeled and raised his hands in surrender. That's not a demon, at least not the kind you believe in. That's just Lith Verhin, the supreme Magus of the Griffin Kingdom. Coincidentally, Magur itself named him the father of all demons, but he is no way related to the creatures of your stories. How can you be so sure? The Hattie sighed in relief, but he could feel the primordial deep-seated fear of their alleged tormentors still lingering in the Senate. The coincidence regarding the Tiamat's name was considered by many as a bad omen. Because Verhin will be 20 in a few months. I have read his records from the White Griffin Academy, I've met his parents in Lucia, and the undead courts had our thralls take part in social events he attended in order to study him. The Nightwalker replied. Also, some members of the courts were there at the time of your species' fall, and I can guarantee you that back then there was nothing like Verhin. As for the red one, she is his sister. It's normal for them to resemble each other. Damn, I feel like a golden opportunity, Irma thought while looking at the faces in the room. Maybe if I fueled their ridiculous superstitions, they would have been more easily manipulated. On the other hand, maybe I did the right thing. While Glemos was here, no one took the legends about the demons seriously. They are falling back into their old habits only because their god is gone and their home is collapsing. They are already on edge. If I were to push them further, they would have a fit of mass hysteria, and there's no telling what would happen to the harmonizers. I need to keep them calm and compliant until I get what I want. If that thing wasn't a demon, then why did you say that I might be wary of our next encounter? Orion asked. I've killed him, and only demons can rise from the dead. You killed Verhin? Irma had a good laugh at the expense of the young farmer. Kid, even though he presents himself as a human, Verhin's a divine beast, and his bloodline abilities are still a mystery. Do any of you know what it's like fighting one? Lord Glemos always told us to avoid them unless there was no other choice, the orc shaman said. Also, from the records of our ancestors, we know that killing a single divine beast takes time, preparation, and countless casualties. Everything you just said is correct, but know that Verhin is even worse. Irma nodded. He has defeated 2 horsemen, fought against the Mad Queen and her generals, and taken down centuries-old Awakened. According to some rumors, he has fought against 2 armies at the Famer mines, and not even that was enough to kill him. So, if you tell me that by sacrificing your companions you've stunned him, maybe even wounded him, I believe you. But killed? The Nightwalker scoffed at the idea. If the golden boy of the kingdom was truly dead, no dimensional ceiling barrier would keep my amulet from exploding due to the too many unanswered calls. The interlink would be in uproar, and there would be countless discussions about his state funerals, and the fate of the kingdom now that it has lost its supreme Magus, before he could fully disclose his legacy. He's dead, I'm sure of it. Orion clenched his hands at the memory of his fallen comrades, feeling outraged at the idea that their sacrifice was for nothing. Please, Irma laughed in the farmer's face. If a runt like you defeated a divine beast by himself, then I'm the 4th horseman of Baba Yaga. How dare you mock our warrior? The farmer representative, Imnar, jumped on his feet ready to teach the undead a lesson, but the king held him back. Look, there's an easy way to quell your fears and prove you my good faith. Irma gave the Senate a small bow while moving on to the next step of his plan. When I get out to discuss the new terms of our deal with the undead courts, I'll also ask about Verhin's whereabouts and his file. If your kid is right and Verhin is dead, you have my personal guarantee that the undead courts will reward you handsomely, and they won't object to your new demands. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 36 Rites of Passage, Part 2. If he's alive instead, I can prove to you that Verhin is of human origins, and that you have no reason to fear him unless you make this grudge personal. Either way, you win. So be it, the king nodded and sent the Nightwalker away. We'll eagerly wait for your return. If we want to leave, this is our cue. Solus pointed at the honor guard accompanying Irma and the large shadow that the group formed. Not yet, the Voidfeather replied. I want to see how they react to the news of my survival and to witness the rites of passage. Scouting the underground complex has great military value, but exterminating the children of Glemos is Plan B. Understanding their culture might allow us to find a way to earn their trust and convince them to surrender without further pointless bloodshed. That's Plan A and the reason you are here. True, while the Senate session continued, and the monsters argued about how many members each race was allowed to spare, Solus noticed the oddities in Lith's condition that she had overlooked until that moment. Since when can you turn into this shadow thingy? She asked. It's a long story. A partial mind fusion later, Solus was brought up to speed and utterly shocked. So you are the embodiment of his beast life force, and I've been talking to you instead of Lith the whole time. Yep. Do you have a name like the Void? Nope, feel free to call me however you like. Between the overly friendly attitude and the waves of affection that the Voidfeather sent her every time he looked at Solus, she felt quite uncomfortable. Can I speak with Lith, please? I don't recommend it, the Voidfeather replied. If we start sharing control and he messes up with the Shadow Step, I don't see us getting out of here alive. Never mind, then. Solus tried to focus on the arrays of the Senate, and the power cores of the weapons the representatives wore, but the loving gaze of the Voidfeather and his shadow form washing over the stone ring in a tender caress made it awkward for her. Luckily, the wait didn't last long, and the elder of the undead courts returned a few minutes later. "I was right," Irma said. "Verhin is definitely alive, but the good news is that he has nothing against you. He was just following orders. Here's his personal file." The Nightwalker handed his communication amulet to the king, who browsed the various pictures taken during Lith's career from Count Lark's protege to Supreme Magus. They confirmed Lith's age, origin, and the true nature of the creature that Arion the Farmer had fought in Nesra. "Don't worry, Arion. Even if it was just a divine beast and not a demon, your feat is still outstanding." The Farmer representative tried and failed to quell the fears of his people. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder Irma. You have lifted a heavy burden from our minds." Imnar gave the undead a deep bow, which was promptly returned. "What about our deal?" "The undead courts present you with a counteroffer," he replied. "We'll take the harmonizers only after you have increased your numbers again, as you requested. Yet we require permission for a small number of our Forgemasters to move in with you and start studying the harmonizers as soon as your new colony has been established." "Why the rush?" Ikara asked. "What are a few years to eternal creatures?" "Nothing, Your Majesty, but the undead courts are tired of you moving the goalposts. What we are asking you is concrete proof of good faith, a sign that we have your trust and that you won't change the terms of our deal again the moment we give you what you want." "What if we were to refuse?" "Then you and your people would be on your own," the Nightwalker shrugged. "The undead courts wouldn't attack you, but they won't help you until we get something in return for our services so far." "So be it," the Hattie sighed. "Now please excuse us, there's still much work to do. Give your leaders our regards and notify them that Zelex will remain sealed until we complete our preparations. We may be unreachable for a while, but they have no reason to worry nor to stop sending us food." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Irma knelt in front of the king. "The courts will be pleased with your decision, and I'm certain that our Forgemasters will gladly help you with establishing the new arrays and maintaining security if needed." "Yeah, right," Ikara inwardly sneered. "And let you study our defenses and the location of our most sensitive resources. How generous of you." After dismissing the envoy of the undead courts, silence befell the room and no one dared break it. "You've heard him," the king said after a few minutes. "The good news is that how our gods Glemos always says, demons are not real. The bad news is that we have even less time than we hoped. The terms of our deal with the courts force us to make haste. Their offer is only apparently harmless. Their goal is to learn the method we use to pass the harmonizers and use it to take them all for themselves. By planting their mages among us while we are at our weakest, they have ensured themselves a privileged position from which to prepare their attack. We can't delay the rites of passage any longer. This is the only way to make sure that, by the time we abandon our home, a new and better generation of warriors will be ready to protect our people. I'll go first." Ikara took off his clothes, revealing a metal collar on his neck. He folded his shirt and pants neatly and left them on the throne before walking to the middle of the room. At the same time, on the balcony, something seemed to die inside Queen Sirah's eyes. Her gaze became dull and her expression fixed like those of a doll. Her body stiffened to the point that when she walked away, there was no trace of her previous grace in her movements. "Sirah," Urhin the Balor wanted to console her friend, but everything that came to her mind sounded hollow and stupid. "Don't worry about me, my friend. Worry about yourself. Your husband is next." The voice of the queen was flat and emotionless, yet her words struck the Balor like a punch to the gut. She fell onto her knees, her 6 eyes tearing up with 6 small streams of the colors of the elements. Her mouth opened up, emitting a soft hiccup that quickly rose in volume and despair, turning into a wail of agony. "Be strong, we knew this moment would come." Bri the orc shaman knelt before the Balor. "If they see you like this, you'll make things even harder for them." Urhin hugged the shaman, bawling her eyes out and clinging to her hated rival as if they were best friends. The Balor leaned her face on the orc's shoulder as her body was shaken by the sobs. Bri returned the embrace and joined Urhin in her grief, knowing that in a few minutes they would share the same fate. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 37 Rites of Passage, Part 3. Despite the millennia of resentment and spite between their respective species, they cried together like sisters. The moment the double doors of the Senate opened, they composed themselves and stood up, determined to not abandon the queen in her darkest hour. Sirrah was walking hand in hand with a young pup toward the Senate's table. Were the boy human, he would be around 10 years old, but Solus assumed he was even younger due to the Hattie's accelerated metabolism and the lack of a harmonizer on his neck. The pup was a shaking mass of silver fur that the queen dragged along, uncaring for his whimpers and sobbing. Every time the young Hattie looked up at his mother, he found a warm gaze full of pain that right where you are, just like my father and grandfather before their coronation. This is a sacred ritual that our god Glemos established to keep our blood pure and our will strong. Ikara turned around, picking the folded clothes and handing them to Zagra. Reassured him for a second before the fear returned. He tried to dig his claws into the ground, but the marble of the floor was too hard, and his mother too strong for any carpet to resist her pull when he desperately clung to them. The queen dragged him with even steps in front of the semicircular table, where the king was waiting for them. Don't worry, Zagra. The rite of passage is scary, and it's natural for you to be afraid. A brave king knows fear like anyone else, but he's capable of doing what's required from him in spite of it. Don't think of this moment as a bad thing. A few years ago, I stood right where you are, just like my father and grandfather before there to keep our blood pure and our will strong. Coronation. This is a sacred ritual that our god Glemos established. Ikara turned around, picking the folded clothes and handing them to Zagra. I'm sorry we didn't get to spend as much time together as I wanted, but it was enough for me to notice that you are stronger, smarter, and more thoughtful than the rest of your siblings. Your will is strong, my son, enough to tame our bloodlust and bring our shape-shifting curse to heal. Only then did Lith notice that the pup's form was even more stable than his father's, the changes in his body limited to his fur and eyes. Soon you'll grow big enough to fit my clothes, and by then, I hope that you will also become a better king than I've ever been. Ikara knelt down to bring his head to the pup's level and look him in the eyes. I pass them to you intact as a testament of my determination, and I hope that you'll do the same for your son. Yet remember, there is no shame in succumbing to our curse and adding a few stitches. The king showed the pup that the clothes were filled with cuts and patches left by their predecessors, and explained to him that they had been carefully sewn back every time a new king was crowned. These clothes are not perfect because not even a king is without a fault. If you own your mistakes and learn from them, you can even wear rags with pride. Do you understand? Ikara forced Zagra to raise his gaze until the pup nodded. Imnar, Femit, I need your help. The farmer and the orc shaman representatives walked to the king's either side and used their respective abilities to depower the harmonizer. The farmer used his wings to drain the surrounding world energy, leaving the artifact nothing to feed upon, while the shaman used his crystal bracelet to freeze the mana coursing through the harmonizer's core. This way, its enchantments were temporarily neutralized, including the self-destruct mechanism that was supposed to trigger the moment that the latch was released. The former king fought as hard as he could, but he couldn't stop his body from changing against his will, gaining temporarily limbs that were reabsorbed in the span of a few seconds. Please, Dad, no. The pup whimpered as Ikara took off the harmonizer and put it on Zagra's neck. I'm sorry, son. The rite of passage was just a means to get rid of the evolutionary failures when Glemos was with us. Now that he's not here anymore, it's the only way to preserve the few harmonizers we have left. The former king unsheathed a short sword and gave it to the pup, making sure that Zagra held it with both hands. Though my blood you were born a Hattie, though my bloods you become king. The Hattie grabbed the enchanted blade until it cut through his palm and became covered in bright red blood. Zagra started to cry, opening his snout to beg his father to stop when Ikara embraced the pup with his free hand, while the other kept the blade straight while it pierced through his heart. Sirrah rushed to his side, embracing them both while the light started to fade from Ikara's eyes. He looked at the new king first and then at his widow, determined to tell them how much they meant to him. Yet his final words were lost in the frothing of saliva and blood in his mouth, turning them into an unintelligible gurgle. After making sure that the Hattie was dead and his imprint gone, the farmer and the shaman dispelled their respective abilities. The harmonizer recognized its new master before the self-destruct mechanism could trigger, and its enchantments brought Zagra's shape-shifting to a halt. The king is dead. Long live the king! The people in the Senate roared over and over while clapping in a standing ovation, both empty, joyless gestures that the new king barely registered over the blood of his father drenching his hands. Now it's your turn to lead our people, Sirrah said. Before that happens, however, you must go with your siblings to the Gardens of Time, where your elders will teach you everything a king needs know. They will grant great power and wisdom upon you, but the price will be your youth. You leave my house as a child, and you will return as an adult capable of building your own. Until that moment, I'll rule in your stead. The queen took the clothes and the blade, cleaning them from the blood before handing them to a male Hattie. Bring the king to the surface world and teach him about the ways of Maugre, peace, and war. A Hattie guard nodded and walked up to the still-stunned pup, lifting him over his shoulder and carrying him out of the Senate like a sack of potatoes. Goodbye, my son. If when you come back you find another queen waiting for you, always remember that I love you. Sarah sadly waved her hand, giving Zagra what she hoped was a warm smile. The moment the meaning of those words reached through the fog clouding the king's mind, he started to struggle with all of his strength to escape the guard's hold and run back to his mother. Let me go, you bastard! Zagra bit Claude and punched as hard as he could, but there was nothing a naked pup could do against an adult bigger, stronger, and armed to the teeth. When his orders fell on deaf ears, the king begged and cried, but the guard just kept walking. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25, 38 Rites of Passage, Part 4. The muzzle of the guard was impassable, but small tears drenched the fur around his eyes. He had not only witnessed the demise of Akara, but also experienced his pain, love, and last wishes through the mind link the Alpha shared with the members of his pack. When the adult Hattie opened the door, the desperate owls of the pup were drowned by those of the wargs outside, who also had perceived the last moments of the late king, and had been forced to resist the impulse to sacrifice their lives to save his. Solus was still frozen in shock from the coronation of the new king, when Imnar the Farmer walked in front of the queen, right where Akara had stood until a minute ago. "Do you need a moment, my liege?" he asked while helping her to sit down before her shaky knees buckled. "No, warlord," Sarah shook her head. "I could use help in choosing my son's spouse. We need fresh and better blood if we want to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. I don't know anyone with better taste in men than my wife Arhin. Come down here, darling. I can't do this without you. I literally can't." The farmer traded insults one last time with Warsage Femmet before preparing his own blade. After the king, it was time for a new warlord. The Balor lady-in-waiting walked through the double doors of the Senate right on cue, walking hand in hand with a boy of preteen age. He was the most stable and powerful farmer among the newest generation, and had been chosen as Imnar's replacement. The young farmer didn't share any blood with the warlord, but it didn't make the rite of passage any easier. The boy was Imnar's disciple, and had spent more time with him and his wife than with his own parents. The warlord had taught the boy everything he knew, and now he could only hope that it would be enough for the boy to survive the struggles that abandoning their old home and dealing with the undead courts entailed. "Master," the blue skin of the boy was gray, the blood drained from his face due to the terror he could barely contain. "No need for honorifics, Uafa, not anymore." Imnar shook his head. "You can call me by my name, O warlord." Master and apprentice chuckled briefly before the gravity of the situation drained the joy from their laughter and faces. "Do you have any last question?" Imnar asked. No, Uafa actually had many, but none related to his soon-to-be role. He just wanted to know why him, and why now. Life in the underground complex was short and hard, but no one had a shorter and harder existence than the members of the Senate. Uafa still couldn't believe that his master had chosen him over his own son, yet it was an honor he would have gladly turned down if only he had a chance. "Very well, Arhin." The female Balor drained the surrounding world energy, taking her husband's role and place. "I think we've seen enough," Solus said with a sniffle while husband and wife exchanged their final words. "Can we please leave? I don't think there's anything else we can learn from watching more people die." "No, ask Solus where the Array Control Center is," Lith replied. "We can exploit the grief of the guards for the death of their leader to take a good look at it without being bothered." "Sure." The Voidfeather ignored him and brought them out of the room as fast as he could. "Solus, do you feel like looking for the Array Control Center, or do you need some time first?" "God's Lith number 3 is definitely the kindest, but also a bit creepy. I'm not used to so much care, at least not during a mission." Her hiccups turned into a chuckle. "That said, I know where the Array Control Center of Zelex is." "Of what?" the Voidfeather asked. "It's how they call this city," Solus replied. "Sadly, there's nothing we can do. The array control center is sealed by powerful magical formations, and only those wearing the harmonizer of the king, warlord, or warsage can open them. On top of that, the place is well lit and under constant surveillance. Unless you can turn invisible, there's no way we can stare at the doors long enough to study the locks without being discovered. Good point, Lith nodded. We can still take our time and explore the city. We need to understand what kind of defensive array they have and how to deal with them if we want to have a chance in case we need to storm Zelex. This time the Voidfeather relayed the message as it was, reassuring Solus that Lith was still in there. "Do you mind if we first go to a safe place and I talk with Lith for a while?" she asked. "No problem." The Voidfeather crawled from one shadow to another, leaving the balcony and then the Senate. The Hattie and Warg were already shocked by Akara's death, but as soon they learned that the rites of passage had begun, the surveillance became perfunctory. Most of the guards wore no harmonizer, and they would simply be culled. Those who had one would be forced to give up on their lives to pass it down. Their distress together, with the information that Lith and Solus had acquired, while reaching the Senate made it easy for them to escape the notice of the now distraught sentinels. As soon as they reached an isolated area, and the eyes of Menadian ensured them that there was no one around, the shadows converged to a single point, taking the form of the Voidfeather dragon that quickly collapsed into Lith's. "Welcome back." She gave him the telepathic equivalent of a warm embrace, since she couldn't afford to waste energy by assuming her human form. "I was always right beside you, dummy," he replied, returning the hug. "The Voidfeather simply cut direct communication between us, but he never tried to overtake me." "That's good news," Solus nodded. "Good, but unsettling nonetheless. I didn't expect that after the Void we would have to deal with your beast side." "Me neither, but it's not a big surprise. I mean, we knew that my life forces have yet to completely merge, and that sooner or later we'd have to look into that. At least now we know the source of my problem and can start figuring out a way for me to reach the bright violet." "So what's the plan now?" Solus asked. "We don't really have one," Lith shrugged. "I came here to rescue you and collect information. Fallow wanted to know if the children of Glemos could be reasoned with, and I say the answer is yes." "Agreed, but I don't think that walking in here with a smile and a box of chocolates will be enough to convince them of our good faith. They are stuck with Glemos' doctrine and have just lost a lot of good people. Even if we bring them an alternative to the culling, it would still bring them despair," Solus said. 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9. Add 975E. Chapter 2539 No I in Funeral, Part 1. Even if the members of the Senate were to listen to us and believe our words, it would still mean that all of their pain and sacrifices they just endured was for nothing, Solus said. "We'll worry about that later," Lith replied. "Now we need to study the defensive formations of Zelex. No matter if we choose to parley, raid the city, or ask for the Council's help, we need to know how to safely get in." Solus had no trouble recollecting Orion's path, and she guided Lith to a cave on the south side of the city. From there, departed a vertical tunnel that led outside, whose access points were sealed with earth magic and protected by several defensive arrays. Lith and Solus used the Eye of Menadian to study Zelex's arrays as they moved. The city had mostly magical formations meant to keep it warm and freshen its air. The rest were about collecting and focusing the energy of the mana geyser. The protective arrays were arranged in an outer layer, meant to protect Zelex from external threats, not from an inside attack. Aside from a self-destruct mechanism that would make the underground complex collapse if threatened, the city had no means of offense once an enemy broke past its entrance. "It makes sense," Solus pondered. "Based on what the demons found out, right below the city there is the crystal mine, and below that there's the magic metal mine. Too many arrays would destabilize the crystals. Glemos couldn't insulate them, without also cutting the flow of world energy they need to grow. Also, both orc shamans and farmers can freely manipulate the world energy," Lith pointed out. "They can use the crystals to fuel their powers, whereas an invader can't use powerful spells without the risk of blowing themselves up." The cave at the south entrance, however, was another story entirely. Every centimeter of the rock was enchanted with spells that would sound the alarm, and rain Tier 5 spells on anyone who didn't know their deactivation sequence. "Damn, there's enough firepower to kill even a divine beast," Lith thought. Also, even if they survived, the spells are aimed so that they would compromise the tunnel's structural integrity and make it implode. Yeah, between the spells from below and the rocks falling from above, there's no way to avoid ending up dead or buried alive, Solus replied. Unless one knows the passcodes, of course. I memorized them when the farmer who carried me got inside. Question, are you sure that we have just to use the entry sequence in reverse? What if the exit password is different? Lith asked. Only one way to find out, Solus replied. A deep scan with the eyes and a massive headache later, they had their answer. To enter Zelix safely, the array had to be unraveled in a precise order, and the last rune that Orion had used was meant to reset the protections. Fuck me sideways, I have no idea how to open the array sequence from the bottom, nor how to reset them once we get out from the other side, Solus said, after studying the collected data. On the bright side, once we bring this information to Ajatar, I'm sure that he'll find a way to crack the offensive arrays safely, and give us a clear retreat path in case things go south. Once they were done studying the arrays in the cave, Lith and Solus explored Zelix, finding one more cave leading outside at each cardinal point. The problem was that they all had different passcodes and arrays. With their brains already burning, and the clock ticking, they had no time to scan them all. Damn it, the underground complex is too big. Even with the help of my demons, it would take days for a proper recon of the various floors, Lith said. Agreed, let's not waste any more time and get out of here, Solus replied. They moved to the extraction point where Nalrond was waiting for them. Not even by combining their powers could Lith and Solus escape, but luckily there was no need for it. A tendril of spirit magic slipped through the empty spaces of the arrays and reached Nalrond, who was still waiting for them on the other side. At that point, the Razar just used the dimensional stone to signal Freya to conjure ubiquity again. Ajatar took care of the external arrays, while the others combined their domination to bend the final layer, just enough for Lith to come out. How did it go? Morok asked. Better and worse than I thought. Lith was still recovering from the mental exertion due to the prolonged use of the eyes of Menadian. I'll show you everything in a minute. Let me catch my breath first. A tonic, a few minutes, a mind link, and several holograms later, the group was up to speed and completely horrified. Good gods, we can't allow the undead courts to get their hands on Gleemo's legacy. There's no telling how powerful they would become if they find a way to fuel the harmonizers away from a geyser and get rid of the blood core's flaws, Falul said. Speaking of my legacy, did you find anything of value aside from the harmonizers? Morok asked. There's a metal and a crystal mine, but I think that the best stuff is sealed inside the Senate Palace, Lith replied. It's built in the middle of the city and all the arrays depart and focus from it. It's the perfect place for conducting forgemastering and magical experiments. Wait a second, Nalrond said. If the Tyrant's legacy is really there, how come the monsters haven't used it to forgemaster new harmonizers instead of conducting something so barbaric as the rites of passage? As you already said, farmers, Hattie, and orc shamans can freely use all elements. Whatever protection Gleemos has left, there's nothing stopping them from combining their powers and breaking through the arrays. That's where you are wrong, Morok replied. There is something stopping them, and that's the fear that Gleemos instilled inside of them their whole lives. To them, he's a god, and they are afraid of his anger were he to return and find his quarters violated. On top of that, to keep his god facade, I bet that Gleemos claimed forgemastery to be a divine miracle and never taught them even the basics of it. Even if they found the courage and break the taboo, they wouldn't know where to start. And that's if Gleemos wrote his grimoires without a code, which I'm certain he did. Without a mentor or a textbook, learning any advanced branch of magic is impossible. I agree with Morok, Lith nodded. The monsters have no idea that Gleemos is dead, and even after witnessing the memories of the past shamans, most of them have a hard time accepting that he was just an awakened who lied and manipulated them. That's why I think that our best chance is to send Morok alone. He's a tyrant, and his scent proves that he carries Gleemo's blood. If he manages to convince them to be the son of their god, they'll listen to everything he says. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2540 No I in Funeral, Part 2. Good idea and amazing work, Lith, Ajatar said while studying the arrays protecting Zelix and its access points. I've already spotted the access from the surface to the south entrance and discovered how to deactivate the cave's protections. We can all enter from there without wasting time and energy with domination and dimensional magic. We have everything we need for an extermination raid. but I'm not confident that a peaceful resolution can be reached that easily. What do you mean? Falul asked. Put yourself in their shoes. After everything they've just gone through, comes a young tyrant who's much weaker than Glimos and doesn't even look like him. The Drake pointed at Moroc's multicolored scales. Sure, the smell works in our favor, but what about everything else? They are bound to ask him a lot of questions like what happened to Glimos, why they have never heard about Moroc, and why he didn't come to their rescue sooner. To make matters worse, he's going to ask them to throw all their sacrifices into the gutter and follow a complete stranger to an unknown location where he claims they will be safe. It just smells fishy. I think you are right, Falul nodded. They are grief-stricken and have no reason to trust Moroc. If we send him to Zelex without a foolproof plan, the monsters will treat him as a scapegoat instead of a savior. They'll take their pent-up aggression against Glimos on Moroc and kill him on the spot. Even worse, if the queen is as smart as she sounded, she might exploit the rage of her people and kill Moroc just to disprove Glimos' divinity, Lith pointed out. This way, she could finally disclose the truth and free her son and the rest of the Senate from following Glimos' cruel dogmas. Then what do we do? Quilla asked. Moroc is still our best shot. The monsters are never going to trust any of us. Falul and Ageter are as strong as Glimos, but even if they shapeshift into tyrants, their smell and life forces will give out their real identity. Also, they know nothing about Glimos' cult, so they will never manage to pass for his reincarnation or something. If he has taught them a secret phrase or gesture to recognize him however appearance he took, and we fail the test, we won't get a second chance. Let me get this straight, Freya said. We need a surefire way to earn their trust and gain free access to what they consider holy ground, Glimos' lab. If we fail at any point, we'll have to run away and call the council. At that point, the monsters will all die, the harmonizers will be lost forever. And if we are unlucky, they'll set off the self-destruction mechanism and Moroc's legacy will be destroyed as well. Correct, but that's assuming that the council doesn't deem Glimos' legacy not worth the hassle and triggers the self-destruction spell just to end things quickly without a fight. Falul paced around, thinking about a way to solve things without involving the council. What if Tista's idea was briefly considered and rejected? The same happened for every scenario they could think of. No matter how rational and well-thought a plan was, at some point, there was always a critical flaw that would cause the negotiations to fail. The children of Glimos were a highly superstitious group of grief-stricken people who were in a desperate situation and had no reason to trust strangers. Telling them the truth was out of the question, while using a convenient lie would arise questions that in turn would need more lies to make sense once questioned, creating what Falul called the Hydra effect. For every piece of bullshit you spout, you need to come out with two more or everything falls apart. We can't send Moroc either because he's not that good a liar and wouldn't be capable of keeping track of everything he says. Everyone else would be attacked on sight, especially Lith due to his appearance, which is a shame since he is our resident expert in straight-faced lies. What if I bring him along and he suggests to me what to say? Moroc said. If he shapeshifts into a tyrant, he can keep 6 eyes out of 7 and fool them. It's too dangerous. Ageter shook his head. If for any reason you two get separated, you'd be in hot water. Even a small distance would be enough to reveal the mind link and screw everything over. Besides, if they inspect your life forces, they'd discover the ruse in an instant. Lith, Protector asked, after noticing that his friend was staring at the ground with an expression that he knew all too well. It was the face that Lith assumed as a kid while calculating if the bounty of a wanted man was worth the hassle of chasing him. He was so focused that Protector needed to tap his shoulder to gain his attention. It was then that Lith said something no one would have ever considered possible. I think that Moroc is right. We can do it, but only if he and I work as a team. If your plan is to throw me to the wolves while you reach the vault and rob them blind, count me out. There's no I in team, but no I in funeral either. The tyrant said, after noticing that Lith was measuring him up with invigoration. You read my mind. Lith patted Moroc's shoulders as if the tyrant had just enthusiastically agreed. I think I have a plan, but to make it work, I need to know everything about the monsters' lore regarding their fall, Ageter. You can count on me. It's one of my many fields of expertise. The Drake nodded. Also, before wasting my and your time with a pointless lecture, let me share my plan. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to hate it, but if it's to the point that you don't want to put it into practice, just let me know. Of course, any of you has a better idea. I'm open to suggestions. Space. Underground city of Zelex, Queen Sarah's apartments. about 1 hour after Lith and Solus had left the Senate Palace. The rites of passage hadn't lasted long. Each member of the Senate had barely taken 1 minute to entrust their last words to their loved ones and say their goodbyes. Any longer and their determination would have faltered. Sarah would have liked to have days to recover from the trauma of losing her husband, of robbing her own child of his childhood on the same day. Sadly, time and food were 2 resources that the inhabitants of Zelex had in short supply even before Glimo's disappearance. After the ceremony had ended, the queen had gone to snap the Hattie of their grieving, and informed them that now it was her they had to supply with their mana and life force until Zagra became an adult. She could have done it via the hive mind that the members of the warg race shared, but Sarah preferred to do it in person and lead by example. She couldn't let them mourn and weep more than she could let herself. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2541 They Come at Night, Part 1. Don't waste your time crying, the queen said from her dais. We have until the day of the departure before the next cull. Only the strongest among us will be chosen, and only because we can't trust the undead filth. We need enough mouths to protect ourselves, but not enough to exhaust our limited resources before we build our new home. I know that I'm asking much of you, but it's the same sacrifice my husband just made. The same sacrifice I'll make as soon as a new and more worthy queen is found for my son. She closed her eyes, sighing at the idea of leaving Zagra alone, and burdened by the responsibility of ensuring the survival of the new colony. Here's my first order as Zelex's regent. Live your lives at their fullest and make the best of what time we have left. I would also like to relieve you from your duty for today, but unfortunately the undead know of our loss. This is the perfect moment to try, and the sound of the alarm cut her short, quickly followed by a tremor so intense that the chandeliers swung from the ceiling and dust fell off. What the heck is going on? Sarah cursed Glimo's name under her breath. The dimensional compressing array blocked both dimensional magic and communication amulets. The only way to communicate long distance inside Zelex was either by warg or magic flares. Thanks to their bloodline ability to share anything with the members of their pack, warg could communicate with each other and relay messages even from a considerable distance. It was the reason they were the only guards for the Senate and the backbone of the city guard. Alas, both warg and Hattie had been assembled to receive the regent's speech, so the only way of communication left to the guards was colored flares. The queen rushed out of the building and took flight to observe the situation from above. Green, red, and violet arcing lights came from the south axis of the city, their colors mixing together and painting Zelex like a bloody, gangrenous wound. We are invaded, and our assailants have collapsed the south tunnel. The information spread through the mind link to all the warg and Hattie below, yet despite their rigorous discipline, they remained frozen in place. Is it really demons? A young Hattie asked while his heart pounded so hard in his chest that its furious beating was all he could hear. Violet flares were supposed to be an inside joke between the monster tribes, a relic of their past superstition that their god Glimo's had disproved time and time again. Yet they now lighted the city's sky, and more kept being shot by the second. Only one way to find out: leave an elite unit to protect the Senate, everyone else with me. Seeing their queen charge to battle and the strong feelings she shared with her pack snapped them out of it. The thought of demons wasn't so scary anymore. Only protecting their beloved city and tribes mattered. The only silver lining in that situation was that the cull had yet to happen. There were still thousands of monsters ready to fight who had no qualms about throwing away their lives if it meant securing the future of their people. At least this way their death will have a meaning, the queen ruefully thought while darting above the small buildings and getting around the tall ones. Also, I can use a good fight after a day like this. Spilling blood should do wonders for my mood. When she arrived at her destination, her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped to the floor. The south entrance was still secure. The guards had surrounded the narrow passage between the tunnel and the city by the book, making the number of assailants pointless. Thanks to their rigorous training and the field advantage, a dozen of guards could hold back hundreds of enemies indefinitely. Also, Sarah wasn't the only one who had noticed the flares and was eager to vent her frustration on the intruders. Bri the orc shaman, Ryla the farmer, and Emkarn the Tron had reached the south entrance just a few seconds after Sarah. Goblins, ogres, and the other monster tribes that couldn't fly would take a bit longer to arrive, but the noise of their frenzied marching could already be heard from a distance. Yet none of it was enough to save the queen from the despair that filled her heart. Because passed behind the city guards who were valiantly repelling the invaders, Syrah could see a silvery radiance that didn't come from any spell. She hadn't seen natural moonlight since the day the previous queen had sent Syrah to the surface to accelerate her aging, but she still remembered it vividly. The secret tunnel is no more. The collapse has turned it into an opening that leads straight to the surface, she yelled. If we don't win this battle and seal the entrance quickly, the position of our haven will be revealed. It would have meant rushing with the culling, running away leaving behind most of their possessions, and being at the complete mercy of the undead courts for survival. The words of the queen washed away what was left of the fear of the alleged demons and made the troops' blood boil. At least until the moonlight was swallowed by a black tide that flooded the narrow access to Zelex, trampling over the nearest guards. They tried to use water magic to stop it, but the dark liquid wasn't affected by magic and kept moving forward. Only when the defenders were pushed back enough did the tide reveal its true nature, comprised of black bodies and white eyes. The creatures had no features, looking like lanky shadows come to life. While they wrestled with the guards, however, the monsters slowly reverted to their fallen status, while the shadows became more defined. Those who wounded a warg would gain a maw filled with white fangs. Those who fought a balor would gain wings or more eyes, while trolls would face opponents whose mastery over the darkness and light elements grew by the second. Luckily, the effect of the shadows, touch, seemed to be only temporary. As soon as the reinforcements allowed the guards on the front lines to disengage and have a moment of rest, the world energy from the mana geyser would fill their bodies and restore their powers. On the other hand, the invaders retained the characteristics they had stolen and gained more powers by fighting a different monster race. Syrah nodded to Bri and Ryla while calling upon herself the power of 100 warg. The Falmer spread her golden lightning to the queen and her troops, doubling its efficacy. The bloodline ability tripled the warg's prowess, and once they passed it upon Syrah it was tripled again, making it almost as good as life maelstrom. The orc shaman instead drew the world energy away from the opening and focused it on the plaza. This way, elemental magic would be sealed for the invaders and boosted for the defenders. It also served the purpose to isolate the battlefield from the rest of the city and shield the crystal mines from the mana fluctuations that powerful spells might induce. 62 C5B 2,940,2708 FD 12A9 add 975E. Chapter 2542 They Come at Night Part 2. Bri had left a contingent of orcs to seal the mines and keep them from blowing up the city. Yet if Syrah went all out, they might not be enough. The queen conjured the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Raging Sun, in her right hand and the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Frozen Storm, in the left, shooting them both past the entrance of the south tunnel. The first spell combined fire and earth magic to conjure violet flames that turned the ground into molten lava and triggered the equivalent of a volcanic eruption. The second used air magic to fan the flames and amplify the explosion, while water magic formed a thick layer of ice. The cold air smothered the heat that would have otherwise killed the monsters on the front lines, and the ice covered the entrance to the city, sealing the conflagration on the inside. Not a single gust of wind reached the defenders, nor did one tongue of flame escape the frozen prison. Thanks to the power bestowed upon her by the Falmer and the combined willpower of her soldiers, the queen had conjured the equivalent of a tower-tier spell. Was that enough? Syrah asked, prompting Bri to focus on her crystal and use its power to expand the range of her life vision past the remaining left and inside the now-sealed tunnel. Get down! The orc shaman conjured a barrier of air and ice just in time before an emerald blast burst the south entrance open again. Ice shards flew everywhere while the shockwave overpowered the barrier and sent the nearest guards flying. When the dust settled, 3 humanoid creatures walked through the unprotected corridor and stepped inside Zelex. The one on the left was somewhat feminine, with lithe limbs and blue-violet flames coming out of its head akin to hair. The one on the right was a humanoid giant over 2 meters, 67 tall, with arms thicker than most heads and feet as big as a bucket. Both had 2 white eyes and no features. Their bodies were black slates that rippled and flowed like quicksilver. The one in the middle, instead, looked like a nightmarish creature. Long straight horns came out of its forehead, while curved horns came out of the back of its skull, covering its neck. Black-violet flames burst from its head, looking like hair one second and like a burning crown the next. A set of membranous wings rested on his shoulders, and two white eyes were open on his face, along with a lipless white maw. Unlike the other two, its darkness body was packed with so much energy that it was almost solid, and the way it drained the light in the cave made his black claws and talons glisten. Well, 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 what a pleasant surprise! The creature spoke with the voice of a howling abyss, his fangs opening up in a cruel smile. I came here following the smell of a snack, and I found a full-course meal. What do you want? Sarah asked, feeling via the bond with her pack that fear was spreading through her troops like wildfire. I've come to finish a job I started millennia ago, child, the demon replied. Don't worry, though, I'll make it quick. You'll soon be reunited with your dear Akara, and once I'm done with you, it will be Zagra's turn. How do you know those names? The queen snarled, the fur on her whole body standing up in panic. Those things resemble Verhin's shadows, and if he's still alive like Irma says, it would make sense. Yet it doesn't explain how they found us nor how they know us. She tried and failed to find a logical explanation for her doubts. What do you think? The body of the demon shifted, its skin stretching as something pushed from the inside. The face and hands of the late king bulged from the creature's chest, calling Sarah's name with a voice full of pain. He's part of me now, and in time, he will submit to me like everyone else. The faces of Danka, Yasmog, and all the monsters that Lith had met and killed during his life flashed on the black skin of his abomination form. Then they slithered down to his shadow and took the form of more featureless ebony creatures. They were just demons of the darkness shape-shifted for the occasion, but Sarah had no way to know it. Her eyes were sure that the thing trapped inside the demon looked and sounded exactly like her late husband, and that much was true. Lith had used respectively light and air magic to mimic Akara down to the smallest detail. The deep-rooted fears in the monsters, hearts trampled everything about logic and history that Glemos had taught them. The same superstition that he had instilled in them to convince the monsters of his godhood, and that the harmonizer was a miracle now, pushed the monsters to believe that demons did exist. They had just waltzed inside Zelex and wanted to trap the monsters, immortal souls inside their cursed bodies. Don't just stand there. Attack! Bri the orc shaman was the first to react by using her mana crystal to unleash a firestorm upon the invaders. The reverted orcs followed her lead and charged ahead while the shamans empowered their cores and covered their advance with a barrage of spells. The Warsage was as afraid as anyone else, but accessing the memories of her ancestors showed her once again that demons were just a myth and that orcs had been the architects of their own fall. I don't know what the truth is anymore, nor do I care, she thought. We can clear that up later once we secure our home again. The demons answered by conjuring a wave of fire of their own, stopping BRIs and charging into close-quarter combat. Just like the demons of the legends, the creatures seemed to steal the power of their victims and made it their own. The female demon was tussling with a farmer, gaining feathered wings and eyes as the fight went on. The giant demon instead focused on the wargs, developing a flaming red fur, horns, and further growing in size. Only the crowned demon hadn't moved from his starting spot, just looking around as if it was all a game. You are not a demon, and I'm going to expose your lies. Ryla accumulated the elemental power from her wings and channeled it into her eyes in the form of 5 elemental pillars. Nice trick, the crowned demon said with a laughter as 2 more sets of eyes opened respectively on his palms and shoulders. They sucked the attack and sent them back along with a 6th pillar made of light magic. The farmer froze in shock, her body refusing to obey her orders. One of her wings was set ablaze while the other one froze. Darkness struck her chest, nearly stopping her heart. Hard light struck her right arm, shattering the joints at the wrist, elbow, and shoulder level. Air cut her skin and flooded her body with bolts of lightning, sending her into a seizure. Earth hit her while she was still paralyzed, squashing her left leg into a pulp. 62 C5B 2,940,2708. FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2543, They Come at Night, Part 3. That's impossible. Sarah felt the air leaving her lungs and refusing to get in. Only the holy bloodline of the tyrants has absolute control over the elements, and only Glemos could. I am God Glemos to you. The voice of her lord and master emerged from the crowned demon as his features shifted for a moment into those of the tyrants. Once again, everything was exactly as she remembered it. Thanks to Solus, Memory Lith had no problem mimicking Glemos, while Morak was using the abomination's body like an exoskeleton to hide his presence. Was that light mastery? The tyrant asked after he and Lith had combined their bloodline abilities to let Morok absorb the elemental pillars that he had shot back. Only the sixth one came from the void. It was just a Tier 3 light mastery spell, but to someone with no knowledge of it, it could easily pass for the power of a farmer. Yes, Lith replied. Can you teach me? No, ask Nalrund and shut up. Your turn is coming up soon. Got it, thanks. While Lith laughed maniacally and spread a thick black-violet aura, the tyrant slipped out of the abomination and retreated to the southern entrance unnoticed. How did you do that? Sarah unleashed 2 more Tier 5 spells that she combined into a single tower tier spell. What do you think? The moment before the explosion spread, Lith snapped his fingers and activated the fire and air elemental sealing arrays from the mouth. The tower tier spell faded in a colorful yet harmless mist. You killed him. That's why Lord Glimos never returned to us. The queen growled but instinctively took a step back. All those who had dared defy the tyrant had died, so she knew that if the crowned demon had managed to defeat him, she stood no chance. Indeed, your god was a divine meal and came with 2 delicious side dishes. Lith had Typho's and Echidna's faces appear on his chest as well, wearing the same desperate expression they had upon the moment of their death. Then Orion was right. Sarah had no idea why Elder Irma had lied to them, nor did she care. Verhin was there the day they died. He killed them and you helped him. She had always considered the undead courts a bunch of untrustworthy parasites, and that was just the proof she needed to know that the moment they got their hands on the harmonizer, her people would be either enslaved or exterminated. Verhin, the crowned demon, laughed harder. That idiot tried to save them, but he failed. Then he tried to warn you, but luckily you fools didn't listen. Bri amassed the pure world energy that she had accumulated in her crystal, until that point, and hurled it toward the front lines. She had such fine control that the energy wave worked akin to invigoration for the monsters, healing their wounds and replenishing their mana and stamina, and then turned into an avalanche of Tier 3 spells the moment it reached the demons' ranks. Lith and Tista raised their arms, conjuring both the original and the tower's hands of Menadian. The combined power of the artifacts stopped the elemental onslaught, but while Tista just wanted to deflect it, Lith took over the energy mass and split it into 2. He reverted the first half into world energy and used it to empower his demons, evening the field again. The other half he shot it back, but not before adding a spark of his life force to it and conjuring the Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar. Light and earth trapped the monsters like insects in the amber, while water magic drained the heat, turning them into popsicles. Air produced a shockwave that made organs and bones tremble while darkness ate at their victims inside and out. Lith had shot the spell in the crowd, but only the monsters died since demons shared his same energy signature. They took over the corpses, using their battered flesh to evolve into demons of the fallen. What Sarah and the others saw was an impossible magic that had slaughtered their people, and then raised them into slaves forced to turn their hand against those they had tried to defend until a second ago. Why are you doing this to us? Why are you still hunting us down after millennia? Sarah overcame her fear and jumped at the crowned demon, slashing at him with her adamant claws empowered by the golden lightning and the strength of 100 Hattie. Because even after all this time, you have yet to learn your lesson. Lith deflected the hits thanks to his superior mass and battle experience, locking the Hattie's wrists in an iron grip. Every action has consequences, and I am yours. Abomination touch reverted her arms to those of a warg, and robbed her of Ryla's golden lightning, further widening the gap in strength between them. Back then, your species slaughtered countless innocents with their experiments. It was their screams that called upon me, and I came to put an end to your madness. For thousands of years, I've laid dormant until you started the cycle anew, waking me up. We just want to live, Sarah cried while taking in the power from 100 more Hattie and gaining the strength necessary to break the hold. Why do we have to be punished for our ancestors' crimes? Each Hattie possessed only a limited martial prowess due to their short lifespan, but by summoning their consciousness and weaving together different styles before the Demon King could adapt to one of them, the Queen managed to bypass his defenses. Deep cuts opened in his ebony skin, each infused with darkness, lightning, or cold. Lith's abomination form couldn't suffer a seizure nor had muscles that the frost could stiffen, but darkness magic was its bane. It eroded his body, consuming both his flesh and mana. Sarah exploited his moment of weakness to hit the crowned demon with her palm while she added another 100 wargs to her mass, for a total of 300. On top of that, at the moment of the impact, She unleashed all of the spells that her army had kept at the ready, injecting them straight into the body of the demon. The hit was strong enough to send him flying against the wall and leave a hand-shaped mark on his skin. Yet borrowing so much power came at a price. Sarah's arm shattered, and the recoil from the impact cracked her legs. The warg's ability to share magic, wounds, and life force was powerful, but there was a limit to the amount of strain that the queen's body could handle. Once she reached a certain mass, her joints would collapse under her own weight, and the simplest movement would tear up her muscles. She was no divine beast, and even though she could now release a power comparable to one, her flesh and bones lacked the necessary toughness to endure their own newfound strength. In the same way, channeling too many spells through a single body meant suffering from mana abuse. Dealing one single blow to the crown, Demon had forced her to choose between passing the damage upon 10 warg in the backline and putting them into a coma, or dumping it all on a single warg that would die in the process. 62 C5B 2,940,2708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 25-44 They Come at Night, Part 4. Chapter 25-44 They Come at Night, Part 4. Sarah didn't hesitate and ordered the weakest among the warg to sacrifice themselves. The cull was imminent, and they would die soon anyway. I can use the remaining 9 wargs' mana and strength. Keeping them alive and unconscious would be pointless. Every hit will require a sacrifice, and I need as many warg as possible conscious to pass any further wound upon them. They have no harmonizer, and their lives are meaningless, whereas their deaths can ensure the survival of our species. The queen unconsciously touched the metal collar on her neck, knowing that the next queen would need it to produce a better and more stable offspring. Then she gritted her teeth, hating herself for having those thoughts. Curse you, Glemos. You were no god, just a cruel monster who taught us to consider our lives nothing more than numbers in an equation to solve. Since the day we've been born, our dreams, wishes, and ambitions are irrelevant. Each one of us has value only based on what they can bring to the tribe and have to be replaced as soon as someone better arises. Even the queen. Sarah howled her rage, wishing to fight the crowned demon to the death and put an end to the misery of her existence. Yet she couldn't. Even though she hated it, Sarah valued the harmonizer on her neck more than herself. She was the past, whereas the artifact was the only chance they had left for a better future. A future where the elder beasts would lift the curse afflicting their life force and join their lost cousins again, if not even arise as the 6th race of Magus. It was a future she would not live to see, but the idea brought the first smile to her face since her husband's death. She conjured one Tier 5 spell after another, hammering at the still-stunned crowned demon to protect that dream. Lith had taken hundreds of spells from point-blank range, and even though each one of them by itself could do little damage to the Voidwalker armor and the abomination form it enveloped, together they were a force to be reckoned with. The impact against the wall would have squeezed the air out of his lungs, had he any. The darkness-based spells were those who hurt the most, but they all contributed to eroding the energy mass of his proto-chaos body and fueled his hunger. The following Tier 5 spells that the Queen cast by channeling the mana of 300 warg and Hattie, however, carried enough power to end him. Lith released all the spells he had at the ready and activated the spirit barrier of his armor. At the same time, he ordered the nearest demons to intercept the spells and detonate themselves. The resulting explosions weren't enough to scatter the mana completely, but they still took the brunt of the damage. More demons joined Lith with their own spells, almost neutralizing what remained of the attack. For once, the almost was intentional. The remnants of Sarah's magic were still rich with mana, a perfect meal for the abomination touch. Lith spread his wings and arms to catch as many elemental bits as he could to regain his strength. His demons did the same, passing the collected power upon him so that the void could bestow upon their fallen comrades a new body. While the armies of demons and monsters fought tooth and claw near the south entrance, Sarah smiled in grim satisfaction as the black tide was slowly repelled. Many of her subjects had fallen, but they had died valiantly, bringing with them one or more of the shadow creatures each. Then the blackness rose from the ground again, as Lith regenerated the demons, thanks to both the power he had stolen, and that he had recovered thanks to his breathing technique. Fight all you want, Sarah, but you can't win. The crowned demon king from the hole in the wall along with several new shadows that brought the battle to a standstill again. Every soldier you lose joins my cause. Despair filled the queen's heart as she saw the new demons wearing the faces of those she had sacrificed, but her rage soon overshadowed the grief. The voice with which the crowned demon had said her name belonged to Akara. The figure of her husband's tormented soul writhing under the black armor drove her insane. She charged forward, ordering Ryla and Bri to join her and put an end to that nightmare once and for all. Meanwhile, Protector was torn between duty and compassion. Lith had paired him with Locrias, and now the former captain of the Queen Corps covered the skull like a shroud. It allowed the two to combine their strength and Protector to disguise himself as a demon, with Locrias giving him the eyes and the shadow body that he needed to play his role. Back on the surface, when Protector had listened to Lith's plan, his heart had swelled with pride at his friend's ingenuity. It was brilliant in its simplicity and would achieve everything that Falul wanted. Were they to succeed, countless lives would be saved in Zelex, Garland, and even Giera. Protector secretly hoped that thanks to the help of the Beast Council, the Hattie could be redeemed. The Skull felt a kinship toward the elder beasts. He wondered if their pups could become friends with his children and maybe even help them to master their own bloodline abilities. Yet none of the good things that might happen in the future eased his conscience for the bloodbath they were causing in the present. To carry out Lith's plan, Protector had to slaughter the Hattie so that they would become desperate enough to fall for the final act. Protector knew about the cull and that were they to fail many more would die, but that didn't make it easier for him one bit. Just crippling the Hattie was out of the question. Any enemy he left alive only had to pass their wounds to stand up again and strike at him from behind. On top of that, the Skull needed those kills in order to pretend to absorb the Hattie's powers and revert to his true form without arousing any suspicion. Lith had been clear about that. Regain a bit of your fur for every warg you kill. Bring out your wings and horns only after killing at least one Balor or Falmer. Anything else you kill, grow in size. To make matters worse, each Hattie captain channeled the might of the 50 members of their pack. They were stronger, faster, and magically more powerful than a mere bright blue cord awakened. If not for Locria's mending his wounds, using domination to repel part of the constant barrage of spells, and casting magic non-stop, Protector would have already died. This is wrong, this is all so wrong. He thought while an orc shaman drained the world energy, a Balor unleashed an elemental pillar on Protector, and a Hattie captain almost punched a hole in his gut. These people are fighting to protect their city from monsters of legends. I can see from their eyes how terrified they are. How could we agree to this? 62 C5B 2,942,708, FD 12A9, add 975E. Chapter 2545 Bloody Hands, Part 1. What's the alternative? Locrias replied, using his eyes, domination to deviate the elemental pillars enough for Ryman to survive and wrap his shadow body around the incoming Hattie's punch. It softened the blow and stole part of the collective life force, passing it onto Protector and healing his wounds the moment they opened. Did you offer an alternative solution? Did Falul or Adjutor suggest any change to Lith's plan before sending you here? No, this is all you have and you are screwing it up. Remember that even if we didn't come down here, these people would die anyway. Yes, but I'm robbing them of the little time they had left. I'm goading them into sacrificing themselves for a lie. I'm the one who is killing them, and I'll carry this burden for my entire life. Indeed, but if you wash your hands of this, you won't do them any favor. If we fail, the council will step in and they will all die, Locrias replied. Many times during my career, I've done the wrong thing for the right reason, and now it's your turn. You can choose between keeping your conscience clean and watching the council massacre every monster in Zelex, or you can dirt yourself and save the majority of them. The longer you hesitate, the longer the plan will be delayed, and the more people will die. Protector inwardly cursed at Locrias for being right, and at himself for being weak. He had evolved into a Skull back when Lith was still a fourth-year student at the White Griffin Academy, and reached the Blue Corps when he was already a ranger. Years later, Lith had already reached the Violet while Protector was stuck at the Bright Blue. The plan required exploiting the monsters, superstitions, and making them desperate, yet the Skull lacked the strength and the conviction to play his part. With her mana crystal, the orc shaman was a better mage than him. With his bloodline abilities, the Falmer was a better warrior than Protector. As for the Hattie captain, he was a merciless war machine. He was above the Skull in everything but speed, relentlessly chasing Protector while unleashing a new spell the moment his soldiers finished weaving one and striking with the strength of a deep violet cord awakened. Locrias guided the Skull's steps with iron discipline, helping him to block, dodge, and repel the enemy's spells, but he couldn't counterattack for him without blowing their cover. A mass of hexoelemental magic blasted the Skull's side, sending him against a blue fist charged with golden lightning that cracked Protector's skull. The Hattie didn't miss the opening, plunging his clawed hands into the demon's exposed chest. Protector could feel the Hattie trying to tear him apart despite the haze of the concussion clouding his mind and the blood veiling his eyes. Yet he lacked the strength to stop the enemy. Locria's used Abomination Touch to drain the vitality of the Hattie and heal Protector, but for every warg that died of exhaustion, another was ready to take their place. Protector bashed the Hattie's head just for a warg in the backline to take the damage and let his captain continue. Locria's unleashed the spells he had at the ready and those from his rings, but the Falmer absorbed them and turned them against the Skull. The Hattie's claws tore Protector's flesh and bones, letting his organs slip out and his life away. It was then that the Skull let go of his morality, forgetting about right and wrong and focusing solely on survival. The images of Celia, their children, and their unborn son flooded his mind. All the hardships that they had gone through together flashed in front of his eyes, followed by the grief that his death would cause. A guttural howl burst from his throat, as the primordial need to protect his pack drove Protector to tap into every ounce of strength his body possessed, and awakened his bloodline abilities. The maw of the Skull deformed and grew in size to the point that the Hattie fit into his mouth. Protector then closed his jaws shut, severing the arms of the Hattie from his chest, and then swallowing him whole. The Life Eater bloodline ability instantly assimilated the ingested nutrients, healing the wounds and dragging the exposed organs back inside the body under the protection of the skin and fur. It also assimilated the energy that the Hattie carried, filling Protector with more strength than he could handle. The blue flames surrounding his neck and tails spread to the rest of his body, setting him ablaze without hurting him. The Hattie soldiers sent all they could to their captain to ensure his survival, but they only fed Life Eater with more strength. Protector howled again, swallowing the severed arms and sending the excess energy where it would keep everyone safe. Space. City of Lucia, Lith's house. What the heck is going on? Blue flames burst out of Celia's skin, and no matter how much she tried, neither water magic nor damp cloths could smother them. The fear she felt for her life was nothing compared to the terror for the safety of the child in her womb. Yet even that seemed insignificant when Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir turned into living blue torches a second later. Celia screamed at the top of her lungs, releasing a howl filled with pride and strength instead of a terrified human voice. The kids joined her, feeling no pain from their condition either. She jumped to her feet and against the ceiling under the terrified gaze of Alina, who had no idea of what was happening. Celia landed with the grace of a cat, and when she tried to reach her babies, she moved so fast that she missed them entirely and hit the wall. The arrays of the house immediately started to repair the damage and protected the occupants of the house. "What's happening to me?" Celia stood up, crushing the armrests of a chair under her grip. As the blue flames approached her swollen belly, her fear turned into full-blown panic. Camilla was at work, so there was no guardian at the house. Not knowing what to do and afraid for her friend's safety and her own, Alina pressed Salark's rune on her communication amulet. The Overlord arrived the moment. The hologram projected the mayhem taking place in Alina's living room. "Calm down. The only threat to your son is you," Salark said while grabbing Celia's wrists and stopping her from beating at herself in the attempt to smother the flames. "Aunt Sally is right, Mom," Lilia said. "These flames don't burn at all, see." She grabbed the curtains to prove her point, sending Alina's heart in her throat from the fear that the whole house might catch fire. Luckily, the blue flames stuck to Lyria without triggering the defensive arrays. Celia opened her mouth, but only whimpers and yelps came out. "What's happening to them, Grandma?" Alina asked. "It's a bloodline ability I've never seen before," the Guardian replied. "Somehow, Protector has gained a strength above what his body can safely harness and has sent the excess to his family." 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 25, 46 Bloody Hands, Part 2. "Are those origin flames?" Alina took the words out of everyone's mouth amid Celia's sobs and the kids' cheers. "No, their power is based on nurturing, not destruction. Unlike the Hattie who sacrificed themselves for their leader, it seems that the Skull's alpha can sacrifice himself for the pack." "Sacrifice how?" Celia recovered her voice and stared at the flames, now afraid that they might give out and Protector die with them. "I have no idea where your husband got this much power. All I can tell you is Protector's bloodline ability doesn't endanger your life. Quite the contrary, by sharing it with you, he both gave you guys the ability to better defend yourself and to store the power for him until he needs it. Celia was about to ask how come she could benefit from an Emperor Beast's bloodline ability, despite being a human, when she remembered about the bond between a hybrid child and the mother affected her during pregnancy. So he can't share his wounds or mana with us, only entrust these flames to us, correct? She asked. Correct, Salark nodded, opening a gate back to the desert now that she considered the issue resolved. Doesn't that mean that in the same way we could send him more flames after these run out? Probably, but only if you learn how to trigger the bloodline ability and have access to whatever empowers them. Salark shrugged and disappeared through the dimensional corridor. Kids, do you know how this works? Celia asked, making Lilia and Laren shake their heads while the little Fenrir enjoyed the power boost to run all over the room, walls, and ceiling like a spider on steroids. Bad Fenrir, bad. Come here immediately. Hearing the anger and panic in her mother's voice, the little girl slowly crawled at Celia's feet while covering her eyes with her hands and the tail between her legs. It's okay, baby girl. Mommy is just worried because I've already wasted some of Daddy's bloodline ability. What if we consume it all and he needs it? Celia caressed Fenrir's head to reassure her, but the little girl remained on the ground, afraid that her father would get hurt because of her. Space. City of Zelex at the same time. After Protector devoured the Hattie captain, the members of his team collapsed to the ground. Not only was the bond with their leader broken, but also everything they had passed on to him was gone as well, draining them of both their physical and magical prowess. The Skull exploited the sudden burst in his abilities to push back the farmer and the orc shaman. Without the Hattie supporting them, that side of the battlefront was quickly collapsing, since orcs were powerless against spirit magic and Balors were no longer a match for Protector. Lith and Sarah were still fighting, their prowess equally matched. The Tiamat had superior equipment and battle experience, while the Queen had the upper hand in magical power and trading blows. Her bond with hundreds of Hattie at the same time bestowed upon her as many spells as her pack members could wave, and the ability to fuse multiple Tier 3 spells into Tier 4, 5, and even Tower Tier spells. Also, she had no qualms about taking a lethal blow if it meant landing another in return, since no matter the damage, she would keep fighting without losing a beat. Sure, every time she got hit, or blocked, a Hattie died, but between her battle frenzy and the impending cull, Sarah didn't care about them. The sight of the alleged souls of her husband and loyal subjects trapped inside the demon had clouded her mind with fury. The only thing she could think about was putting the crowned demon down and freeing them. I told you to be careful, Solus rebuked Lith. She's the only one who can kick your ass, especially if her friends give her a hand. Was it really necessary to piss her off like that? It sure was. Lith cursed when the blue eye of the farmer conjured a thick mist that drained the mana from his spirit spell, having its power. I know that a cornered prey is also the most dangerous, but the more heated she gets, the more effective the second act will be. The orc shaman had learned the hard way that the abomination had elemental sealing arrays at the ready, and could drain the pure world energy to restore its power, so BRI had changed tactic. She used her mana crystal only for support, altering the elemental balance in the world energy to weaken the demon's spells and empower those of her allies. Spirit magic wasn't an option, since Glemos had never taught it to make sure that he would always have an edge in case of rebellion. Meanwhile, on the left side of the field, Tista was getting pummel. The sight of the Hattie triggered her trauma, slowing her movements. She was forbidden from using Origin and Cursed Flames, and even reverted Balors were physically stronger than her, let alone Farmers. A Balor could naturally compete with a bright blue cord awakened Emperor Beast, whereas Tista was much lighter than that, with a mass slightly superior to a regular human. On top of that, Zelex's arrays compressed the space beyond her abilities, sealing dimensional magic. The farmer she was against had already employed the golden lightning from his yellow eye to empower himself, the Hattie captain, and the shaman. The Tron from the backline bombarded her non-stop, with a volley of Tier 3 light mastery spells, which was both a good and a bad thing. Good because just like Locria's was wrapped around Protector, Valia was helping Tista to uphold her role as a demon, and she could feed upon the light energy to empower their abilities. Bad because it frustrated the red demon beyond belief, reminding her of her failure to graduate past mere holograms, and covering her with wounds every time the intensity of the spells exceeded Valia's abomination touch. Her mass was small as well, and she had to keep the layer of darkness around Tista thin to not impede her movements. Also, Valia was already busy countering the farmer's eyes and the shaman's crystal. If not for the mouth of Menadian storing a full set of elemental sealing arrays, spirit magic, and sunder, Tista would have been forced to retreat shortly after the beginning of the fight. The enchanted adamant claws that once belonged to Siruk the Black Dragon were so heavy that a single swing generated air blades that could cut through solid rock. It had shrunk so to fit Tista's size, and thanks to the gravity spell imbued in sunder, their weight wasn't an issue. Gravity magic didn't alter the mass of the claws, so every attempt to block them ended up with an enemy either cut asunder or squashed. Even when the red demon simply parried an attack, the impact would throw the enemy off balance and damage their weapon. Most monsters used their fists and claws, which led to broken bones. At the beginning of the fight, Tista had exploited Sunder's raw mass as a means to overcome the gap in power with her opponents, but they were quickly catching up and cornering her. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 25, 47 Curse and Wish Part 1. I told you that you shouldn't have come here. Adjatar would have played this role better and with a lot less risk. Valia supported the Red Demon by acting both as her protective exoskeleton and her coach. In their shadow form, the demons of darkness could guide a willing host and move their body for them. The former member of the Queen's Corps possessed a greater martial prowess and a better footwork technique than Tista, and was using them to ensure her survival. This whole mission is a risk. Tista pivoted on the balls of her feet to sidestep a spear thrust, and then was forced to weave under the fist of a Balor boosted by Ryla's golden lightning, losing the opportunity to counterattack. Besides, these guys are afraid of demons, and I'm the only other living demon on Magur aside from Lith. There would be no point in my presence here if I were to just sit back and let the others do all the work. Back when Lith had explained his plan, he had also warned the rest of the group about the enemy's numbers. There were thousands of monsters in Zelex, and even assuming that only those supposed to die in the cull would take part in the fight, they would still vastly outnumber his demons. Sure, Lith could make up for quantity with quality since the Mana Geyser provided him with plenty of energy, and he had the time to bring them all up to 5 or 6 eyes. Yet the problem was that the fight had to be balanced, and with minimal casualties, not an all-out war. Their goal was just to bring the children of Glemos to compliance. Otherwise, they might as well have called the Awakened Council and washed their hands of it. Tista had eagerly volunteered to act as a leader of the invasion, and due to her condition, Lith had chosen her over the Drake. Tista's conflicting life forces were a few weeks away from the point of non-return, but during her fight in the Empire against the cursed objects, she had discovered a way to buy herself more time. The human, dragon, and phoenix sides stopped clashing against each other every time Tista was in a life-or-death situation, focusing on survival rather than dominance. The problem was that the opponent had to exert real killing intent. Spars didn't work. There's no telling if Falul and Adjatar can crack the harmonizers in time and forge a master a version suitable for my life force. Those that the monsters wear are specific for their fallen state, whereas I'm just a hybrid. They are useless to me, she thought. The six-eyed Balor charged at her, his body shrouded with violet flames and with bolts of lightning erupting from his energy wings. Tista jumped to the right to avoid the attack, but thick vines burst from the ground under her feet, locking her into place. Reverted ogres had powers similar to plant folk, allowing them to control the ground and vegetation despite the presence of the earth sealing arrays protecting Zelex. They were bloodline abilities based on life force, and Tista's lack of the spirit eye made her helpless against them. Valia did her best to drain the vines with abomination touch as quickly as she could, but the Balor was faster. He hit Tista like a speeding train. His heavy fists bypassed her attempt to block with sunder and reached her chest, shattering her ribs. The bolts of lightning coursed through her armor and caused a seizure that paralyzed her. Fucking bastards. Because of those damn arrays, life vision can't see below the ground, and even though I'm using darkness fusion, it doesn't help against muscle spasms. The Hattie captain didn't miss the opening and swung his claws at her throat while channeling the power of his entire pack. The slash would have decapitated the red demon if not for Valia taking the wheel. A quick backstep and tilting Tista's body brought her back almost out of range. The claws cut through the adamant of the Voidwalker armor and left a shallow wound on her neck that light fusion closed instantly. The damaged enchanted metal of the armor simply turned liquid for a split second, and returned to its original state, leaving no trace of the nigh-lethal attack. Thank the gods demons of darkness can't have seizures or I'd be dead. Tista telepathically thanked Valia for the save. Happy to help, Valia replied. Yet I really don't get it. If you achieve the violet core, no matter what life force you pick, this fight would be much easier. Your body, monocore, and body casting would instantly improve by leaps and bounds. I mean, you don't need enlightenment or to find a way to tap into your hidden potential. It's just a choice. It's like being at a fancy restaurant after waiting for years to get your reservation and then fail to have dinner because you stared at the menu the whole time. I know, that was all Tista had to say, gritting her teeth in embarrassment while Valia kept dodging the Hattie's relentless assault. It's just... Tista had done that speech so often that even she was disgusted by it. Picking her human side meant losing all of her bloodline abilities, whereas picking anything else meant losing a part, if not all of her humanity. There would be gains, but also irremediable losses, and that was what scared her even more than fighting an army of monsters. No need to explain yourself to me. Valia let go of Tista the moment Earth fusion grounded the bolts of lightning. It's your choice, not mine. My only complaint is that in your current state, you can't even use body casting anymore. The red demon gritted her teeth even harder and slashed with sunder in a frenzy. The volley of air blades was invisible due to not being produced by mana, but simply by the sheer pressure exerted by the adamant claws. Also, their trajectory was random, making them even harder to dodge. The front line of monsters suffered heavy casualties without even understanding what had happened. The six-eyed Balor and the orc shaman tried to suck the air element and neutralize the attack, respectively with their wings and crystal. Yet there was no air element, only air pressure. The Balor failed to dodge one of the blades, losing his right arm and 2 wings for it. The Hattie was so close that he would have been filleted if not for his bloodline ability passing the damage to the other warg, and killing the weakest among them to spare the rest of the pack. As for the shaman, Trawn and reverted trolls stood in front of her, acting like meat shields. They suffered gruesome wounds, but the decay energy from their cores healed them the moment they opened, offering great resistance to the blades that had to cut through the regenerating tissues multiple times. Trolls disliked pain like anyone else, but being hurt drained the excess light element in their bodies and temporarily stabilized their semi-fallen state. The final result was that the air blades failed to kill them and that they could safely conjure darkness magic. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 25, 48 Curse and Wish Part 2. As for Tista, her all-out attack had failed to buy her a single second. The Hattie was still pressuring her with his superior physical strength, and the fear from her trauma slowed her movements. To make matters worse, Valia was right. The red demon was no longer capable of using body casting due to the fact that it brought her life forces closer. Even conjuring, a cantrip, caused her great pain and shortened the time she had left before the choice would be taken out of her hands. If not for the mouth of Menadian and Valia making up for it, Lith would have never allowed Tista to take part in the mission. The Hattie slashed high and low at the same time, forcing the demon to block. His hands shattered on impact, but it was irrelevant since the damage was passed onto another warg that in turn was immediately healed by a troll. On top of that, the Hattie had done it on purpose, channeling in his hands dozens of Tier 3 spells that now coursed through the red demon's arms. Water magic froze her muscles stiff, slowing her down further. Darkness magic bypassed her protections and inflicted upon her lots of damage while also making her stamina plummet. Last, but not least, more bolts of lightning caused one more seizure. Even with Valia's help, Tista's spasming body couldn't move fast enough to evade the follow-up attacks. The Hattie hit her fast and hard, pushing her back until she was against a wall and with no way out. "If we don't switch, you are dead. Let me be your Lith while you act as my Solus," the demon said while a new wave of monsters approached with the fully healed Balor at its head. Tista's face flushed in shame, but she accepted. Valia couldn't control the hands and mouth of Menadian due to having a different energy signature, and the red demon was a better mage than a fighter. The Hattie felt the victory already in the bag, yet he didn't lower his guard nor did he lose his focus. It all proved to be pointless when the demon suddenly switched gears and deflected his claws with small and precise movements of her weapon. The darkness of Valia's body now flooded sunder, neutralizing the Hattie's. Her yellow and blue eyes dominated the other 2 elements, turning them against their caster. The now frozen and electrocuted monster needed but a second to pass the damage and retreat to safety. But in that short time, Valia stabbed at his vitals 5 times, forcing as many wargs to sacrifice their lives for their captain. The Hattie had tried to deflect the blades with a kick, since losing a leg was a non-lethal wound that would be easily healed, but the demon repelled his kick with one of her own. All the while she kept stabbing at him while standing on a single leg. Now, the Hattie would have liked inflicting more damage, but the trap had worked nonetheless. The shaman only had to speak to a warg to share her plan with the whole pack, without the tendril of a mind link betraying the communication. Now that the captain was out of the way, the trolls and Tron unleashed a barrage of heat rays with the intensity of midday sun. The shaman further reinforced the onslaught with her crystal, adding the light element to the attack and infusing the darkness in the trolls to stabilize them. The Balor instead just added a fire pillar of his own. "Thanks for the meal, suckers." The red demon's silvery laughter echoed through the cave as Tista followed Valia's instruction. The hands of Menadian neutralized the pure light element, sharing it with all the demons of the darkness and giving them new strength. At the same time, Valia and Tista combined the power of their silver eyes to stop the heat rays in their tracks. Valia absorbed a few of them to replenish her energy reserve and sent everything else back. The swarm of heat rays was so thick and carried enough kinetic energy that both the Balor and the Hattie were sent flying back. The Balor survived only thanks to his light wing draining part of the energy, and using it to instantly heal his wounds, while the pack of wargs suffered many casualties. A snap of Valia's fingers turned the heat rays into healing spells upon impact, ravaging the bodies of the trolls defending the orc shaman and reverting them into their fallen state. In their mindless hunger, the trolls turned against their allies, giving Tista the respite that she so desperately needed. Yet Valia just extended and fused together Sunder's claws, obtaining 2 longswords that she used to carve her path in the still-stunned enemy lines. "How?" Tista asked the moment that her brain overcame the shock and awe of Valia's strategy. "How can you be this strong? Until a few months ago you were just a human. You've never been a demon before and you had no voice in your transformation. How can you laugh like this after everything you've lost? You were a human barely older than me, and now you are an undead." "Monster," Valia completed the phrase for her. "That's a really messed up way to look at my situation, one I couldn't disagree more with." "What do you mean?" Tista asked while casting spells for the demon, and using the hands of Menadian to neutralize the orc's crystal. "Kid, my voice was the only one that mattered back when Meln's thralls killed me. I wanted to live, and your brother, my master, gave me new life. I wanted to protect the people of the kingdom, and he granted that wish as well. I wanted to say goodbye to my parents, and instead, Lith gave me all the time I wanted with them. He preserved my body and had my parents move to Lucia so I can meet them every day. I may be dead, but I still have a life. During my final moments, I wished for many things, and your brother granted them all. How could I possibly reject such gifts? I'm this strong simply because I've embraced them instead of fighting them. It doesn't matter if I was born Valia the human, and now I'm Valia the demon. I'm still the same Valia who loves her parents and has sworn to protect the kingdom. There is no disgrace in my condition, only pride." Tista's mind froze at those words, realizing how similar yet different she was from the demon. The first years of her life had been a constant close call with death, and she had dearly wished to survive. Lith had granted that wish, and then she had hoped for a cure for the Strangler. After Lith had healed her lungs, she had wanted to become a healer first, then to follow in his footsteps and enroll in the White Griffin, and lastly to join his apprenticeship with Falul after Tista had awakened. Again, all of her wishes had come true, and after Lith had revealed to be a hybrid, she had never thought of his condition as a curse, only as a blessing that she hoped to share. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 25, 49 Prismatic Wind, Part 1. Yet now that Tista was at the final crossroad, she refused to take the final step forward because, unlike Valia, she had forgotten the path in life that had led her to that moment. Unlike Valia, Tista was still alive and she rejected her gifts. "Gods, how could I have been so stupid until now?" she thought while body casting a Tier 5 spell. "Lith has shown me that no matter what form he takes, he's still my brother. Our parents still love him, Camilla loves him, and our little ones consider him their hero. Grandma Badia and the rest of my family will love me as well, no matter what I choose. I am Tista Verhin, and that won't change no matter what form I take." Her three life forces spun around each other faster and faster. The barrier between them that had formed during the past few months shattered, offering them no resistance. A silver pillar descended from the skies, while a smaller one erupted from Tista's body and moved up to reach the other. A sixth orange eye opened on her cheekbone, while the phoenix, dragon, and human sides merged into a single one. The world energy descended upon the red demon like the finger of a god, splitting into its 6 components, and generating as many pillars of elemental energy that seeped into her eyes. It moved from the black eye on her forehead to her silver eye, and then to the yellow eye before flowing into the right side of her face. The newly opened orange eye channeled the elemental flow to the red eye, which in turn passed it to the blue eye. Before the elemental energy could go full circle, a spark of Tista's life force burst from the middle of her forehead, combining itself with the 6 elements that flooded her body to form the emerald 7th eye of spirit magic. Tista roared as new power flooded every fiber of her being, and the silver pillar grew in size along with her body. Her flaming red scales became bigger and thicker, while a second set of wings emerged from her hips. They were membranous like those of a dragon, with one bone spike protruding from the upper joint near her body. As the world energy turned into flesh and bones, to give her the mass necessary to survive the transformation, emerald bursts of flames erupted from the newly formed membranous wings. The emerald flames condensed into white feathers that, by the time the transformation was over, covered the entire surface of the new wings, leaving only the bone spike exposed. The original set of curved horns on Tista's head had grown thicker and longer, now protecting both the sides and the crown of her head. A second set of smaller curved horns came out of the back of her skull and protected both sides of her throat. The tail coming out of the small of her back grew longer and then split into 2. Each extremity was covered in thick red scales and had bone spikes protruding from their spines. Both ended with a jagged bone spearhead and were capable of independent movement. Small bumps appeared under the scales on her chest, proving to whoever cared about it that whatever the red demon had just become, it was still a mammal. Tista now reached 20 meters, 66, of height, and Valia lacked the mass to cover and control her body any longer. Now that Sunder didn't need gravity magic anymore to suit its wielder, the artifact fit like a glove and could use all of its power for the offense. In theory, the appearance of the red demon that the monsters had seen from the files about Lith that the emissary of the undead had provided them might have screwed up the plan. Yet the transformation had been as quick as sudden, and the silver pillar had hidden Tista's original appearance until the transformation was over. "Block this, fucker!" Sunder's extended claw hit the Hattie captain like a speeding train, piercing through him no matter how many warg he sacrificed. The captain knew that it was over and let go of the link with his pack right after taking all the damage upon himself. The colossal adamant blade kept moving forward, reaching the orc shaman and nailing her to the ground like a bug. At the same time, the other 4 claws dug deep trenches in the ground and cut through the monsters, ranks like they were paper figurines. Yet being so big also meant offering an easier target. Now the entire army of monsters could shoot at her without the risk of hurting their teammates, and that's what they did with extreme prejudice. Each spell per se dealt negligible damage, but there were hundreds of them raining upon Tista from every side. The Balor, the only survivor among the leaders of the left wing of Zelix's army, used the black energy wing to conjure a circular quasi-ray on his back, before bolting toward the colossal demon. He didn't attack her directly, preferring to keep the line of fire clear. Also, simply by darting around Tista from a safe distance, the mass of darkness magic he carried turned the air into a noxious gas that blinded her senses and sapped her strength. Darkness magic was slow, so the Balor exploited the cover fire provided by his troops to weave a thick curtain of shadows that the enemy couldn't avoid. The demon could protect herself from the spells with domination or use it to disrupt the quasi-ray, but she couldn't do both. She had already used the elemental sealing arrays stored in the mouth, and conjuring more would have taken more time than she had. Tista drew a deep breath to conjure a twin burst of cursed flames, but Valia stopped her. Only 2 creatures on Magur possess such a bloodline ability, and the monsters know it. If you do that, everything we've done so far will be for naught. Tista snarled, moving the flow of world energy and life force toward the new set of wings instead of her heart like usual. She had no idea what she was doing, but it felt as natural to her as spewing origin flames. As she flapped her wings to shield herself from the volley of spells, some of the white feathers turned black, red, or blue, Then, they detached themselves from the membrane, leaving it exposed as the gust of winds caused by the flaps carried the feathers among the enemy lines. Tista's first reaction was of panic and shock, the memory of her mutilated and naked wings still etched in her mind. Soon, however, she realized that this time the feathers hadn't fallen due to the attacks, but because of something she had done. There was no pain accompanying their loss, only the certainty that they would grow back. "What is that?" Valia asked after wrapping her shadow form around Tista's neck to keep the mind link between them invisible. "I don't know. I was weaving a few spells with my body when..." The moment she thought of the spells she needed and where she meant to strike, a big rune appeared on each feather. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2550 Prismatic Wind, Part 2. The energy stored inside them was consumed to instantly conjure the spells, while also extending their area of effect to the area encircled by the feathers. The black ones combined with the blue feathers to form the Tier 5 spell, Ice Coffin. A swarm of black crystal daggers filled the air, each one of them enveloped in a frost aura so cold that it started to snow. It wasn't their razor-sharp edge, nor the darkness energy they carried to make them lethal so much as their ability to stick to their target. Dodging them all was impossible, and once one of the daggers hit, the frost aura would fuse the ice crystal to its victim's flesh. The cold would suck away the heat just like the darkness imbued within ate at the life force, leaving the target of the spell no way out. As for the red feathers, they turned into the Tier 3 spell, Searing Wave, that was focused on the trolls. The members of that fallen race were naturally weak to fire due to their accelerated metabolism that required to stock fats in the form of highly flammable oils inside their bodies. Prismatic Wind was a bloodline ability, so even orc shamans and farmers were powerless against it. There was no elemental flow that they could read, and there was no fixed spell inside of them until Tista set them off. To confirm her theory, she kept flapping her wings and releasing more feathers until none was left. "Good gods, I can instantly cast spells, spread them around, and even delay their activation as long as I want," she thought in surprise. "Yeah, too bad that you can't cast arrays this way," Valia nodded. "Since we are at it, how am I supposed to call you? Redder Demon, Bigger Red Demon." "Don't even joke about that. If anyone hears you, I'll end up with an even lamer name," Tista replied with a telepathic snort. "Now get off me, there's something I want to try." As soon as Valia left, Tista took a deep breath and activated Ethereal Aegis. Yet instead of using Origin Flames, she activated her black eye and synergized it with her wings to turn her whole body into a living mass of void flames. She was back being a black, flaming demon straight out of the legends of the various monster tribes. Suddenly, the spells harmlessly phased through her whereas her touch, and that of her claws, was even more deadly than before. Each slash of sunder carried the black flames around, and they didn't go out unless their victim died, or their energy was neutralized by the combined effects of light and water magic. "It works. Ethereal Aegis still drains my strength like crazy, but the mind-numbing euphoria is gone. I can not only feel how much life force I've consumed, but also stop my bloodline ability without the need of external help." She turned the Aegis on and off, just to make sure. Between Protector's blazing blue form wreaking havoc with its newfound might, and Tista's colossal form, stomping the monsters by the dozens with each step she took, Lith decided that it was time to move to Phase 2 of his plan. He took the kid's gloves off and wore out of its bloody sheath. The spark of chaos of his abomination form spread through the adamant of the blade, painting it black and twisting its edge into barbed metal that looked like a row of fangs. "Foolish child, there's no hope left. The more of you we consume, the stronger we get. There's nothing you can do to stop us anymore." Lith slashed downward with his blade, and Sarah deflected the blow with the back of her adamant gloves, while also channeling the collective power of the 300 wargs supporting her. The impact still broke her hand, which she passed onto another warg, but she now had an opening to the crowned demon's throat. Or so she thought until his wings shapeshifted into a new set of arms. The left hand stopped her in her tracks with a quick jab to her nose that would have caved her skull if not for the sacrifice of another member of her pack. The right hand exploited her surprise to deliver a mean hook that shattered her teeth, jaw, and skull. With nothing standing in War's trajectory anymore, the black blade pierced through the queen's shoulder and pinned her to the ground. Then, following Lith's orders, War used its counterflow and world mirror abilities to access the warg's hive mind and force Sarah to share her pain with the pack. Every single warg and hattie inside Zelex fell to the ground, holding their right shoulder in agony. There was no wound that light magic could heal since the pang came through their own bloodline ability. Sarah tried to use darkness fusion, but war stopped the elemental flow, forcing her to feel its metal teeth as they bit into her flesh. The warlord dived to the rescue, but a bolt of spirit magic-infused darkness magic mimicked chaos magic's speed and escaped Ryla's black eyes' control. Plague storm hammered at her body, making her fall right beside her queen. The Warsage, instead, used her mana crystal to conjure the world energy into a tidal wave, but the hands of Menadian jammed her control. A heat ray burned her palms, forcing BRI to drop the crystal and dispelling the core boost effect that she had bestowed upon her allies. "I've eaten plenty of trolls, remember?" the crowned demon said with a laughter as he conjured 3 hard light different weapons, one for each of his free 3 hands. "Unlike you, I never forget anything. Your so-called secret arts are parlor tricks to me." Following his lead, the demons of the darkness also conjured a hard light weapon each. Locria's and Valia did it respectively for Protector and Tista since, unlike the demons, they didn't share any of his knowledge. "Fuck me sideways," Tista thought while staring at the construct with life vision first, and then by flooding each of her 7 eyes with a different element like the void-feathered dragon had taught Lith. This way, the 6 eyes filtered the unnecessary mana, leaving the light element pure and concentrated. Yet Tista couldn't make heads or tails of the spell, nor did she understand how to turn holograms into hard light constructs. "I guess I haven't gotten dragon eyes either. This sucks." The sight of the lost art of light mastery stolen and mastered by the demons was a humiliation even worse than death for the trolls and the Tron. They fell to their knees, sobbing in despair. "There's nothing shameful in failure, at least for you," Lith chuckled, bringing his face millimeters away from Sarah's. "Your species failed to evolve and turned into bloodthirsty monsters. Compared to that, your defeat today is a small thing. At least you fought with honor, driven by desperation instead of greed like your ancestors. Don't worry about your son. As soon as I'm done with you, I'll personally find him and kill him." "You monster, Zagra is just a child." Sarah struggled with all of her strength, but with Lith weighing on her and with the rest of her pack writhing in agony instead of sending her strength, there was nothing a single Hattie could do. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2551, Monster and Hero, Part 1. A child whose innocence you didn't hesitate to take away, a child that will become an adult in a few weeks after moving to the surface world. Lith clicked his tongue in disgust. "Compared to you, I'm doing Zagra a favor. He'll be reunited with his parents and spared a life of sacrifice." The black blade rose in a slow arc, while the Hattie Queen failed to hold her tears back. She didn't care for her life or her defeat. What pained her was the fact that she had failed the whole Zelex, and soon everybody would die because of her. On top of that, she couldn't forgive herself because what the crowned demon had said was true. "I'm sorry, Zagra. A parent's duty is to provide for their children an easier life than their own, whereas I forced you on the same path that trapped our ancestors. The only silver lining in the demons' return is that at least our people won't have to struggle anymore. The circle is broken, and in death, we might experience the freedom we so desperately sought in life." Sarah closed her eyes as war came for her neck. Her husband's name was the last word that came out of her mouth before a thud marked the impact. Great was Sarah's surprise when the pain in her shoulder kept tormenting her and proved to her that she was still alive. "We meet again, fucker. You won't escape this time," a strong, virile voice said. "Me, escape? Either the last time we met I beat you so hard that you lost your memory, or you are mistaking me for another demon tyrant. It was you who barely survived our last encounter." At the word tyrant, the Hattie Queen snapped her eyes open, refusing to believe her own ears. Yet either her eyes were deceiving her as well or her prayers had finally been answered. Right in front of her, there was the majestic figure of a 6-eyed tyrant. Her savior was an over 2 meters, 67, tall humanoid with only 2 slits on his face in place of his nose, and his mouth was full of several rows of shark-like teeth. He had 1 eye in the middle of the forehead, another on his chest, 2 on his shoulders, and 2 more on the backs of his hands. Yet instead of having smooth, snow-white skin like Gleemo's and all the tyrants her ancestors had met in the past, his body was covered in multicolored small scales. Sarah's eyes went wide when she remembered that, according to their god, that was exactly the next evolutionary step that tyrants needed in order to reach perfection and be able to mix their seed with the Fommers to gain their powers. "God Gleemos," she asked, half happy to be alive and half terrified at the idea that he might be back long enough to discover everything she had said about him after his disappearance. "Who are you, and how do you know my dad's name?" Morok's shoulder, eyes lowered to look at her, while the other four remained fixed on Lith. He needed sheer willpower to not puke or twist his face in disgust while calling Glimos like that. "Glimos is your father," the Hattie Queen said with awe. "Then he really did it. He succeeded in his quest to better the tyrants and sent you to help us. He didn't forget about us." "I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you are talking about." Morok pretended to pull war out of the wound, while the black blade was actually leaving on its own. "My name is Morok Eerie, Demon Hunter. I've been chasing that bastard for months. I found this place only because I was following him." According to Lith's script, the hero had to arrive in the most desperate moment, when everything seemed lost. It would bring the monsters hope and instantly gain their trust. Once the fight was over, however, they would have the time and the presence of mind to question such a lucky break. If Morok knew where they were all along, why had he never come to their aid before? How was it possible for him to return just in time for the demons' attack? The moment the monsters put two and two together, the facade would fail and Lith's group would be back to square one. By acting as a sworn enemy of the demons instead, he would still gain the monsters' trust while also holding plausible deniability. "What's the point in following me if you end up running away with your tail between your legs like the last time? All you had to do to keep your life was stay away from me." Lith's laughter was devoid of joy and full of mockery. His simple presence while standing covered Morok in a cold sweat. The abomination's eyes darted all over the tyrant's body looking for his weak spots, and each gaze was filled with so much killing intent that Morok's flesh burned as if he had been stabbed. "Damn it, Freya was right when she said that I can't afford to lower my guard once Lith is in character," Morok thought. "If I didn't know better, I'd believe that he really wants to kill me. So that you could take your time hunting me down and killing me just like you did with my father," he actually said with a snarl. "Now I finally understand why my father abandoned me as a child. He wanted to protect me from you. My father knew that were you to find me, you would use me as a hostage to get your hands on the tyrant's legacy." "You're right about the legacy, but wrong about the rest," Lith shrugged. "After absorbing Glimos' power and knowledge, I had no need for you anymore." The form of Glimos surfaced on Lith's chest for a moment, twisting in agony. "I let you go as an act of mercy. You shouldn't have come back. You are still a weak boy compared to your father." Only then did Sarah notice that the multicolored scales weren't the only difference between her savior and her god. All the tyrants that her people had met had always exuded a bright violet aura, whereas Morok had a mere bright blue aura that paled in comparison with the dreadful black-violet light exuded by the crowned demon. "Nothing has changed since our last meeting. Killing you will take a minute, just the time to take out the trash," Lith said. "Letter 1A5 alpha, letter 1E47D alpha, S eta theta nu epsilon, letter 1A tate thetum. A lot has changed, scum," Morok said as a wide smile appeared on his face. "This time I've got help." Following his cue, a huge seven-headed hydra burst from the opening in the ground and attacked the colossal demon, while a woman bearing the 7 elemental streaks in her hair brought the wolf demon's charge to a halt. "Did you bring the awakened council with you?" Sarah's eyes sparkled with hope. Maybe Morok wasn't as strong as Glimos, but thanks to his help, they might be saved from the demons and spared from the alliance with the undead courts. "No, they just accepted to help me put an end to the demons' threat and to further my bloodline's evolution." 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2552 Monster and Hero, Part 2. Morok had to pretend to give a damn about Glimos' plans and explain why the two women were willing to help him. Both the Hydra and Freya bore the emerald streak of spirit magic, something that all fallen races venerated, and that was the lifelong dream of both Ballers and tyrants. "Are they your wiv?" "Please continue, don't mind me." Agonizing screams cut Sarah's short as Lith impaled a few monsters on his wings. "I'll get back to you in a jiffy." His abomination touch drained the hapless creatures dry, reverting them to their original form as their mana and life force empowered him. While everyone gaped at the sight of their savior and his majestic allies, the crowned demon had resumed the slaughter, cutting the awestruck monsters down by the dozen with each swing of his blade, and sucking their lives out to regain his strength. "You fucking bastard!" Morok cast a quick healing spell on Sarah before charging at Lith while infusing himself with the power of all elements. His twin battle hammers, Grimnir, were filled to the brim with the element of destruction. One shone with blue fire while the other with darkness element, both imbued by the eyes on the hands wielding the hammers. The tyrant moved as fast as a bullet due to his multicolored scales amplifying the effect of fusion magic and his eyes, bringing them past their limits. Alas, the abomination was faster and stronger. A sweep of his black blade deflected the hammers in quick succession and snuffed the power with which Morok had imbued them. The fuck! A front kick struck the tyrant's solar plexus and sent him flying away while his face was still frozen in a shocked expression. Despite his adamant wormguard armor and his newfound powers, Morok's ribs shattered, and the impact with the wall would have cracked even more of his bones if Sarah hadn't caught him on the fly. She had conjured a cushion of air magic to absorb the impact and a thick layer of light magic to heal his wounds before the bone fragments punctured his organs. Yet they were both sent back several meters and stopped only thanks to the collective power of the warg. "You can't rush in a fight like that," she warned him while they both spat out blood from their still-closing wounds. "We need a plan." "We don't have time for a plan. Look," Morok sounded genuinely desperate because he was. The goal of the mission was to bring the monster to trust Morok with the minimum number of casualties necessary. Yet Lith had already turned his back to them, and was leading the demons of the darkness in a senseless slaughter. The warg and Hattie had to preserve their strength for their queen, while the Tron had yet to recover from the shock of seeing hard light constructs and dying by them. The monster's army was still crippled, and there was nothing they could do without Sarah's help. Letter 1A5 Alpha, Letter 1E47D Alpha, S Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, Letter 1A Tate Thetum. The tyrant took a deep breath of invigoration, fixing both himself and the Hattie queen before jumping at Lith's back in a sneak attack. Please, the black-violet aura he exuded was also due to the full guard spell of his Voidwalker armor. It gave him full awareness of his surroundings without leaving a single blind spot for over 20 meters, 66, around the abomination. Yet the hammers were thicker than the sword, and this time Morok was expecting a real fight instead of a mock one. By infusing Grimnir with water, he shrouded the hammers with a cold aura against which Lith was allegedly weak. At the same time, he also used air to generate shockwaves that would disperse the brunt of the impact with war, making up for the massive gap in mass and numbing Lith's arm. "I spent a lot of time thinking about what to do if we ever fought against each other, but I always believed it would have been a spar, not that you would actually try to kill me." The tyrant also used the battle to establish a mind link with the abomination and question his deranged attitude. "Do you really believe I want you dead?" The voice answering him belonged to the void. "No flames nor bloodline abilities aside from a few crippled demons of the darkness. This is nothing but a joke." It sounded cold and inhuman, every word a sharp shard of ice that numbed Morok's brain. "Besides, the stronger the enemy, the greater the glory. I can't cheapen your victory by just dropping dead after one shot." The first hammer safely repelled war, this time without losing the power it channeled. Lith needed but a flick of the wrist to restore his guard, but the second hammer was already incoming, forcing him to block again and missing the opportunity for a counter. The tyrant's weapons had a shorter range than the black blade, but due to their thick mass of adamant, each time the weapons met it was war getting the worst of it. Its edge dulled and its body cracked, forcing war to continuously repair itself. On top of that, by dual wielding, Morok kept the tempo of the fight fast enough to compensate for the gap in body refining and force Lith on the defensive. The abomination shapeshifted his wings into arms again and extended them to pierce through the tyrant, but he squashed the shadow limbs like bugs without breaking his rhythm. "Not bad, but not good either," Lith said after Grimnir pushed war aside and created an opening for the second hammer. Yet the blow was intercepted by a second black blade, and this time it was Morok's arm that became numb. The second sword looked identical to war down to the smallest details, but it was also incredibly heavy. At the moment of the impact, the tyrant had felt like he had struck at an adamant's anvil instead of a thin bastard sword. Caught off guard by Lith's switching to a dual-wielding style as well, Morok was soon put on the back as the twin blades repeatedly pushed his hammers aside and got closer to his skin with each slash. This makes no sense. Orion crafted war, not Lith. Making a second blade like that is far beyond his cap. Morok's train of thought derailed when he activated life vision and noticed two things. The first was that there was a thin thread of spirit magic connecting the blades. The second was that even though they looked the same, One had several pseudo-cores, while the other one bore a power core. Yet their shape, the positioning of the mana crystals, the enchantments they used, and even the angry wails that the weapons emitted were the same. That's not another war. That's just double edge controlled by war from a distance. It was then that the tyrant noticed how Lith used the blade in his left hand solely to block, focusing the one in his right to the offense. Double edge had shrunk to fit Lith's abomination form, but it still carried the mass of a weapon the size of a divine beast. To make matters worse, both blades moved with smooth, fluid movements since it was Solus in control of the left hand. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2553 Monster and Hero, Part 3. Do we really need to go this far? Don't you think that we have already killed enough monsters to sell them the hero act? Solus was confused, since that level of violence wasn't part of the original plan. Respectively, yes we do, and no, it's not enough. Sorry for keeping you guys in the dark, but I couldn't tell Morok everything or his reaction wouldn't be genuine, Lith replied. Feel free to take a peek at my mind if you think I'm going overboard. Solus' reply came in the form of a skillful parry that locked one of the hammers and created an opening that nearly cost Morok his arm. I trust you. Do you want me to also take out the Fury or the Sage Staff? That's mean of you, Solus. Quilla invited us to her marriage, not to Morok's funeral, he replied with a smirk. Their conversation was light, but all that the tyrant could see was a cruel grin on the abomination's face. With each exchange, Morok was losing ground and letting Lith dictate the rhythm of the fight. They both used body casting to unleash spells against each other, but while the abomination cast Tier 4 and 5 spells, Morok was stuck at Tier 3. Their domination was on par, and from so up close there was no space for dodging spells. Morok had to use elemental blasts from his eyes non-stop to make up for the difference in tier between their spells, which was quickly draining his stamina and mana core. You monster, he said, half following the script and half speaking from the heart. How many lives have you destroyed? How many people have you killed to become so strong? Enough. Despite the chaos of battle, the crowned demon's voice was low and calm. His simple answer more terrifying than any threat his enemies could imagine. The tyrant was using every trick, feint, and footwork technique he had mastered over his 28 years of age, 6 of which spent as a ranger, yet he was losing. Morok was going all out and squeezing out his energy reserves until the last drop just to not be cut down. Sure, I've awakened much later than him, but I'm older, and I have allegedly been in much more fights than Lith. He's not even 20, yet he is this close to whooping my ass. What kind of life has he had to become this strong? Double Edge swept both Grimnir away with a diagonal slash to the left, while War crossed its path in an X, cutting the tyrant from the right shoulder to the left hip. Blood spurted out as the shock from the deep wound made him fall onto his knees. You shouldn't have come, kid. All you have done is give these creatures false hope and make me stronger. Lith grabbed the helpless Morok by the throat, sucking what little was left of his strength with abomination touch. The black slate of the void turned into small scales, mimicking those of the tyrant, and each one of the 7 white eyes turned to a different elemental color. Stop it, Morok begged via the mind link. If you use even a bit more of your strength, I'll have no believable way to win. I beg to differ. A silvery blur appeared near the abomination, punching him so fast that he didn't have the time to react. At the same time, another hand twisted Lith's wrist, breaking the hold over the tyrant and freeing him. Son of Glemos or not, you almost died for us, and that means something. Ryla! The Hattie Queen was coursing with golden lightning, while an orange armor protected her from the demon's deadly touch. The High Priestess shared what of her bloodline ability she had left with Morok and his allies, tripling their might and turning the tides of the battle in 2 out of 3 hot spots. Bri, following Sarah's order, the Orc shaman released the world energy stored in her crystal, flooding the bodies of the members of the Senate and Morok S with new power. The effect of her technique was akin to invigoration, healing physical wounds and restoring the lost mana. Also, by holding her focus on a few people, Bri could feed them with world energy to replace their mana. It allowed her targets to cast spells non-stop and not suffer from the effects of mana abuse. Now I understand, Solus said as the Farmer, the Hattie, and the Orc shaman worked with the tyrant to take down their common enemy. You didn't want to just paint Morok as a hero. You wanted him to come out of Glemos, Shadow, and ensure that the monsters won't listen to him just because Glemos is his father, but because they consider Morok one of them. That's partly correct, Lith grunted in effort. Now it was his turn to be forced to go all out to not be beaten into a pulp. The Hattie Queen's group was already his match earlier, and now that the tyrant had joined them, Moroc's martial techniques and the power of his eyes made up for the predictability of the monster's attacks. I needed the Queen to see that she wasn't just going to exchange one master for another. That Morok really cares for them, and he's willing to put his life on the line instead of just running away when things get tough. Everything Sarah sees and feels, the Warg do as well. In turn, the Warg and Hattie in the backlines can share it with the other monsters and affect the morale of the entire army. As they spoke, Solus noticed how thanks to the influx of the shaman's crystal, Morok was circulating his mana through his body. From there, it moved to his scales where it was amplified, and then it was channeled into his eyes. Is it me, or is he getting heavier? Lith asked after noticing that the tyrant's blows were getting harder to deflect. You are correct, Solus replied. He's gaining mass as the vortexes in his body get compressed. The rate is nothing like yours when you were a wormling, but it's still weird because tyrants are supposed to be humanoids that don't grow in size. You with the shining wings, stop wasting your energy. Morok yelled, while inwardly cursing at Lith for moving the fight deep among the monsters, ranked so that each clash and missed spell caused more casualties. Demons can redirect and corrupt your energy, but so can I. Give me everything you've got now. But Ryla couldn't bring herself to turn the power of her eyes on the descendant of Glemos, no matter if he himself was giving her the order. I said now. Double Edge had just swept Grimnir away and opened a deep wound in his chest. Sarah lay on the ground again with her chest pierced by war again, while the hands of Menadian were slowly overpowering Bri's wave of world energy, taking away the monsters' endless strength and weakening their elemental magic. The farmer saw the strain on the orc shaman's face and knew it was only a matter of time before Bri's strength gave out. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2554 Monster and Hero, Part 4. The mana crystal gave her an ability on par with invigoration, but after using it so many times on so many people, it had lost most of its effectiveness. On top of that, the orc shaman was running on fumes, and her stamina had hit rock bottom. Light magic had healed her wounds, but without food, her body couldn't make up for the lost nutrients. Ryla inwardly prayed to Glemos to forgive her for her transgression, and then used her wings to draw in the bulk of the energy wave before it was too late. The combined efforts of the orc's crystal and the farmer's wings overpowered the hands, filling Ryla to the brim with elemental energy. Her wings burned like multicolored blazes, while her eyes shone like suns, as she focused and amplified the power of the elements with every bit of mana she had left. Each eye emitted an elemental pillar the size of her body, and Morok's eyes moved to his back to intercept them. He combined the tyrannical eye bloodline ability with domination to suck the pillars inside his body and further amplify them with his core. Once he reached his limit, Morok moved the 6 eyes to his chest and combined them to obtain the Spirit Eye and cast the Tier 5 Spirit, spell Breakdown. Air and earth would block the victim by inducing an electric seizure and by trapping their limbs in a prison of rock. Fire and water would alternate in pulses, causing a thermal shock that would sap their strength and make it impossible for them to breathe. Darkness and light would constantly consume and heal those hit by the spell in a cycle that would consume their vitality until they would die of starvation. Lith tried and failed to dominate it, but from so up close and with many enemies to keep at bay, he only managed to slow Breakdown for a second before being overrun by the Emerald Blast. Or rather, that was how things were supposed to appear. The Spirit Eye of the Tyrant and that of the Abomination fought a brief yet visible tug of war that drove the monsters to squeeze even the tiniest drop of energy left in their bodies, afraid that such power would be turned against them. Which was a problem since Ryla kept firing her eyes even after Morok's eyes were no more. Luckily for him, the multicolored scales on his body managed to absorb the remaining elemental energy and protect him from most of the damage. It further fueled his spirit spell, but the scales' absorption rate wasn't quick enough, so they ended up overloading and shutting down. Morok took care of making the pillar very big, so that when Lith was struck by its harmless core, the destructive power of the rest of Breakdown sold their act. The tyrant had aimed the spell so that it would move toward the south entrance of Zelex, pushing Lith near the escape route while also destroying everything in its path to blind the monsters' physical and mystical senses. The crowned demon screamed in alleged agony and fury while the spell overpowered him, and its detonation turned him into shreds. The blinding light released by breakdown lasted for 1 second, but it was enough to cover Protector's and Tista's escape. The demons of the darkness shapeshifted and joined their bodies to take the form of the Awaken, so that when the children of Glemos could see again, they witnessed the remnants of the colossal demon and the wolf demon shattering into bits. "It's over," Ryla said amid pants, her 6 eyes shedding blood from the effort. "Just like the legends said, once the crowned demon is defeated, the others follow." "Do your legends say anything about not killing your allies?" Morok was bleeding from his spirit eye and from his scales as well. They were now blackened by the elemental overload and had temporarily lost their abilities. The tyrant now closely resembled a demon, and it took Sarah quite some effort to convince her army that he wasn't another enemy. "By Glemos, I'm so sorry." Even Ryla's most delicate touch was painful, forcing Morok to shove her hand away. When she tried to conjure the light element to cure him, the warlord doubled over in pain while clutching at her silver eye. "Don't bother." The tyrant raised his hand to stop the warsage who had come to his rescue as well. "If you heal me now, my body will go into shock. I need food and rest first. The mana abuse from that last spell almost killed me." Bri checked his body with invigoration and discovered that the savior was right. Even though he had only taken part in the final stretch of the fight, he was faring as bad as them. "Good gods, I get that Lith had to sell out the act, but this is too much. He pushed me to my limits so hard that even breathing hurts," the tyrant thought as he blacked out from the strain of the fight. "Morok," Falul screamed while running to his side. "He needs a place to rest and plenty of food for when he wakes up." The Hydra used Quilla's injection spell to flood his body with nutrients while drinking barrels of tonics herself. Life Vision showed Bri that the Savior's allies were in better condition than him, but they were in dire need of rest as well. Tista would have never managed to hurt the much stronger Hydra so badly if not for Falul taking the blows on purpose. As for Protector, he had given Freya a run for her money and would have beaten her if not for the script. The dimensional compressing arrays sealed her best spells, and with his newfound bloodline ability, the Skull brought the gap in physical prowess beyond what pure skill could cover. Protector had struck her very close to her vitals, avoiding them by a hair's breadth and making her wounds look way more grievous than they actually were. "We can feed the human and the Glemo's son." Sarah stopped herself halfway after noticing Ryla's glare and the troops staring at the unconscious tyrant with adoring eyes. "You'll have to take care of yourself, Hydra. I'm sorry, but we can't waste the food to give you a proper meal." The Hattie Queen sighed, looking at the scores of dead along the battlefield. Hundreds had died at the hands of the demons, yet it wasn't enough to ensure that the food reserves would last until the monsters were done building their new house. The cull was still inevitable. Yet they were supposed to die anyway, so Sarah's heart was full of gratitude for their sacrifice, and glad that their loved ones hadn't been forced to bloody their hands with the rites of passage. To make matters worse, not all of the fallen soldiers were the weakest among the monsters. A few of those who had died were great warriors who were supposed to live, making their sacrifice no less necessary but much more painful to the community. "No problem," Falul panted, looking around at Zelex in awe. "I have a snack or two in my dimensional amulet." 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2555, Both Sides, Part 1. Falul had already seen the city from Lith's memories, but it was still such a magnificent masterpiece of magic and technology that the Hydra's amazement was completely genuine. "What is this place?" Freya blurted out, her enthusiasm turning into suspicion as she finally had the time to take a good look at her allies. "I thought that elves lived inside the fringes and had golden skin, whereas yours is light brown. Who are you guys and what are you doing here?" "Do you know where my people live?" The orc shaman couldn't believe her pointy ears. "No, I know where one tribe is, and their hospitality was far from pleasant." Freya raised her rapier, Dreadnought, staring at the rest of the members of the Senate in suspicion. "You don't look like an emperor beast, and you," she pointed at Sarah with the blade and then at Ryla. "What the heck are you?" The Hattie Queen was equally suspicious, moving her eyes from the women to the fallen tyrant while pondering the events. The timing of the rescue was really convenient, just like the fact that this woman claims to have met elves. It's all too good to be true. Yet Morok's conditions were truly dire, and Freya's smell told Sarah that the human woman wasn't lying. Also, she was genuinely scared. "I'm no emperor beast." the Hattie Queen said while studying the reaction of her alleged saviors. I'm Sarah, a Hattie, the elder beast evolution of the warg. This is Ryla, and she is a Farmer, the next evolutionary step of the Ballers who descend from humans like you. And I'm no elf. The shaman lowered her gaze in shame. My name is Bri, and I'm an orc. It means creature of the dark in Elvish. Before our fall, we didn't live on the surface like our cousins, but deep underground where mana crystals grow. That makes you the bastards who raided the cities of the kingdom and killed hundreds of innocents. Freya's outrage was as genuine as her increasing fear. What Sarah wasn't aware of was the fact that Freya's anger was actually aimed at Gleemos for putting the monsters through so much suffering, and her fear was due to her lack of acting skills. She was terrified at the idea of their lies being exposed, and having to fight to the death so many enemies without her dimensional magic. Calm down, kid. Falul instead was unreadable. We came here to help Morak avenge his father, and that's what we did. The rest can wait until he wakes up. But Master Falul, according to the demon, they possess the tyrant's bloodline legacy, and if we alert the council, our friend will lose his birthright and these people their lives. Don't be so quick to judge before hearing both sides of a story. Life is often more complicated than it appears. Be careful, the orc shaman said via a mind link. The Hydra is as strong as Gleemos was, and her equipment is terrifying as well. She can't kill us all, but we can't stop her from escaping either, not with all the safety measures of the south entrance down. Sarah nodded, glad that the interests of her people and those of their guests still aligned. Please don't be afraid. The warlord knelt, and with her the Ballers and the few farmers in the monster army. I swear upon my life to be loyal to Gleemos, heir, and that I'll do everything in my power to protect him. We swear. The Ballers and all the believers of the cult of Gleemos shouted as one, tying Sarah's hands even tighter. Ballers and farmers already considered themselves a superior race due to their close resemblance to their god, and because he had always favored them. Ryla being both the warlord and the high priestess only made things much worse. I've just lost a tenth of the main forces of my army. I need to play this with extreme caution. If only Arhin was the warlord instead of that zealot, I wouldn't be risking a civil war, she thought. Even if we win without the Ballers' help, Zelex will fall way before we are ready to move, and our new home wouldn't last more than a few weeks. Without them, the ogres will die, the trolls will become unstable, and the goblins will be nothing but dead weight. On top of that, that damn hole in the ground exposes our presence to anyone flying above Zelex. Sarah cursed their bad luck, and resigned to putting the lives of their people even more in Falul's hands. I know that I have no right to ask you for help, and you have no reason to accept, but please listen to me. The Hattie Queen fell onto her knees, her forehead touching the ground. I need you to close the hole on the surface and hide it to the best of your abilities. If our enemies find Zelex, we will lose our lives, and everything your friend has done until now will be for nothing. Why do you need my help? Falul shrugged, feigning ignorance. Moving a bit of dirt and setting a few arrays is no big deal. It is for us, Sarah replied. Out of Zelex we revert to our fallen state, and we age no differently from a normal monster. Also, we have little knowledge of arrays. Everything you see here is the work of the tyrant bloodline, not our own. I see, the Hydra nodded. Since you've saved my friend from that monster, I owe you this much. Yet after this, I'll consider us even, and I have no reason to trust a monster. Also, be aware that I'm going to set the arrays so that if anything happens to us, the position of this place will be visible for kilometers, so don't try to pull anything funny. Do whatever you deem necessary. The mistrust and questions of the Hydra reassured the Hattie Queen. Thank you on behalf of my people. If this was just a farce, the tyrant wouldn't be on the brink of death, and his women would be eager to help us in order to earn our trust. I guess miracles do happen after all, Sarah thought in surprise. I can't believe this actually worked, Falul thought in equal surprise. From blowing the entrance open to showcasing the Chosen One in order to increase the influence of the High Priestess and undermine the Queen, Lith predicted it all. He staged every step of the fight so that once it was over, the monsters would be forced to ask us to stay and help them. This way, we get to have a tour of Zelex and understand if the children of Gleemos can be reasoned with without even trying. Yet despite her admiration for Lith's foresight, Falul felt guilty for deceiving the monsters like that. She was betraying their trust, playing with their beliefs, and exploiting their grief from the rites of passage all at the same time. Their king had died for mere hours, hoping to buy enough time for their god Gleemos. Return and Lith had delivered them the best next thing right after fueling the fires of their superstition. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2556, Both Sides, Part 2. The monsters believed in the miracle because, after such a dark day, they desperately wanted to. The Hydra quickly fixed the hole in the upper levels, and before returning to Zelex, she set several arrays that would cloak the entrance from detection spells and alert the others on the outside in case the infiltration team needed backup. Letter 188 Thetum, by the time she was back, Morok was still unconscious between Ryla's arms, but a few of his scales had turned from black to white. Freya nervously turned her head from the collapsed passage to the tyrant. Her body language was a clear statement of how awkward the situation was to her and how scared she was of her hosts. Think that you are doing it for Nalrond, and don't focus too much on the fact that if anything goes wrong, we'd go from dinner guests to main dishes in a heartbeat. With dimensional magic sealed, the moment they got to the heart of Zelex, they would have no way out. Lith was a divine beast, but even he had chosen to fight at the borders of the city to have a clear retreat path and force the children of Glemos to split their forces. He had done everything he could to avoid being surrounded, and yet he hadn't hesitated sending Freya and the others in the maw of the beast. On the bright side, however, her attitude was exactly what Sarah would expect from a human in that situation, dispelling her doubts about that situation being just a farce. Good gods, with friends like you who needs enemies, Morok stirred, suffering jolts of pain every time his blackened scales touched anything. Why did you keep shooting at me? The demon was the other guy. Forgive me, my lord, Ryla bowed her head. I felt the affinity between your scales and my wings, and I assumed they worked the same way. I never meant to hurt you. That's even worse, the tyrant groaned, trying and failing to stand up. If this is what happens when you don't even try, I cannot imagine what affinity. You don't know, Bri's eyes went wide in surprise. Do I look like someone who does? Morok pointed at his own battered body, whimpering. The reason you are recovering so quickly is that your scales are constantly drawing the surrounding world energy akin to my crystal and her wings, the orc shaman said. The black scales are temporarily overloaded while the white ones contain all elements. Once enough of your scales recover, the elements will be split and stored again as it happens to a farmer's feathers. What's a farmer? Morok knew the answer already, but since he was passed out right after the battle, he had to feign ignorance. After a second round of explanations, it was the tyrant's turn to introduce himself. My name is Morok Eri, son of Glemos. It took him sheer willpower to not speak his father's name like it was poison and not spit once he was done. These are my friends, Fallow the Hydra and Freya Harada. They both accepted to join me in my quest for revenge due to the threat that the demons pose to all our respective races. That thing was obsessed with those attuned to all elements like us, so we decided to join our forces. Morok gave Freya a fake last name, afraid that the Urna's name might have been on Lith's file that Elder Irma had shown to the Senate, and that if anyone remembered about it, it could blow their cover. So they are not your wives? Ryla asked with too much enthusiasm for Morok's liking. You know, clearing the nature of their relationship was fine, the disgusted overtone not so much, earning Morok murderous glares. I'm married all right, but my wife is neither a scaly grandma nor a pompous ass. She's the most beautiful woman on Magur. I'm sure that we'll get along then. Ryla chuckled, looking at the tyrant with such loving eyes that a cold shiver ran down his spine. I feel much better now. Morok jumped back to his feet to escape from the overly tender embrace. What is this place exactly, and what are you doing here? Didn't Lord Glemos tell you anything? Sarah asked. No, my father abandoned me when I was a kid to hide me from the demons. Morok hated lying and even more painting Glemos like a good parent, but he had no choice. He left a tracking spell inside of my life force that was set off the day of my awakening. When he finally found me, he brought me to a crystal mine. He was talking about something called Harmonizer when the demon arrived. Father managed to make me escape, but it cost him his life. What about Typhos and Echidna? They would have never left our Lord's side, Bri said. I know those names, but I never met them, Morok shrugged. Father told me they were on an errand for him, but he didn't say much. There was just no time. I believe they either escaped or the demon killed them as well. They are likely dead, the Hattie Queen sighed. Come with us to your father's mansion, we have much to discuss. Space. Outside the city of Zelex at the same time. Remarkable, Adjeter the Drake said while studying Tista's new form. There's a chance that your white feathers work akin to a drake's scales. Based on what you told me, they seem the perfect fusion between the dragon and phoenix bloodline. After faking her death, Tista had shrunk to human size and gone back to the surface while still in her demon form. She needed time to get used to her new body and learn how to use gravity fusion to not destroy everything in her wake. Lith and Adjatar could take her mistakes, whereas Quilla and Nalrond kept themselves at a safe distance. What do you mean? Tista was relieved, noticing that simply by circulating her life force like Salark had taught her, the white feathers had started to grow back. My scales absorb the power of one or more elements from the world energy, giving me a breath attack that sadly has nothing to do with origin flames. Adjatar replied. Phoenixes, instead, usually store their flames inside their feathers and use them as deadly projectiles. If I'm right, your feathers store elemental energy like a drake's scales, but can also be thrown like a phoenix's plumes. Who knows, maybe you can do everything we can do, or maybe you can just cast instant spells. Only time and practice will tell. Thanks, Adjatar. Tista gave him a small bow. Don't mention it, kid, and welcome to the family. The drake patted her shoulder, and through the contact of their scales, they shared many things without saying a word. Tista felt Adjatar's pride and affection for those he considered like his baby cousins, while Adjatar perceived Tista's exhilaration from her new powers mixed with the fear of being more and less than human at the same time. Don't worry too much, the drake said. Changes are always scary. It's natural to be afraid. The trick to deal with them is to live in the present and not linger in pointless regrets. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2557, Children of Glemos, Part 1. I have no regrets. Tista's voice still sounded feminine, but had the deep, rumbling timbre of a storm. This is what I worked my whole life for. I was just too arrogant to see it before. Not that I'm complaining, but why now? Lith asked. You still had a bit of time. You could have talked to Mom and Dad first, or at least undergone the transformation with the support of our family, instead of alone during a deadly battle. I wasn't alone. Valia was with me, Tista replied. It's thanks to her that I understood how stupid I have been to waste my time with hesitation. Fear had brought me to turn my own body into a prison. It was like having the strangler again, always scared of the future and with my body aching from terrible pain, but this time it wasn't a cruel joke of fate. It was all on me. I was simply tired of suffering for no reason. Tired of waiting for others to find solutions to my problems like I did for most of my life. As for Mom and Dad, we had the conversation about my life forces many times, yet I needed none. I've seen how they treat you and how you treat them. Becoming a Tiamat didn't make them love you any less, and vice versa. I had no reason to even think that it would have been any different for me. I was just making excuses to stall. Whatever happens from now on, I can finally stand by your side as an equal. Be it against your enemies or helping Elijah with her future struggles, you are not alone anymore, little brother. Tista hugged Lith, the contact between their scales sharing their affection for each other. By turning into a divine beast, Tista had made their bond grow deeper than just blood. They didn't belong to the same species, but they walked the same path. By the way, it's the first time I have a face mask. Tista pointed at the scales covering her usually exposed fangs. How do I retract them when I want to spew origin flames? She took a deep breath, but aside from smoke puffing from between the scales, nothing happened. It works the same as unfolding your wings, Lith replied. Unlike the rest of our scales, they are connected to new muscles you have to learn how to flex, like this. Lith's mask opened and closed quickly a few times, showing her how the scales were supposed to slide over each other. Tista tried to imitate him, but with no success. My problem is that even though I found the new tissues with invigoration, I have no idea how to trigger them. My face feels the same as before, and I've already tried everything I could think of. Any suggestions for newbies? Yes, do you remember when you first got your wings and didn't know how to fold and unfold them on your back? Lith asked, and Tista nodded for him to continue. Same thing. Flex your whole body at once and instinct will do the rest. Like this, Tista took a deep breath, clenching her teeth while tensing every fiber of her being. I did it, she said once she felt something sliding off her face. It's way easier than. Alas, it was quickly followed by something else sliding off her chest and crotch. What the heck, Tista? Luckily, the demon had already shrunk to human size, so Quilla rushed in front of the demon and covered Tista with a mage robe. We are all healers, but this is still inappropriate. What's the matter? Tista lowered her gaze, noticing her exposed body and turning to a flaming shade of red. Damn it, I forgot about that. Lith turned around, glad that no one had been with him back when he had encountered the same issue after achieving the violet. Now that you are not a hybrid anymore, all of your forms have a full set of organs. Interesting, Adjetor nodded. Now we are certain that whatever Tista is, it's still a mammal and that her reproductive method is the same as a human's. Can you shapeshift into a dragon and a phoenix? I'm not doing this on purpose. Tista covered herself while trying to put the scales back into place, but the stiffness from the embarrassment kept them retracted. How do I fix this? You just need to calm down, Lith replied once he had permission to look again. Then, you need a private place to learn how to move the scales of each area one at a time. How do I calm down? I just flashed my body, she said with a snort. For example, you can start by thanking the gods that Morok and Nalrund aren't here, Quilla said. That would have been awkward. Good gods, Tista turned a pale red at the thought. I really dodged a fireball here. Luckily for her, the Rizar was using his bloodline abilities to follow Morok's group inside Zelex and act as first response backup in case something went wrong. Also, you can start by thinking about how to call yourself from now on, Lith said. Good point. Any suggestion that's not a variation of Red Demon? Between the safety of the robe and the focus on the issue, her scales moved back to their original position, yet Tista kept the robe closed tightly. Depends, Lith shrugged. How many forms do you have? Can you shapeshift into a dragon and a phoenix, making them 4, or do you only get one of them like me? Excellent question. Tista nodded while putting back her Voidwalker armor and shapeshifting into her human form. Yet that's a talk for another day. I'm not doing any more experiments until I get some privacy so that I won't embarrass myself further. Space. The underground city of Zelex at the same time. The Hattie Queen guided their guests toward the Senate, unaware of the presence of the Rizar following them just a few meters below the street level. Nalrund was forced to stop outside the white crystal gates of the building due to the powerful arrays covering it down to its foundation. It's still better than nothing, he thought. At the first sign of alarm from the guards, I can cause a distraction and keep Freya and the others from being surrounded. As they walked through the city, Morok noticed that the monster tribes either looked at him with blind admiration or burning hate. The followers of Glemos believed the young tyrant to be the prophesied savior, while everyone else considered him no better than his father. Once inside, Sarah brought the group to a private chamber with a domed roof. It was smaller than the room where the Senate discussed their dealing with the undead courts and administered the rites of passage. It contained a circular white marble table with many wooden chairs around it. Several cabinets were lined up against the walls, each one filled with either dried food or bottles of liquor. The few pieces of art decorating the room were small busts and paintings of tyrants that seemed to look down on their guests. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2558, Children of Glemos, Part 2. The eyes of the tyrants depicted in the artworks were made of elemental crystals, and they seemed to follow the observer wherever they moved. This is the inner circle, where the leaders of each tribe can freely talk without worrying about things like rank and formalities. We are all equals here, Sarah said while glaring at Ryla. After introducing the goblin, the ogre, and the Tron representatives to Morok, the Hattie Queen had an orc shaman establish a mind link with their guests to share with them everything about Zelex. She told them about the role that each fallen species played in their society, and how things had spiraled out of control after Glemo's disappearance. Morok already knew most of those things thanks to Lith, so he had a hard time paying attention and feigning interest. Everything else, however, shocked him to the bone. Listening to Glemo's methods to further the evolution of his subjects, and about the cycle of hunger and death the monsters had undergone for generations, made him regret that Adjetor had killed his father so quickly. I also feel like a jerk, Morok thought. All this time I only worried about my bloodline legacy to not make a poor figure with my in-laws. I had more or less guessed from Echidna's words what kind of life her people had to endure, yet I never cared. He wanted to apologize for his own behavior and express how disgusted he was by what his ancestors had done to the fallen races, but it would have done him no good. It wasn't just Ryla who still considered Glemos a god. Aside from the Queen, the Balor representative, and the Warsage, everyone else clung to their faith to make sense of their hardships. Each one of those present had just lost their husband in the rites of passage and doomed a child to the same fate. Lith was right. Telling the truth would have achieved nothing. They would rather fight to the death than admitting they have lived their whole lives as puppets. Soon after Lord Glemo's disappearance, the harmonizers in the mines and the cultivated fields crumbled, and so did the non-imprinted ones we kept stored for the new generations. Sarah said. Only pregnant women, growing children, and the members of the Senate wear their harmonizers at all times. Women to alter the life force of their newborns, children to get closer to perfection as they develop, and Senate members because it gives them control over the array system. For everyone else, it's just a bothersome piece of metal since thanks to the mana geyser and the alterations in our life forces, we can maintain our unfallen state anyway. I see, Morak nodded. Now that his scales had healed, he could feel the arrays surrounding Zelex working in a similar way to the harmonizer, enveloping him in a thick layer of world energy that naturally seeped into his body. Damn, if I hadn't a bright blue core already, between my scales and the arrays it would be like using accumulation all the time. Too bad that right now it's useless to me, he actually thought. On top of that, Lord Glimos never taught us how to craft anything, Sarah sighed. Very few of us have regained the ability to cast high-tier magic, and with our short lives and no mentor, we are still figuring out the basics. That's why we ended up working with the undead courts. We don't want to, but we have no other choice. Without Glimos and his harmonizers, Zelex is no longer capable of self-sustaining. Our new generations can improve only by luck, and to give a child a chance at evolution, someone has to take their own life so that the harmonizer can be passed on. The undead have given us a bit of food, and have promised to share with us what they discover about the harmonizers, but we don't trust them. We have locked our city to undergo the rites of passage away from prying eyes, and to move Glimos, legacy without them noticing. So the demon was right. Morak jumped to his feet with a mix of enthusiasm and confusion. Is the tyrant's bloodline legacy really here? Of course, Ryla gave him a radiant smile that creeped him out. Then why didn't you use it to fix your problems? I mean, it must contain the blueprints for the harmonizers, he asked. Because Lord Glimos forbid us to enter his chambers, and I've kept my word. The farmer threw a disgusted look at the other monsters. Also, there's no way that ignorant peasants can understand a god's workings. But that doesn't matter anymore. Now that Lord Morak is with us, there's no need to pander to those undead vermin anymore. Please, take your rightful place among your loyal servants and guide us toward a better future. I can't make you any promises, but if you allow us to take a look, we can at least give it a try, he replied. We, the monster representatives, looked at the two women in confusion, while Ryla was clearly upset at the idea of sharing such a treasure with strangers. I'm not my father. I am still young, and I'm lacking in the forgemastering arts, which was a polite way to say that he couldn't craft a dimensional amulet for his life. Lady Fallul is my teacher. If there's anyone who can decipher my father's work, it's her. Do you trust her? The farmer asked. With my life. Then say no more, my liege. Ryla stood up, giving him a deep bow before walking through the door of the inner circle and leading the way. Where are we going? Morak asked after they had been walking for a while. I have no idea, Sarah replied. This area is reserved solely for the high priestesses of Glimos. As far as I know, no one but our lord and his most loyal servants have access to this side of the building. The Senate extended for hundreds of meters in every direction, forming a small city of its own. The more they advanced, the more luxurious the furniture became. The high ceiling was painted with frescoes depicting the exploits of the tyrant bloodline. The gold-veined white marble was covered with wards that only Ryla's harmonizer could deactivate, and only for a brief moment upon her passage. The corridor ended with a thick white wall comprised of a mix of white marble and crystals. You guys wait here. The farmer placed her hand on the wall and offered the other to Morak. I told you I'm not good enough to decipher my father's work on my own. He remained still, refusing to take her hand. I need Lady Fallul's help. And she can come later. Ryla didn't budge. There's something I can only show to you. Right now, can't it wait? The idea of remaining alone with the farmer after Glimos had already tried to fix him with echidna didn't sit well with Morak. If I reject her, she might refuse to bring me to my legacy, and these poor people will be screwed. If I don't, my marriage will be over before it even begins. He inwardly whined. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2559, Children of Glimos, Part 3. No, only the heir of Glimos can access to the key to the vaults that hold the tyrant's legacy. I won't allow anyone but a member of the family to learn about its nature, Ryla said. I can be killed and my harmonizer stolen, but if no one knows what to look for, they can never find it. There was a fervor in her voice and a determination in her eyes that told the tyrant that he had no other choice. He extended his hand, and the moment it made contact with the farmers, the marble isolated the wall from the arrays of the city, allowing the crystals to form a gate. Shit, we are not just going past the wall, we are going somewhere else entirely. Not even Nalrun can follow me wherever our destination is, Morak thought as Ryla pulled him through the dimensional corridor. He was expecting to walk into an exotic harem filled with gorgeous women of all the fallen races, a luxurious bedroom, or anything that he believed would suit his late father's overinflated ego. Instead, Morak found himself in a playroom filled with enchanted toys, and all kinds of tools that a child could use to learn magic safely. And that wasn't all. Mommy, a young six-eyed farmer, barely 5 years old, was looking at them from around the corner of the door in a childish attempt to hide from the alleged intruders. Mommy, you are back. The child ran to Ryla's legs, who lifted him up in a hug. I told you to not wait for me by the door, you little rascal. What if it was a bad guy? Her tone didn't match with her words as she kissed the boy's head and gently caressed his hair. Daddy would have smitten him, the boy said with a very serious voice, puffing his chest out with pride. He's a god. Dad is never here because he has so many people to protect, but he always watches over us. Dad, Morak echoed as something inside him froze in horror. Not only was the young farmer's skin white instead of blue like every farmer and Balor Morak had ever met, but his eyes moved along his body so as to always look at Ryla and the newcomer at the same time. The boy also wore a model of harmonizer more advanced than those of the other members of the Senate. Even the Queen's harmonizer was of lesser quality. Morak had seen an identical model only around Echidna's neck. Suddenly the High Priestess, earlier attentions and words assumed a completely different meaning, going from creepy to mind-blowing. Do I have a brother? He said while pointing at the kid. Half-brother, but yes. Garrick, this is your big brother, Morak. Lord Morak, this is your little brother, Garrick. He was named after your father. Ryla turned the child toward the tyrant. Hi, big brother Morak, nice to meet you. Garrick's mouth shape-shifted into the row of fangs typical of their species. Hi, Garrick. Morak tried to give him a warm smile, yet it turned out as awkward as he felt. Let me guess, you said that this is a family matter because your harmonizer just leads here. Only Garricks can open the door to Gleemo's lab. You are right, Ryla nodded. Lord Gleemos didn't trust with his life's work anyone but his own blood. I only pretended to have access to the lab in order to keep my son's existence a secret. Are you telling me that no one knows about Garrick, that he's never been outside of this house his whole life? Morak was flabbergasted, and the nod and reply he received shocked him even more. But why? He's the child of your god and his life force is perfect. He could give hope to your people. Garrick is the tangible proof that my father's grand plan works. Or he could end up being the scapegoat to their fury, Ryla replied. Someone upon whom vent their frustration after a rite of passage or, like in this case, after Gleemo's disappearance and the culls it has caused. Garrick isn't like you. He can't run away until he becomes an adult. Were the inhabitants of Zelex to learn about him, what do you think they would do? They would see his harmonizer as an unfair advantage and resent Garrick, because he can have a regular childhood, while everyone else is forced to suffer from aging and hunger. I know that it's hypocritical of me, but I couldn't risk the Senate forcing him to take part in the warlord selections. Garrick has a chance to have a real life and be free. I won't let that be taken from him, no matter the cost. Which makes you... He couldn't finish the sentence, as the bad memories of his childhood trampled over his mind, and many questions he didn't want to ask popped to his mind. Lord Gleemos never bestowed upon me the title of his wife, but as the latest of his high priestesses he blessed me with his child, Ryla replied. Latest, as in there were others before you. Morak wanted to scream and curse at his father's name, but he had to hold it in to further Lith's plan and not scare Garrick. Yes, just like there have been other potential heirs to Lord Gleemo's legacy before Garrick. Ryla nodded, shivering at the mention. What happened to them? The priestesses also undergo the rite of passage when they are found wanting, Ryla replied. As for their faulty offspring, they were sent to the battlefield and died 2 inglorious battles to honor their father. Was it the same fate that would await Garrick if Gleemos was still around? Morak cupped the boy's ears, adding a hush spell to keep him from hearing such a grim topic. No, according to Lord Gleemos, Garrick's life force will stabilize after puberty. He's not as perfect as you, but he will be. Ryla replied, giving him a warm smile and a deep bow of gratitude for his kindness toward her son. I'm the only one who managed to give him an heir that inherited both the farmer and the tyrant bloodline. That's why he kept me around. Garrick was supposed to assist you in the endeavor of bringing the tyrant's bloodline to the next evolutionary step, or to take your place were you to refuse to join his cause. Glemos said that he had reached his limit and that Garrick is the apex of his research. A new species of tyrant born from the perfect farmer. He did everything he could for our child, and then he left to look for you. The perfect tyrant born from the perfect human. Glemos believed that after awakening you would have surpassed him, and he was right. She tenderly caressed Moroc's multicolored scales, but he stepped back as if her hand was a weapon pointed at his throat. So he experimented on my mother as well. Were we just a science project for him? He said in outrage. Everyone was a science project to him, Ryla said. He never cared for any of us. That's why he awakened the poor echidna before her life force stabilized. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 25, 60 Children of Glemos, Part 4. Otherwise, she would have grown into the first pure-blooded stable farmer and wouldn't have needed him anymore. Glemos did it to keep her on a leash and force her to become your wife in the hope to achieve someone better than Garrick, Ryla said. Why are you telling me all this? Morok asked. Because Glemos was right. You are better than him, she replied. And the moment you told the story about him sacrificing himself for you, I knew it was a lie. That bastard would have gladly sacrificed anyone to save himself. As he liked to say, he could always have more children. You and Garrick never meant anything to him. He just needed proof of his experiments, success, in order to replicate them as many times as he wanted. Which means that either you killed him or you had him killed. I don't care how or why you did it. Just know that you have no need to lie to me. If that bastard of Glemos put you through so much, why are you so willing to trust me so soon? Morok stared at her face, noticing that despite her earlier act, the farmer felt no admiration nor loyalty for her god. You think I've killed him, and for all you know, you and Garrick could be next. Also, if you never believed his crap, why did you behave like a zealot and worked so hard to keep Glemos' crazy cult alive? I trust you not just because I think that you killed him, setting me and my son free, but also because the first thing that you did once I introduced your half-brother to you was to protect him instead of exploiting him. Ryla pointed at Morok's hands, which were still covering Garrick's ears. If you were anything like Glemos, you would have faked a sense of brotherhood you don't feel, and then asked me what Garrick's abilities are to see if he could be useful to you. Then, you would have asked me to bring you to the lab and taken what you believed is rightfully yours. Instead, your first thought was asking questions about his and my well-being. You worried about who we are to you, not about what we can do for you. Caring about Garrick's innocence and refusing to destroy the image of his father sealed the deal for me. I don't know the real reason that brought you here, Morok Eerie, but I know who you are. A good man. As for your question about my high priestess facade, it only proves that you are naive and that your heart is pure. A shrewd man would know that no matter what I feel for Glemos, his authority is my authority. A cynical man would know that taking the mask off after his disappearance would mean putting myself and my child in danger. Were I to tell the truth, the zealots would rip me apart while those who have already lost their faith like Sirah's court would kill me for being Glemos' whore all this time. Keeping the faith alive keeps me alive, and it's my best chance to ensure Garrick's survival. Once we have to move to our new haven, I'll be forced to reveal his existence. The believers will be his sword and shield. Those who still fear Glemos won't dare to touch him, not after the fear that he drove into their hearts and that I've kept growing after he disappeared. Good gods! Morok's head spun at the revelation, making him wonder if Ryla's cunning came from her maternal instincts, or if farmers were more related to Tiamats than tyrants. Yet amid the chaos and confusion, as he was trying to piece everything together and decide what to do, his hands never left Garrick. Is everything all right? The kid asked after the silence prolonged for so long and seeing his big brother's shocked expression. I'm scared. He clung to his mother, who had kept smiling the whole time, to not betray the sensitive nature of the conversation. Don't worry, little brother. Morok lifted the spell to reassure him. I'm just shocked because I didn't know I had a brother. I've been alone my whole life, so this family stuff is kind of new to me. I've been alone too, but at least I have my mom. What about yours? Garrick asked. We never got along. She's mean. Morok couldn't tell such a young boy that a mother could abandon her son nor claim that she was dead. The lie would scare Garrick and force Morok to forge even more lies, to give her an allegedly peaceful death, to not scare him further. Don't worry, the next time I see Dad, I'll ask him to fix things between you and your mom for you. He's a very kind God and he never says no to me. Until that moment, Mom and I can be your family. This way, you and I won't be alone anymore. Garrick's naive mind didn't question the absurdity of the situation. He was too happy for having a brother to care about minor details like where Morok had been until that moment and why they had never met before. Thanks, little brother. Morok felt a pang to his heart while he ruffled the boy's hair. Please hold a little while longer. Mom and I still have a few boring grown-up things to discuss. No problem, Garrick nodded, thinking that Morok calling Ryla Mom sealed the deal and made them family. Putting the hush spell in place again was one of the hardest things that the tyrant had ever done. If before the mission was all about getting his hands on his bloodline legacy and maybe saving a few monsters on the side, now it was personal. Though he had met Garrick for a few minutes, the young farmer was just like him. Another kid whose life had been orchestrated by Glemos from birth with no care for his happiness. Blood meant nothing to Morok, but he still felt a kinship toward Garrick due to the manipulations of which they both had been victims. I won't let him go through all the shit I had to endure, Morok thought. I don't care if I have to share the tyrant's legacy with Garrick, Falul, or the entire council. I'm going to make sure that he gets out of here alive and that he'll have his mother with him. I refuse to let that bastard of Glemos ruin the life of another of his children from beyond the grave. One more thing, Morok said after cupping the young farmer's ears. I get feeding the god crap to the others, but why didn't you tell your son the truth? What good would have it made? Ryla shrugged. It was better for Garrick to believe he has a loving father who is always absent due to a higher call than being the last in a long line of experiments performed by a power-hungry monster. Making him believe that his father is always watching him was the only way to convince Garrick to not follow me outside and stay in the house. If I told him the truth, he would still be a prisoner in this house, but he would also be much more miserable. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2561 Counter Offer, Part 1. Bring me to the lab, please. Morok felt suffocating and couldn't wait to get out of the accursed place that was at the same time Glemos' house and Garrick's prison. Ryla nodded and led the way through several corridors until they reached a double door made of heavily enchanted adamant. The surface of the metal was covered in white and elemental crystal that fueled a powerful set of arrays. They ran above and under the surface of the doors, walls, floor, and ceiling, forming an inescapable net of tightly packed runes. Morok only had life vision, but it was enough to perceive dozens if not hundreds of overlapping arrays. The worst part was that, just like those surrounding the city, Glemos, death hadn't diminished their power. Even from a few meters of distance, the tyrant could feel a colossal tide of spirit magic ready to be released at the slightest tampering. How is this possible? He asked. The same way as the harmonizers, Ryla replied. Double imprint, the trademark of your bloodline. Garrick, be a dear and open the door for us. Yes, Mom. A wave of his hand and a squint of his orange eye turned the whole apparatus off. The double doors opened on their own, revealing a magical lab that was in no way inferior to Adjetter's. Tall bookshelves up to the 5 meters, 16, high ceiling were lined up against the walls and filled with tomes regarding all known branches of magic. Morok browsed through the titles, discovering original grimoires belonging to magi and rulers of the flames. Each was written in a different code, and there was no sign of translation or that someone had ever tried to decipher them. Neat piles of documents and samples were arranged on several different tables cluttered by various analysis devices, each made of magic metals and fueled by violet crystals. Good gods! Morok looked around the room, feeling overwhelmed by the raw amount of knowledge accumulated in the room. Past the tables, there were more bookshelves, but their tomes were written in plain language and arranged in alphabetical order, with each bookshelf covering a different topic. They contained detailed information about the basics of the 5 tiers of magic and the various magical specializations. There were countless grimoires filled with teaching spells that each generation of tyrants had developed so that their descendants would have better foundations. The room was over 10 meters, 33 long, and that was just the entrance. A T-juncture led to 3 doors, each leading to a different wing of the laboratory. Morok took a quick tour of the 3 wings, discovering that even though the tyrant bloodline had invested in researching all branches of magic and had equipped a separate lab each, body sculpting and forgemastering took most of the space. The light magic laboratory was filled with tissues and organ samples from different species that floated in embalming liquids stored inside stasis fields. The eyes of various creatures occupied an entire wall, even a dragon. Was among them. The rest of the space was taken by books and metal slabs, where Glimos had conducted his experiments on both dead and still-living subjects. Right in the next room, the Forgeomastery lab was equipped with a Davros forge that was surrounded by permanent arrays. The magical formations were fueled by elemental crystals, arranged in a pattern that Morok recognized as identical to the one that the werepeople used in the fringes to draw Maugre's attention. In this case, however, their purpose was different. An internal layer, right around the forge, served to conjure the world energy and split it into its elemental components. They kept the circle constantly charged akin to an artificial assistant, without the need for Glimos to waste his energy or trust someone else for his experiments. On top of that, he could draw the elemental energy in through his eyes, and add a spark of life force to turn the conjured world energy into spirit magic and forge a spirit artifact. The external layer, instead, fueled the Forgemaster, doubling Glimos' magical prowess and greatly increasing his mana reserves. Once again, it was a setting useless for someone without the tyrannical eye bloodline ability that allowed tyrants to drain the power of the elements and make it their own. The study of the life force gave the tyrants the theoretical knowledge about how to further their evolution, and then they put it into practice with Forgemastery. The arrays and the alchemical tools that had been researched in the respective labs all had the purpose to facilitate the assimilation of world energy and use it to permanently alter the life force of the tyrants, test subjects. The vaults were filled with magic metals, mana crystals, and powerful natural treasures, but there was much less than Morok had hoped. I guess this explains why even someone as arrogant as Glimos was forced to ask the patronage of the undead courts first and Thrud later, Morok thought. Over the centuries, the relentless experiments must have never allowed the tyrant's bloodline to accumulate resources. On top of that, I bet that the moment Glimos thought to be near the finishing line, he spared no expense and consumed everything that wasn't too precious to be wasted on prototypes. Morok found several books and pieces of paper holding designs for harmonizers, but he couldn't tell if they were new or discarded projects. Everything, even the introduction books about the lab's maintenance, was written in code. "Can either of you read this?" Morok showed Ryla and Garrick a random piece of paper, receiving a shrug in reply. "Do you know where I can find the cipher?" "What's a cipher?" the boy asked. "They key to crack a secret language," Morok replied. "Then no," Garrick lowered his eyes. "The only thing Dad ever told me whenever I looked for him in here was get out." The tyrant gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, yet the moment the child looked at him, there was a warm smile on Morok's face. "It's okay, brother. You've already helped me a lot. Without you, I would have never gotten in here." "My pleasure." Garrick left Ryla's gown and hugged Morok in joy, yet the tyrant felt like the boy had driven a stake in his heart. Morok could tell that even though they had just met, the word brother meant the world to the kid because it gave him hope that he wouldn't be alone anymore. "I need my friends to understand how any of this works," Morok said. "How are we going to play this?" "Garrick, go to your room, seal the doors, and don't get out until I say otherwise. It's time to play the silence game," Ryla said. Already, the young farmer stomped his feet, tearing up in frustration. "But you've just gotten here." "Shush, and remember that Daddy is watching, so you have to be a good kid," Ryla admonished him before bringing everyone back to the nursery. "Just follow my lead. Now that the lab is unlocked, I can warp everyone there directly." Ryla accompanied the boy away and locked the doors leading to the living quarters before opening a dimensional door that led back to the Senate's corridor, where everyone was still waiting for them. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2562 Counter Offer Part 2. "What took you so long?" Between Morok's upset expression and Ryla's earlier effusions, Freya was worried about what might have happened while they were alone. "We'll talk about it later." The tyrant gave her the secret gesture that signaled to don't ask questions. "Now follow me. It's easier to show than to tell." Ryla had to keep her hand on the wall so that the gate would stay open, letting pass one person at a time. She brought Falul, Freya, Sarah, and her court. The Hydra took a good look at the laboratories and checked several pages from various times, while everyone else gave up after a first glance. "I don't even know how to turn this thing on." Freya pointed at the Forgemastering circle. "Me neither," Falul said while flipping the pages of a recently written tome. "But I'm confident that I can decipher the code. It's always the same, and since runes cannot be altered, I can already tell what book is about what." Yet to understand what the spells do and how, I need time. Which is something we don't have, the Hattie Queen said. Thanks for your offer to help us, but even with the food from the raids, we won't last long. If there's no immediate solution to our problem, our only choice is to rely on the undead courts. I don't want to sound ungrateful to you, but I have to ask you guys to leave. You can take away the books since they have no use to us, but we'll keep everything stored in the vaults as compensation for our suffering. We will need it if, once the undead crack the harmonizers, they uphold their word and share the crafting method with us. Sarah sighed, her last hope shattering. What if I offered you an alternative? Falul asked. What if I told you that there might be a way to avoid the culls entirely and keep your people relatively safe until we found a solution? I'd say that I've stopped believing in miracles after my stay at the Gardens of Time robbed me of my youth, the Hattie Queen replied with a snort. Also, in my experience, either something is safe or it's not. A sword is relatively safe, but that only means that it's not aimed at you yet. Point taken. The Hydra raised her palms. It wouldn't really be safe, more like a battlefield, but at least you wouldn't suffer from hunger anymore, and your people would die for a cause rather than because they have no alternative. We die for a cause, and we do it because we have no alternative. What's the difference? Sarah's eyes blazed with mana and fury when her friend, Urhin the Balor, grabbed her shoulder to calm her down. Since we are already here, we might as well listen to what she has to say. Even getting rid of the rites of passage and allowing our children to grow normally would be a great change. Zagra is out for less than a day. It's not too late for him. Urhin waved her hand, bringing a few chairs close so that everyone could sit down and relax. Very well. The Hattie Queen closed her eyes and took deep breaths to calm herself. Speak, Hydra, but talk lightly about the lives of my people again, and I'll kill you all even if it means drawing the council here. Okay, Falul nodded. First things first, do you know Giera? No, what's that? There was a tinge of annoyance in Sarah's voice, but it wasn't addressed at the Hydra. Verhen, Forge Mastery, and now this. How many things have Glemos kept hidden from us to ensure our compliance, and how many more have the undead courts glossed over to make us dependent on them? The more she learned, the more the deal with the undead sounded fishy. Falul established a mind link to conjure a map of Magur, and then of the continents of Garlin and Giera. She could have used holograms, but she preferred to avoid explaining how she had learned the art of light mastery that allegedly only trolls possessed and demons had stolen. I can't believe it, Bri the orc shaman blurted out in surprise. Is there really so much land outside Zelex? Actually, that's Garlin. Falul kept her tone neutral, trying not to offend her hosts. We are in the Griffin Kingdom. She drew the borders to the Empire and the desert, cutting them off from the map, and the monster gasped, realizing that their territory was just 1/3 of the whole. Zelex is located in the Ramana region, which is just a fraction of the kingdom. A tiny blinking dot appeared, quickly surrounded by the borders of the region, while the rest of the map faded in the background. That's it, Sarah couldn't believe her own mind. Is that all we amount to, a mere patch of land? No, your city is the dot. Falul zoomed in, letting rivers, plains, and cities appear on the map. It took the monsters a few minutes to recover from the discovery of how insignificant their existence was. Once they calmed down, the Hydra told them about the plague that had been unleashed upon Giera, the disappearance of the human race, and the rise of the monster tides. I can't assure you anything since I've yet to talk with the Awakened Council, but here's my idea. We'll split your people between mana geysers in Giera so they can keep their unfallen state and slow down the aging process. The local council will provide you with everything you need to establish your settlements and food. In exchange, you have to protect the magical and natural resources for them. It means that you can use crystals and metals if you need them to fight or for your research, but everything else belongs to the council. Also, you have to help keep the monster population in check and prevent the formation of monster tides. Are you asking us to exterminate our own kin? Bri asked in disgust. Better than exterminating your own blood like now. Also, if you can deal with them without killing them, be my guest. Falul shrugged. But I doubt they would let you go without a fight the moment they smell your food. Let me get this straight, Sarah said while pondering the issue with the collective brain power of her tribe. If we accept your offer, we'll be split and sent to another continent. There, we will be free to live and grow our numbers, but we will be also forced to fight on a daily basis. You are asking us to bet everything on the hope that thanks to our reproductive abilities and powers, we'll lose fewer people than are born. Correct, Falul nodded. Yet it wouldn't be just on you. You'd get communication amulets and the council would help you. They have no interest in getting you wiped out. The monster tides are a threat to everyone, not just you. Let's assume that you are right and that you are not just sending us to the slaughter. Sarah snarled. What happens when there are no more monsters to kill in the area and our numbers once again exceed what the land can sustain? 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2563 Poison Chalices, Part 1. 2563 Poison Chalices, Part 1. Easy. Once your people overpopulate a pacified area, they get split again and move to a new settlement. Fallow replied. Giera is very big and most of it is now uninhabited. There's plenty of space for you and plenty of monsters to fight. The idea is to establish self-sufficient fortresses over the mana geysers at the fringes of the known monster tides. From there, your people will whittle them over time with coordinated attacks from every side. The monsters' tribes that comprise the tide will be slowly surrounded and decimated until they no longer pose a threat to the balance. And what if we actually succeed? What will happen when there will be no more enemies to fight and no more geysers for us to inhabit? The Hattie Queen's mind felt cold and sharp as the winter's wind. You didn't let me get to that, Fallow replied. I plan on keeping those of you with a harmonizer here on Garland so that during all that time we can research Gleemos, work, and find a way to mass-produce them. It's not something I would be doing on my own. The member of the Awakened Council would pool their resources to find a solution. After we crack the code, there should be plenty of time to produce new harmonizers before your numbers become a problem again. So you are basically asking us to let you divide and conquer us, Sarah replied. You'll be keeping the leaders of Zelex hostage in Garland while the rest of us would be sent to Giera to fight a war that has nothing to do with us. How is this any better than the Undead Court's offer? It's not divide and conquer, but necessity. Fallow shook her head. Garland is still suffering from a prolonged famine. Here there simply aren't the resources necessary to sustain your people, whereas in Giera there's an abundance of food. You are free to take the Undead's offer, but know this. Even assuming they won't backstab you, the moment the black market can't provide enough food for your ever-increasing populace, you'll be forced to either resort to the culls or raid cities again. Either way, you'll be forced to spill blood because no one will give up on their provisions without a fight. If you resort to the former, your people will be doomed to perform mass suicide, while if you pick the latter, you'll keep making new enemies that will hunt you down. If you go to Giera instead, you would be earning your food and your rightful place under the sun. People are bound to fall in battle, sure, but the rest would be safe, and the wounded would receive care from the local Awakened. Also, you wouldn't be isolated. Communication amulets will allow your colonies to keep in touch with them and join their forces if necessary. You and the other member of the Senate with a harmonizer would be kept here simply because Garland's council doesn't trust Roghar. His flawed research led to your fall, and there's no telling what the Guardian of Mana might do with a device that can alter life forces, crystals, and enchanted metals. Also, our continent is now peaceful, and we can focus on research, whereas Giera is struggling for survival. I see, Sarah pondered the Hydra's words. The reasoning was solid, but there was still a lack of trust between them that poisoned the Hattie Queen's mind. How many harmonizers should we surrender for your research? Unfortunately for her, the one offered by the undead was a poisoned chalice as well. Both potential allies could backstab the monsters at any time and leave them for dead. Her best option was to choose the deal that sucked less and ally herself with those who had more to lose by her people's demise. None, Fallow replied, making Sarah's eyes go wide in surprise. There is no forgemastering spell that requires an artifact not to be imprinted in order to examine it. It's enough for the forgemaster to have access to the artifact and its owner to be compliant. The only reason the undead had to demand some harmonizers is to wear them themselves and modify them to suit their own life force. Those bastards lied to us, the Hattie Queen snarled while instinctively touching the collar on her neck. Indeed, Fallow nodded. Harmonizers have no value for the Council except for increasing the production of our crystal and metal mines. Our life forces are already stable, so unlike the undead, we are not competition. It sounds good, but is it good enough to put our lives in the hands of complete strangers? After all, we've met for less than a day, Urhin the Balor pointed out. By itself, no, but consider what we have to lose in case something happens to you, Fallow replied. The crisis in Giera is real, and without help, it's only a matter of time before the Council is overwhelmed by the monster tides. If I wanted to just exterminate you, why make it so complicated? All I had to do was to run away after the fight and send a distress signal. The Council forces would arrive and slaughter everyone. On top of that, the harmonizers represent an incredible opportunity, not only to accelerate the production of our magical resources, but also to solve the threat of the fallen races forever. Last but not least, Balors are a successful evolution of the human race, and Farmers are another step forward. I can assure you that the Human Council will do everything they can to help you simply because they want to become like you. Your death would mean for the humans to losing the first solid lead in millennia to finally fill the gap with the Emperor Beasts and gain the bloodline abilities they are sorely lacking. You make excellent points, but this is still too sudden, Sarah said. We'd like to take a few days to discuss it and weigh our options. Not a problem, Morak interjected before Falul could say anything. I'm going to take a single book since the code is always the same. I'm going to leave everything else here as a sign of good faith. Then he took 2 communication amulets out of his pocket and shared his rune with them. Take your time and let us know when you've made up your mind. He gave the first to Sarah, who tried and failed to use it. Just take one step out of the arrays and it will work. Then, while Falul exchanged her communication rune as well, he turned to Ryla and handed the second one to her. If there's anything you need, and I mean anything, just get outside for a second and give me a call. I'll come running. Thank you so much. The farmer embracing him surprised no one. The tyrant returning the embrace left quite an impression instead. Freya worried about what had happened during the time they had remained alone and how that would affect Quilla. Yet she said nothing while they walked out of Zelex, limiting herself to a glare that seemed to bore through the tyrant's back until reached the meeting point with the others, and made sure that no one was following them. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2564 Poison Chalices, Part 2. 2564 Poison Chalices, Part 2. What the heck was that lovey-dovey act with that farmer? Freya beat Falul to the punch, speaking first the moment they reached the artificial cave where Lith and the others were waiting for them. I get that it's your legacy we are talking about, but we all risked our lives for this. I don't care about their sob story. Those monsters are still a bunch of murderous bastards that tonight will dine on the people of the kingdom. Are you really so dumb that you can't hold it in your pants the moment a beautiful woman makes her move on you? What woman? Quilla asked while staring at Morak. His expression was serious, like she had never seen him before, but there was no hint of shame or guilt on his face. This would take too long with words, so please give me your hand. The tyrant took Quilla's hand and slapped Freya's away. This is about my family. I'm going to discuss it with my fiancé first and then with you guys. A mind link and a full explanation later, Quilla went pale. Good gods, she said while conjuring a rock to sit down. Feel free to tell them everything. I just need a bit of time to recover. A second mind link later, Lith was sitting next to Quilla and was no less pale than her. Garrick's story hit him even worse than Morak. An abusive father, a protective older brother, and a helpless little brother were the story of Derek McCoy's life. He was so upset that his human body twitched from time to time, and part of it shapeshifted into one of his other forms. Calm down, Lith. Solus spread her aura in the telepathic equivalent of a warm embrace to soothe his restless spirit. That boy is not Carl, and he is currently safe. Glemos is already dead and can't hurt him anymore. Her words both calmed his nerves and made him wish that Adjutor had killed Glemos slowly instead of giving him a quick death. Even if the monsters reject our offer, we can always set a meeting with Ryla and escort her and Garrick to safety. Whatever you decide to do, I'll help you however I can, even if that means revealing the tower's existence to Morak. Thanks, Solus, but that shouldn't be necessary. Lith sighed, slowly regaining his cool. I never thought I'd say this, but thank the gods Elijah is not a boy. She thought in a corner of her mind, where Lith couldn't hear her. I can't imagine what would happen if anything close to a threat were to befall the baby and trigger Lith's trauma. Listen, kid, I'm sorry for your little brother, I really am, but... You did the right thing. Lith cut Adjutor short and made everyone else gasp in surprise. If you need help busting Garrick out of Zelex, you can count on me. Thanks, but it would be too dangerous. Morak shook his head. First, the two of us aren't enough to keep thousands of monsters at bay and protect a child at the same time. Second, then what? You heard Ryla. If Garrick steps outside of the Mana Geyser even for 1 second before he reaches adulthood, his life force could fail to stabilize forever. On top of that, even if Zelex wasn't surrounded by a space-compressing array, The nearest mana geyser is too far away for a spirit steps. We'd need a warping array, but all it takes to shut it down is an ore shaman with a crystal or a balor's wings. Can we do it with a tower warp soulless? Lith asked. Assuming that we have enough space and privacy to conjure it, maybe. There's no telling if the tower core can overpower the arrays, nor if there's enough world energy available to do it. The tyrants devised Zelex so that not even a single speck of energy can escape its premises. It's possible that the tower can't tap into the geyser at all, so I wouldn't rely on it until we made sure. This is a mess, Quilla whimpered, holding her head between her hands. It will likely screw up the whole ceremony. I'm sorry, babe, but our marriage will have to be postponed until I don't find a solution for this issue. Morak knelt down, taking her hands into his own. I don't give a damn about Giera, the Harmonizers, and even the tyrant's bloodline legacy, but I can't leave the kid in the undead court's hands. Let us be real, if the monsters side with the undead, Garrick will be the first to be sacrificed for his Harmonizer. Everyone will hate him just because he's Gleemo's son. I said ceremony, not marriage, silly. Quilla cupped his face while looking him in the eyes. I was thinking about all the hoops we'll have to jump through to let your brother attend. Also, explaining how I've got myself a mother and a brother-in-law at the last minute is bound to cause a scandal. In-law, Morak echoed. I know that Ryla isn't your mother, but if you want to make Garrick part of your life, she has to be included as well. Passing her for your mother would ensure them both the safety they need and avoid explaining your complicated family tree to the rest of the kingdom. Damn woman, Ryla was right. Morak embraced her, happy that she was not only willing to accept Garrick in their family, but she was also including him in their plans for the future. You two are really going to get along. The group left the couple a few minutes before scolding Morak again. As I was saying, you screwed a perfect plan real good, kid, Adjeter said. The collapsed tunnel and the demons were meant to destroy away. I know it was a gamble, but what else were we supposed to do? Adjeter said. The monsters had already accepted the deal with the undead. There was no time to slowly earn their trust. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2565 Poison Chalices, Part 3. 2565 Poison Chalices, Part 3. If we waited too long, the monsters would have culled their numbers and delivered the Harmonizers to the courts. At that point, we would have been forced to call in the council. Rather than let such precious artifacts fall into the undead's hands, it's better to destroy them. The Drake sighed. I think that you are both right, Lith said. That's why I think Sarah and her court will accept our offer. Yet unless we tell them the whole truth, it's bound to backfire to the point that things might get ugly in the near future. Are you really suggesting to tell them that we massacred hundreds of their people just to get an audience with the Queen? Adjeter asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Pray tell, how can that do us any good? For starters, don't forget that the children of Gleemos are nothing like us. They are used to throwing away their lives to get food, and to limit the number of mouths to feed so even a massacre won't ruffle their feathers if it's for a good reason. We could even argue that they have massacred hundreds of our people during both raids, yet we aren't holding them accountable for that. The least they can do is return us the favor. Also, you have to consider that Sarah and her court have long unveiled the truth about Gleemos and the fall of their respective races. The only reason they kept with the facade was because their people needed hope. This wouldn't be any different. We detail the truth only to the Senate in order to garner their trust and give them the tools to spin together a lie that their people can accept. Otherwise, there would always be the risk of an internal struggle between those loyal to the Queen and those who follow the High Priestess Warlord. Last, but not least, our ruse worked because Gleemos kept the monsters isolated. Once they start living on the surface and discover that there are no demons aside from those I conjure, how long do you think will take them to understand the truth? There's also the issue of Tistas, whatever it's called, Falul said. Unless she hides under a rock or never uses her new form in public, sooner or later Sarah and the others will see her picture in the inner link, connect the dots, and get royally pissed off. At that point, things are bound to go south, and the only question will be how badly it's going to end. If the monsters refuse to cooperate, they will be massacred or turned into unwillingly test subjects. The situation in Giera would become much worse, with the children of Gleemos added to the already numerous threats the local council has to deal with. As for Sarah and the others, they might rather die and destroy their Harmonizers than submit to someone they consider another Gleemos. We have already seen it happen with Echidna, and unless we want to let history repeat itself, We have to play our cards better this time. I agree with Falul, and I want to add one more thing, Morok said. For their whole lives, those people have been victims of my father's manipulations and lies. We can't expect to be treated any different from Glemos if we act the same way as him. Space. City of Zelix, Queen Sarah's private quarters, right after Morok and his group left. I think their offer is really good, BRI said. Much better than the undead court S. I think we should accept it. It's too good. That's why I didn't accept it, Sarah shook her head. We've killed the gods know how many humans and razed their cities, yet the woman in the group acted as if it was none of her business. Also, there's the matter of the timing. Our people spent centuries in here without seeing a single demon. Months have passed since Glemo's disappearance, and the very same day we get swarmed by demons his heir finds us. It smells fishy. Just because you fail to recognize God Glemo's greater plan doesn't mean there isn't one, Ryla said with her best holier-than-thou attitude. We were in crisis and ready to spill the blood of our kin, so he delivered the answer to our prayers. Like the late King Akara said, he sacrificed his life to buy time for the return of our God, and we got the next best thing. Refusing the deal would be spitting on his valiant sacrifice. Don't drag my husband into this, you wench, Sarah growled, her eyes lit with the power of hundreds of warg. There's no one here to listen to your sermons but us four, and if you weren't the new warlord, I wouldn't have even brought you along. So drop your sanctimonious act and say something that actually makes sense. Fine. The high priestess unfurled her wings, charging them to the brim with world energy, and activating her 6 eyes to match the threat of the queen to the best of her abilities. Let's say that everything you suspect is right. What are you going to do? Take the offer of the undead. At least we suspect that Lord Morok is lying, whereas we know that the undead courts are lying. Whatever we do, we'll end up at the mercy of one faction or another. Both of them can turn on us and slaughter us at any moment, and you know it. Yet while the undead are only interested in the harmonizers, the awakened also need our help. They need us and in numbers, whereas dealing with the courts will require us to kill 3/4 of our population. The courts ask us to cut our own limbs and to step out of our house right when we are going to be at our weakest. The awakened are asking us to die for their cause, true, but most of us are bound to die anyway. And for what? To hole ourselves deep below the ground until we are forced to move again. Even if the undead actually uphold their word and study the harmonizers for us, how are we going to pay for their help the next time we are forced to run away from the people we've robbed and murdered? If we follow the awakened, we'll earn our spot under the sun, a place to call home. A place where our children can happily grow with their parents, instead of living in fear of the day when they will be robbed of their youth. Your words would hold a great allure if not for the fact that you are overlooking a fatal flaw of Morok's offer due to your zealotry, Sarah said with a snarl, her open hostility aimed to curb the hopes of her court before they became unable of distinguishing dreams from reality. She needed them to keep their feet grounded and their minds open to all possibilities, not to be so enraptured by the utopia painted by Lyra that their vote would be just an extension of the warlords. If you are wrong and this is just a trap, we'll allow ourselves to be split into dozens of smaller groups that will be sent to another continent where they will be much more easily exterminated. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2566 Poison Chalices, Part 4. 2566 Poison Chalices, Part 4. The Hydra, even assuming that she really works with the Council and not just for herself, will keep those of us with a harmonizer here on Garland instead. It's a perfect setup to either enslave us just like Glemos did, to use us as hostages to force our brethren to take part in the war and us to undergo their experiments. You are asking us to take a massive leap of faith based on your delusion about Glemo's grandeur and your clear infatuation with his offspring. Everything you've said is true, my queen. Ryla's voice held no spite or taunt. What I'm proposing is indeed a great gamble that might doom us all. The court was as flabbergasted as Sarah, having a hard time believing their own ears while listening to a meek warlord caving across the board. But what's the alternative? Either we stay here and wait for our death, or we follow the undead and put ourselves in equally unreliable hands. To make matters worse, doing that would require us to kill all of our elders and force our children to become adults before moving out of Zelix. Any monster past their prime was considered dead weight, while younglings would require constant attention. Both were a liability that the monsters couldn't afford while moving to a hostile environment. Yet while the children could be turned into adults, Elders would only get older and weaker. The monsters couldn't afford to waste food on unproductive members of their society, nor waste what little time they had taken care of them. The elders knew it as well, and that was the reason they had volunteered for the raids as soon as food had become scarce. Those who had survived the mission had already volunteered to be the first to be culled. "There's no safe choice," Ryla continued after her words sunk in. "Only bets that will make us shed blood in different ways. Yet if I have to choose between being afraid of the undead, constantly looking over our shoulder, and the hope for a definitive peace, I choose hope." At a snap of her fingers, the doors of the chamber opened, letting in the children of the members of the court that the warlord had recalled from the Gardens of Time. Only a few hours had passed after the rites of passage, so they hadn't aged much. "Mom," the younglings screamed as they ran to their respective mothers. The members of the court embraced them without a care of the warlord's blatant breach of the law. That day had yet to end, but lots of blood had already been spilled twice, and more would soon be shed based on the court's soon-to-be-taken decision. Both parents and children burst into tears, knowing that the joy of the reunion would be fleeting. Lyra stared at them in envy, wishing that Garrick was there with her, but his safety took priority over her feelings. "Remember that if we accept Morok's offer, our kids won't be forced to sacrifice their youth. Unlike the undead, the Council can use dimensional magic and bring us to our destination without the need to travel on foot to another mana geyser. Also, I'm hopeful, not dumb. There's one last card that we can play with the Council that has no weight for the undead. Let me explain and then make up your mind." Space. City of Lucia, Lith's house at the same time. Morok had left the book about the harmonizers with Adjater to decipher it. The Drake had asked the Hydra for help, and she had reluctantly accepted. Her plan was to borrow the book and then move to the tower. There, by combining the effects of the armory to share the effects of the Yggdrasil wood of the Sage Staff, the eyes of Menadian and her 7 heads, she was certain that cracking the code would take days instead of weeks, if not months. Alas, Lith begged to differ. "The moment I proposed to him to do that, he gave me such a glare that I thought he was about to bite my head off." Falul inwardly sighed. "I've forgotten that with Elijah on her way, keeping Lith away from his family is not an option." Protector had run home as well, eager to check on Celia's condition, and if the sharing of his newfound bloodline ability had any kind of side effect on her or the children. Morok felt like shit, and despite the success of the plan, he couldn't even bear to look at Lith. The slaughter he had perpetrated and the complete lack of guilt he showed were nothing new, but this time Lith had done it for Morok, and this weighed heavily on the tyrant's conscience. He had gone home with Quilla. The only silver lining was the idea that by coming clean with the children of Glemos and succeeding in giving them a better life, maybe he would be capable of looking at himself in the mirror again. "Maybe." "We're home." Lith opened the door of his house, receiving a warm welcome from all the members of his family despite the late hour. "We bring big news, and when I say big, I mean both in a literal and figurative sense." He pointed with his thumb at Tista, who slapped him on the shoulder with such strength that it made him stumble. Roz and Alina noticed it, but they thought it was just Lith keeping his act as usual and pretending to weigh like a regular human instead of like a divine beast. "That's not funny," Tista flushed in embarrassment. "Those are not comments that a sister wants to hear from her own brother about her body." "I was talking about your weight." Lith pointed at the deep footprints she had left outside and at the creaking of the wooden floor due to her poor control over gravity fusion. "Why are you so flustered?" "I thought you were talking about my B." The memory of the incident with the scales showing him and Adjater way more than Tista was comfortable with made her blush harder. Then she realized that her family had no need to know about her blunder and quickly changed the topic. "I mean, that's still not funny. You shouldn't make fun of a lady's weight." "What about your weight?" Roz scratched his head in confusion. "You look the same as when you left this morning, maybe even thinner." It wasn't true, but he had learned from experience that a compliment would ease whatever was troubling his daughter. "Thanks, Dad," she chuckled, "but it's quite the opposite. I finally solved my problems with my life forces." "Do you mean that you guys succeeded in putting your hands on a harmonizer?" Alina looked at Tista's neck, inwardly sighing in relief when she noticed there was nothing. "My children are already been unfairly treated due to their beast nature. Getting a metal collar like a dog is the last thing my daughter needs," she actually thought. "No, I let my 3 sides fuse into one, and now I am what am I exactly?" She turned toward Lith at a loss for words. 64A4499-883E41362E4, a 34F7B. Chapter 2567 Blood Bonds, Part 1. 2567 Blood Bonds, Part 1. A bigger, redder demon. He raised his arms, conjuring the hologram of a shower of confetti and a huge blinking insignia which said the atrocious name. Anything but that. Tista turned pale, noticing the hilarity in the room 1 second too late. Everyone was laughing, showing no sign of concern for her new condition or surprise about her choice. Wait, you knew? She looked at her parents, her siblings, and the children who all rushed to congratulate her. How? I mean, I didn't know it myself. It wasn't so hard, dear. Roz patted her head. We assumed that you would have either followed in your brother's footsteps as usual or chosen to retain your human side. If you had turned into a dragon or a phoenix, that would have been surprising. Yeah, Salark sighed, slightly annoyed at her bloodline being mistreated like that. Especially considering that if you choose to merge your life forces, you should be able to turn into multiple forms like Lith does. Can you turn into a phoenix? Aaron's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dragons are cool, but we already have Big Brother for that. Phoenixes are cool as well, and they also sing with a celestial voice. Well said, young man. Salark puffed her chest out with pride. Also, what do you call yourself? Because if that thing about the bigger, redder demon is true, you and I need to have a talk about creativity. I have no idea, Tista shrugged. I was too worried to be bothered with naming something that I might have not even gotten before actually seeing it. Heck, I've no idea how many forms I got either. Only one way to find out. Lyria tried to push Tista out of the door, her small shoes squeaking on the floor from the futile effort that was soon joined by Aaron. What's the rush, kids? Tista ruffled their hair. This can wait until tomorrow. No, it can't. Lyria shook her head with determination. Everyone already knows what Elijah will look like because she will take after Uncle Lith. Aaron and I don't know what we will look like because we take from Grandma and Grandpa like you. Mom and Dad. Aaron corrected her, hating those terms because they made his parents sound old. Why are you angry? Lyria could understand his reaction. Salark is our grandma as well. She's way older than your parents, and yet she looks amazing. What do you mean, yet? Salark furrowed her brows amid the general hilarity. No offense, Grandma, but everyone past 16 is old. Aaron bowed apologetically to her. You can't have kids of your own and still call yourself a kid. All parents are grown up, hence old people. Are you telling me that you consider your big brother an old coot as well? The guardian couldn't refute the childish logic, so she attempted a deflection. Well, yeah, Aaron shrugged, but he's giving me a niece, so it's worth it. Hey, Lith didn't like that argument one bit. The idea of soon becoming a parent already weighed heavily on his mind, and the fact that his little ones considered him an old man made it even worse. If I'm old, then what about? He was about to point at Camilla, but he instantly realized that she would have either burst into tears or killed him. Maybe both. Throwing his parents under the bus was out of the question. Their ever-dwindling life force, despite all of his efforts, was one of the things that kept him awake at night. They were in perfect health, but without awakening, even an untreated cold might kill them. I would like to point out that Tista is older than me even though she has no kids, but the last thing she needs while she has yet to come to terms with her new condition is being called a spinster or an old bat. I'll take the safe route, he thought. Grandpa Ligon, Lith conjured the 9 hologram of the father of all dragons. I've yet to have my first daughter, whereas he has countless children. What? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Ligon appeared out of thin air, looking like a decrepit old man. He was sitting on a rocking chair, his legs covered by a heavy blanket. A hand was on his ear, pretending to be hard of hearing, while the other held a handkerchief into which he coughed a few times. Grandpa Ligon? While everyone laughed at the performance, the kids ran to him and started to bawl their eyes out. What happened to you? Don't die, please. I'm not dying. He immediately reverted to his usual appearance, that of an albino man in his early 30s. It was a joke. A guardian can look however he wants. Despite his youthful form, soothing tone, and plenty of reassurances, it took him a while to calm them down. By the time he succeeded, the mood was ruined, and Salark stared at him with such a fiery gaze that he wouldn't have been surprised if his clothes suddenly caught fire. Nice move, jackass, she told him via mind link. Now play along, or as soon as we are alone, I'm going to kick your ass. It's past midnight, and it's my turn with Kami today. What are you doing here? Salark actually said, while bringing Sharjin into the fold to distract the children. The infant wormling was already as big as Aaron, and had his big eyes sleepy since he had been awoken from his nap. His cute cooing and the puffs of smoke he produced while yawning made Aaron and Lyria forget about the earlier scare. "The same thing you are doing," he promptly replied. "Our descendant has embraced her heritage and has become the first of a new species of demons. It's only natural for me to bear witness to the life force born from the fusion of our bloodlines." "Don't you mean a new race?" Tista countered soberly. "Whatever I am, I'm not a Tiamat, that's for sure." "I know, but that's not the point." Ligon shook his head. "It's safe to assume that a demon is born from the fusion of the human, phoenix, and dragon bloodlines, while a Tiamat also needs the abomination side due to Lith's unique condition. Also, Magur called him the father of all demons, not the father of all Tiamats, which means that not all of his descendants will inherit his abomination powers. For all we know, Elijah is the exception, not the rule. We need more babies, I mean data." "Fine." Tista was slightly annoyed at the idea of being once again under Lith's shadow, but all that talking about the possibility of her having 4 forms as well made her curious. "Let's move outside. I need space. If I have a separate phoenix and dragon form, maybe I can get the bloodline abilities of both species as my mana core progress. Even with just dragon eyes and call of the blood, I would be as powerful Lith even without Solus and his demons." She inwardly crossed her fingers. Salark snapped her fingers, bringing everyone to the blood desert. "Why here, Grandma?" Tista asked. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2568 Blood Bonds, Part 2. 2568 Blood Bonds, Part 2. "First, the sun is already high in my country, so everyone will be able to take a good look at you without the need for spells. Also, you need privacy." The Guardian pointed at the bright sky, and then at the vast, empty space around them. "Everyone knows you live in Lucia, and there are bound to be scouts and spies everywhere around your house. There's no point in revealing your new forms and powers to the rest of Magur unless it's absolutely necessary. If people keep thinking of you as Tista Verhen, so will your enemies. The moment they make a move, they'll discover that they are facing the bigger, redder demon and be unprepared to face your wrath. I agree with your logic and appreciate your concern, but I swear to the gods that if that name catches on, I'll disown all those who said it." Tista shuddered, cringing at the idea of her species being branded with such an obnoxious title. First, she focused on her life force as a whole, growing into a 20 meters, 66, tall scaled humanoid creature covered in thick red scales and with 2 sets of wings. The first was covered in silver-veined red feathers, while the second set bore snow-white feathers. "Cool," the kids said in unison, running over Tista's foot to get a feel of her talons and knock on her scales. "Are you naked?" Raz felt awkward looking from below to the lumps on his own daughter's chest. "Do you want me to turn around?" Tista lowered her gaze in panic, afraid of having flexed the retractable scales again. Both her sets of wings went ablaze in embarrassment. "Dad, you gave me a heart attack," she sighed in relief, and her feathers returned to normal. "I'm just like Lith. This is how I normally look now. My scales cover me at all times." "Almost at all times," Lith said amid a fit of pretend cough so that only Camilla and the Guardians could hear him. "You didn't tell your parents?" she whispered in his ear. "Would you discuss your anatomic details with yours?" Lith whispered back, obtaining a firm no in reply. Remarkable. Ligon was already an expert in such matters and could easily distinguish the fixed scales from the rest. Yet such silly details were of no interest to him. "You both have inherited my scales and Salark's feathers plus 1 set of wings from each one of us. I'm a bit disappointed that your beautiful dragon wings are covered with pillow stuffing, though. And I'm a bit disappointed she hasn't a beak nor enough feathers instead," Salark said with a snort. "With those horns and tails, she's more dragon than phoenix." "Do you really need to ruin this for me with your measuring contest?" Tista snarled. "I could use a little more appreciation and a little less disappointment." "Sorry," the Guardians said in unison, while elbowing and shifting the blame on each other. "I'm in no mood for training, and there has been no change in my human form, so I'll move straight to answer the question in everyone's mind." Tista closed her eyes, using her breathing technique, abyssal gaze, to listen to the melody of her life forces. She focused on the deep violet of the divine beast, going deeper and deeper in search of any indication that it was comprised of 2 different tunes. She listened for a while, studying her beast side in search of the familiar traits of her dragon and phoenix half. "Damn, it seems I have only 3 sides," Tista said. "My divine beast life forces merged into one, and I'm afraid that any attempt of splitting them would undo whatever I've become." As she focused on her beast side, Her whole body burst into silver flames while shape-shifting into a new form. The creature in front of the Verhen stood on all fours like a dragon, but it had bird claws and feet. Its body was covered in silver scales and had two sets of blazing red feathered wings coming out respectively of its shoulder blades and hips. A long silver tail extended from the small of its back with golden trained feathers on its end, identical to those of a phoenix. On its snout, there were 7 eyes alight with the power of the elements and a blood-red jagged beak. Not what I was expecting. Tista tried to stand up on her hind legs but failed to balance herself with the tail, crashing on the ground with a boom of thunder. Mostly because I've never seen anything like this. What am I? I have no clue. A wave of Ligoen's hand scattered the sandstorm that the impact had caused and helped Tista to get up without triggering another with the flaps of her wings. I've never seen a 4-legged phoenix either. I'm so proud of you, darling. Salark joined the kids in hugging Tista's foot. The Overlord also activated her blood imprint bloodline ability, turning the silver scales into feathers and covering the entire Verhen family, but Alina and Sentin in feathers as well. Now you are perfect, Salark said with a sniffle while Alina stared at Ligoen, who in turn looked at Sentin. Don't worry about me, the blacksmith shrugged and hugged Renah. I made my peace with this. I prefer spending my life with a gorgeous phoenix than wasting my time wishing I had wings. Renah returned the embrace and tried to kiss him, but her feathers tickled him so much that Sentin burst into laughter, which spoiled the romantic mood. Thanks. Ligoen took Alina's hand, covering 1/3 of her skin with a mix of red and yellow-veined orange scales to not make her feel left out like after the dragon dance. Wait, why does Camilla get feathers while I don't? Alina pointed at her daughter-in-law and then at herself. How can my baby not have a drop of phoenix blood? Roz and Alina had never witnessed the effect of blood imprint on Camilla, so they had always assumed that it didn't work on unborn babies. Now that they knew the truth, however, they were afraid of the answer to that question. Alina knew to have never cheated on Roz, so it could only mean that something was wrong with the baby, while her husband was worried by both hypotheses. She has phoenix blood, all right. Salark rolled up Alina's sleeves, revealing a few tiny little golden feathers that could be easily mistaken for body hair unless one looked very up close. The problem, so to say, it's you, dear. What do you mean? Roz asked, more scared than ever at the idea that his wife suffered from an illness that not even Salark could heal. Is it the strangler? Can't you fix her? Please, Salark poked at his chest in outrage. Do you really think so poorly of me that you believe that I've kept you under my roof and lived under yours for so long without taking care of my blood? I'm sorry, Mom. Roz raised his hands in apology. I was just scared. You better be sorry, I mean. There's no reason to be scared. Salark softened up immediately, reminding herself that he was a young, ignorant baby. When I said there's a problem with Alina, I wasn't referring to her health but her blood. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2569 Blood Bonds, Part 3. 2569 Blood Bonds, Part 3. What's wrong with my blood, and how is it affecting my baby girl? Alina stared at the tiny feathers on her arms, and then lifted her skirt a bit to check her legs, feeling like her own body had betrayed her. Again, if there was anything dangerous for you or the baby, I would have healed it right after conception, back when you moved to my palace to escape from the kingdom. Salark rolled her eyes at their hard-headedness. You guys are just forgetting that the bond between mother and child during pregnancy works both ways. The baby girl is a part of you, and the dragon blood in your veins also courses through her body. It amplifies Ligoen's influence and smothers the effects of the blood imprint. Camilla, instead, carries no bloodline, so Elijah reacts to my ability without suffering from any interference, while Renah possesses both the dragon and the phoenix bloodline by herself. Were she pregnant, she would amplify them both and turn temporarily into a hybrid. Do you really think that those scales on your body belong to your baby, or those feathers on Camilla's to Elijah? Salark pointed at the women's skin. A newborn dragon's scales are as small as a fish's, while a phoenix chick is featherless. What you are experiencing now is the manifestation of the babies' bloodlines after being enhanced by the bond with their respective mothers. Roz and Alina sighed in relief, knowing that everything was fine with the baby girl and Alina's body. I think we should start thinking about a name for our unborn daughter as well. Roz inwardly cursed himself for doubting Alina's faithfulness again. He couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the trauma Orpal had inflicted on him, or if Lith had inherited his paranoia from the father's side of the family. I'm tired of referring to her like a stranger we don't even know. I agree, Alina nodded. Grandma, would you mind if we named her after you? No strings attached. We won't ask you to be her godmother or any special treatment for the baby. It's just our way to thank you for all the help you've given us. Knowing that the strangler didn't plague her body anymore, and that all of her descendants would be born free from the deadly disease, lifted a huge burden off her chest. After Renat had almost lost Falco to the strangler and learned that it was inherited from the mother's side, Alina had been scared to death that the same thing might happen to her unborn daughter as well. And it would all have been my fault, Alina thought. I've almost killed both Tista and Falco. I couldn't forgive myself if it were to happen again. Of course you can. It would be an honor for me, dear. Salark slightly flushed with joy. But if have to be honest, after Camilla decided to name her daughter after me as well, I think you are giving me too much credit. Wait, what? Camilla blurted out in surprise. I'm still here and waiting for. Tista was royally pissed off for everyone stealing her thunder and ignoring her after the months of anguish and doubt she had gone through before reaching her new form. Yeah, you are big, strong, and a mystery wrapped in an enigma. We got that. Needless to say, it got even worse when Camilla cut Tista off and shushed her with a gesture. Back to my baby, please. What were you saying, Grandma? Sure, don't mind me. I can wait. Tista's thoughts oozed sarcasm. Team only a unique living being, the first of my species, and the second demon alive on Magur. How can any of it be comparable with the etymology of a name? Silly me for complaining. It's not like when Lith became a Tiamat, everyone made a big deal of it. He sure wasn't the only thing our family talked and worried about for days. It went exactly like for me. Not. I was planning to tell you on another occasion, like on Elijah's birth or her first birthday, but there's no point in delaying. The Overlord replied. You see, I didn't start as a ruler with an iron first. Right after becoming a guardian, I decided to do like Tyrus and help my turf to develop by nurturing its talented people with a loving hand. Of course, I knew that I was no Tyrus, and that my first try was likely to fail. So I changed my appearance to something more Tyrus-like, called myself Elijah, and pretended to be the goddess of the sun while I looked for my Valoran. I traveled the Blood Desert for centuries, teaching people about magic and how to always find the nearest oasis before giving up. Why did you give up? Lith asked in confusion. You are a wonderful teacher and the best forgemaster on Magur. I bet that the tribes of your disciples thrived like never before. They thrived indeed. Salark slammed her delicate foot on the ground with anger, causing the nearby dunes to slide and turning the sand into glass for dozens of meters around her. They weaponized every spell I taught them, and used the knowledge I imparted them to gain a monopoly of the oases, forcing the other tribes to either submit or die. Every one of my disciples turned out to be greedier and more ambitious than the other. Whenever they toppled a tyrant, they would either take their place and become an even worse ruler or walk away to follow their own agenda and leave a power vacuum. The ensuing chaos and bloodshed made the despots they killed look cute in comparison. I'm so sorry, Grandma, Camilla patted her back. Now I understand why the legends say that Elijah drowned in a pool of her own tears after her light had been eclipsed by the ingratitude of her follower. I am sorry, but that part is entirely made up. Salark shook her head. I didn't cry. I stormed off after killing everyone and giving birth to the legend of Krahan, the god of darkness. My rampage went on until I calmed down and realized that fear alone wasn't enough to rule a country as well. But that's a story for another day, and definitely not suitable for future mothers. Whatever you do, please don't look for Krahan's name in history books. The Overlord blushed in embarrassment in a way that would have been cute if not for the creepy subject at hand. Lith and Solus looked at each other, remembering bits of information about the gods of darkness from their studies. They had researched the lore about ancient monsters in the hope to learn something about Vaster's eldritches and be ready in case their relationship with the Master went sour. Krahan of the Starless Night was allegedly a god whose description matched an eldritch, and whose bloody feats in the desert rivaled with Tika's. They had dismissed him as a myth after the professor had told them that Krahan wasn't part of the organization, and none of his associates had ever met the guy. Can we talk about me now? Tista drummed the talons of her foreleg on the sand with ill-concealed annoyance. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2570 Blood Bonds, Part 4. 2570 Blood Bonds, Part 4. I don't see why not, dear. Salark turned around, more than happy of changing to a less awkward topic. I name this form of yours Bloodwind Phoenix. I can't wait to show you off to the rest of your relatives. Bloodwind Phoenix, I like it. Tista nodded enthusiastically while looking at her blood-red wings and beak. What about this? She turned into her demon form, obtaining a shrug in reply. Not a phoenix, so not really my field of expertise. Blood demon, maybe? You know, to stay in theme. Heck no, Tista roared. I don't want to pass for one of Lith's underlings ever again. I want to be my own person. I deserve it. You sure do, Ligon nodded, inwardly throwing the Stormfare demon name in the gutter. The problem with new things is that you have nothing with which to associate them. We need to make up a word. And one that sounds cool, Tista said. We need to make up a word that sounds cool, the father of all dragons sighed. Rimpa. It has no kick, Tista shook her head. Next. Grima, Salark proposed. Sounds like a disease. Next. Hecate, Lith said, drawing all eyes on him. Tista the Hecate. She rolled the name on her tongue a few times before nodding in approval. I like it. Where does it come from and why didn't you propose it sooner? I would usually spout some bullshit about having learned it during my travels as a ranger, but with two of the most ancient beings on Magur present, my lie would be immediately exposed. Lith thought. I can't tell her that this name belongs to the ancient Greek goddess of magic, nor that it came to my mind now, only because just like Tista, Hecate was depicted with 3 bodies. Even if I could say that, Tista would probably reject it, saying that reminds her too much of Baba Yaga. It comes from here. Lith tapped at his forehead, making his answer technically true. And I didn't think of it earlier simply because you were just a generic hybrid. I mean, I didn't throw a fuss when everyone called me a wormling for over 2 years. That's true, I guess that's fair, Tista scratched her chin. Big sis, can you still breathe fire? Aaron asked. I beg your pardon. You don't have a mouth anymore, Lyria pointed out. Do you spew fire from both sets of wings now? Also, how do you eat in your Hecate form? I still have a mouth, silly, Tista chuckled, but due to her size it sounded like a rockfall. It's just covered by my scales like for Lith's Tiamat form. Let me show. Tista felt all the scales on her body tensing, ready to slide off the parts they were supposed to protect. I mean, I'd better shrink first so you can take a good look. After returning to human size, she covered herself with her Voidwalker armor to avoid further embarrassment. See. A simple flex of her facial muscles revealed her mouth among other things, making her thank the gods for her foresight. Cool, the kids said in unison. No offense, Grandma, beaks are great but fangs look way better, Aaron said. None taken, dear. Salark would have liked to tell him that with such a short neck, fangs or beaks were equally irrelevant in a fight. Tista's arms and horns had a much greater reach, and if an enemy came close enough to bite-peck them, she would be as good as dead. Yet such disturbing thoughts would only scare him, so she just nodded and ruffled Aaron's hair. Once they got back in Lucia, Tista called the Ernest sisters and Nika to inform them about her new forms and their respective names. Most of her enthusiasm faded when her friends pointed out to her the amount of training she had to add to her schedule. Gods, why? Now I have to get used to controlling my strength while in human form, adapt my fighting style to my full size, practice using my tails and my new set of wings, and learn from scratch how to even walk as a Bloodwind Phoenix, Tista whined. That and you must discover and master your new bloodline abilities. Also, you have yet to learn body casting up to Tier 5, and you have to start using accumulation again, Quilla said with a pedantic tone that made her words even more aggravating. If you don't condense new vortexes and awaken them into auxiliary cores, your magical want to pick us up and celebrate, Nika asked after Tista had zoned out for a while. I can definitely use some company, but no more talks about training or study, she replied while staring at Quilla. Sorry, but I have to take a rain check, Quilla said. Morak is really upset. He feels guilty for the bloodbath Lith caused and the discovery of having a little brother made a mess of his mind. Don't worry. Tista felt guilty as well for her part in the massacre and how she had lost herself in the euphoria of acquiring her Hecate form, unleashing her new powers with no care for the consequences. Tell him that I'm sorry and that if he needs help, he just needs to ask. Thanks for the offer. Bye. Quilla left the conversation and soon after it ended altogether. Tista and Solus used the tower warp to go to their friends, giving Lith a bit of privacy. Meanwhile, now that he was alone in his room with Camilla, Lith could finally drop the mask. He had taken no pleasure from killing and deceiving the monsters, but he felt no remorse either. He had done what was necessary in order to maintain the peace in the kingdom, and that was enough for him. He sat down on the bed, noticing a yarn of white wool woven into what looked like a cylinder and a pair of crochet hooks. The wool was incredibly soft and smooth, so he assumed it had to be something for Elijah. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2571, Changed Man, Part 1. 2571, Changed Man, Part 1. Yet the shape of whatever Camilla was knitting was a bit weird, and what Lith assumed was the neck of the baby carrier was way too big. "Are you learning how to knit?" he asked, aiming for a soft topic before unloading his burden. "Yes," Camilla nodded. "It's a great way to spend some time with your mother and keep my mind busy while I wait for your return. Time drags when I stare at the communication amulet for updates, and I'm constantly terrified of seeing your rune disappear. I'm sorry for making you worry like this, but I did it for you and Elijah. If the monster hordes go unchecked, we'll end up like Giera, and the famine will be the least of our worries." Lith wrapped her in his arms, losing himself in her scent. "There's nothing I would like more than spend the next 5 months taking care of you too. But to give you and our daughter a better world, I need to fight." "You don't have to apologize." She was actually annoyed at the idea of being smothered in affection by her overprotective husband for so long, but he was clearly upset, so she just smiled. "I've seen the images of the aftermath. The people of the kingdom are lucky to have you." "It's not about that." Lith shook his head. "I've seen countless casualties in my life. Humans or monsters make no difference to me. They are both sentient beings I don't know nor do I care about." "Then what's the issue, babe?" Camilla pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes without breaking the embrace. "Do you have the stomach for a long and gruesome mind link?" he asked, receiving a nod in reply, and then sharing with her everything that had happened after leaving Nesra. Camilla was shocked to witness Lith's meeting with the Voidfeather, and discover the next hurdle that her husband needed to overcome before he could achieve the bright violet core. The Voidfeather wasn't violent like the Void, but it seemed to despise Lith no less than the abomination side did at the moment of their first meeting. Then warm tears streaked her face as she witnessed what the children of Glemos had to endure in order to survive. The lies, the starvation, and the rites of passage. Camilla couldn't hold her outrage at Lith's plan, nor did she hide her reproach for the cruelty with which he had put it into action. Lastly, he shared with her Morok's memories of his newfound little brother, along with all the intense emotions that the encounter had triggered in both Lith and the tyrant, each seeing themselves in the young farmer. It aroused her compassion for Lith, but it also made his actions harder to accept. She stood up, cleaning everything up in order to suppress her emotions and avoid saying something that she would later regret. Once her mind was clear and the bedroom tidy, she sat down next to Lith again. "I'm really angry with you." Camilla's eyes were locked on him, burning with orange-yellow mana. "I'm not talking about the Voidfeather dragon caring for Solus as much as for us. That will be a whole another conversation." She touched her womb, trying to calm down the rage that she felt rising again. "I'm angry because even after seeing how those poor creatures live, you didn't hesitate to turn them into numbers and statistics. People are more than a means to an end, Lith Tiamat Verhen, and I thought you better than this. After everything you went through, after everything we went through together, I had hoped that you had changed. I don't expect you to get rid of your hatred overnight, but you can't expect me to pat your back for this either. You can't control how you feel, but you can control how you react to these feelings. Otherwise, you'll either pass them on to Elijah, or she will grow up to be ashamed of her father." "I have changed," Lith shrugged. "How exactly?" She crossed her arms, furrowing her brows. "The old me wouldn't have even suggested the plan. He would have just waited for the monsters to cull their numbers and strike when they were at their weakest." The honesty of Lith's reply shocked her to the bone. "The mission was about Morok's legacy. I had little to gain from a huge hassle. The best course of action for me would have been to call in the council, and if Zelex didn't self-destruct, kidnap Ryla in the chaos of. She was the high priestess and the only one who seemed to believe Glemos a god. She was bound to know the way to his lab. At that point, I would have extracted the information from her by any means necessary. After all, success or failure, it would have been just Morok's loss. I would have still gotten my reward from the royals and the council for locating the monsters, hideout, and foiling the plot of the undead courts. I did what I did for you, Elijah, Solus, Quilla, and believe it or not, I did it also for the children of Glemos." "What do you mean?" Camilla's tone and gaze softened, her arms moving to her sides. "Think about it," This is just like the case with the warg and Mikosh 2 years ago, yet this time instead of just going for the kill, I tried to understand them, and I found the only possible way to save them. Lith replied while taking her hand. Do you remember what you told me back then, Kami? Because I do. You said that even if the warg could be reasoned with, there were not enough resources to feed both us and them. Now the issue is the famine instead of winter, but the result is the same. I did it for you and Elijah because I don't want another war to take me away from you too. I knew that, if I just let them perfect the harmonizers, both the monsters and the undead would have become powerful enough to be a threat to the kingdom. Between the famine and the scars left from the War of the Griffins, the forces of the army and the association can barely keep the peace. I couldn't risk the undead courts becoming more powerful while we are at our weakest. I did it for Solis, because I didn't want her to be emotionally scarred like it happened with the warg. I did it for Quilla because I want her to be happy, to give her, Gianni, and Orion something to celebrate after what happened to Floria. Last, but not least, I did it for the monsters because I knew what would have happened if I didn't. Everyone would have suffered like Zagra and be forced to kill the people they love with their own hands. Also, no matter if the children of Glemos sealed the pact with the undead courts or we called the council, most of them would have died. Was my plan cruel? Yes. Heartless? Yes, but thanks to it, thousands of monsters are still alive, Kami. Without my plan, we wouldn't have learned about Garrick because Ryla would have rather died than revealed his position. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2572, Changed Man, Part 2. 2572, Changed Man, Part 2. Without my plan, the monsters would have attacked us on sight. They had no reason to trust a bunch of strangers and would have tried to kill us to keep Zelex's position hidden. There would have been no dialogue because they would have refused to listen. You may not like my methods, but you can't argue with my results. Camilla opened her mouth to talk, but nothing came out. She was aware of how many people the monsters had killed during the raids, that their corpses would be eaten like cattle that very night, without leaving anything behind for the families to bury and denying them closure. As a constable, she knew that letting the monsters go out of pity would have been an act of treason that would cost even more lives in the future, that the undead courts couldn't be allowed to get their hands on the harmonizers. The most important cities of the kingdom were built upon mana geysers, making them easy prey to the undead once the artifact made their blood cores perfect. She knew all that, yet her heart ached anyway for the hapless creatures that Lith had slaughtered in order to turn the survivors into pawns that would take their place on his board willingly. Lith and Camilla remained silent for several minutes while she raked her brain for a different, humane way to start the negotiations with the monsters. Yet like the others before her, she found none. Every possible scenario she could think of ended up the same way, with the complete extermination of the children of Glemos. The only differences between the various outcomes were the number of casualties among the human cities, and whether or not once cornered the monsters decided to trigger Zelex's self-destruction arrays. Without Lith's ruse to gain Sarah's trust, the tyrant's bloodline legacy would have been lost forever, and Garrick would have probably starved to death while waiting for his mother to return. No one would have rescued him simply because no one would have known of his existence. You are right, this is exactly like the mission with the warg and Mikosh, but this time, you found a solution, Camilla said after a while, her lips slowly curling up in a thin smile. You have indeed changed, and I'm proud to see how much. You've gone a long way from the broken man who landed on Magur and wasn't capable of forgetting about his brother's death. I'm glad to see how you haven't let your new wounds fester, learning from them, and finding a way to keep the warg massacre from happening again. The fact that you empathize so much with Morok's feelings for Garrick proves that you're not avenging Carl's death anymore. You are honoring his life. Yet, she fell silent, afraid that speaking the next words would make them true. Yet what? Lith asked. Yet you can't deny that after seeing the pain and misery of Zelex's people, you didn't feel compassion for them. You only saw a weakness to exploit. You fell into your old habits to find your answer and became that broken man again. Even now, your lack of remorse makes me worry that one day you'll plunge so deep into the abyss that even if you come back to me alive, the person I love will be dead anyway. She caressed his face, her eyes full of worry. Don't worry, I haven't fallen back. He grabbed her hand, holding it tenderly. I feel the weight of the lives I've taken, and I understand the consequences of my actions. That's why I'm telling you all these things. I need you to ground me and remind me that I don't fight because I hate those in front of me anymore. I fight because I love those who stand behind me, and it's for them that I'm willing to take such a burden. To me, this is no different from back when I had to hurt civilians during the War of the Griffins in my failed attempt to save Floria's life. It's not something that I regret, but I didn't take those lives lightly either. Camilla nodded, remembering how the death of their friend had almost crushed Lith with grief and guilt. The pain from Floria's loss and the realization of having killed hundreds, if not thousands, for nothing, were a burden that he was still carrying. A burden that Camilla was doing everything she could to help him deal with. She knew that a war was a bloody business, and that only a fool would think that what the chronicles depicted as heroic acts weren't actually bloody battles. To her, those deaths were justified because the fallen were enemies, and because Lith had fought to rescue a precious friend from the torture of Arthan's slave array. Killing the children of Glemos instead had felt plain cruel. Sure, they had gone on a murder spree during the raids, but after listening to their story, they looked like ignorant child soldiers who fought only because they didn't know what else to do to not starve. I believe you. Thank you for telling me the truth and for opening up to me. If there's anything I can do to help you, you just have to ask. Camilla kissed his hand. There is one thing. Lith sighed, his gaze wandering around the room over the items they had already prepared for Elijah in order to find the strength he needed. I don't know how things might get if the monsters have seen through our ruse. Even if they didn't, there's no guarantee that the negotiations won't break down, and at that point, we'd be forced to slaughter everyone to keep the undead courts from getting their hands on the harmonizers. If it comes to that, Sarah might choose death and trigger the self-destruct mechanism in order to take down with her as many enemies as she can. So what do you want me to do? Camilla asked. To come with you guys to exploit the Guardian's protection, or to speak to Sarah from one mother to another? The Guardians won't let you come, and even if they did, they would just protect you. Lith shook his head. They made it clear multiple times that you are not a weapon. They won't let you put Elijah in danger on purpose to exploit their vow. Also, if a talk between mothers was enough, I think Falul has a bit more experience than you, he chuckled. I want to ask your permission to reveal to Morok about the tower's existence. Why would you do that right now, and why do you need my permission? Camilla tilted her head in confusion. Because this way he can signal Ryla to bring Garrick out, and then I can warp everyone to another geyser safely in case things go south. Lith replied. The tower is the only hope Garrick has of achieving a perfect life force. If he steps away from a mana geyser even for 1 minute, everything Ryla has done so far, every one of her sacrifices will be for naught. The space compression array doesn't work on the tower because its warp is akin to fusion magic. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2573, A Different Power, Part 1. 2573, A Different Power, Part 1. Inside the tower, Solus and I make the rules of magic. I'm asking your permission because this course of action means revealing the existence of the tower to Morok, Ryla, Garrick, and maybe the monsters that might survive after the Council storms Zelex. Morok is an idiot, I barely know Ryla, and I've never met Garrick. Even if it's just the three of them, my safety might get compromised and in turn yours. Once Elijah is born, you'll be fair game like anyone else, so I can't take this decision without you. I'm proud of you. Camilla stood on her tiptoes to give him a soft kiss. Yes, you have my permission. Putting my life in the hands of an idiot and a child is a bit scary, but I know how much this means to you. Morok is not Derek and Garrick is not Carl, yet you can't turn your back on them. Not when their mother is fighting tooth and nail for them, just like you always dreamed your Earth mother would. Like Alina does. Damn, I'd never thought I'd be grateful to the Void for making me tell you the truth about my past. Lith hugged her, feeling both her love and sincerity. Thanks to that, I don't need to hide anything from you. You know me, the real me, all of them. Lith chuckled. You have no idea what it means to me not feeling alone anymore. You've never been alone, silly man. Camilla gently caressed his back and hair. Remember what the Void Feather Dragon told you. There are a lot of people who love you, it's you who keeps them out. You better listen to his words if you want to make peace with him. Camilla blinked a few times in sudden realization. Wait a second, why are you discussing this with me without Solus? The decision affects her life and safety as well. That's because you already talked with her, and she gave you her permission. Yes, but that's it, we need to talk. She pushed him away gently. First, the Void goes rampant to give Solus an out, and now the Void Feather is willing to fight a whole city for her. Yes. Hey, how are your English lessons going? I remember you wanting to learn a secret language to share with Elijah. Lith said, trying to change the subject. Don't you try to change the subject, Camilla angrily poked at his chest. You don't have split personalities, only suppressed feelings. What am I supposed to think of all this? That I've known her for almost my entire third life, that she's bound to me for life, and that she's very important to me. I mean, she's always in my head. We talked about what to do right after Morak told us about Garrick. I didn't leave you out of the conversation, you just weren't there, Lith said apologetically. Fine, I forgive you, this time. She growled in a very draconic way, her teeth turning into fangs and her skin into scales with anger. I too really like Solus. It's just that if not for the lack of sex, your relationship sounds too much like marriage for comfort. I could tell her that's exactly what Solus and I joked about since we met. Too bad that then Kami would have to kill me, Lith thought. Space. Erna's mansion, Quilla's room at the same time. Morak sat on the bed, holding his head between his hands, and sighing so often and so strongly that Quilla wouldn't have been surprised if he caused an indoor storm. How can I have been this stupid? He bit his hand in frustration. I have two brains, yet most of the time I act like I have none. This is all my fault. Usually I would be inclined to agree on both points, but I have no idea what you are talking about, Quilla said with a warm smile, cupping his face and forcing him to look at her. What are you guilty of? Everything went fine. We earned the monster's trust, you got the book about the harmonizers, and you even got to meet your little brother. Assuming you consider it a good thing, of course. It is a good thing, Morak said. Maybe the only redeeming factor of the mission, at least until I screw Garrick up like I've screwed everything else. Why do you keep saying that? Things have gone way better than we could hope. Ryla is on our side, and with her help, Fallel should succeed in the negotiations, she replied. I screwed up because everything hangs on a lie. I know that when you pray for rain, you have to prepare to deal with the mud as well, but I unleashed Lith freaking Verhin, and I got a bloodbath instead of mud, he whined. If the courts tell Sarah about Lith's abomination side, everything falls apart. If she sees through our act on her own, everything falls apart. If we don't make a good argument upon our next meeting. Everything falls apart, Quilla nodded, completing the phrase for him. I can't deny anything you just said, but I can't see how this is your fault either. It is my fault because all I cared about at the beginning of the mission was to get my hands on my legacy and make a good impression on your parents. I've never forgotten about Echidna, but after the raids, I assumed we'd have to save just a few individuals like her. I was certain that most of the monsters were deranged zealots like Typhos, and boy, if I was wrong. It was I who agreed with Lith's plan. It was because of my weakness that I couldn't keep up with him, leading to the slaughter of those poor guys until Ryla and the others helped me. Those people died thinking they were sacrificing themselves to save their brethren while they were just pawns on a board. Lith may have killed them, but their blood is on my hands as well. Now, because of my greed, the people of Zelex risk being exterminated, and if that happens, Garrick will either die or permanently become a fallen. I spent my life trying to be nothing like Glemos, and I ended up becoming him. A selfish jerk who toys with the lives of others just to get what he wants. Don't you ever say that, Quilla forced him to look her in the eyes. You are nothing like Glemos. You told me the truth about yourself before even asking me out for the first time, whereas Glemos kept your mother in the dark until your birth forced him to. You care so much about me that you are willing to share with my family your bloodline legacy that Glemos kept hidden even from his own sons. You've known Garrick for a few hours, yet you worry about him more than Glemos ever did. You may be a jerk and an idiot, but you're not selfish or ruthless. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Thanks, it means a lot to me, Morak said after pondering her words for a while. It's just that I hate feeling so helpless. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2574, A Different Power, Part 2. 2574, A Different Power, Part 2. Heck, my fight with Lith has even given me enlightenment about the violet, but even if one reach it, I would still be much weaker than you or Adjeter. This isn't a problem I can just blast away. Wait, you did what now? Quilla was flabbergasted. I mean, it's not that hard, right? The tyrant let his aura burst forward, revealing several violet streaks burning at its end. You got it from the start, and even your sister reached it a while ago despite being awakened for just a few years. No, it's damn hard, she replied. I got the violet only because my mana core had already reached that level, and by talking with Lith back when he was researching the auxiliary cores, I shared the fruits of his experiments. As for Freya, she had no clue about it until she got major help from a legendary array that temporarily allowed her to reach the violet and experience firsthand its effects. She received the next best thing to a practical lesson, and yet she's still stuck at the bright blue. Not to mention that I'm supposed to be a genius, and I've researched awakening for years, and she's an epta-streaked awakened whose talent is allegedly on par with people like Silverwing and Menadian. You instead are, she blushed, managing to steer the conversation in time. I mean, Ajeter says that since the marriage proposal you've been neglecting both body casting and the study of your bloodline abilities. In other words, I'm an idiot, feel free to say it, Morok sighed. I'm an idiot and we both know it. Your words, not mine, Quilla nodded. Wow, that hurt. He lowered his gaze in humiliation. Maybe we should cancel the marriage. What, why? She went pale at the idea. I mean, who is more stupid, the idiot or the person who agrees to marry him? Maybe I set the bar too low. Do you know someone smart you can introduce to me? Morok said with a chuckle, sweeping Quilla off her feet before kissing her. You idiot, she giggled. You almost gave me a heart attack. Okay, genius, I need to pick your brain on this. Let's assume that Sarah is oblivious of our ruse. Should I tell her the truth or not? Morok asked. If I do, I can ruin everything off the bat. If I don't, I'm just postponing the confrontation. Either way, the monsters will feel betrayed and be exterminated the moment they refuse to cooperate. That's an excellent question. Quilla wrapped her arms around his neck to sit up. As you said, this isn't a problem that can be solved by using violence. You need a power of a different kind. What do you mean? I mean political power, but not the royals. They have no influence in Giera and they can't be involved in matters regarding Awakened. I mean the council. If the council could be trusted, we wouldn't have gone incognito after dealing with the raids. What good can do involving them now? Morok asked. It would open the eyes of the children of Glemos to the rest of Magar. It would give them the possibility to strike a deal not with a single person they might or not trust, but with a wide community they can hope to be a part of in the future, Quilla replied. I know it means giving up on a lot on your side, but if on top of the harmonizers, the monsters could also use the tyrant's bloodline legacy as a bargaining chip, they could have way more leverage in the negotiations. For example, those who wear the harmonizers could be allowed to not move from Zelex at all, and use the self-destruction arrays as a deterrent to make sure that the council holds its part of the deal. It makes sense, Morok nodded. As long as Sarah can only talk with the council via Falul, they have no way of confirming our goodwill. The monsters will feel isolated and with their back against the wall exactly like with the undead courts. By cutting off the middleman, they can keep the negotiations going even in case their relationship with us goes sour, since the council had no involvement in the demon invasion and has different goals from me. Forget about my earlier request. I think I already got a brainiac. The tyrant paced the room while holding Quilla in a Princess Carry, making her giggle. I like your idea, but there's a huge flaw that I can't solve. Which is, she asked. The monsters have no reason to trust the council more than they do us, especially if our little play comes to light. Also, the council has no real reason to agree on any term the monsters set, Morok replied. From the council's standpoint, letting them live is reward enough. The members of the fallen races cannot awaken, and the council only cares about their own. People like Ragu would rather take the harmonizers and my legacy by force or a trick than waste time talking. They would feel entitled to them, considering the artifact and books as reparations for all the damage Glemos caused with his experiments. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, Quilla pondered. The lack of trust is a big issue that can't be solved unless we find a way to make sure that both parties benefit from the deal. Even Na-A-tilde-V creatures like the children of Glemos know that their ally would never turn on them if they gain nothing from betrayal and lose a lot. That's it, you are a damn genius. Morok dropped her on the bed and took his communication amulet out of his dimensional amulet. Thanks, but what have I said exactly? Quilla looked at him in confusion. Also, I don't think it's a smart idea to talk with the council before running whatever idea you had by me first. Hey, I may not be the sharpest tool in the crayon box, but I'm not that dull, Morok replied. A rogue awakened like me lacks the smarts, the political backing, and the experience to deal with the council. They would eat me to the bone and spit me out without me even noticing. I'm calling Master Ajeter and Falul. If I'm right, I can give them the arrows they need to make a compelling argument. Space. City of Zelex a few days later. The joy of having Zagra back had eased Sarah's grief for the loss of her husband. Both mother and son were mourning Akara's death, but at least now they were together, and there was hope that things would remain that way. The Hattie Queen had spent every waking moment of her son talking with him, doing activities together, and watching him from a distance while Zagra talked with the future members of the Senate who had returned from the Gardens of Time with him. It saddened her to see the youths form a grief counseling group instead of playing and running around, but they weren't regular children anymore. If the negotiations failed, their duty was to age fast, rule, and pass their harmonizer the moment a better generation arose. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2575 2 Magi, Part 1. 2575 2 Magi, Part 1. Sarah spent the rest of her free time with the members of her court while using the warg's collective brainpower to revise the events following the raids and spot the potential loopholes in the deal with Falul, and compared it with the one they already had with the undead courts. Morak had acted like a hero, and his offer was reasonable, but he was still someone Sarah knew for a few hours. Trusting him blindly would have been reckless and stupid. To make matters worse, Ryla had shifted the focus of her ramblings from the old tyrant to the new. During her sermons to the loyal followers of the Church of Glemos, she told them about the coming of the prophesied hero and spoke of his promise of a better future, as if it was a matter of fact instead of mere words. Sira knew that the warlord was slowly eroding her public support, using hope to poison the minds of the citizens, and force the queen to need an excellent reason to turn down the savior's offer without incurring into riots. At the same time, however, the more Sarah thought about the miraculous series of events that had brought Morak to Zelix, the more preposterous it seemed. She had many doubts that she only voiced to Urhin and Bri. Not only were they her best friends, but they were also among the few that knew the truth about the fall of their respective races and how deep Glemos' manipulation of the truth was. On top of that, even if Morak's offer really was a poisoned chalice, she couldn't find a single reason to trust the undead courts better even though she knew them for much longer. "It seems that we have to toss a coin and pick our poison," Urhin said after they used a mind link to relive the entire day of the raids for the umpteenth time yet didn't learn anything that they already knew. "Indeed," Bri nodded. "Yet if it was up to me, I'd choose the tyrant. Even if I'm going to die, at least I would have spent the rest of my days with my family instead of forcing them to become adults and move out of our home." "That's why I'd refuse it instead," Urhin countered pointedly. "At least we know that the undead are snakes in the grass. If we deal with them, we'll stay on our toes the whole time and be ready to counter any funny business they attempt. With Morak instead, the promise of peace and quiet would make us lose our edge and turn us into sheep ready for slaughter." "Both offers suck," Sarah sighed. "The undead courts want us to cull our numbers while the tyrant wants to split us apart. Whatever we choose, there are going to be too few of us left to defend ourselves." "So what are we going to do?" Bri asked, hurt by her friend's willingness to separate her from her child again. "Are we really going to rely on dumb luck?" "No," Sarah shook her head. "You see, even if no one knows the future, the past is a great predictor of future behavior. Thanks to the amulet, I've been able to access something called the Interlink and read a lot about the recent events in the kingdom." A quick mind link allowed her to share the news about the Giara plague, the undead migration, the increasing hostilities between humans and the undead courts due to their new recruits, and then everything about the war of the Griffins and the dead king. "Damn, we got played like a fiddle," Urhin snarled in outrage. "That's why the undead courts were so eager to reconnect with us, providing us with information and food. It was all a long con to gain our trust. They have made themselves an enemy of the whole Garland, and after the disastrous leaderships of the Horsemen and the Mad Queen, they are losing ground every day to the Human Alliance. I change my vote. I want to go with Morak as well." "Don't rush your judgment." Sarah raised her hand, prompting her friends to calm down. "We can still ally with them, but now that we know how desperate they are, we can change the deal to better suit our needs and protect our people. As for Morak, either he is the good guy he claims to be or he's a na-a-tilde-v fool. This tool allowed me to study him, his allies, and even this Verhin fellow that Orion fought. Elder Irma didn't lie about him." Another mind link passed the information about Lith's meteoric rise from a student of the White Griffin to Spellbreaker, then Great Mage, Archmage, and lastly Supreme Magus. Many videos about the War of the Griffins were available, showing his exploits in defending the kingdom. Most of the pictures also showed his army of demons. Their sight alone sent a shiver down the women's spine. If what we just saw is true, how did Ariane survive the encounter? Sarah asked, voicing the question in everyone's head. Is it me, or are his shadow soldiers really similar to the ones we fought? Last but not least, is it more likely that some monster from the past sensed our sins, or that a powerful Magus from the present followed Ariane to Zelex? Pictures of Moroc's engagement with Quilla were public knowledge, along with the good relationship between Lith and the Urnas. This doesn't make sense, Bri blurted out in surprise. Why expose himself like this? It's all too absurd to be just a ruse. I still believe him. Me too, but I can't bet our future on a mere gut feeling. As I said, the past is a great predictor. I know what to ask him to learn the truth, Sarah replied. Which is, Urhan asked. You'll know it soon. I've summoned him and his Verhan friend to discuss our deal. They'll be here any minute, the Hattie Queen replied. Ryla isn't invited, but if I'm right, she'll come anyway. Bri mind link us at all times. Urhan be ready to fight. Wait, what? The Balor was flabbergasted. If you think a fight might break out, why receive them here alone? Wouldn't be better to at least have our honor guard present? We are alone to have privacy, yet at the same time we are not. I've put every warg and Hattie in Zelex on standby. If something goes wrong, the captains will rush to our aid while the others will alert the rest of the tribes. Our guests will be cornered, surrounded by the full force of our armies without even knowing. As Sarah had predicted, Morak had come alone in good faith, but Ryla had insisted upon accompanying him to the meeting. Contrary to her expectations, however, Lith had brought company. 2 women walked behind him, one tall and friendly and the other shorter and terrifying. Zorath had taken her role as godmother dead seriously, and since Camilla had no need for her, she had gladly accepted Lith's request for help. She wore a full set of deep blue bookworm armor, and the adamant sky piercer claw on her right hand crackled with raw elemental power. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2576-2 Magi, Part 2. 2576-2 Magi, Part 2. The battle claw emitted energy pulses that somehow resonated with Bri's crystal. Baitra shared her wife's concerns, but she was also fascinated at the idea of studying a marvel of forgemastery like the harmonizers. She was wearing plain clothes under her deep violet rune Magus robe, and the absolution was hung to her hip. As for Solus, she was currently exploring Zelex on her own, testing the tower's abilities. While Lith's group drew attention to the Senate, she confirmed that the tower could take its full form and warp despite the space-compressing array. Lith was close enough to keep their full bond, informing him via Soluspedia the moment she discovered that they could take Garrick to safety in case things went south. Lith had yet to disclose the truth about Solus to Morak, and he had no intention to do it unless strictly necessary. It was one of the reasons he had brought the Eldritch's hybrids. They would buy them the time to fall back to the tower if the negotiations broke down. Queen Sarah, I've brought my friend Lith Verhan, as per your request. Morak gave her a deep bow to which she replied with a nod of the head. Thanks for coming on such short notice, Lord Morak, she replied. Yet I would have liked to be informed of the presence of your guests in advance. So that you could better prepare an ambush, Lith replied. On behalf of the kingdom, Queen Sarah, we are sorry for your predicament, but the transgressions of your people against us are neither forgiven nor forgotten. You have invaded our cities, slaughtered innocent civilians, and robbed them of the few provisions they had left to survive until the harvest. I have no more reasons to trust you than you me. Sarah gritted her teeth but gave him a small bow in apology nonetheless. She knew that after Ariane and his unit had tried to kill Verhan, he had no obligation to follow her requests blindly. It threw a wrench in her plans, yet it also reassured her. An honest enemy was better than a fake friend. Also, these people are here on the council's behalf. Lith continued without missing a beat. Allow me to introduce you Baitra the Reju, Rune Magus, and 4th ruler of the Flames. She's the greatest forgemaster in the kingdom and beyond. She can reassure you of the council's honest intentions and its capabilities of crafting more harmonizers. Given time and your cooperation, of course. Your Majesty, Baitra kneeled in front of Sarah, offering her the absolution with both hands in a sign of friendship. The Hattie Queen studied it for a few seconds, feeling her skin crawl at the raw power coursing through the hammer. Then she returned it, hoping to never be at the wrong end of the absolution. This is Zenagrosh, daughter of Ligain, Baitra's wife, and my older sister. Lith continued the moment Baitra stood up. She's here because I don't trust you further than I can throw you. Give me one reason. Zorith turned into a humanoid eldritch shadow dragon, flexing her fingers and releasing jolts of mana. It doesn't have to be a good one. Sarah nodded with a growl, while also increasing the security alert of the army stationed outside, via the hive mind with the warg. "Excuse his rudeness, your majesty," Morok said. "I couldn't stop Magus Verhin because he has no interest in our deal, and this was the only way to ensure his presence as you requested." "I understand, you don't have to apologize." Sarah regained her cool. "The honor of having 2 magi at my court makes this surprise pleasant. I read in your amulet that the presence of 2 or more magi in the same era marks a golden age for their home country. It gives me hope that our deal will truly answer the prayers of both our people. Yet before making a final decision, I still have one question for you." "Anything?" Morok gave her a small bow. "I want you to show me the final moments of Lord Glemos with a mind link." Her lips curled up in a smile. "It's the only way to corroborate your story and prove to us that he really entrusted our best interests to you." Thoughts couldn't lie. Pushing fake memories meant having to improvise a colossal number of details, making them a blurry mess at best. On top of that, sharing a memory also meant sharing the feelings associated with it. Sarah would make sure of Morok's sincerity, and check if Lith and the Crowned Demon were the same person in one fell swoop. She hadn't thought about it on their first encounter, because the grief from the rites of passage and fatigue from the battle with the demons had clouded her mind, and those of her court. "If he had pressured me back then, I would have accepted the deal. We've gotten to this point because he gave me time to think. I want to believe in Morok's good faith." She extended her hand, and the tyrant took it without hesitation, just like she hoped. BRI activated the mind link, and what they witnessed answered every single one of their questions, and even a few they hadn't even thought about. Morok shared with them the memories about the crystal mine, where he had met the children of Glemos for the first time, and witnessed the abhorrent experiments that the old tyrant conducted on his subjects after leading them out of Zelex. Every time that Glemos brought a new version of the harmonizer, he claimed to be the fruit of his divine power, but the images of the deformed bodies of the monsters that were chained to the wall in Morok's memories told a much cruder story. Then she witnessed his meeting with Typhos, the envoys of the undead courts, and Thrud's servants inside Fallow's mine. Sarah burned with rage hearing the vampire calling her people freaks and seeing the spite with which the courts treated the fallen races. She stared in horror at Typho's death, and then froze in shock when she saw Echidna's misery and Glemo's ruthlessness toward his own son. Morok shared with the Queen's court and Ryla everything about his capture, Glemo's plans for the people of Zelex, and his rescue by Falul and Adjeter's hands. The Hattie Queen drew grim satisfaction from the fight, seeing someone as arrogant as Glemo's being utterly beaten and humiliated before being killed like a dog brought a smile to her face. Echidna's death, however, didn't amuse Sarah in the least. She could feel the awakened Falmer's hope and joy at the death of her jailer turn into despair when faced with the lesser dragon's greed. Then the memories shifted to the present. The raids, Lith's plan, and how its various phases had been staged were laid bare in front of her eyes. She lived the events from Morok's perspective, from Tista's trauma from being cannibalized by a Hattie to the fear of what would happen if the harmonizers fell into the undead courts, hands, and the war started anew. Urhin fell to her knees while BRI fainted, but Sarah remained still, waking her friend with chore magic. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2577 Square 1, Part 1. 2577 Square 1, Part 1. So it was really you? Sarah growled at Lith while the Warsage was still having a hard time believing to her own senses. And I'd do it again. Lith grabbed the Hattie Queen's hand, forcing her to see the destruction that the children of Glemos had left in their wake, and to experience the pain from the demons belonging to her people that he had conjured in Zelex. As Sarah herself had pointed out a few minutes back, thoughts couldn't lie. The visions of the bloodbath of Nesra struck hard at her, but only because after losing Akira, she empathized with the grief of those who had lost their own loved ones because of the raids. Yet the emotions that the souls of Zelex had shared with Lith were much worse. Not only did she recognize a few of her mentors from their memories, but she also experienced their despair. The dead monsters had sacrificed themselves in the rites of passage in order to ensure their descendants a better future, yet they had witnessed from the shadows that nothing had changed. With or without Glemos, Zelex was still stuck in a vicious cycle of hunger and death. Many of those souls resented Akara and the other late members of the Senate for their deal with the undead courts. The spirits of the dead monsters consider it an insult to their memory, since it would cause the death of the very people they had died to protect. They had accepted Lith's chains and turned against Zelex because they trusted him more than the current leaders. Good gods, our mere existence is a bane to life itself, Sarah thought. We inflict upon others abominable pain just to inflict even more upon ourselves. Even our dead are so ashamed of themselves that they helped Verhin in the assault. She was supposed to feel betrayed, but instead she felt pity for the souls of the dead and hoped they had finally found peace. "Why are you showing me all this? What do you expect me to do after learning the truth?" the Hattie Queen asked. "The right thing, what's best for your people," Morok replied. "I apologize for lying to get your attention, but now I'm telling the truth because it's the only way to earn your trust. My father was no god. He was a monster who tried to ruin my life just like he did yours. The only difference between us is dumb luck. You were alone, whereas I had my friends. The undead courts are a bunch of monsters as well and cannot be trusted. They betrayed their leaders, Thrud, and even the dead king the moment they didn't need them anymore. I'm not asking you to trust me either, not after I spilled the blood of your people just to get my hands on my bloodline legacy. That's why I'm entrusting it to you and giving you my blessing to use my legacy as a bargaining chip with the council. If you play your cards right, you can stay here in Zelex and use its arrays to ensure the safety of those who'll stay behind." Morok shared with her via a mind link the best terms with which Sarah could get the council to agree and suggestions on how to play the few cards she had. She was moved by his sincere worry and regret for his actions. Unlike Verhin, who burned with fury like a spirit of vengeance, Iri was full of compassion and wanted to save her people. "Thanks for your generous offer, but I sense that it comes with conditions. What do you want in exchange for your legacy and putting us in contact with the council?" "I only ask for safe passage for 2 of your people of my choosing, no questions asked," he replied. "That's it, then I'd be a fool to refuse your deal." Sarah's head was spinning, torn between rage from the lie and shock from the truth. "Excellent," Morok nodded. "Now that's settled, there are a few people I would like to introduce to you. They are members of the Awakened Council who have an interest in Zelex with whom you can bargain in case you don't want me to be involved anymore. Do I have your permission to bring them here?" Feeling cornered and confused, the Hattie Queen looked at her friends for advice, but they could barely shrug in reply. "I can't trust the undead courts, that's for sure. Between the mind link and the news on the interlink, I'm now sure that they have no interest in keeping us alive. Best case scenario, they kill everyone with a harmonizer to get their hands on the artifacts and enslave the rest of us. Worst case scenario, the moment we get out of Zelex after culling our numbers, they will slaughter us all. Morok is a lying bastard as well, but a bastard who wants to save us at all costs," she thought. "Sure, let them in," she actually said. "Your Majesty, do you mind if I take a look at the harmonizer while we wait?" Baitra asked. "Even a preliminary report about the artifact's abilities will give the council a better idea of what you have to offer, strengthen your position in the negotiations, and get you better conditions." "Excellent idea," Sarah turned to the warlord. "Since you were behind this charade as well, you should volunteer for the examination." "I agree." Ryla tensed up when the Reiju pulled out her royal Forgemaster wand and started weaving spells. "I believe in Morok, and I'm certain that everything will be all right." The queen was afraid that Baitra might try to snatch the harmonizer, triggering its self-destruct mechanism. From so up close, the detonation would have decapitated its wearer, and Sarah had no reason to trust her unwanted guests. Yet Baitra did only what she had promised, obtaining a detailed scan of the mana flow of the harmonizer and the effects it had on the farmer. Things like the structure of the power core and the runes of which it was comprised were hidden by the cloaking system, which also shielded itself from detection. Both the queen and the warlord held their breath while Baitra weaved one spell after another and sighed in relief when she was done, and Ryla's head was still attached to her neck. A few seconds later, Morok's guests arrived. Or rather, they had come on Agitor's, Falul's, and Lith's request, who had promised them something they wouldn't turn down. Phila the Behemoth, the beast representative, Ragu Dririan, the human representative, and Alaja Eventide, the friendly neighborhood elf, walked through the door, each one of them as stunned by surprise as their respective counterparts. Morok did the due introductions, but no one seemed to hear a word he said. "I can't believe it," Ragu was the first to snap out of it. "Falul was telling the truth. That madman of Glimos really undid the fall, and you bastards kept it from us the whole time. I should put all of you on trial for this." You can try, Zorith beckoned at Ragu, growling. Come at me, see what happens. Don't worry, big sister. Falul entered the room a second later. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2578 Square 1, Part 2. 2578 Square 1, Part 2. Ragu is all bark and no bite. Sharing knowledge is on a voluntary basis, so we had no obligation to tell them anything, the Hydra said. Also, the harmonizer was retrieved in my turf from people who were trying to frame me with forbidden magic, so it was bound to be mine as compensation. As for Morok, he's a rogue awakened who was just protecting his interests. The council never did anything for him, so he has no obligation towards its members as well. Ragu nodded, her annoyed grimace fully expressing how much she hated when she was caught bluffing. I promised to give you proof that humans can really evolve, and here it is, the Hydra said, ignoring the human representatives puffing. Urhin is a Baller, a direct evolution of humans, and Ryla is a Farmer, one step further. So you say? Ragu tried to act indifferent, but she knew that Falul would never give up on the monopoly of something precious like the harmonizer just to waste her time. I've studied the life force of plenty of Ballers, and they had nothing human about them. If you want my help, I need to take a deep scan with my breathing technique. Only then can we discuss the terms of a deal, assuming there can be any. Ryla stepped forward once again, but Falul stopped her. No, Ragu needs to examine Urhin first because she's the human equivalent of a magical beast. Your life force is as different from a human's as that of an emperor beast is from an animal. Sarah, what do I do? The Baller was terrified. The small human woman emitted an aura as powerful as Gleemo's and looked almost as kind. Greed, ambition, and excitement made the human representative's eyes shine like those of a kid eager to tear apart a butterfly's wings. Do as she says, we'll be ready to intervene the moment they try something funny. The Hattie Queen channeled the power of 300 warg, spreading an aura that rivaled that of the council members. I can't believe it. Phila regained her senses next, approaching Sarah with such tenderness that the queen took a step back in confusion. So much power without even being awakened. You really did find a way back, sister. Not us Gleemos, Sarah half spoke, half barked. You have no idea how much pain and blood reaching this faulty state cost us. I'm so sorry, Phila nodded, keeping her distance to respect Sarah's boundaries. I swear I had no idea of what your kind was going through, or I'd have rallied the whole Beast Council after Gleemos' ass. He betrayed us as well. That fucker from a bloodline of fuckers betrayed his own kin. Her genuine outrage for someone she had just met really surprised the Hattie Queen. No one had ever apologized to her, nor did they usually seem to care. But I'm with Ragu here. I need to check your life force as well, or I can't help you. Do you need me, or any Hattie will do? Sarah asked. I need someone with a harmonizer, otherwise the corrupted life force will mess up with my readings. The behemoth replied. Then do it. The queen extended her hand, preferring to put herself at risk rather than Zagra, the only other Hattie with a harmonizer. Are you really a Svart/Alpha? Alaja and Bri said in unison while pointing at each other, using the ancestral term of their respective species instead of the modern one in Tyrus, universal language. Gods, I can't believe it. The ancient chronicles were real. You guys are still alive. They moved in a circle, one the mirror image of the other. Yet while Alaja held her Yggdrasil staff tight, Bri clenched her mana crystal. This is becoming embarrassing, they both said, and everyone else nodded. Yeah, raise your hand and take turns talking. You two are giving me a headache. Ragu finished examining Urhin and moved on to Ryla, her hands shaking in excitement and a feverish light shining in her eyes. This is amazing, Phila finished first and had a hard time not hugging Sarah out of joy. There really is another path. By studying the perfect elder beasts and combining that knowledge with what we know about emperor beasts, we might find a way to move toward becoming divine beasts without the need for a guardian progenitor. I wouldn't be so sure. Ragu was now done as well, but while the behemoth was brimming with enthusiasm, the fire of the human representative had gone out. Even with the harmonizers, Ballers are still flawed creatures. They are actually an involution, gaining a few abilities in exchange for the loss of their mana cores and the inability to cast any spell above Tier 3. As for the Farmers, they partly solve the problem, but they are artificial in nature. Gleemos engineered them with the harmonizer, and there's no telling if they even have the potential to become permanently stable. Being dependent on a mana geyser for their powers makes them much worse than a lick. Hence Falul hasn't fulfilled her promise with the human council. She has brought no substantial proof that humans can evolve nor solid lead that might bring us to reach such a stage. I agree that the children of Gleamos can be spared in exchange for the harmonizers and their help with Giera, but that's it. They have no value for Garland's council, and they don't deserve our protection. Only once the Monster Tides crisis is solved, and if they become capable of awakening, will we reassess the situation of the various tribes. How can you say that? Fila shook her head in disgust. You can't just treat them like damaged goods. Artificial or not, unstable or not, they are our brethren. Even if in the end studying their life force doesn't get us anywhere, it's still a start. We have spent millennia stuck in our condition. How can you throw away the first glimmer of hope we have for a better future? We humans have spent millennia stuck in our condition. You beasts are the privileged ones. First, you got your guardians, and from them came divine beasts and lesser divine beasts like yourself. After Zedros managed to tap into your guardian blood and Thrud perfected the process, you beasts already have everything you need to move forward. The harmonizer is relevant only for you. Humans, plant folk, and undead have never moved from square one. I have no reason to care for these creatures nor to help you in your research. If we are done, I'm ready to discuss the terms of the truce. Truce, Sarah echoed in disbelief. But that means that you plan on reopening the hostilities in the future. As I said, you are unworthy of our protection. You are just a bunch of murderous monsters born out of forbidden magic experiments. A trinket isn't enough to pay your bill and you are going to help Giera, not Garland. If they want you there, fine, but if you come back here, there are plenty of crimes to which you have to answer. How can you be so blind? Olaja said. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2579 Square 1, Part 3. 2579 Square 1, Part 3. This is a great opportunity to restore the fallen races forever and get back in touch with our lost kin. We are not sure if we can solve Giera's crisis with so few people. Rescuing the Svartalf, the orcs, might be the first step for the awakened races to reconnect with the elves like the Guardians suggested. Olaja said. Maybe, but we'll never know since your people keep hiding like rats. Ragu shrugged. Unless you know their location and are willing to act as our ambassador, the orcs are useful only as soldiers. There's nothing to learn by studying their life force since they belong to a non-human species. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Olaja lowered her eyes. I always lived with the World Tree, and back when they sent me to Urgamaka, they warped me straight to the Council. I have no idea where my old home is located since I've never been allowed to leave the Fringe on my own. Only fully fledged chroniclers know the position of the elven colonies, and I've never become one. Bri is the first elf I've met in years. My point exactly, Ragu said with a triumphant tone. There is no point in wasting resources for a pipe dream. Also, elves couldn't be part of the council anyway since they cannot awaken without the help of the World Tree. Sarah couldn't argue any of the human representative's words. The only card she had left to play was the Tyrant Legacy, but it was a dangerous gamble. Not only did she think that it belonged to Morok and her people as compensation for Gleamo's wrongdoings, but it was also likely to backfire. Only Ryla can access the secret compound, and I'm not sure she would agree with these terms. On top of that, if we share the Tyrant's legacy with the Council, we'd be left with nothing. They would take the few resources left in the vaults and the books, leaving us at their complete mercy. Even if the Council succeeds in perfecting the harmonizers and crafting new ones, we'd have no ingredients to craft our own, and we'd end up depending on the awakened. We'd put a leash on ourselves that might not come undone for centuries. Falul did fulfill her promise. Morok stepped forward. Humans can successfully evolve, and I'm living proof of it. Don't be ridiculous. Tyrants are emperor beasts. Ragu swept the air with her hand, scoffing. That's what I believed as well until Gleamos told me the truth. Tyrants and Balors are two sides of the same coin, and we both descend from humans. Check my life force if you don't believe me. Sarah inwardly sighed in relief, glad that he had delivered on Ryla's promise. The promise of a potential evolution was the final card that the warlord had presented the Hattie Queen after the Savior's departure. The undead courts were bound to feel threatened by such a revelation, as much as the council was supposed to be enticed at the idea. The only problem was that awakened undead had nothing to gain either, and ogres didn't present plant folk with much. They had failed to evolve so far, and their powers didn't differ much from their cousins. If Zelex wanted to survive, they needed both humans and beasts to ensure a victory, or at worst a stalemate during the vote in case the Guardians decided to not get involved in the decision. After studying Balor's and Farmer's, Ragu managed to catch the similarities between their life forces and the Tyrant's, spotting the common root they had in mankind. This doesn't make sense. Her jaw was trembling in shock. If you really are humans, why did you side with the beasts? According to my father, it's because my ancestors decided there was nothing to earn from you, Morok replied. You are weak, egotistical, and lack bloodline abilities, whereas beasts are strong and watch after their own. By siding with the beasts, the first tyrants got easier access to the Emperor and Divine Beast's unique skills, and avoided drawing attention from those who would have stopped at nothing to reach our same state. I hope you understand that by revealing this to you, I'm making myself an enemy of my entire bloodline. He turned to Fila. If you kick us out of the Beast Council, most of my people will lose their identity and find themselves isolated. Many have no idea they are actually evolved humans, and consider themselves small, humanoid beasts like the warg. Then why are you telling us that? The behemoth checked the various life forces as well, refusing to believe anything but her own senses. Because I consider the victims of Gleemo's experiments as my people as well. Morok waved his hand at the members of the Senate. I have no idea how many tyrants were involved in my father's project, but I won't let the people of Zelex once again pay for my bloodline's mistakes just to cover my ass. They are innocent, just like most tyrants that live under the sun. I'm bounding my destiny to theirs because this way you can't doom the people of Zelex without hurting your fellow awakened as well. A shocked silence ensued while the council representatives tried to figure out the best course of action to avoid recriminations and discrimination against the tyrants, and Sarah struggled to understand the magnitude of Morok's sacrifice. Thank you. Much to everyone's surprise, the broken and teary voice didn't belong to Fila. I can only imagine how hard this must have been for you. From now on, the people of Zelex are under the protection of the Human Council. Ragu hugged Urhin, then Ryla, and lastly Morok, looking at each one of them like a long-lost child she had assumed dead. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier. It's just that I'm so tired of seeing the members of the other races develop new species and branches, while us humans always remain the same. There are hundreds of different Emperor beasts, and as many Fae whereas humans give birth only to other humans. Some are stronger, others smarter, but our abilities have stagnated for as long as history remembers. Despair, hopelessness, and the awareness that if not for our numbers humans would be the weakest among the awakened factions, blinded me to the priceless treasure you have offered me. Just 1 second ago there was only one human species. Now there are 4 of us, 5 if Morok further evolves upon reaching the violet. Not to be that guy, but what about me? Lith said. I'm an evolved human too. Please, Ragu scoffed, finding her snarky self back. You are part human, part beast, part abomination. Before we find a way to replicate that, you'll have as many children as Ligon. And that assuming you only keep one companion at a time. They instead are fully human. New branches sprouted from a single tree that offer us different paths of being a mere source of envy. According to my father, tyrants and Balors instead can further evolve by having offspring together. Morok exploited the human representative's sudden enthusiasm to raise the ante. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2580-1, Part 4. 2580-1, Part 4. Gleemos had prepared an awakened farmer wife for me, and he strongly believed that our child would have gained an independent spirit like Lith. Morok didn't mention Garrick, preferring to keep him a secret from both the council and the Hattie Queen. The former might demand custody of the child due to his unique condition, and Morok didn't want his half-brother to trade one prison from another. The latter, instead, might have harmed the young farmer in case the negotiations went awry. Talk about envy, Ragu clicked her tongue in annoyance. Are you telling me that farmers can really awaken? Where is she now? Yes, they can, and their bloodline abilities are further strengthened as a result. Morok nodded. Sadly, she died. Due to their unstable life force and core, awakened farmers can't survive without a harmonizer, not even while above a mana geyser. I can vouch for that, Ryla said. Gleemos established the Order of the High Priestesses to try and mix the two bloodlines. He achieved several partial successes, and he was still working on it when he died. The Hattie Queen's eyes went wide at those words, suddenly feeling deep compassion for the warlord at the thought of what might have happened to her and her children. I see, Ragu was clearly disappointed. Still, it's good news. It means that Falmer can awaken and become full members of the council. We only need to find a cure for them. Fila. The behemoth felt hurt and shocked by the manipulation of the tyrant bloodline. To make matters worse, Ragu's newfound zeal irked her to no end. The human was shamelessly asking her for help in a deal that would make the beasts lose a powerful bloodline. I haven't changed my mind, the behemoth snorted. The warg and Hattie are still under my protection. Also, I propose not to reveal the truth about the tyrants until we have a solid lead about how to further human evolution. Otherwise, beasts would reject the tyrants, and some of your kin might look for a shortcut. We have had enough forbidden magic with Thrud for a lifetime, and we've already lost too many people. We can't afford an internal struggle that might further reduce our numbers. The colonization of Giera is nigh, and we need to act as a united front. Any internal division would favor the undead courts and ruin the hard work done so far to eradicate them. Agreed, Ragu enthusiastically nodded. I'm sure that with a little persuading Latha will vote with us to protect the ogres. I was also thinking about keeping all Ballers and Falmers in Garland to keep them safe. After all, their reproduction cycle is slow compared with other monsters. Thanks, but no thanks. Urhin stepped forward. Our colony survived only because we shared our talents and resources. Without Ballers, trolls would age quickly and goblins would be little more than cannon fodder. To you, we are different races descending from beasts, elves, humans, and even Odi. But to us, we are all the same. My people have already enjoyed preferential treatment under Glemos, and I won't let the others fight and die for us. Damn, I've known you for just a few minutes and I already like Ballers more than humans. Involution, my ass. What they lack in magic, they more than make up for it in spirit. Fila clicked her tongue while glaring at Ragu. Too bad that spirit doesn't fill your belly, nor does it save you from a powerful spell. The human representative countered. If there isn't anything else we should know, I'd like to hear from Baitra about the results of her analysis. No one said anything, so the Reiju took it as her cue to speak. It's really an amazing device. As you know, life force is the natural vessel for the mana core, and it's due to their symbiotic relationship that mana doesn't disperse until the moment of our death. The tyrant bloodline found a way to exploit their bond so that by altering the life force of their test subjects, it would cause changes in their mana flow as well. The harmonizer works akin to accumulation, but with a few major differences. First, the flow of world energy is constant. There is no breathing rhythm, so once inside the body, the world energy is turned into mana and consumed to fuel the different enchantments of the harmonizer. Part of this energy forms a sturdy external layer of mana that acts as a scaffold for the changes in the life force. Second, unlike accumulation, there is also a continuous internal mana flow that the harmonizer employs to counter the flaws in the core instead of strengthening it, making it reach a perfect and stable form. Third and last, the harmonizer contains a body sculpting spell that has to be tailor-made for its wearer. Unlike regular body sculpting, the spell exerts a slight but constant pressure that complements the internal mana flow. To make it simple, regular life force has a predetermined shape and rejects changes that are perceived as illnesses. The spell imbued in the harmonizer loosens the structure of the life force enough for it to adapt to the changes in the core and keep the mana from leaking. That said, the process is complex, and even a small mistake in the settings can cause the patient's death or permanent damage. The external layer of mana works as a safeguard, preserving the life force's overall shape and countering the pressure exerted by the internal mana flow. In other words, the life force of those wearing a harmonizer is constantly altered by two opposing energy currents that act as a mold, and that need to be fine-tuned at all times. If the internal flow exceeds the external, the wearer of the harmonizer explodes akin to someone who failed to awaken. If the external layer is too strong instead, the life force is compressed too tightly to adapt to the changes in the mana core, and the mana starts leaking, resulting in death. Also, the body sculpting spell suffers from the same issues. Too strong and the mana core can't reshape itself, leading to a buildup of energy that can cause unpredictable consequences. Too weak, and the life force can't keep up with the changes in the mana core, leading to leaks. It's a three-layered problem that requires a specific solution for each different race it has to be applied to. I wish I could say more, but with my limited knowledge in healing magic, I need to speak with an expert first. You can tell all this just from a cursory analysis that lasted barely for a few minutes. Sarah's shock was understandable, since she had no knowledge of the forgemastering arts, nor about what a ruler of the flames was. Seeing the same expression on Falul and the council members, however, made Lith wonder how much of that was due to Bytra's talent, and how much was thanks to the resources and knowledge the master had imparted to her. "Are you really sure we don't want to apply for an apprenticeship with her?" Lith asked. "I mean, even if Bytra were just to teach us the modern version of Menadian's methods, our technique would improve by leaps and bounds." 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34 F7B. Chapter 2581 Frail Alliance, Part 1. 2581 Frail Alliance, Part 1. Sorry but no, Solus shuddered at the thought. I like Bytra, and I have no problem spending a bit of time with her when she comes to visit Kami and the baby, yet studying under her would take hours every day. Even though I know she's literally not the same person who killed my mother and me, she wears the same face and has the same voice. It still creeps me out more than I'd like to admit. Yes, that's just my preliminary analysis, Bytra replied, snapping Lith and Solus out of their private conversation. And before you ask, the answer is no. I can't replicate the harmonizers, not even if by a miracle we get rid of all those annoying cloaking runes. During my first life, I wasn't much of a healer, so my knowledge about body sculpting was limited to shape-shifting. After turning into an abomination, I practiced light magic for all the wrong reasons, and I have regained my body only for a while. I have yet to get up to speed with all the modern forge-mastering techniques, let alone update my healing spell and study a new discipline from scratch. What would you need to do it? Fila asked, and Ragu nodded. The blueprints of the harmonizer, for starters. Changing the disposition, order, and kind of runes after understanding how every single part works will be much easier than reverse engineering such a complex artifact bit by bit, and putting it together with a trial-and-error procedure. Also, while I work on the forge-mastering part, I need a healer good enough to alter the body sculpting spell, and explain to me in great detail the effects that it's going to have. This way, I can adjust my forge-mastery spells accordingly and choose runes that won't disrupt the alteration in the life force. Ideally, I would like to be partnered with someone who's both a good healer and forge-master. Everyone present stared at Lith, but only a few of them seemed to like the idea. No offense, but Verhin is too young, and his dealings with the organization are shady at best, Fila said, receiving Ragu's and Sarah's approval, although for entirely different reasons. The human representative didn't like the fact that Lith had chosen Xenagrosh as his daughter's godmother. Also, she was afraid that once the probation period of the organization ended, and they become the sixth awakened race in the council, it would give him even more power and influence. As for the Hattie Queen, she simply hadn't forgotten about the slaughter of a few days ago, and didn't feel comfortable putting her life in the hands of someone she only knew as a ruthless killer. I'd like to propose Lady Firwell, and if she's not available, Falul is the only one among us who has already experimented on the harmonizers. The Hydra bloodline has given birth to excellent healers, is already acquainted with Zelex's Senate, and is a trustworthy ally of Verhin, Eerie, and the Council. All in favor? Everyone raised their hand, Lith included. Everyone but Bytra and Zorath. I was actually thinking of the Master, Bytra said after receiving permission to speak. As Xenagrosh said earlier, the organization is interested in the harmonizers as well. They might be the key to stabilizing the conflicting life forces of our members and allow us to awaken again. On paper, it was a good idea, and it made perfect sense. The Master had already proven to be a priceless asset. He had not only found a way to bring the Eldritches to new heights, something on which Magur itself had given up, but he was also close to achieving a method to give new life and an enhanced body to the natural, undead known as abominations. On top of that, the Master had played an invaluable role during the War of the Griffins, dealing with both Thrud's generals and her lost academy. On the other hand, just the thought of putting him in charge of the project sent a cold shiver down the spine of everyone who knew his name. Every single one of his hybrids was a wanted criminal with a rap sheet longer than a dragon's arm. No council elder was a saint, but none of them was a mass murderer like the organization's members. The only reason the awakened community had decided to grant the hybrids a probation pardon and a role in the council was desperation. Fake magic constantly improved by leaps and bounds, thanks to collaboration between royal mages and forgemasters, whereas each awakened worked only for themselves. After Lakra Silverwing had spread her legacy, and Rifa Menadian had created the Forgemaster wands that allowed fake mages to use pure mana in their works, it had taken less than 1,000 years for fake mages to come close to fill the gap with awakened. The council had changed its millennia-old rules because they needed the skill and genius of the fourth ruler of the flames. In life, Baitra had willingly shared her knowledge about runes, and during the treaties, she had offered her help again. Her price was the pardon for herself and the other hybrids plus a seat in the council, establishing the Eldritches as the sixth awakened race on Magur. Ragu and the other representatives had accepted the offer on the grounds that all abominations in the past had been awakened, and that in the future they might awaken again. Yet the truth was that the very same power that the Master and his organization had displayed during the War of the Griffins scared the council elders to death. Of the 9 known hybrids, 6 are the offspring of the original Guardians. They are divine beasts who, thanks to their monster, half exceed even the potential of their siblings. Of the remaining 3, one is a creature capable of controlling the world energy at will. Another is a Verendi divine beast fused with a legendary Menios, and the last one is Baitra, Ragu thought. If the Master becomes the lead healer in the Harmonizer project, his organization will have access to both the Forgemastery and body sculpting halves of the artifact. Once they crack the cloaking runes, they might keep the knowledge for themselves and betray the council. Even if they do share what they discover about the Harmonizer, I can't afford the hybrids to be restored to full life before Baitra delivers some groundbreaking technology to the council. Most of them are already terrifying existences, and if not for their current limitations, they would have no need for the council just like the rest of their kin. Once they become capable of using breathing techniques and spirit magic again, they will become unstoppable. Thanks for your offer, Ruler Baitra, but that's not an option, the human representative actually said. The council is bargaining for the Harmonizer and its use will be our exclusive. Even though we appreciate your help, the organization is still a probatory member. Once your people become an integral part of the council, this matter can be discussed again. Until that moment, you'll have access to the Harmonizers only under supervision, and one of our healers will assist you. They will keep an eye on me, you mean? Baitra snorted. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2582 Frail Alliance, Part 2. 2582 Frail Alliance, Part 2. If that's how little you think of me, why should I even get involved in this project? Because doing otherwise would be a breach of our deal, Fila replied. We have given the members of the organization access to our warp network, IDs that allow you to walk in the Empire and the Kingdom without hiding like the criminals you are, and we've pressured the royals in their deal with Verhin per your request. At those words, Lith's eyes went wide and he turned toward Zorith. We did what we thought best, little brother. We never told you about this because we didn't want you to feel indebted, she replied with a shrug. The organization, instead, has yet to uphold its side of our bargain. Fila continued to speak, ignoring the interruption. We are just asking you to do as you promised, and refusing your services would force us to revoke the privileges we have granted to the organization. Fine. Baitra crossed her arms in front of her chest, her eyes blazing with black and yellow mana in outrage. You are lucky that I don't want to cause a bloodbath every time I go visit my goddaughter, or this conversation would have a different ending. Being part of the organization's price tag was already bad, but having his daughter used as leverage against Zorith was even worse. Fucking bastards, Lith thought. Zorith was sincere when she told me that she doesn't call me little brother lightly. She has always been by my side during the War of the Griffins, and this is how the council treats her. I don't know how, but I'll find a way to make them pay. Excellent decision, Fila said with a huge victory smile on her face that matched Ragu's. Then the only things that remain to be decided are where to relocate your people before moving them to Giera, and the terms for our Forgemasters and healers to study the Harmonizers. Not so fast, Ryla shook her head. We have a few demands of our own. What more do you want? Ragu rose an eyebrow in annoyance. More. The only thing you is survival in exchange for our asterisk granted us Harmonizers and putting our lives on the lines for your asterisk battle. That's hardly a prize, especially considering that we and Lord Morok will become your test subjects in your asterisk experiments to further your asterisk evolution. We are offering much, especially to the Human Council, and receiving little in return, so it's only fair that we balance the scales a little. Sounds fair, Ragu nodded. Tell us what you want and we'll give it to you, within reason, of course. Lith could feel that after learning that humans could really evolve, her tone and posture had softened. Ragu was still a bitter old bat, but now she was a hopeful bitter old bat. First, my people need to be provided with food until our departure. It will allow us to increase our numbers and form balanced units comprised of all tribes that will ensure our survival when dealing with the monster tides. The farmer said. It's reasonable, continue. Also, we refuse to be relocated. That request made the council members wince. Zelex is our ancestral home, and its arrays are our only defense against your overwhelming forces. By staying here, we can preserve our traditions and use the self-destruct mechanism as a deterrent. If you break your word and try to enslave us, we will kill ourselves, and the harmonizers will be lost forever. Our last request is to give to every leader of a colony on Giera a communication amulet. This way, if our runes disappear at the same time, they will know that our deal has been broken, and Giera's awakened council will be on its own. That was the plan that Ryla had devised and shared with the Senate after Morok's group had left. The undead courts had fewer resources than the council had no interest in keeping them alive once they got the harmonizers. The awakened, instead, needed willing test subjects if they wanted to further their evolution. It gave the children of Glemos an extra bargaining chip that Ryla was using to not leave Zelex and keep control over the Tyrant Bloodline's legacy. Are you sure? Ragu asked. Do you really want to keep living underground? Wouldn't it be better to live freely under the sun? To what end? Ryla replied. Once in Giera, our people will have a fresh start, but here in the kingdom, we are considered murderers, and for a good reason. We would still have to hide, so it's better to live in a place we love and that we can defend. No offense, Representative Ragu, but the moment we step out of here, we'd lose most of our powers and we'd be at your mercy. You can't ask us to trust you this much without giving us a single proof of your good faith. Yet that's exactly what you were willing to do for the undead courts, Fila pointed out. True, but we didn't trust them either, and we are assuming that the council is better than them. Are we wrong? The farmer tilted her head, feigning incredulity. No, you are not. Ragu stepped between the two women, her hands raised to separate them. We accept all of your conditions, but there's one problem on your side. The space-compressing array blocks dimensional amulets and passages. How are we supposed to deliver the amount of food your people need, without forming a line of hundreds of carriages that would end up exposing Zelex's position? There's no such problem, Ryla replied. Use dimensional amulets to bring the food to one of our city's entrances and we'll do the rest. Once both parties agreed on the terms of their alliance, the rest of the treaties went smoothly. The children of Glemos asked and obtained a few days to mourn their fallen before the council was allowed access to the city and started studying the harmonizers. In turn, the council required precise data about the growth speed of the various fallen races without the mana geyser to have an estimate of the time needed to deploy them, and how quickly they could replenish their numbers in case of emergency. Once everything was said and done, the council members left, leaving only Falul, Baitra, and Zorath behind. I have upheld my word, Morok said. I didn't mention the existence of my bloodline legacy to the council, and I have exposed my race for you. Now it's your turn. That's really all you want, safe passage for 2 of my people. Sarah found it a cheap price to pay. Let me guess one of them is Ryla. The Hattie Queen hadn't missed the tension between the 2 of them, nor how they looked at each other. The deal was no question asked, Morok pointed out. That's hardly feasible, Sarah replied. If you take her away, how do we access the Tyrant Bloodline's legacy? Isn't it the same as locking us out of it and taking it for yourself? Fair, this one question deserves an answer, the Tyrant nodded. You can either take everything out before she leaves. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2583 Trade of Secrets, Part 1. 2583 Trade of Secrets, Part 1. And leave hundreds of books and piles of priceless magical resources laying around unprotected with the risk of the council members stumbling into them. Thanks, but no thanks. Sarah cut Morok short. Even if I lift the space-compressing array, our dimensional amulets are already filled with food, and I have no way to procure enough to hold such a massive collection. Or you can trust me. After all, until you learn the basics of Forger Mastery and Warden magic, you have no use for the ingredients stored inside the vaults. Also, if you don't let me take Ryla with me, she has no reason to give you access to my legacy. You'll be locked out anyway. The farmer put a hand on the latch of her harmonizer, ready to open it and destroy the only key to reach Glemos' lab. Find who's the other one. Sarah raised her hands in surrender. The books were written in a code that made them worthless, and without the farmers' cooperation, the deal with the council would break down. Ryla disappeared past the wall of white marble and crystals, while Lith and the others prepared for the fight of their lives. He had requested Zorith's presence not only to protect Baitra, but also to buy the time he needed to bring Garrick to the tower and warp him away. "Solus, is everything ready?" he asked via the mind link. "Yeah, I just need your signal to form the tower," she replied. "The only thing I don't like about this plan is that Baitra and Zorith might see the tower and discover our secret." "I don't like it either, but without their help, we could never hold so many enemies at bay while defending a child." Solus nodded, inwardly hoping that they wouldn't need the contingency plan. By the time the farmer returned, everyone was full to the brim with mana and spells. The black-violet aura of the hybrids flooded the palace of the Senate with a thick fog that made it hard to breathe for the monsters, and also alerted the guards outside. Sarah had called everyone to arms, channeling the power of hundreds of warg and twice as many spells. Bri and Urhin had charged arrays just like mine. "Why didn't you bring your son away in secret?" "Because he's not like us. Garrick's life force should become perfect once he grows up, but only if he never steps out of a geyser," Ryla replied. "Also, Glimos didn't give me control over the space compressing arrays just like he didn't give you access to his lab. He split our privileges to pit us against each other. I couldn't bring you to the lab without endangering my son, but at the same time, even if I wanted to take him away, I couldn't do it without exposing his existence. Before doing something stupid, know this. Only Garrick's harmonizer can operate the lab's arrays. If anything happens to him, they will be lost forever." The Hattie Queen clenched her fangs at the cruel ingenuity of Glimos' ploy. With a single move, he had driven a wedge between the only people who could fight his tyranny. Even the rites of passage now made sense. Glimos had established them so that Garrick would never be safe without his father. The hatred that built up with each new generation of monsters was meant to keep his offspring prisoner and the high priestesses obedient. "Drop the arrays for 1 second, Falul said, breaking the standstill. "It's all I need to activate my warping array." Sarah moved her eyes from Garrick to the Hydra. The rage he felt for Akara's death demanded compensation, and even though she knew that Glimos was already dead, harming the child was the closest thing to revenge she could get. "Think about it this way," Ryla said. "I didn't tell the council about Garrick because I didn't want them to experiment on him like Glimos did. If Ragu knows about him, she'll demand to add my son to the terms of the deal. You keep my secret and I keep yours. Garrick is both the key to the labs and your guarantee that I won't try anything funny." Ysira yelped in surprise when something caught her tail. "Wow, your fur is really soft and warm." The boy was holding it with one hand while with the other he was attempting to comb the fur that was bristled in outrage. "My name is Garrick. Are you a friend of my mom?" Sarah just glared at the child who, due to the lack of social interactions and the excitement from meeting new people, was oblivious of her hostility. "No, she's not." Ryla pulled him away, putting herself between the Hattie and the child. "Now be quiet for a second." "Mom, is he my brother as well?" Garrick was now focusing on Lith's 7 open eyes that were brimming with elemental power like those of his mother and brother. "When do I get my horns?" "I'm not your brother, little man, but I might as well be. I have more in common with you than Moron here." Lith used his tail to grab the kid and put him on his right shoulder. "It's Morak," both brothers said in unison, making the Tiamat smile. "He's my brother, though." Xenogrash opened her second set of eyes and turned into her hybrid form, gaining a striking resemblance with Lith as she shielded him with his body. The black scales, the long tail, and the membranous wings typical of the dragon race gained Garrick's immediate admiration, making him squeal with joy. "That's so cool. How does it feel to have a tail? Can I get one too?" Despite the deep grudge she held for Glimos, Sarah couldn't bring herself to hate a child. Everything from his naive questions to his excitement over trivial things told her many things. That kid must have never gotten out of his room his whole life, she thought. Glimos robbed Garrick of many things, but from what I can see, Ryla managed to protect at least his innocence. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2584 Trade of Secrets, Part 2. 2584 Trade of Secrets, Part 2. Sarah looked at the spark in the young farmer's eyes, the same that Zagra had before being forced to inherit his father's harmonizer and the title of king. Now his eyes were dull, and he smiled a lot less. Sarah wished to turn back time and, strong of her knowledge of the future, spare her son from that fate, but Magur kept spinning, leaving her alone with her regrets. "Just give me your rune," she said while putting forward her communication amulet. I beg your pardon? Ryla was too surprised to make sense of the sudden request. I need your communication rune, otherwise I can't call you when I need you to come here. The Hattie Queen didn't want Garrick to get away and have a normal life. She wanted to keep him in Zelex and tell him all the horrible things that his father had done to her people. She wanted Garrick to live the rest of his days in shame and to take away from him everything that Zagra had lost. Yet she knew that none of it would have made her child happy. It would have just made another young boy miserable. The two women exchanged their contact runes, and then Sarah briefly touched her harmonizer. Get out before I come to my senses and change my mind. The Hattie Queen turned around, afraid of losing her temper and ruining her people's future for a single moment of personal satisfaction. Thank you, Sarah, Ryla said. Thank you, Auntie, Garrick waved his hand. And Morak, Sarah said while keeping her back turned and her body as still as stone. I don't want anything to do with Gleemo's stuff. Take away from my city his accursed books as soon as you can. I'll keep the contents of the vaults as compensation. What about the labs? The tyrant asked. They are staying here as well. Her words made him groan. Losing the treasures in the vaults was a huge hit to his legacy, but the Davros Forge alone was an incalculable loss. It was already purified, and enough to craft more than one full set of equipment even for someone as big as a farmer. We'll use them as training facilities when you come here to teach our people the art of forge mastery. Once you clear your debt with us, I might consider allowing you to move the labs, if we don't need them ourselves, of course. Thank you, Sarah. Morak knew that it was a fake threat. Falul had already explained during their past visit that the labs had been devised, so that only someone from the tyrant bloodline could use them. Don't thank me, damn it, just go. Zelex is wide open until you don't get your ass out of here. Call me if you ever need anything. Food, healing, weep. At a snap of Falul's fingers, the warping array activated, moving them to a distant mana geyser where Adjeta the Drake was waiting for them. The moment Solus felt Lith's presence fade, she fused with the now free flow of world energy and warped straight to their destination. Not before marking Zelex's mana geyser as her own, though. Mom, how come not Big Brother has wings and eyes like us while Big Brother has only the eyes? Where are? His mouth fell to the ground when he saw the majestic figure of the Drake in his real form. He resembled an oversized lizard covered in sapphire blue scales with a huge white horn coming out of his snout, and a long tail ending in a bone protuberance that looked like a mace. He was over 10 meters, 33, high at the withers and over twice as long. Thrice if one also considered the tail. Is this a pet? Can I have a pet? Can we bring him home, Mom, please? Respectively, no, maybe, and absolutely not, Adjeta replied. Falul, move to the next geyser, and be quick before I lose it to Morak Jr.'s nonsense. The Hydra bolted away with her quickest flight spell, while also weaving a warp steps that would move her closer to her destination of dozens of kilometers. Ryla had a hard time chasing Garrick while they waited. He had never been outside his house, let alone in the beauty of nature. He bolted left and right with his wings, trying to catch every bird and sniff every flower he saw. The problem was that if he were to get too far away from the geyser, his harmonizer would depower, and his life force would be forever compromised. I'm really sorry, Lord Adjutor. Ryla gave the Drake a deep bow. The only way she had found to keep Garrick close was to put him on Adjutor's back and let him explore the marvel that a lesser dragon was. Don't worry, young lady, I'm putting everything on his tab. He tilted his head at Morak. I'm going to work you so hard that you won't have the time to attend your own marriage. Please, N. Falul warped them right on cue, and Adjutor left before the tyrant could even attempt to plea for mercy. That's great. Now how do we entertain Garrick? It's not that hard. Lith turned into his void-feather dragon form. The young boy squealed in joy at the sight of another, and also bigger, majestic creature the likes he had never seen before. Even flying around Lith at top speed, Garrick had yet to finish exploring half of his back when Adjutor activated the next array. Lith, Palul, Xenagrash, and Baitra took turns revealing their other forms to keep the boy too busy to stray from the geyser, and making Morak quite jealous. I can't believe it, he pouted after trying and failing to engage Garrick in conversation. I almost gave away my bloodline legacy. I revealed a secret that has been closely guarded for generations, and my own brother is more fascinated by a bunch of lizards than by my epic adventures. Don't take it personally. Ryla needed sheer willpower to keep looking at him, her 6 eyes drawn to the mighty beasts of legends. Garrick is a good kid, and he loves you. Ever since he met you, The only thing he talked about was the wish to see you again, and how his life would change now that he has a brother. It's just that he lived as a prisoner within four walls his whole life. He has met Glimos a few times, so he knows what a tyrant looks like, whereas he has never seen a bird, let alone a dragon. Put yourself in his shoes. Fine, Morok snorted, starting to explore the divine beasts' bodies as well and doing silly things like looking under the scales or snuggling on the soft feathers along with his brother. That's not what I meant, but oh well. The farmer giggled, seeing the barely contained anger on the dragon's scaly snouts. One thing was being manhandled by a child. Receiving the same treatment by an allegedly grown man was another. Yet since Garrick laughed and enjoyed sharing his discoveries with his brother, Lith and Xenagrosh let it slide. The trip lasted but a few minutes, crossing several regions and creating several legends about mighty beasts dwelling in the deep of several forests. 64A4499883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2585 New Home, Part 1. 2585 New Home, Part 1. Merchants and travelers reported multiple sightings of black dragons ridden by a winged knight. Some believed that the Gorgon Empire had sent Ligaon's children as scouts before an invasion. Others that after the dragon dance, the ancient worms who slumbered in the bowels of the kingdom had awoken and were preparing to establish their own country on the surface. All of them were wrong, but that's a story for another day. The final warping array marked the end of the journey and made Morok sigh heavily again. What is this place, Mom? Garrick stared in awe at the magnificent building standing in front of them. It consisted of a two-story house made of silver-veined white stones, a sturdy material capable of channeling and amplifying dozens of arrays at the same time. The sloped roof was covered by enchanted tiles bearing a different rune each. They would turn silver during hot days to reflect light, and keep the house cool and black during cold days to absorb and store the sun's heat. As for the runes, thanks to the mana geyser below the estate fueling them, they could conjure and overlap multiple kinds of offensive arrays at the same time, combining their enchantments to obtain a different effect based on the enemy. Each floor occupied 500 square meters, 17,660 square feet, and on the back of the building was visible a tall keep over 50 meters, 165 high, that was likely to serve as an observation point. The property was surrounded by an enchanted wall over 3 meters, 10 high, and extended far enough to grant direct access to the luscious green of the nearby woods. The group had warped inside a garden with enough space to allow a divine beast to sit, or for several packs of magical beasts to run and play together. Benches and flower beds had been arranged to form paths centered around a large fountain. The fresh water gushing from the several nozzles formed arcs that reflected sunlight, and with the help of a simple spell, generated permanent rainbows. At the center of the fountain, there was the statue of a man that shapeshifted into different forms. The only thing they had in common was that all of them wore a deep white robe. The human form held a book. The dragon form was depicted hammering something on a forge, and something between the other two wielded a sword. Garrick gaped at the various wonders, flying back and forth without reaching any because incapable of deciding which one to see first. They've no idea. Ryla looked around the place with equal amazement, but only after making sure that there was a stable and powerful flow of world energy coming from below. This is going to be your home until we find a permanent solution, Morok grunted as he came down Xenagrosh's back. Welcome to the Verhin Mansion. The Urnas ruled over one of the richest and most powerful regions of the kingdom, but they had no place where to host the farmers. Some of their homes and fortresses had been built over a mana geyser, but they were all inhabited and well connected with the local settlements. The presence of two non-humans would never go unnoticed, and even though the Urnas had at their disposal every means necessary to ensure their safety, Morok didn't want Carrick to just exchange one prison for another. The Verhin Mansion, instead, had been built away from prying eyes on purpose. The location had been chosen due to the presence of the geyser to accommodate Solus, tower which currently resided in the keep with space to spare. On top of that, it was equipped with a private warp gate. Since its completion, no one could access the mansion unless directly invited, and thanks to the gate, people from the Verhin and the Urnas family would be able to come at all times to bring food or spend time with their new guests. Who would have ever thought that the wet dream of a paranoid cheapskate would have come in handy? Gianni said, while taking deep breaths and appreciating the air dense with world energy. Even without the use of a breathing technique, she could feel her body being invigorated and nurtured. "Not now, dear," Orion sighed. "Let's go meet our future in-laws." The Erna's couple had insisted to be present so as to meet Ryla and Garrick and be properly introduced to the members of Moroc's extended family. Solus had arrived first with the tower warp and kept them company while they waited. Garrick was the first to spot them from the sky and dived in front of the newcomers filled with childish enthusiasm. "Hi, my name is Garrick and this is my home now. Who are you and what do you turn into?" Without giving them time for a reply, he circled around them, looking at Orion's back, under Solus' hair, and above Gianni's hair for any sign of their true nature. "This is actually my home, little runt. You and your mother are my guests, so be respectful with my friends." Lith caught the boy on the fly and forced him to stand still on the ground so that he wouldn't give everyone a neck stiff by trying to follow him with their eyes. Lith's tone was supposed to be harsh, but it failed to impress anyone. He had kept solely the 7 eyes and feathered wings of his bestial form in order to make his guests feel at ease, since aside from his pink skin, he closely resembled a farmer. That, along with the warmth in his gaze, and the way he ruffled Garrick's hair, made him look as stern as a friendly uncle. "Guys, these are Garrick and Ryla Earl, Moroc's stepbrother and mother. Garrick, Ryla, these are my friends Gianni and Orion Ernas, while she is Solus Verhin, my cousin." "If she's his cousin, then I'm her mother," Gianni said with a sneer via a mind link. "She's barely taller than me, and her body type is completely different from the Verbans we know." Also, after allegedly meeting her in the desert, Lith brought her to his home and gave her the keys to everything. "This doesn't just smell fishy. It's the whole ocean." "Man, if she's big," Orion replied, making Gianni's attention switch from their host to her husband, who was swallowing loudly while clenching her hand. Like all farmers, Ryla was a head and shoulders taller than Orion, reaching past 2.3 meters, 77 in height. She had long, silky hair of the 6 colors of the elements that framed her soft hips like a rainbow waterfall. Her body and features were perfectly proportionate, as if instead of being birthed she had been carved by an artist with the goal of falling in love with his own creation. She wore a comfortable silk gown and a loose vest that left most of her back exposed, so that she could freely unfurl her wings. "Yeah, very big, I'd say the size of melons." Gianni's voice oozed venom, and despite her gentle touch, Orion could feel the silent fury coursing through her petite body. "I meant her height," he rushed to clarify. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2586 New Home, Part 2. 2586 New Home, Part 2. "Also, did you notice her eyes? She has 6 of them like Lith and Morok." "Oh, I noticed them all right, especially those right in front of your face. The others are a bit higher." "Lord and Lady Ernas, nice to meet you." The farmer unfolded her wings while giving them a curtsy. "Please, just call me Ryla. I haven't done anything to deserve Morok's name, and I don't want to sully it with my ignorance of etiquette and the ways of the kingdom. I may be an adult woman, but please take care of me like I was a child, because I know very little about the outside world, and I'm eager to learn." "Don't be silly, dear." Gianni returned the curtsy before taking Ryla's hands into her own and forcing her to stand up. "I've barely met you, and you've already made a better impression than Morok ever did. In a while, you are going to be part of the family, so there's no need for formalities. Just call me Gianni." She had to raise the ground with chore magic of almost 1 meter 3 to not feel like a child. Gianni's pride couldn't be hurt by something as irrelevant as the height gap. She was used to be the shortest person in the room. Yet first impressions mattered, and she wanted to face the farmer as a peer and look her in the eyes. "Indeed." Orion raised a shorter dais and shook Ryla's hand as well. "Feel free to call me Orion. If there's anything like a tour of the nearby shops you need, just ask. From what I understand, unlike this handsome young man, there's nothing stopping you from leaving the mansion. After you learn how to shapeshift, I would be happy to teach you how to interact with humans and about the value of money." "Yes and no," Ryla sighed. "We can both move. The difference is that Garrick's life force would be forever compromised while mine already is. If I were to leave the geyser's premises, my body would forcefully revert into a Baller. I'd lose my current appearance and even my magical powers. Shapeshifting can't help me, but thanks for the offer anyway." "Man, if you are short." Garrick looked at Solus and Gianni, who were barely taller than the 5-year-old farmer. "Don't you have things like extra eyes, horns, wings?" he asked, receiving a streak of no in reply. "Not even fur. I'm so sorry for you. Your life must be very sad." Garrick, Raya flushed in embarrassment. This is no way to talk with friends. Why, it's not like I insulted them. I just told the truth. The honest confusion in his tone made his rude words even worse. There's nothing wrong in being different, young man, Lith said. Yet remember that words have a weight, and up here, everyone is like them. How would you feel if they pointed out at your eyes and wings, claiming that they must make your life sad? Garrick opened his mouth and raised his finger to reply when everyone shapeshifted into their human form, to let him understand what the standard appearance in the kingdom was. Suddenly surrounded by pink-skinned, short, wingless people with only a set of eyes, the young farmer realized how different his mother was from them and him from her. No one else's eyes moved freely along their bodies. No one had skin the color of the snow. Am I the strange one? He made his eyes go back to their original place, closing all but two. Not strange, different. Morok patted his back. You, I, and Uncle Lith are all unique members of our respective races, but that doesn't make us better or worse than them, just different. If you want others to respect you, however, you must respect them first. No one likes being treated like a freak. I'm sorry, Garrick nodded to his brother before giving Gianni, Orion, and Solus a bow. I didn't mean to offend you, I just hoped you to be cool. Morok facepalmed, and Ryla flushed even more when the boy managed to ruin his apology one step away from the finishing line. I can definitely see and hear the resemblance between you two, Orion laughed. There's no need to apologize, Garrick. You are Morok's brother, but unlike him, you are still young and there's hope for you. Hey, I resent that, the tyrant snarled. Thanks, I guess. Garrick looked at the two men, having no idea why his big brother reacted that way to such nice words. Resent what you want, Orion scoffed, turning to Garrick again. For your information, I am cool, I'm just not as flashy as these youngsters, look. He took enchanted clothes and toys out of his dimensional amulet, giving them to both mother and son after explaining to them how to use each one of the artifacts. Thank you, Grandpa Orion. Garrick hugged Orion's legs before stripping naked and wearing his new clothes in front of everyone. And here he goes again. Orion laughed again, stopping Ryla before she apologized for the third time in less than a minute. Is this our new friend? Aaron asked, riding alongside with Lyria, Lilia, and Laren on their respective steeds. Yes, he is. Guys, this is Garrick, Morok's brother. I invited you here because he literally doesn't know anyone and can use learning about human customs through experience. Garrick, these are Aaron, my brother, and Lyria, my niece. Lilia and Laren are family friends and are special like you. Protector's children shapeshifted back and forth into their hybrid form, becoming red-furred humanoid wolves for a split second. So cool, what about them? Garrick pointed at the magical beasts. Are they pets? Can I have one too? These are Onyx, Abominus, Slash, and Crash. Garrick had no idea what a teacher was, but Lyria's lecturing tone gave him a solid example. They are not pets. They are our friends and are part of our respective families. The magical beasts nodded, leaving the farmer flabbergasted. But yes, you too can have one. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair when we play. At a snap of her fingers, a Rai, a Shife, a Gylad stag-type magical beast, and a bike walked out of the woods, each with an expression more annoyed than the other. They were the youngest members of the 4 clans of the Kings of the Woods and had been sent there by their leaders per Lith's request. Pick one and give them a name. They actually already have one, but they are impossible to pronounce, Lyria said. That's not true, Abominus said. Angringhamer just rolls off the tongue. No, it doesn't. The sheer number of guttural and howling syllables made Garrick's throat hurt just at the thought of saying it out loud. The young farmer examined the 4 magical beasts, from looking under their paws to checking the inside of their mouths and teeth. You look majestic, but you're definitely too fat, he said to the bike. You look more suited for an afternoon nap than taking part in a glorious battle. Guilty as charged. You can't win them all. No hard feelings on my side. The bike trotted away with a huge grin on his face. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2587, Extended Family, Part 1. 2587, Extended Family, Part 1. That's why I pick you. I too love napping. Garrick grabbed the hind leg of the magical beast while channeling the fire element for strength and the earth element to increase his own weight. The bike missed his step and fell flat on his snout. Say what? No, you are making a mistake. I'm slow and lazy while Scourge's pups play hard and rough. He tried and failed to escape the child's grip, his claws only digging through the ground without advancing of a single millimeter. It doesn't matter. We can grow strong together. Garrick pulled the bike closer and lifted him as he weighed no more than a huge stuffed bear instead of hundreds of kilograms. Why waste time with me? Pick a rye or a shife. They are all the rage now. There's nothing wrong in being different, Garrick said while embracing the bike. You are unique like me, Fluffy. Fluffy, the bike said in horror while his peers laughed their asses off at his expense. Yes, because your fur is so soft and warm. That just means I'm alive. The steeds of Scourge's pups are soft and warm as well, but their names don't sound like a fancy pillow. Please, if we really have to do this, at least let me live with a shred of honor. Give me a warrior's name. Fluffy struggled as hard as he could without biting or clawing, but nothing worked. What's wrong with Fluffy? Lith's voice was friendly, but his eyes fixed in the bike's were not. You just got bested by a 5-year-old child. You are lucky he hasn't called you Wimpy. Yes, boss. Fluffy lowered his gaze in shame, while the other 3 magical beasts rushed to their freedom before Garrick could change his mind. Letter 1D5F, B letter 1D5F, C letter 1D4, 2F, letter 1D4, 1E, letter 1D5F, 9, letter 1D4, 2E. Letter 1D5F, 0, letter 1D5F, C letter 1D5FA. Don't worry, those idiots don't know what they are missing. Abominus patted the bike's back with his paw. You have just gotten yourself 5 free meals a day, a roof over your head, a fresh bed during summer, and a hot place during winter. Really? Fluffy's stomach gurgled with joy. Onyx took out a slab of well-seasoned prime meat from the dimensional ring on her tail, offered it to him in reply. This is delicious. I mean, we are going to be best friends. The bike gobbled the food, thanking the gods for their blessing. I love you too, Fluffy. Garrick let his new friend go to let him eat comfortably and conjured plenty of fresh water for him to drink. Mom, can I go play with them? Can he? Ryla looked at Lith and Morok. Garrick is very strong and he has never interacted with other people. Also, I'm worried that he might leave the geyser without even noticing. Let me deal with it. Lith crouched down to look the young farmer in the eyes. You can go, but only if you promise me to not use any of your bloodline abilities. Regular people can't lift a bike, and even though the other kids all wear enchanted armor, if you hit them with all your strength, someone is going to get hurt. He took a pause to let his words sink in, until Garrick nodded for Lith to continue. So never take out your wings and never activate your eyes unless it's to protect yourself or the others. Are we clear? Just to be safe, I've asked Orion to enchant your clothes, so that the moment you exert a dangerous level of strength you should feel an itch. So that's why I felt weird while playing with Fluffy. Yeah, and you weren't supposed to ignore it. Come on, give it a try. Lith offered Garrick his hand, and the young farmer squeezed it a few times until he learned to recognize the effects of the failsafe and loosen his grip as fast as he could. Whenever Garrick made a mistake that would have resulted in a physical injury, his armor would expand like foam, forming a thick, soft layer that protected those at both ends of the blow. It might take a while to get used to it, but practice makes perfect, Lith said. Also, always carry this with you. He put at the farmer's neck what looked like a glowing red bead. When it starts to buzz, it means you should turn around and get closer to the mansion. When it starts screaming, it means you are this close to giving your mother a heart attack. There was no point in explaining the delicate balance of the life force to a kid. Lith knew that if he made it about Garrick, with the carelessness and hubris typical of children, he would ignore any warning in order to have fun. This thing perceives when Mom is in danger. The young farmer stared at the red bead with the right mix of awe and terror. Yes, so when you hear an ear-piercing sound, it means she needs your help. Lith nodded, aware that while Garrick could disregard his safety, no child would willingly put his mother's life in danger. Thank you, I wish you two were my big brother. Garrick hugged Lith, looking at the bead, and at Ryla several times before feeling confident enough to jump on Fluffy's back and follow the other kids to the magical playfield. That was sly, manipulative, and a bit cruel, Zorath snarled. You'll make a great dad. Indeed, Gianni nodded. It will teach him responsibility. He's just 5 years old for the gods' sake, Orion said. He should be only thinking about playing and having fun. He should if a single mistake wasn't enough to ruin his life. Ryla sighed. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Verhin. You are letting us stay at your home, and you also prepared everything we needed to have a normal life. She gave him a deep bow that sent her long hair touching the ground. It's nothing. I just thought that the best way to learn how to live as a kid is by spending time with other kids. Lith dismissed everything with a wave of his hand. Orion helped me to make sure that nobody gets hurt in the process. TM, sorry for being late. Camilla arrived at a half-jog pace that was faster than a man running due to her enhanced body further boosted by the pregnancy. I got stuck at work and good gods if she's big. My thoughts exactly, Orion nodded, hoping that since Camilla had his same reaction for entirely different reasons, it would quell Gianni's rage and spare him the doghouse. Farmers are truly majestic. He looked down at his wife for a second, but she was unreadable as usual. Gianni's smile always extended to her eyes unless she decided otherwise. She giggled like a maiden at Camilla's words, but when her gaze met Orion's, he could swear to read "nice try" in big red letters. Kami, it's so good to see you. Zorath and Baitra rushed to her, hugging and kissing her like they hadn't seen each other for months instead of hours. Are you hungry? Are you tired? Do you need a chair to rest your feet? Zorath gave Camilla a full checkup before letting her go to meet their guests. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2588 Extended Family, Part 2. 2588 Extended Family, Part 2. Let her breathe, dear, Baitra chuckled, dragging the Eldritch Troll hybrid away to watch over the kids. Sorry, Kami, you know how overprotective Zor is. The Reiju said while taking a cart full of snacks of all kinds and a recliner from her dimensional amulet, proving that despite her words she was no different from her spouse. As for Camilla, she was still speechless. The 8 gap of over half a meter, too, among other things, made her feel like a child. By the Great Mother, if her breasts were hollow, they could store mine and still have plenty of space left. Actually, her thoughts and Orion's weren't so different. Ryla had a sweet expression filled with genuine enthusiasm as she looked around at everything and everyone that made her lovely. Now that she had folded her wings behind her back, the only signs of her inhuman nature were her pale blue skin and 6 eyes. Yet the color of her skin made her exotic rather than freaky, and for someone used to Lith, the 6 eyes were far from upsetting. To make matters worse, the farmer kept only 2 of them open to better fit in with her hosts, so the extra eyes were reduced to thin black lines resembling tribal tattoos. Ryla, this is my wife Camilla. If Lith had noticed her distress, he hid it as well as Gianni. Kami, this is Ryla. She'll be our guest until Fallow can find a permanent accommodation for her. At this point, I should be used to meeting drop-dead gorgeous women, she thought while her lizard brain screamed in panic despite logic dictated otherwise. Yet between the wings, the eyes, and those weapons of mass distraction, I can't help but feel threatened. She has more things in common with Lith than I ever will, and size isn't an issue since he can grow much, much taller. Nice to meet you, Camilla actually said while extending her hand. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. You and Garrick are welcome to stay here for as long as you need. Letter 1D427, letter 1D5FC, letter 1D603, letter 1D41E, letter 1D5F9, letter 1D42E. Letter 1D41C, letter 1D428, letter 1D426. The pleasure is all mine. Ryla took the hand with both her own, giving Camilla a deep bow, yet her head was still high enough to look down on the human woman. I'd like to introduce my son to our benefactor, but it's his first time meeting other children. I hope you won't mind. Both women turned around to see Garrick and the others play together in a weird game of tag that involved a leather ball and plenty of chore magic. Not at all, Camilla shrugged. I'm just surprised he isn't scared of open spaces after living underground for so long. That's because each room of our prison was spacious and we even had an inner garden, Ryla replied. Gleemos didn't make us miss anything aside from freedom and happiness, of course. We Great Mother Almighty, congratulations. The farmer brought Camilla's hand to her lips and kissed it. I beg your pardon. For the baby, I mean, when is it due? How do you know about that? Camilla instinctively looked down at her still flat belly. I thought that farmers were evolved humans and that your senses were similar to our own. They are, Ryla nodded, conjuring an ice mirror in front of Camilla's face. Her skin was full of small black cracks where it had split into small scales, and her eyes now had a vertical pupil. Elemental energy painted her eyes with different colors as they cycled between them. This is not that kind of threat, little one. Calm down. Camilla blushed in embarrassment, taking deep breaths to slow down her heart and reassure Elijah. I'm sorry, pregnancy hormones drive me crazy from time to time. She lied through her teeth, drawing an approval nod from Gianni. It's a girl and she should be born around the end of next winter. A bit less than 5 months then, Ryla nodded. If you ever need a babysitter, I'll be glad to help. Thanks, but at least that part is plenty covered. Camilla pointed at Solus, Baitra, Zorath, and over her shoulder, where Tyrus stood guard, invisible. Follow me, please. I'll give you a tour of the house and show you your accommodations. Space. A month passed, and many things happened during that time. The awakened council kept its word, providing the citizens of Zelex with plenty of food and enough time to let the monsters say their goodbyes before starting to move them to Giera. The famine affected the awakened no less than the rest of the population of the Garland continent, but due to their long life and plenty of dimensional amulets, they had more than enough to spare for a single city for much longer than a month. A single emperor beast ate in one day as much as dozens of monsters, so with hundreds of them sharing the burden, they could have covered for Zelex's provisions until the harvest if needed. Sirrah was true to his word, allowing Morok to travel freely to and from Zelex, recovering the priceless tomes that the tyrant bloodline had accumulated over the millennia. The Hattie Queen still hated his guts, but with each visit her glare waned from, "I won't rest until I've wiped out your bloodline from the face of Magur, to say one word and I'll shove my hand up your ass and use your corpse like a puppet." With no more food rationing or culls, and with Zagra slowly recovering from his father's death, she couldn't help but soften up. Her boy was still a boy instead of an adult like it would have been if he had been sent to the Gardens of Time. For the first time in her son's life, Sirrah could afford to let him stop training like a warrior and live like a child. They could spend as much time with each other as they wanted with no rush or fear of tomorrow. The members of the Senate didn't like to be poked and prodded by their awakened cousins, but now whenever a woman became pregnant, the event was celebrated instead of dreaded. The council was more than happy to provide the extra rations in exchange for the opportunity to study the development of the child's life force from conception. Elijah Eventide spent a lot of time with her lost brethren, trying to learn from them the secrets of the crystals in exchange for lending her Yggdrasil staff. The presence of the artifact alone helped the members of the council to study the harmonizers and the Svartalf to recover more of their ancestral memories. Elijah used holograms to show them how elves lived within the fringe hosting the world tree and how Magur had progressed since the Svartalf's fall. She also shared with them everything she could remember about their race and its traditions. Back when she was still an apprentice chronicler of the world tree, she had access to historical records dating up to the first Yggdrasil. Only knowledge deemed as precious had been forbidden to her, and luckily for the orcs, they had been classified as a cautionary tale together with the rest of the fallen races. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2589 Extended Family, Part 3. 2589 Extended Family, Part 3. I know that this might be awkward, but I'd like to invite you and the rest of the Senate to my wedding, Morok said during the last trip to Zelex, right before taking the final pack of books to the Urna's library. He had waited as long as he could in the hope that Sirrah's hatred would subside, and then seized the moment when Zagra was with her to make his move. The Hattie Queen's countenance changed in the presence of witnesses, and especially her son. Only she, Arhin, and Bri knew the truth behind the alleged demon invasion, while everyone else still believed the tyrant to be a selfless hero and the prophesied savior. Sirrah hated to admit it, but between the Church of Glemos and the food, the citizens of Zelex had accepted the deal with the council without batting an eye. Even the few among the warriors who still had questions regarding the events regarding Morok's arrival had soon decided that ignorance was bliss. The Hattie Queen was even more careful holding herself back in front of Zagra, not wanting her hatred to be passed down, and ruining any chance the children of Glemos had of a peaceful existence on the surface world. "And why would you do that, Lord Morok?" Sirrah had to improvise a fit of cough to hide the growl that would have otherwise accompanied her words. "We barely know each other, yet you have already done so much for us. I feel like we are taking advantage of you." Yet her glare told clearly that she didn't trust him further than she could throw him. "Mom, are you feeling unwell?" Zagra whimpered, and so did his siblings. "Can you please examine her, Lord Morok? Auntie Karana is a great healer, but not even Tron can compare to Awakened." "TM, fine, there's no need for..." Sira choked on her words, seeing the fear in her pup's eyes. Her children were afraid of losing their mother as well, and remaining alone. "Please, Lord Morok, ease their worries." She offered him her hand, hating the tyrant's touch and herself even more for scaring the children. "Sure," Morok gave her a checkup as flashy as it was pointless. "As for your question, I have no one on my side of the family, and I would truly enjoy some company. Also, I thought that you might like a taste of life on the surface. Letter 1D45B, letter 1D45C, letter 1D463, letter 1D452, letter 1D459, letter 1D462. Letter 1D624, letter 1D45C, letter 1D45A. The ceremony will be held above a mana geyser, so with a bit of shape-shifting, there will be nothing you have to worry about. There will be lots of food, and the ceremony will be held near open woods, in the middle of a huge garden. Sarah was about to tell him to shove the invitation up his ass, when all hell broke loose. Food, Zagra said, panting and waggling his tail in excitement. Like the ice cream Mom reads about on the silver thingy. Open woods, a slightly older Hattie echoed. Can we really play under the sun? A slightly younger one asked. Yes, yes, and yes, Morak nodded. All you can eat plus all the space you want to run around without getting older. Please, Mom, can we go? Please, pretty please, we'll be good. Sarah was surrounded by a firing squad of literal big puppy eyes and waggling tails. I would never accept if it wasn't for the fact that I haven't seen them so happy since the day Akara died, she thought, inwardly cursing the tyrant for his latest manipulation. No matter if I tell them the truth or I just refuse the invitation, it would be plain cruel either way. It will be my pleasure. The children erupted in cheers, and then went to share the good news with their friends, sealing Arhin's and Bri's fate before they could even understand what was happening. Excellent, here are your invites. I'll send someone to explain etiquette to you and to take the measurements for your clothes. Bye. Morak disappeared faster than she could give him the finger. Space. At the same time, in Lucia, Camilla couldn't stop looking at herself in the mirror. Her hips were starting to get wider and her belly to show the signs of a baby bump. She knew it was perfectly normal, and every woman in the family reassured her, yet she couldn't help feeling awkward while staring at her own reflection. How can this be just the beginning? I'm going to get huge, she whined. While she wore her uniform, the multiple layers of clothes helped to hide the changes, but the moment she was in her underwear, it was impossible to miss them. Luckily for her, the void feather armor made even her undergarments fit without the need to be resized. God's woman, if you wanted my attention, you just needed to ask. Lith didn't mind the changes at all, as he demonstrated by pinning her against the wall from behind while kissing his way down her neck. I wasn't trying to seduce you, you idiot. Yet her voice quivered as his hands moved along her exposed skin. It's early morning, it's too soon for. The hormones that were allowing her body to adapt also increased her sensitivity, something that Lith exploited by stroking her most vulnerable areas. Camilla opposed a barely noticeable resistance as her words turned into moans and her breathing into panting from arousal. After the first round, she turned to look him in the eyes, needing a little help to wrap her legs around his hips. As her fingers clawed at his skin and her mouth looked for his, Lith brought Camilla to the bed where she engaged him in more comfortable positions until she was completely satisfied. I can't believe you made me miss work. Her breath was still labored when she managed to reach the pocket watch. According to the display, there were only a few minutes left before lunch. Tell your boss that you needed rest, Healer's order, Lith replied, making her giggle. Besides, you made me lose my Vald Maggle lesson as well, what I'm going to say to the royals. Definitely not the truth, she replied, going back into his arms for cuddles. Do you really not mind? Mind what? Lith asked with a puzzled look on his face. You know that I'm getting fat. The last word came out dragged and so low that it was barely audible. You are not fat, he countered with a firm tone. You didn't develop an obsession for cheese and beer. We are having a baby. Besides, unless during the last few hours you have been replaced by a doppelganger, I think I've made my point clear. Oh no, that was definitely me. Camilla gave him a naughty smile followed by a deep kiss, yet once she pulled back, she still looked unconvinced. Are you sure that wasn't pity sex or something? Now you are asking for it, woman. Lith pulled her into a tight embrace, forcing her to feel the strength of his convictions. I'm not letting you out of this room until God's. He had barely started to caress her again, when he jumped back like he had touched a live wire. 64A4499-883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2590 Extended Family, Part 4. 2590 Extended Family, Part 4. What's wrong? Lith's shocked expression made Camilla forget about her self-consciousness about her body to worried sick. A kick. I didn't kick you, you jerk. I was just going to, not you, the baby. I swear that I felt a kick. Lith put his hand back on her stomach, hoping for an encore. Are you sure it wasn't just my stomach grumbling? Lith had missed breakfast, but Camilla had also skipped her 5 mid-morning snacks. I don't know, it was weak, and this is my first time too. He activated invigoration to take a look at Elijah just in time to see her strike again, this time with feeling. I felt it too. Camilla started to tear up, her voice broken by hiccups. Gods, I'm so happy to have skipped work. This is Elijah's first kick, and we got to share this moment together. Me too, but this begs the question. Is she just asking you for food, or did Elijah dislike Mommy and Daddy sharing their special embrace? The question was as dumb as Lith's tone was dead serious, making Camilla laugh and cry at the same time. She's a baby, silly, Camilla said while blowing her nose with a handkerchief. She has no idea what's happening. No matter how paranoid you are, a kick is just a kick. Only one way to find out. Lith lay his ear against her swollen belly, gently rapping on her skin as if he was knocking on a door. Elijah, this is Daddy. Kick once if you are hungry and twice if there's any other problem. At first, Camilla had to hold in a laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Then, it dawned on her that maybe divine beasts developed differently from human babies, and she found herself holding her breath in tension. After a few seconds, anything had yet to happen, and even from invigoration, Elijah wasn't giving any sign of understanding human language. Thank heavens, Lith sighed in relief. I swear that if she actually answered, I would have freaked out. Letter 1d6 2f, letter 1d4 5c, letter 1d6 37, letter 1d6 26, letter 1d6 2d, letter 1d4 62. Letter 1d6 24, letter 1d4 5c, letter 1d6 2e. Yeah, same, Camilla giggled, caressing his hair while she enjoyed that situation. The physical contact gave her the impression that father, mother, and daughter were all connected as one. Yet I can't wait to tell my colleagues that I am one of the few individuals able to say, told you so, to the great supreme Magus of the kingdom. Even a mere constable can teach you a lesson or two. Please, Lith replied with a snort. You are my wife and we live together. You are bound to be right from time to time. From time to time, she said in mock outrage, The delicious smell of meat sauce and roasted potatoes wafted through the frame of the door again, making Camilla's mouth water and her stomach grumble, yet it wasn't the reason she stopped herself mid-sentence. A strong, well-placed kick right where Lith's cheek had followed the smell, leaving them both flabbergasted. Coincidence? Suddenly Camilla didn't care about being right anymore. Do we really want to know? Lith jumped up, having his Voidwalker armor covering him while gesturing for her to recall her armor as well and quickly. Because if we do and the answer is what I fear, I won't touch you for the next 4 months. It's definitely a coincidence. The silvery metal covered her, taking the form of underwear, knee-length loose pants, and a blouse while Camilla used chore magic to erase every trace of the indoor activities. I am hungry, so Elijah is hungry. Luckily, no more kicks ensued, allowing the mystery to remain so. Good morning. It was Alina's first rodeo, so her belly was more swollen than Camilla's, and she was at ease in her current condition. TM, always happy when you two workaholics take a break, but you should at least give notice to your bosses. Archon Griffin was worried about you, Camilla, and she called me since neither of you replied to your amulet. As for you, Lith, Solus had to go to the Crystal Griffin alone for the void magic lesson. Without you, that poor girl will be exhausted after using so much magic for the entire morning. I know, Lith sighed while pulling a chair for Camilla and handing her an appetizer. I'm sorry, Mom, let me help you. You must be tired. Elena was already done, and there was little left to do. That day it was Tyrus, Tern, and Zinnia was there as well. The three of them had prepared a small feast, and Tryon had already set the table after returning from the fields where he had worked during the morning with Roz. Whenever Lith was at home, he conjured the soul of his brother from the void sigil in his feather, and gave Tryon Verhin a human appearance with light mastery. This way, even when Lith was conducting his magical research or spending quality time with Camilla, Solus, or both, Tryon could take care of the family and let them make up for the lost time. Roz and Alina loved every moment they shared with their lost son, while Renaa wanted to know everything about his life in the military. Aaron and Lyria, however, had yet to warm up to Tryon. They were young but not stupid. Whenever they asked where their uncle brother had been their whole lives, their respective parents gave them vague and evasive answers. Despite the joy of having him back, no one felt like painting Tryon like a hero who had been away from home, sacrificing his personal life to save innocence. His past misdeeds were forgiven, but far from forgotten. That and the perennial guilty look on Tryon's face spoke volumes about his character. I'm a bit tired, but it's nothing I can't handle. Alina cupped Lith's face while caressing his cheeks with her thumbs. I'm so proud of the man you have become. You have healed your sister, saved your father, and brought Tryon back from the dead. It's only thanks to you that our family is back together, and we can live in our home. There's no need to keep thanking me every other day, Mom. Lith blushed a bit in embarrassment, feeling like a small child again. I couldn't disagree more. She gently pulled his head down to kiss his forehead. Without you, our family would be poor and torn apart instead of prosperous. You have rescued 2 of my children, blessed me with the ability to bear 2 more, and now you're about to give me a granddaughter. I'll never stop thanking you because I want you to know how happy you make me, and that I'm never going to take it for granted. Thanks, Mom. Lith hugged Alina, his voice low and husky. For a moment, Camilla could see Lith shrinking into a very young Derek McCoy crying for his mother's attention. Yet instead of being ignored as it had happened back on Earth, Alina lifted him to her bosom and lulled him into sleep. To everyone else, however, Lith was always an adult much taller than his mother and his face happy. You must be tired from working all day. Sit down with Kami and let me take care of the rest. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2591 New Neighbors, Part 1. 2591 New Neighbors, Part 1. Lith quickly washed the kitchen tools that the women had used to prepare the ingredients and put them back, giving the living room a more orderly appearance. There was no need, but I appreciate it. Zinnia washed her face and neck, sweaty from the heat of the stoves and oven. Gods, I wish I had a shred of magical talent. Doing everything by hand takes a long time and is exhausting. At those words, Camilla stopped using spirit magic to grab bits of the delicacies spread along the rectangular table without the need to stand up, and pretended to have used cutlery all along. Zin is already depressed because she can't get pregnant. I'd better avoid rubbing my ever-growing powers in her face, she thought. Camilla had yet to reach the yellow mana core, but thanks to the synergy with Elijah's red core, she could exert the magical prowess of someone with a deep green core. Her secret magic lessons with Solus had already reached the point where Camilla could float on her own. I can't wait to be able to fly by myself, she inwardly grinned at the thought. Flying with Lith is nice, and he does every silly thing that comes to my mind, but in the end, I still rely on him. I wonder what face he'll make when Solus and I tell him that I've mastered Tier 1 magic and I'm close to starting learning Tier 3. As if answering Camilla's thoughts, Solus walked through the door of the house. I'm home and I'm beat, she said with a tired expression on her face. Sorry for being late, I had to take a short rest before coming home. The mana geyser in the Tron Woods was close enough to allow her to regain her strength, albeit slowly, as long as Lith was home. Solus had waited until she was sure to be capable of keeping her human body for the duration of the lunch before returning home via the warp mirror. Welcome back. Lith offered her a cold towel, a glass of water, and a hug. How was the lesson? Letter 1D697, letter 1D698, V letter 1D680, letter 1D695, U letter 1D69CB, letter 1D680, letter 1D698, letter 1D696. They were all a ruse to stay close to her and feed her with his mana and life force without arousing Zinnia's suspicion. Too much. Great, no thanks to you, though. Solus put the towel around her neck, gulped the water, and did her best to not linger in the embrace for too long. Because of your absence, I had to talk and cast spells for 2. What do you mean, dear? Roz arrived right after her, still sweaty from working in the fields under the sun until a moment ago. He clicked his tongue when Lith didn't offer him the same treatment. Isn't the lesson the same no matter the number of professors? No, Solus shook her head. After completing Tier 3, the class is working on Void Magic Tier 4. The problem is that not even us have cracked it yet, so whenever one of our students comes up with a theory, it's up to us to double-check its viability and eventually incorporate it in future lessons. Lith rolled his eyes and put a cold towel knotted in a tie to Roz's neck, handed him a cold beer, and used water chore magic to remove the sweat from him while patting his shoulder. There you go, Dad, happy. Very. Roz sat heavily on the nearest chair, smacking his lips in appreciation for the beer. I know I'm not as pretty as Solus, but you should take care of your old man as well, son. He said with exaggerated pain, as if he was just back from the battlefront. By the way, what did you do the whole morning? I took care of my wife. Kami was feeling tired, and down so I showered her with attention, unlike someone else who has a pregnant wife as well, and hasn't even asked her how she feels nor thanked her for working her ass off to prepare this meal. Lith replied. Roz felt his beer coming back up when he noticed Camilla sitting at the table, surrounded by food like a princess, while Alina was still working over the hot stoves like a maid. Yeah, that would have been nice. Alina's glare sent a cold shiver down Roz's spine. At least Lith apologized to me and then took care of the finishing touches to allow me to rest. Where's my towel, drink, and hug? She grumbled while staring at her husband, who kept fumbling with his words and looking around like a trapped animal. Here you go, Mom. Sorry. Lith helped her to sit down before giving her the full treatment with her favorite drink, honeyed strawberry juice instead of beer. Thanks, dear, but I wasn't talking about you. Her voice went from warm and loving to cold and reproachful as her gaze moved from her son to her husband. How are you feeling, Kami? Zinnia went to Roz's rescue, more interested in her sister's condition than letting a family quarrel ruin the mood. Is everything all right? More than all right. She gave everyone a dazzling smile as she touched her own womb. Today Elijah kicked for the first time and we both felt it. The room erupted into cheers as everyone congratulated her and placed their hand on her stomach as well, hoping for a practical demonstration. What about you, Mom? Solus asked. Is your baby moving already? No, but thank you for asking, dear. Actually, the baby had already been kicking for a few days, but Alina didn't want to steal Camilla's spotlight. It was her first pregnancy, and Alina wanted to make her feel special, not in some kind of competition where she got second. She and Roz had decided to not say anything until Camilla felt her own baby moving for the first time, wait a few days, and then announce their own. Alina stood up to kiss Solus' head and caress her hair in a way that baffled Zinnia. I still don't get if she's a relative, an adoptive daughter, or what. Everyone treats Solus with great affection even though they at first introduced her as a maid from the Blood Desert. I'm especially worried about Lith's behavior, but since Kami doesn't seem to mind, I'd better keep my questions to myself. After all, Lith is a powerful mage like Zogger, and the gods know how many secrets he has. Pregnancy and magic weren't the only things Zinnia envied about Camilla. Before coming to the desert to propose to Lith, Camilla had asked for her sister's blessing and told her that Lith had been open about his secrets with her, and that they were the reason for the breakup. Even though there were things Camilla couldn't tell even her sister, Zinnia was happy for her anyway because it meant that Camilla's marriage was based on trust. A trust that Zinnia painfully felt still lacked in her own. Yet I have good news as well that Roz and I have waited until this moment to share. Alina said, We've finally decided on our baby girl's name. We are going to call her Surin. More cheer ensued, this time even louder as Salark joined the family. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2592 New Neighbors, Part 2. 2592 New Neighbors, Part 2. She already knew that the baby would be named after her, and kept an ear out on Alina to not miss the name reveal. I'm sorry, Mother. I meant to call you, but I just forgot in the spur of the moment, Alina said. Do you want to join us for lunch? Respectively, don't worry, and gladly, the guardian replied. The lunch was delicious and pleasant. Roz managed to make it up to Alina by showering her with care and making sure she had no need to move for the rest of the meal. How are things going for the kingdom, Tyrus? Salark asked. I'm sorry for being a buzzkill, but seeing so many dishes reminds me that the imports in the Blood Desert have never been so low. The Empire is still suffering from that crazy lick poisoning the land, so the famine struck them hard as well, and they have little food to spare. I've been forced to reopen the borders with some of the free countries and dedicate a few oases for intensive farming. Once we are done with them, they will be uninhabitable for months until the soil recovers its fertility, but at least my people won't starve until the harvest. We fare worse than the desert, and things are far from going back to normal, Tyrus sighed. The kingdom is still split in two. Raid parties disguised as bandits from both sides try to rob the others' caravans of food. Hate and hunger drive neighbors to battle for a morsel of food, even if it means spilling blood. My situation is too dire to open my borders like you did. I can't risk the free countries trying to conquer my lands, not with my army already spread thin and the granaries empty. The only thing I could do was to recruit many Sea Emperor beasts and use their help to lead schools of fish in the nets of the fishing ships. I've also commandeered the nobles, cruise boats, and added them to our fishing fleet. That's a really good idea, Salark pondered. My phoenixes don't like water much, and most of the navy of the desert is on display in various museums, but with a little maintenance, they can be repurposed as fishing boats. Letter 1D697, O letter 1D69F, letter 1D68T, letter 1D695, US, letter 1D68B, letter 1D68C, O letter 1D696. If it works, I expect a fair share of what you catch, Tyrus said, making the overlord choke on her steak and then changing the subject before she could retort. But as Camilla always says, enough talking about sad stuff. I've also been informed about great news that should be made public in the next few days. The Verhin family bombarded her with questions that she deflected until they gave up and moved to another subject. After the meal was over, Zinnia kept Camilla company. Roz spoke to both Alina and Surin, and Solus helped Lith do the dishes and stoves. I'm a bit disappointed that I wasn't there with you guys when Elijah kicked, and that she is refusing to do it again for me, Solus pouted. Don't be, there will be plenty of kicks in the future, Lith chuckled. I know it's not the same thing, but if you want, I can share the memory with you. Yeah, right, Solus scoffed. Because I'm certain that it happened while you discussed poetry and philosophy at the time of Valoran's court. Were you guys naked? Well, it's complicated, Lith replied. No, it's not, and I really don't want to know, thanks. Once they were done with the kitchen and Alina went to bed for an afternoon nap, Lith, Solus, and Camilla went to visit Celia. The huntress was close to term and they hadn't seen her for a while. Along the way, Lith couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the two new houses that had been built as close as possible to his own, without invading his property or compromising his privacy. The first one they had to pass in front of was a two-story house made of gray stones, and with a sloping roof comprised of white tiles glued together by tar that also insulated them from water and cold. It resembled a mountain cottage belonging to a minor noble with glass windows and sturdy metal shutters and doors. Good afternoon, Supreme Magus Verhin. Gilly Locrias ran to him the moment she saw him from the window of the living room. I made this for you. She was panting a little from the short sprint, trying to swipe her red hair from her face while she offered him a piece of paper. How many times do I have to tell you to call me Lith? We've been neighbors for months now. There's no need for formalities. He took it with both hands, discovering that it was a charcoal portrait of himself. I'll do it when you'll stop wearing that white robe everywhere, she chuckled. Well, what do you think? I think that you are very talented, but I doubt that aside from my mother anyone else would recognize me. Lith had his Magus robe disappear and passed the portrait to Camilla, who had been pulling at his arm for a while in curiosity. This version of Lith is 200% more handsome than the original, but I still like it. Solus giggled via the mind link, pointing out to Camilla the differences between art and reality. Portrait Lith had wise and gentle eyes instead of his trademark, annoyed glare, patrician features, and an invisible wind waved his long hair, framing his face and giving him the aura of a noble hero of the caliber of the first king. True, it lacks the dollar sign for pupils. Camilla giggled as well. Also, to be more realistic, he should have the expression of someone who has gotten the short end of the stick. Hey, I can hear you, Lith rebuked them. That's the idea, they replied in unison. What matters is that you like it. Gilly gave him a deep bow. Thanks for bringing my dad back. I miss the city life a bit, but I wouldn't change this for the world. The first house belonged to the former captain of the Queen's Corps, and just like Tryon, he spent most of the time Lith was in Lucia with his family. Stop bothering him and come inside. Erwold and his wife Sidra waved their hands from a window. Locrias too looked human, and he was currently entertaining a few of his colleagues that were supposed to patrol the area. Lith gave his demons full control over the golems Trouble and Raptor so that they could keep their shadow form even in his absence, or use them as reinforcements when needed. At the moment, Locrias was exploiting his authority to make the golems work while his friends sought shelter from the noon sun and shared a meal in his house. In a minute, Gilly straightened up and the motion revealed a necklace the size of a coin hung to her neck. Its surface was black, with 7 colored eyes arranged in the same pattern as the Tiamat S. Wow, it seems Zekel has another follower and you another worshipper, Solus said while nudging Lith. 64A4499, 883E41362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2593 Old Neighbors, Part 1. 2593 Old Neighbors, Part 1. Not really, Gilly shrugged. I don't believe in any of that religious nonsense. This is just my way to say thank you to Lith and show the rest of Magar how proud I am of my father. It also works like a charm to warn everyone who tries to badmouth either of you that they are in for a punch in the nose. Is there someone still bothering you and your family? Camilla asked. Not anymore, Gilly shook her head. Sure, the fact that whoever harassed Mom and me had the tendency to end up with all their limbs broken helped, but things really calmed down after the images of Nesra have been released to the public. The members of the Queen's Corps looked after their own, and many of those stationed in Lucia had served under Locrias for years. They took every threat to his family up close and personal, which meant the beating of a lifetime, and so many wounds that even those who could afford to get healed at the local hospital couldn't walk straight for a month. Yet not even that was enough to stop those who despised Lith for the massacres he had performed during the War of the Griffins, and who considered his demons to be no different from the undead courts. Most of these people were foreigners, since the citizens of Lucia were either followers of the Temple of the All-Father or sympathizers due to the help they received from it. Those from outside, however, only knew Lith from the images uploaded on the interlink. No matter how the events were explained and put into context, there was always someone that would only see a monster disguised as a man killing innocent civilians for no reason. The release of the videos of the monster raids had changed the public perception, because for once the supreme Magus of the kingdom wasn't fighting other humans but protecting them. His victims were man-eating monsters with whom no one could side without being tagged like a madman even by those who still considered Emperor Beasts a threat. The images of the demons rescuing army members and civilians while Lith drove back the monster horde had struck the hearts of many, leaving so few radicals willing to harass the families of the demons in Lucia that the Queen's Corps could deal with them without Sidra and Gilly noticing. "I'm glad to hear it," Lith nodded. "Where is Vergrave?" "The old goat," Gilly chuckled. "When he's not drinking with his buddies, he's working them to the bone until they sweat every drop of alcohol they poured in their bodies." She pointed at an artificial clearing created with earth magic that served as a training ground for the resident members of the Queen's Corps, equipped with mud dummies, moving obstacles, and everything that the late colonel of the army could come up with. Vergrave had no family, so Locrius had adopted his fellow demon into his own. "Well, it was nice to meet you, Gilly. Now I'm sorry, but we have to go," Lith said. "It was nice to meet you, too." She gave him a brief hug before walking back inside. "Do I have to be worried?" Camilla said with mock jealousy. Locria's daughter was a pretty young woman with red hair and clear blue eyes, who after failing to be accepted to one of the great academies, had joined an art school with the goal of becoming a painter. Her magical powers were too weak to cast high-tiered spells, but chore magic was enough for Gilly to perform small miracles on the canvas. From mixing the colors until they had the hue she was looking for to depicting anything as she imagined it, her magic allowed her to fully express her emotions, while her studies taught her how to guide the eye of the observer and follow the story she was trying to tell. "No way," Lith shook his head. "She's just grateful for the house, the reward money her family has gotten thanks to my deal with the royals, and most of all for having her father back. She's just clumsy in expressing her feelings." "Gilly is not clumsy," Solus said. "She has no other way to show you her gratitude. What can she possibly gift you aside from her drawings or baking you a cake? Mages are hard to please because they already have everything." "Please don't remind me of that," Camilla sighed. "His birthday is approaching and I'm stumped. Lith already told me that if I get him clothes again, he's going to file for divorce." "I know I have the same problem and I'm a mage. I mean, whatever I can forge a master, he can do it too. Aside from brooding and counting money, Lith has no hobbies, so I don't know what to do," Solus replied, talking like he wasn't there. "Stop talking about me like I'm not here, it's rude," Lith snarled. "No, it's smart," Camilla winked. "Since subtle hints don't work, we are asking for suggestions." "I honestly don't know," Lith replied after thinking it thoroughly. "This guy sounds like a major pain in the ass." While they walked and Lith dismissed every gift they came up with, they passed in front of the second house. It stood where once Zinya's house had been before Orpal destroyed it, and she moved in with Vaster. It was on a single floor, but slightly larger than Locria's. It was made of stone as well, the mark of good money, with a wooden sloped roof, and a little orchard in the back that served both as a hobby and as a food source for a first-time farmer. Valia's parents were born and raised in a city. They knew little about growing crops, but with the famine ongoing, every little bit helped. "How many times do I have to say no?" Valia's voice came from one of the open windows. "First, I'm not a human anymore, I'm a demon, which makes me an undead. Second, how do you expect me to have a relationship when I'm forced to travel around most of the time?" "Be reasonable, dear," her mother Namia said. "You are not like the other demons. You still have your original body, and from what I could see while you took a bath, everything is in working order." "Mom, not in front of Dad." Camilla could almost hear Valia blush. "Your mother is right, Pumpkin," Ajin, her father, replied. "Is it too much to ask for a grandkid or two? Unlike you, we are not immortal." "Yes, it is too much. Also, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but even if Mom is right, undead are as good as barren. Even Vladian, the first vampire, has only one son. Valia sighed, hoping to end that argument once and for all. Because he has chosen a human woman, Namia replied. I heard that divine beasts are incredibly fertile. Would you mind if I asked Lord Verhin to set you on a few dates with one of his siblings? He's a great man and... If you dare mention any of this to him, I'm never going to talk to you again. Are we clear? 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2594 Old Neighbors, Part 2. 2594 Old Neighbors, Part 2. Valia was embarrassed to death from discussing her personal life with her parents, but they just didn't care. They were happy to have her back, and the fact that thanks to her body, she looked perfectly human without the need for light mastery gave them hope. Hope that maybe Lith could truly resurrect her, or that at least their daughter might have a child and leave behind a part of herself even after her soul decided it was time to move on. Lith cast a quick hush spell to not be heard as they walked in front of the house and protect what little privacy Valia had left. Hey, I was listening to that, Solus said. I know, that's why I did it. If Valia wants us to know, she'll tell us. Otherwise, I'm not getting involved in her mess. Lith rebuked her. After a few more steps, they reached Celia's house, or as Camilla called it, Lith's house number 2. Not knowing what humans would consider cozy, Protector had built their home in the woods according to Lith's blueprints for a dream house back after gaining his memories and life force. After moving back to Lucia and seeing the real deal, Celia had gotten angry at him for his lack of originality. But at that point, she had gotten used to that design, and she appreciated the amenities that Lith had devised. So Celia had kept the tradition over the years, and had her house in Lucia remodeled every time Lith upgraded his own. The only difference between the two buildings was the shack for maturing the game that Celia had kept for her work. Solus stepped in front of the door and froze in surprise. Such was the silence that she could hear the whisper of the wind. The house was supposed to be a cacophony of yells and mayhem due to the hybrid children playing rough with their steeds, yet not even Lith could hear a peep. Seriously worried, Solus knocked on the door that was instantly opened by Protector. In his human form, he looked like a barbarian 2.1 meters, 7 tall. He wore a cotton apron over a brown shirt so big that it could be used as a tablecloth and black pants covered in colored stains. Ryman's face was rough and savage, with a square jaw and a cleft chin. His long, flaming red hair and beard were messy, and his face looked tired. Despite his unkempt appearance, Ryman's emerald eyes lit up with joy at the sight of his friends, and he welcomed them with a warm smile. Come in, it's so nice to see you. Can I offer you something to eat or a drink? He said while letting them inside the house. What they saw shocked them to the bone. Everything was in order, the floor was clean, and there was no claw hole in the walls. Lilia and Laren were sitting on a couch, reading a book together while Slash and Crash played chess. A version of chess that required to roll dice to move a piece and cards to activate their skills. But that was beyond the point. Who are you guys and what you have done to our friends? Solus activated her breathing technique, Sky Blessing, to make sure it wasn't a case of doppelgangers. Sure, they would have to be the laziest and least professional doppel-A currency sign, Ungers on Magur to make such a terrible impression of the Fasteros, but she preferred to err on the side of safety. What do you mean? Protector said with a hurt voice. I know how to cook and clean, it was all in Lith's memories. The last part was spoken in English, dispelling every doubt about his identity. What happened? Is Celia all right? Camilla asked, noticing there was no trace of the Huntress or Fenrir, their youngest. Yes and no, Protector sighed. It's easier if I show you. He led them to the bedroom on the ground floor, the one where Lith and Camilla slept in the original house. If not for the furniture being completely different and arranged in different places around the room, it would have creeped them out big time. To make matters worse, Celia lay in bed with lots of pillows to support her back and with Fenrir in her hybrid form, curled up over the blankets between her legs like a scared puppy. Hi guys, thanks for the visit, the Huntress said, glad for the break from her boredom. Forgive me if I don't stand up to greet you. Even if Falol hadn't forbidden it to me, it would take me so long that by the time I'm up you'd be about to leave. She caressed her belly, which had reached impressive proportions now that the pregnancy neared its end. What do you mean forbidden? What happened? Camilla asked. Long story short, when the Big of activated his bloodline ability, he passed it unto us as well. She pointed at herself and her womb. After he returned from Zelex, it seemed there were no side effects, but after a few days I started to feel weird. According to Fallowell, the surge of energy tricked my body into thinking that the baby was ready, and it was time to give birth. I can't move, get angry, or even upset without the risk of going into labor too soon. Even with magic, premature babies were at high risk of death on Magus. There was no such thing as incubators and ventilators. A healer was required to take care of the newborn 24/7 until they were developed enough to survive on their own. "Good God, Celia, how do you feel?" Lith asked, giving her a full checkup. Letter 1 D427, Letter 1 D4A, Letter 1 D4B1, Letter 1 D404, Letter 1 D43F, Letter 1 D448, Letter 1 D460, Letter 1 D4B7, Letter 1 D4B8, Letter 1 D4D, Letter 1 D440. "Bored to death," she replied. "At first, silence and rest were nice. I hadn't slept so well in years. Then I got sick of sleeping all day and the silence became creepy. I miss the voices of my children laughing. I miss chasing after Fenrir and fixing the mess she always makes. Heck, I can't even sleep with my husband. I feel like an undead trapped inside a tomb." "Why can't you?" "I can't let my pressure rise for any reason." Celia cut Solus short and made her blush. "I'm so sorry, Celia. If there's anything I can do." "Yes, there is." She jumped at Lith's offer like a shark at a wounded fish. "You can come here often and project your movies. I tried asking Nalrond, but that guy has the imagination of an empty pan. His stories are so boring that he falls asleep before I do." Lith swallowed a lump of saliva at the idea. Movies were long, and even though they were a novelty to Celia, those he could project he knew by heart, so unless there was a special occasion, Lith drew no enjoyment from them. "Sure, I can come from time to time, and—" "Are you already taking back your word?" Celia said amid sobs. "How can you be so cruel to me when your wife is pregnant as well? Wouldn't you help Camilla if she were in my same condition?" Between the dreadful silence in the house and Celia's desperation, her tears were heart-wrenching. 64A4499, 883E4, 1362E4, A34F7B. Chapter 2595 Tower Upgrade, Part 1. 2595 Tower Upgrade, Part 1. "Don't cry, Celia." Solus glared at Lith for his lack of empathy and went to the huntress' bedside. "Lith and I can take turns and keep you company until the baby is born." "Really?" Celia sniffled. "Really," Solus nodded. "You have my word." "Good." Celia blew her nose, her voice steady again. "Ryman, Fenrir, you are my witnesses, they promised." "What the heck?" Solus was flabbergasted. "Was that all an act?" "Not everything, just the tears," Celia shamelessly admitted, snapping her fingers at Protector for snacks. "I do have to stay in bed and everyone has to be quiet, that much is true." "Why do you think I never told anyone anything, not even to Alina, via the amulet? Because this way you'd feel guilty about neglecting me and be more easily swayed." "This is just another of your rip-off deals," Solus scoffed. "Just give me one good reason to not take back my offer." "Because you are a good person and I'm really bored." Celia took Solus, hands in her own, and kissed them, quickly followed by a whimpering Fenrir. Between the mother's and daughter's begging eyes, Solus felt like a monster for backing out despite knowing that the promise had been extorted. "Help Mommy, please." Fenrir was a little under 3 years old, and both her forms were as cute as a button. One looked like a lovely freckled doll with long flaming red hair, and the other had big puppy eyes and lowered ears, shape-shifting from one to another only. "Auntie, help," Fenrir asked after Solus remained silent for a while, calling her auntie for the first time and dealing a critical blow to her maternal instincts. "Of course we'll help you, right, Lith?" "Of course." Lith swept the air in denial with his hand, so Camilla nudged him in the ribs. "Yes." "Thank you, guys. I'll never forget your kindness," Celia said. "Also, since you are already here, I would like to book you all in advance for magic lessons. I'll need them once I awaken." "Wait, what?" Camilla said. "I thought you wanted a normal life. What made you change your mind?" "This made me change my mind." Celia waved at the pristine condition of the house. "Ever since I've been stuck in bed and Ryman has consistently taken care of the chores, I've realized how much effort it takes for me to achieve the same results of his flick of a finger. He can keep up with the kids, catch them when they throw a tantrum, and he never gets sick." Fenrir whined apologetically, feeling responsible for her mother's distress and for a good reason. "It's not your fault, sweetie pie." Celia brought the child to her bosom. "You are supposed to be as lively and destructive as a small cyclone. It means that you are healthy. It makes Mommy happy, but also very tired." I've also decided to awaken because magic is becoming a bigger part of my children's life as they grow up. In a while, they'll be so powerful that they could get seriously hurt during one of their games if they are not careful. As I am, I wouldn't be able to stop them before it's too late, and then I wouldn't be able to heal them. I could just cry and call for help. Celia shuddered at the thought. There are already many things that they can do only when Ryman is at home, making me feel left out of their lives. I want to be able to teach them everything they need in life. I want to have the energy to take care of my children on my own, instead of watching them from the sidelines. Last but not least, slowing down my aging will let me live as long as this oaf. She took Ryman's hand, bringing it to her lips. I don't want to leave him alone. My life force was cracked to begin with, and even with what Lith passed on to me, there's no telling how long I'll live, he said, gently caressing her face and checking on her with a diagnostic spell. What if I die before you? What if I still outlive you due to your late awakening? If you die before me, I just have to stop using the breathing technique to be with you again, she said with a sad smile. If you outlive me, it means that Vu will be the last thing I see, and that I'll for her demise. Thank the gods he has Solus. This way, even if something happens to me after Alina and Roz are dead, there will still be someone with him. Someone who knows about Lith and Derek, she thought. That's a really weird way to invite someone to a family afternoon, but thanks anyway, Falul said from the amulet. Yet since you already have plenty of company, I'll pass. Kala and I are still working on Gleemo's code, and if we don't crack it, most of the tyrant's bloodline legacy will just be a waste of paper, and it will take us years to craft a single harmonizer. Is it that bad? Lith asked. When he wasn't otherwise busy, he let the Hydra and the White borrow the tower for their research. With the Sage staff in the armory sharing its focus-enhancing effects, and by using could achieve in hours what would otherwise take days of effort. Kala had gladly accepted to take part in the research, hoping that she could modify the harmonizer's body sculpting spell so that it would keep her life force and mana core stable when she split them for the final step to become a lick. If her hypothesis was correct, it would increase her survival rate by a wide margin. Worse, now let me get back to work. If we don't start, we'll never finish. Falul out. Space. A feel-good movie, and a couple of hours later, Celia had fallen asleep surrounded by the love of her snoring pack. Damn, the last thing I needed is another commitment. Lith grumbled after they closed the door behind them, and he hushed the house to not wake up the happy family. Between the void magic lessons, my personal research, and training, I barely have any time left. Chapter 2596 Tower Upgrade, Part 2. 2596 Tower Upgrade, Part 2. Now on top of our turns to keep an eye on the kids while they play with Garrick, we also have to keep Celia company. The only silver lining is that at least I can use accumulation during a movie, so it's not a complete loss, Lith said. What about me? Camilla asked. You don't know light mastery and you can't use accumulation either, Lith shrugged. Grandma expressively forbid you to put any more strain on your core, and you know it. I meant that you didn't include me in the list of your activities, smartass. What am I? A hobby for when you have time to spare. Those are the things I have to do, Lith gave her an I got you smirk. Spending time with you is something I want to do. The answer made her squeal with joy, turning her frown upside down. Space. Tron Woods, Lith's tower, a few days later. Lith and Solus were working in the forge, using the workshop to create from Davros and elemental crystals a setup similar to the one they had witnessed in Gleemo's lab, but that worked for his Tiamat's eyes as well. The concept is brilliant. If we manage to replicate it, we'll be able to tap into the world energy that exceeds the tower's capacity and greatly reduce the burden on my core while forge-mastering a difficult piece. It would be like having a second pair of hands of Menadian. Not only would it relieve you of part of your burden so that you could take a more active role in the actual enchanting phase, but it would also simplify the procedure of imbuing elemental spells. One of the current limits of the tower's hands that the corresponding piece of Menadian's legacy didn't have was the lack of a full set of elemental crystals. Solus' hands were still incomplete, and while they could control the world energy to perfection anyway, when it came to conjuring single elements, things would go awry if the artifact had yet to recover the corresponding crystal. Sure, they could borrow the complete hands from Falul whenever they wanted, but the artifact lacked both a spirit crystal and a direct connection with the tower. The former made them useless when crafting spirit artifacts, while the latter meant no support from the power core, requiring greater focus to achieve the same effect. Gleemo's device instead was capable of fueling Lith's spirit eye, and since the world energy was filtered through his body, it answered to his will like his own mana. Agreed, but I wouldn't be so optimist if I were you, she replied, conjuring and dispelling one prototype after another in quick succession. As soon as Lith's eyes failed to establish a connection with the elemental crystals, she would adjust the design based on the readings of the eyes of Menadian and the intuition she garnered from the sage staff. What do you mean? Lith used Demon Grasp, his accumulation technique, non-stop. This way he split the world energy into its basic components and gave the eyes of Menadian a baseline that the artifact could compare with the current apparatus, performance. Every setup that fell below or slightly above Demon Grasp's effectiveness was discarded as a failure. Those who showed a better output or at least a strong synergy with the Tiamat's eyes instead were put aside for further studies. Another advantage of the workshop coupled with the eyes of Menadian was that the blueprints of partial successes could be instantly arranged in hybrid devices to test if they could be combined to overcome their respective shortcomings. I mean that the reason my mother developed the hands is to avoid burdening her body. Gleemo's device probably works just as well, but the problem is that it conjures energies that are up to the user to wield. Sure, it allows a tyrant to exceed the mana output of a bright violet core, but their life force is still the same. When used at full power, this device puts a huge strain on the Forgemaster. I think that Gleemo's used it mostly to craft artifacts he was already familiar with, and whose crafting method didn't require a prolonged effort. I see, Lith nodded. No, you don't, Solus sighed. Your life force is cracked, so whatever Gleemo's limit was, yours will be lower, and that once you reach the bright violet. Until then, even if we create a Tiamat version of this thing, you aren't allowed to employ more than a fraction of its power. Are we clear? I think you are overreacting, Lith replied in annoyance. I'd be still working inside our tower, and my body would be enhanced and protected by its enchantments, something that Gleemo's could only dream about. Also, you have developed the immortal body array, exactly for a situation like. Solus slammed her fist against the wall, producing a deafening boom and making a giant ultrasound picture of Elijah appear on the walls. I developed it to save your life in case of emergency, to not suffer again the pain of losing the person I love the most, not to let you be reckless, or do you want make Elijah an orphan right after she's born? The eyes in the picture were half open, yet Lith could almost feel them staring at him. Of course not, but come on. His tone had gone from argumentative to conciliatory in half a glance. It shouldn't be much different from Demon Grasp. My breathing technique also drains massive amounts of world energy, and it never had any side effects. Quite the contrary, it makes my body stronger and tempers my life force. That's because the energy is quickly absorbed by your core without being amplified or emitted back. During a Forgemastering process, instead, your body would be burdened both as the power of the elements gets in and when it goes out after being multiplied by your mana core, Solus countered pointedly. So it would be double the strain and less than half the time you usually have before mana abuse kicks in. I have to concede that the tower might protect your life force, but until we figure out all the ups and downs, we are going to further this project in small steps. Okay. Okay, Lith raised his hands, admitting defeat. Man, I almost missed the days when Solus' existence was a secret, and I was the only one she could talk to. Back then, we would have argued until we found a compromise, but now she can rat me out to my parents and Kami. I can take a fierce debate, whereas my mother's tears, my father's worry, and my wife's reminding me that I'm going to be a father is way more than I can take. He inwardly sighed. Then his eyes were drawn to the wall again, and this time Elijah's eyes seemed to be filled with grief instead of reproach. Lith could almost hear himself explaining to a barely 5-year-old lovely little girl that they would never see each other again, due to the consequences of the experiments he had conducted before her birth. Why, Daddy? In his vision, Elijah had Camilla's hair, Alina's face, and his eyes. Why do you love magic more than me? Chapter 2597 Push Boundaries, Part 1. 2597 Push Boundaries, Part 1. Lith's mind then pictured the moment after his own funeral, with Elijah crying in Camilla's arms and later blaming her for being incapable of saving her dad. He saw Elijah grow like Solus, marked by her father's death, and estranged from her mother in an attempt to pin the blame for her loss on someone. Lith felt like a colossal jerk, and decided that he wouldn't try to trick Solus into changing the terms of their deal. I'm sorry, Solus, you are right, he said, But now please remove that picture or I won't be able to focus on anything. I feel like Elijah is judging me. Please, she doesn't even know who you are, Solus said with a scoff. What you feel is your own judgment as you are forced to remind yourself that your life doesn't belong just to you anymore, which is a good thing. At a wave of her hand, the picture shrunk to a much more acceptable size, something that a dad would keep on his desk at work. Something that now sat on Lith's desk inside a frame shaped like a heart with, "I can't wait to meet you, Daddy," engraved along its edges. Seriously? Lith knew that neither the frame nor the engraving was Elijah's doing, yet he felt even worse than when the picture covered the forge's walls. Yep, Solus cheerfully nodded. You can always destroy it if you don't like it. Lith waved his hand, and every fiber of his being screamed as if he was about to physically harm his daughter instead of a picture. Fine, you win, damn it. He flipped the frame down, incapable of standing Elijah's gaze 1 second longer, yet incapable of putting the picture away. By the way, during the last void magic lesson, I had an idea that I'd like to run by you. Sure, Solus gloated, knowing from his expression and moving the topic to a non-controversial matter that Lith wouldn't try to change her mind about Gleemo's device or pull something funny behind her back. I'm all ears. I was thinking that maybe our current understanding of void magic is both shallow and short-sighted. If I'm right, it is possible to turn any element into many others at the same time. Wait, what? Her mind went blank in confusion and surprise. Are you serious? Think about it. Lith warped them both to the firing range floor, where the arrays of the tower would counter the effects of every spell that he would cast, whether direct or indirect. And I mean like someone from Earth, not a Megarian. What does a fireball do? He cast a Tier 3 spell, releasing a sphere of fire 10 meters, 33 in diameter, that exploded with the strength of several hand grenades. The firing range neutralized the boom, the blinding light, and the scorching heat that releasing such a spell in a confined space caused. The fire generates light that can be converted into darkness. Lith cast a second fireball, but this time it spread a black corrosive fog instead of radiance. The detonation releases shockwaves that can be either enhanced to conjure bolts of lightning or switched into earth. This time he cast 2 fireballs, the first one releasing whip-like jolts of electricity, and the second one forming restraints around the hypothetical enemy. Turning fire into ice is just basic void magic, but what if I affect solely the hot air it produces? A final fireball exploded, but this time it conjured a frost wave that covered the walls in ice. Fire makes sense, but what about water or air? How do you convert them? Solus asked, while her brain spun at full gear to find an answer to her own question while also exploring all the possibilities of Lith's discovery. Easy. Lith generated a bolt of lightning whose light turned into darkness, and then another which on impact turned the heat carried by the electron's discharge into a frost layer. Then he conjured a small sphere of water that, after being electrolyzed into hydrogen and oxygen, produced the same effects as the earlier fireballs. Wait, I remember this. Isn't that the same thing we did with Mjolnir back when we fused against the cursed objects? Solus shuddered at the memory. Indeed, Lith nodded. This is something we've already done, but that we never really considered. I'm not going to lie, I had almost forgotten about it until one of our students asked me if it was possible to use void magic on the effects of his spells instead of just the cause. What did you reply to him? Solus could see from the memory that Lith was sharing with her that the idea had come from a 4th-year student, and how even the royals and the headmasters of the 6 great academies had stopped their practice to listen. Letter 1d4 C3, letter 1d4 5C, letter 1d4 15, letter 1d5 22, letter 1d4 3F, letter 1d4 CL, letter 1d4 C8, letter 1d5 1F. Letter 1d4 6A, letter 1d4 90, letter 1d5 C6. Gave him full marks, and I told him that we had to think about it. I couldn't give him an answer without consulting the co-creator of void magic first. Lith replied with a warm smile. By my mom, that cause and effect speech was really inspired. I wish I was there with you during the first void magic lesson. She embraced him, glad that the quarrel about Gleemo's machine was already behind them and of his willingness to share the public recognition for their work. Me too, but I'm glad you took that trip. He returned her embrace. It helped you to grow and led to several interesting discoveries, like the fact that when we are fused, the tower heals my life force as well. Besides, if you want to watch my lessons, the royals have all of the recorded in such a high quality that 4K resolution is a puppet show in comparison. Sure, getting your hands on them might be expensive, but witnessing true genius is a priceless experience. Don't get cocky, smart, as she pulled away, punching his arm playfully. I get enough true genius at home and at the tower. If you want me to suffer more, you should pay me, not the other way around. Jokes aside, what do you think? Lith asked once they were done mocking each other. It's definitely a good idea, but it's going to be difficult to put it into practice, much more than regular void magic, Solus replied. The underlying principle is the same, but the starting point and timing are completely different. Void magic requires you to switch the elemental energy you have conjured for your spell into its counterpart. It's not easy, but since it is your mana, once you know what you are doing, the process still follows your will, and the switched element is under your control. Altering the passive effects of a void spell instead requires detecting the elemental energies that are released by your mana, taking control of them before they disappear, and then switching them. I have come to the same conclusion, Lith sighed. That's why we came to the firing range. At the moment I can switch only one of the elements that comprise the secondary effects of a spell at a time, and only if there's no willpower involved. Chapter 2598 Push Boundaries, Part 2. 2598 Push Boundaries, Part 2. Affecting the elemental energies released by a spell with void magic requires so much of my focus that without the tower's defensive measures, my ass would probably be blown to the ground, since to be ready to switch light or air I can't even aim properly. Inatist, Solus nodded. Still, it's worth exploring. It's going to be a great addition to our arsenal, but I think right now it's better to focus on Tier 4 and 5 void magic. I'm sorry to admit that I haven't made much progress on that front. Me neither, Lith shook his head. The root of the problem is that the elements that comprise the spell can't be switched one at a time. Doing that destroys the balance that holds them together and makes them fade. It's actually worse, Solus pointed out. Managed to switch 2 elements at the same time, but that's not enough to achieve Tier 4 void magic. Look. She weaved a Tier 4 banefire stored inside the mouth of Menadian, generating a burst of darkness-infused flames that took the form of a scorching pillar of black fire. Then, turned darkness into light and fire into water, obtaining only a sparkling splash of water. What the fuck? Lith had followed the entire procedure with life vision, and he was certain that Solus' technique was flawless. Yet her failure didn't have a single silver lining. Here's the deal. She had a board appear behind her back, filled with 2 strings of runes of the color of their respective elements, red and yellow. If Tier 4 was just casting 2 Tier 3 spells at the same time, there would be no need for the great academies. Tier 4 requires taking runes from different elemental spells, and combining them so that they work together to produce something that's greater than the sum of their single parts. Unique effects like Full Guard that uses air and fire magic to generate a wide-range heat and motion sensory field. The 2 strings of runes on the board slithered into each other like snakes, forming the formula to cast Full Guard that Lith recognized. Yet what happens if you just switch them? The red runes turned blue, and the yellow ones became orange, changing their shape along with their color. Suddenly, the elegant incantation that allowed for a quick cast had been turned into a jumbled, nonsensical mess. Switching a single element into its counterpart always affects the runes as well. For Tier 3 and below this is nigh unnoticeable, because any mage capable of performing void magic can also adjust the runes in accordance with the effect they are trying to obtain. It's their own mana, so it answers to their will, and void magic gives them all the tools they need to interact with the spell after it has been cast. Tier 4 and above, however, require a further step. At the moment of the switch, you have to already have in mind another Tier 4 spell comprised of at least one of the complementary elements, and whose effects can be drawn from the original runes. Another possibility is to switch both the elements and then rearrange the runes as well. But that requires a focus and skill that only a master of void magic or someone who isn't risking their life on the battlefield can achieve. When you put it this way, it sounds nigh impossible, but I don't think that the situation is as dire as you paint it, Lith replied. Why have you found a flaw in my theory? Solos tilted her head in confusion. No, your analysis of how to properly cast Tier 4 void magic is accurate. I simply disagree with your conclusions. You see, the problem is that you are trying to go from 0 to 1,000 in one go. Void magic is no different from Gleemo's device. It's something new that needs further study before reaching a definitive conclusion. As you said before, we need to proceed in small steps. In this case, it means to devise exercises of increasing difficulty, meant to familiarize with switching one element, while keeping the balance of the overall spell. rather than trying to convert the two elements and sets of runes that comprise a Tier 4 spell at the same time. We should rather search the Academy's grimoires for spells whose elements can be switched with minimal adjustments in their runes. This way, people like me can focus on learning how to switch only the elements. People who have reached your level instead need to practice on spells that still work after switching one of its elements and require solely to rewrite both sets of runes. This way, you'll be able to practice Void Magel on a Tier 4 spell like it's Tier 3, and once you get used to freely manipulating one element while keeping the other one stable, you can move to a perfect Tier 4 Void magic spell. That's a great idea. Solus started to put all the magical tomes they had inside Soluspedia to read and cross-reference them for what they needed. Maybe you really are a genius, she chuckled. I wish. Lith firmly cut the air with his hand in denial. I'm just following Professor Rudd's methods to teach us dimensional magic, breaking down an apparently impossible task into smaller exercises that once put together make the impossible possible. Okay, maybe you are not a genius, but at least your teaching method is not meant to make your students feel like idiots. As soon as Solus found a suitable pair of spells, she had the library jot them down on a separate parchment. The runes that had to be altered were highlighted, while the rest were marked for further study to see if they could be removed in order to keep the exercise simple and reduce its mana cost. That's because our purpose is different. Rudd always wanted to create an elite that suited his beliefs, whereas I want to see as far as our creation can go. It's exactly because I'm not a genius that I understand the importance of making void magic accessible to everyone. By pooling up the resources of hundreds of mages, people like the student who inspired me might discover how to overcome the boundaries of magic that have always been considered unsurmountable. Otherwise, the moment an evil Manohar pops up will be royally. The rune of Jadon Lark, the Count of Lustria, lit up on Lith's amulet, drawing his consciousness and cutting him short. I'm sorry, but I have to take this. Letter 1D475, letter 1D4AA, letter 1D47D, letter 1D7A, letter 1D4C1, letter 1D532, letter 1D4E2, letter 1D4B7, letter 1D402, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4DC. Dear Count, to what do I owe this pleasure? Lith set the hologram so that only his figure would be projected, hiding both Solus and the tower. Please, just call me Jadon. The son of Trekwil Lark resembled his father enough to make the scar left in Lith's heart ache. Orpal had murdered Lark only to make Lith suffer, and he had succeeded. We know each other ever since you were a mean-eyed kid. Also, now that you are a Magus, it's not like the title of Count holds any weight anymore. If anything, it should be me giving you bows and reciting your titles before saying your name. Chapter 2599, Let's Do the Warp Gate Again, Part 1. Chapter 2599, Let's Do the Warp Gate Again, Part 1. 2599, Let's Do the Warp Gate Again, Part 1. The most notable differences between the late Count Lark and his heir were that Jadon was almost 10 centimeters, 4 inches, shorter, and had a muscular build while Trekwil had always been wiry. The current Count Lark was in his late 20s, with pitch-black hair and a goatee. A blue silk string went into the breast pocket of his jacket, where he kept one of his father's black-rimmed monocles. Jadon had perfect sight. He always kept the monocle on himself as a memento to never forget about his father and never forgive his murderer. Please, if you were to list all the titles I got, a single phrase would take hours and our conversations would last days. Lith said with a chuckle. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll call you Jadon as long as you call me Lith. Well, Lith, then I have to inform you that the reason I called you is that your presence is gracefully required in Lucia at your earliest convenience. Jadon replied with mock deference and a formal tone worthy of the royal court. You mean right now? No, the next year on this very same day, the Count replied with a snort. Of course, right now, I'm waiting for you in the main square, Count Jadon Lark out. Wait, are you already there? Lith's question fell on a hung-up call. That was weird. What do you think, Solus? That we shouldn't make Jadon wait, she replied. He's an old friend and he has never bothered us without a good reason. Please, make sure to include me in whatever conversation you two have. Will do. Lith knew that even though Solus knew Jadon for as long as Lith did, to the Count she was a complete stranger, and that pained her greatly. Whenever they visited the Lark estate and stopped by Trekwil's tomb, she was never allowed to share her memories of the late Count, which exacerbated her sense of loss. Before leaving the tower, Lith checked his amulet to make sure that he hadn't missed any calls or received any messages. Every time he thought of Lark's death, he felt the need to make sure that the important people in his life were okay. Only after he checked with Camilla, his parents, the army, and the council that everything was all right did he shapeshift the inside of the tower to resemble his home, and activate the warp mirror to reach his destination in one step. Seriously? Solus rolled up her eyes. Today's is Grandma's turn. If something happens to Kami, then I'm by my mom. A booming applause and stomping of feet canceled the last part of Solus' phrase, while she looked around and realized they were surrounded by every citizen of Lucia she knew plus many she had never seen before. The plaza was empty, whereas the streets surrounding it, the nearby establishments, and any available public space were packed with people. The crowd extended as far as the eye could see, and an excited hubbub filled the air. Waiting for Lith in the main square, there were Jadon and Kellia Lark, the late Count's heirs, Marchioness Brynja Distar and her husband Aints, the headmaster of the Black Griffin Academy, the Verhin family in full force, including the Proudhammers, Camilla, and the royals, who were accompanied by 4 royal guards wearing a royal fortress armor. Surprise brought many words to Lith's lips, most of them vulgar and meant to express his abject surprise for being ambushed like that. Yet according to the books in Saluspedia, never before in the annals of the Griffin Kingdom had the royal family honored the Lustria County with their presence, let alone a backwater place like Lucia. TVE met Meron and Silphur enough times to be sick of their faces, but for everyone else, this is some kind of miracle. I can tell just by looking at Zekel's eyes that he's as excited as if the gods have descended among us. If even someone as jaded as him is so thrilled, I can't imagine what the rest of Lucia is feeling. I have many questions, but it's better to ask them in a way that won't spoil the mood, Lith thought. He dropped to one knee, followed by Solus and everyone else. Letter 1 D475, letter 1 D442, letter 1 D463, letter 2 1 2F, letter 1 D4F5, letter 1 D532, letter 1 D4C8. Letter 1 D4B8, letter 1 D45C, letter 1 D52A. The citizens of Lucia had already paid their homage to the royals upon laying their eyes on the king and queen for the first time, but they found it unacceptable to be standing while their supreme Magus knelt. Stand up, everyone. There's no need for formalities between friends. King Meron's voice echoed throughout the place without the need for any magical enhancement now that his body had fully adapted to the cracks in his life force. Also, and keep this between us, the royal chamberlain has yet to figure out Magus Verhin's social status, and it's unclear who should bow to who in such circumstances. Yet the people of Lucia waited for Lith to stand up before doing the same. The laughter at the king's joke continued until he raised his hand, asking for silence. I suppose you have many questions, Magus Verbin, about our presence in your village. This crowd and the surprise party, correct? Silpha asked, while pointing at flying mages that were setting up garlands, decorations, and banners all around the city. Yes, Lith noticed that right behind the royals, there was a majestic building entirely made of stone that stuck out like a sore thumb among the wooden edifices surrounding it. The front of the building had been covered by a huge drape, connected to a rope that was being held by Jadon. The answer to all of your questions is that we are proud to announce the beginning of Phase 1 of your tablet's project, one of your contributions to the kingdom that earned you the Magus title, the king said, triggering another booming applause that forced Lith to shield his ears with air magic. It makes sense, Lith thought. During the last meeting, the royals decided that only the capitals of the various regions, the 6 great academies, and Lucia would be provided with tablets until their usefulness is proven. It explains everything but the presence of the royals and the enthusiasm of the Lucians. It would if they had any idea how having a smartphone can change their lives, but none of them has ever tried a communication amulet. Yeah, I also don't understand the need for all of these theatrics, Solus replied. They could have just sent you a message. I don't see why this requires your presence. Yet for the tablets to work, a mainframe has to be built in Lucia. The queen continued from where Meron had left, without breaking the rhythm of the speech. Only the Mage Association has the right to supervise such a marvel of magic and make sure it's not tampered with or abused. Alas, there's no branch of the association in Lucia. That's why in the past few months we had one built here, and today, the king and I came to officiate its opening. Lith's eyes went wide at the realization of what was happening. No one cared about a local branch of the association since it was no charity. Every service a mage would provide had to be paid for. What everyone was cheering for was what the mere presence of the association implied. Chapter 2600, Let's Do the Warp Gate Again, Part 2. Chapter 2600, Let's Do the Warp Gate Again, Part 2. 2600, Let's Do the Warp Gate Again, Part 2. There will be a need for plenty of materials, forgemasters, and wardens in the near future. and there's no point in burdening your personal gate and having your private property invaded on a daily basis. Hence we have ruled that the association will have its own warp gate, and its use will also be available to the public according to the laws of the kingdom. Maron said, as of today, Lucia is granted a warp gate. As of today, Lucia is promoted to the status of medium-sized city and hub of the kingdom. The ensuing roar and the stamping of feet made the air tremble. It was a colossal achievement for a settlement that until less than 8 years ago had been a small-sized village comprised of a few dozen of houses. There were plenty of cities that had reached the medium-sized status for decades and still petitioned for a warp gate. Receiving one wasn't a matter of a city's size or population, only of its strategic importance. Everything else would come by itself in a domino effect. A gate meant free trade with the rest of the kingdom without the risks and costs of long-distance travel, bringing flocks of merchants and goods. It meant a considerable increase in public security, since the presence of the association implied powerful mages residing nearby 24/7 that could summon reinforcements at a moment's notice. Letter 1D4D, Letter 1D5C8, Letter 1D470, Letter 1D5F2, Letter 1D473, Letter 1D414, Letter 1D690, Letter 1D41B, Letter 1D4B8, Letter 1D442, Letter 1D4C2. Money and safety naturally brought an influx of people that swelled the citizens' numbers, and with them came the urban development necessary to house them. Any place with a gate would always rise to be at least a medium-sized city due to the wealth and work its presence created. "We did it, Dad," Senton was crying with joy, embracing the members of his family in turns, starting from Zekel. "We won't need to travel to Dirios anymore to move our merchandise. We can even apply to the Merchant Guild now. Our days as blacksmiths are over." Zekel was crying as well, and for once it was for real. "We are going to become a proper merchant family, just a step below nobility, and we did it on our own. I'm proud of you, son. If not for you, I would have never thought of expanding our business to Dirios in the past. It's only thanks to you that we already have multiple shops instead of standing on the starting line like everyone else." "No, it's only thanks to you, Dad. I've let my pride blind me for too long. If it wasn't for you, I'd have let our business stagnate and destroyed my own marriage." Senton let go of his father and embraced the completely oblivious triplets who cried but not out of joy. Being less than 2 years old, they didn't like crowds and noise. Until that moment, they had quietly slept in their patented hush levitating Verhin stroller, and they didn't take well their afternoon nap being interrupted. Senton ignored their complaints, kissing them all on the forehead before moving to Lyria and Renat. "Congratulations, Dad." The little girl brimmed with pride and joy for her father while extending her arms to be lifted between his arms like when she was much smaller and lighter. "Once I become a mage, I want to work together with you. I want to make you proud." "I'm already proud of you, Pumpkin. It doesn't matter if you want to become a mage, a merchant, or a blacksmith. You'll always be my little girl." Senton felt like an idiot as he remembered how he had almost let his envy toward his own daughter break his family. "Congratulations, dear." Renat embraced both him and Lyria, the sweetness of her expression also bearing a hint of sadness. "We are going to miss you." "What do you mean, miss me?" Senton froze in horror, fearing that he was about to pay the price of his past foolishness. "Expanding the business and taking part in the Merchant Guild will take time," Renat replied with a puzzled look on her face. "You are going to stay away from home often, and we are going to miss you. Why, what did you think I was talking about?" His expression relaxed just for 1 second. Then, Senton realized that she was right. He was going to miss lots of family lunches and dinners along with many of the triplets' first times. Suddenly, the gate didn't sound like good news anymore. Now to move on to the next step of the ceremony and allow Magus Verhin to go back to his work. It's time to unveil Lucia's branch of the association. A wave of the Queen's hand brought the end of the rope into Brynja, Liths, the royals, and lastly into the hands of a citizen picked at random. This building is the fruit of the labor of many people, and today we celebrate them all. The kingdom is nothing without its citizens, and they stand even above the king, Maron said to explain the order in the line. First, the local ruler, then the regional ruler, followed by the supreme Magus, the royals, and then a simple farmer who blushed in embarrassment, feeling faint for being at the center of the attention. On 3, 1, 2, 3. The drape covering the stone building fell off easily, and the floating mages tossed flower petals while the crowd applauded. From tomorrow onwards, every citizen of Lucia can go to the association and pick their own tablet. Each family can have one for free. If you want more, you have to pay for them. But enough talk of money, let the celebrations begin. Floating tables came down from the sky, dropping food and beverages among the crowd. The moment the bowls and jugs were empty, they were filled again with dimensional magic. Due to the famine, food was precious, so guards and mages ensured that no one could take away more than their 2 hands could handle. Once the Verhins were done congratulating Senton and Zekel, they moved on to Lith. "Congratulations, babe," Camilla embraced him first. "You deserve this. Let's just hope that the Church of the All-Father doesn't share the Proudhammer's success, or we're going to move to the Verhin mansion permanently if we want some privacy." "Wait, you knew?" Lith asked. "Not until 5 minutes ago when the royals summoned me here as well," she shook her head. "I still feel overwhelmed. This is a huge change. Maybe we'll really need to have our dream house built somewhere." "Congratulations, dear." Alina came second, and only to not interfere in her son's marriage. She was ready to fight the queen if necessary. "I'm proud of you and a little offended. Why didn't you give us one of these earlier? It would have made our lives much easier." The Verhins had already received their own tablet, and even though they already had individual communication amulets, the access to the web of knowledge and the public library was still a novelty. Alina now only needed to input a keyword to find information about anything she wanted, and even though the public library held mostly classics, it allowed her to read anywhere and bookmark pages without having to take an actual book in and out of her dimensional amulet.